Letting out a resigned sigh, he continued, "What about you two? You contribute nothing. Always scheming to gain something for nothing." He regretted not going to Minato-sensei's house and taking some money, even if it meant enduring a beating. Of course, his intentions were solely based on concern for Minato-sensei's child, worrying that inheriting too much property at a young age might be detrimental to his mental and physical development. What if he worked too hard and didn't know how to handle it? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. What had Zetsu been up to lately? He seemed quite busy. As Obito expressed his thoughts, a sudden lively commotion erupted not far away. Both he and Black Zetsu instinctively raised their heads, turning towards the village gate. Upon spotting the Grass Shinobi advisor and the Uzumaki elder, they promptly stood up, abandoning their squatting position on the street. It wasn't fear of these two figures, but rather, the looming presence of the Grass Shinobi leader approaching the group that concerned them. Being caught squatting on the street might result in receiving several more boxes of exam papers. Obito rubbed his chin, muttering to himself, "Seems like they've returned from Hidden Leaf Village. I wonder how that idiot Kakashi is doing." He assumed there shouldn't be any issues. Despite rumors surrounding Minato-sensei, he had fallen in battle as a Hokage and a hero. Therefore, those in Hidden Leaf Village shouldn't still view him as a traitor, right? But reconsidering, he sighed and shook his head. "Never mind. Let's focus on studying. Failing again this time would really disappoint Madara-sensei's expectations." Besides, determination flashed in his eyes. "I've made up my mind. I'll strive for a scholarship. That jerk won't dare turn my scholarship into exam papers, will he?" As he finished, Black Zetsu sneered at Obito. The idea of Obito aiming for a scholarship seemed like wishful thinking, given his academic performance. Did he not grasp the reality of his grades? Nevertheless, with a sigh, observing the Grass Shinobi leader nearby, this grudge. "I'll settle it. I'll surely tell my mother about it. Making this jerk write countless exam papers is the least I'll ask." "Aku." Akihiko suddenly sneezed. "What's wrong?" asked Bakura, who was standing beside him. "Nothing much, probably just someone cursing me." Akihiko casually brushed it off. Someone cursing him was not an uncommon occurrence. Bakura and Nano exchanged puzzled glances. Akihiko's indifference towards being cursed surprised them. Bakura, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Aren't you concerned about your reputation? As the leader of Grass Village, shouldn't you care about such matters?" Akihiko paused for a moment, furrowing his brow slightly, and replied, "I suppose I don't prioritize traditional ninja values." The two could only stare at Akihiko, lost for words at his nonchalant response. At that moment, the delegation returning from Hidden Leaf Village entered the village. Mobuki's confident demeanor made it evident that the mission had gone exceptionally well. He strode over, handed the contract to Kakazu with a flourish, and proclaimed, "From now on, it's Lord Mobuki to you, Kakazu." Kakazu, initially considering seizing this arrogant fellow's inheritance, paused. He lowered his head, glanced at the contract impassively, then raised his gaze to Mobuki, nodding in agreement. "Lord Mobuki." The bystanders were left stunned. It seems. Order was of substantial amount. Yoshinori, standing nearby, shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He stepped forward, approached Akihiko, and reported earnestly, "Mission accomplished. Great work." Akihiko acknowledged. Then he eyed Mobuki, who continued his haughty demeanor with Kakazu. This guy's audacity might backfire. Wasn't he concerned about being taken down by Kakazu later? Akihiko's tone held a hint of annoyance. "Seems like you had quite the time in Hidden Leaf Village." No. It was Hidden Leaf Village being overly enthusiastic." Mobuki snapped back to reality, ceasing his conversation with Kakazu. He sighed and shook his head. "As we departed, a multitude of Hidden Leaf Village shinobi saw us off. We had to bolt, otherwise, we might not have made it back." "I see. It truly speaks volumes about the deep-seated bond between Grass and Hidden Leaf Village." Akihiko nodded, feeling moved. "That's the kinship of family, siblings, and friends. It appears Hidden Leaf Village hasn't forgotten our bond." They both delved into discussing the historical friendship between Grass and Hidden Leaf Village, tracing it back to the inception of the ninja villages or even to the Warring States era, exchanging profound sentiments. Bakura and Nano exchanged glances, both struggling to contain their discomfort, while even Yoshinori found it hard to endure and excused himself from the conversation. To an outsider, it might even seem as though Grass and Hidden Leaf Village had an unparalleled bond. However, they all know that it seems they needed to bolster their forces at the Fire Country border to prevent a potential direct assault from Hidden Leaf Village. However, as they exchanged sentiments, a Grass shinobi hurried over, respectfully informing, "Leader, she has awakened." Akihiko was taken aback. Already? Awake? Chapter 194, Miserable life of Obito? As Kushina sensed her feeble body, she gradually opened her eyes, staring at the somewhat grayed ceiling and bed curtains. Is this the Pure Land? A touch of bewilderment crossed her gaze. Where is this? Everything, even the sheets and blankets, is so white. Why does it all feel so familiar? The last thing she remembered was Minato making a decision. And then, before she could even bid farewell to her child, she was succumbed to unconsciousness. Did I ultimately not make it? Kushina sighed with a bitter smile, murmuring to herself. She scanned her surroundings. This place doesn't seem particularly unique, similar to the medical department. I wonder if Minato is around. Yet, as soon as she uttered those words, a voice with a cheerful tone chimed in. The fourth Hokage isn't here, but indeed, this is the medical department. Kushina was taken aback, her weakened body jerking slightly as she heard the unfamiliar voice. Despite her lack of strength, her curiosity urged her to swiftly turn her head, displaying a guarded expression as she examined the figures approaching her. Among them, a blend of black and red hair caught her eye, and the sight left her momentarily stunned. When she recognized the familiar faces accompanying the figures, disbelief colored her expression. She spoke with incredulity. Fasone? Kana? Elder Yoshinori? Uncle Eiji? And Obito? Rin? How are all of you here? Is this the medical department of the Pure Land? Are we all dead? A solemn hush fell over the room at her words. Rin, somewhat embarrassed, responded, Kushina, you haven't passed away. This is a medical facility, but it's in Grass Village. Obito brought you here. Brought here by Obito? The medical department of Grass Village? Kushina's memories began to slowly click into place. The fleeting recollection hinted that indeed, when she slipped into a coma, Obito took her away and brought her here. And this place? It must be Grass Village. A glimmer of realization flickered across her features. Raising her head with a complex expression, she gazed at the black-haired youth. So, it was Grass Village who actually saved me? Upon hearing the confirmation that Grass Village was responsible for her rescue, Kushina's mind raced back to the time after the Third Great Ninja War. She had caught wind of the Uzumaki clan's survival, having taken refuge in Grass Village and thriving. The news had stirred excitement in her heart, fueling a desire to visit her clan in Grass Village. However, her position and identity as a Jinchuriki had barred her from leaving the village. Despite Minato's promise, the chaotic events that unfolded in the following years kept her from realizing her wish. Now, unexpectedly, she found herself encountering her clan in this very place. Expressing gratitude, Kushina turned to the leader of Grass Village and said, "Thank you." Akihiko nodded, a smile gracing his features. "No need to thank me. I've always held Minato in high regard." His expression then shifted to one of regret. It's just that he was never willing to switch sides. Upon hearing Akihiko's words, Kushina fell into a pensive silence. This incident had arisen from suspicions surrounding Minato's alleged collaboration with Grass Village, yet now, she found herself rescued by them. Minato had vehemently denied any involvement with them. However, despite Minato's claims of innocence, it was a complex web of accusations and denials. Contemplating this, she turned her gaze towards the leader of Grass Village, her expression a mix of complexity. Turning her attention to her clan members, Obito, and Rin, Kushina's pale face broke into a slight smile. "I never expected to see you all here in Grass Village. It's reassuring to see everyone doing well." However, before Rin and Obito could respond, a worry crept onto her face. "Naruto? How is Naruto?" "No, I need to return to Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto is still waiting for me." Her urgency to rise was met with the realization that her body lacked the strength to do so. Witnessing her distress, Rin and Fuso moved quickly to lend their support. Yoshinori's reassuring words were a comfort. "Rest assured, Naruto is doing well. I've visited Hidden Leaf Village recently, and he is doing very well. I believe he will thrive under the Third's care." As head of the Uzumaki clan, Yoshinori shared the Grass Village leader's sentiments. Why should members of the Uzumaki clan serve as Jinchuriki for Hidden Leaf Village? The destruction of the Land of Whirlpools, supposedly beyond Hidden Leaf Village's control, remained a point of bitterness for the Uzumaki clan. Despite Hidden Leaf Village's professed closeness and remorse for the clan's demise, their actions during critical moments appeared more hypocritical than those of the Grass Shinobi. "Do not worry about Naruto, he will be alright. Your well-being is what matters now," Yoshinori reassured her with a comforting tone. I apologize. You're aware that Naruto has become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." Kushina spoke to Elder Yoshinori, her voice carrying a bitter tinge. When she had become a Jinchuriki years ago, even under Grandma Mito's protection, she faced severe discrimination. Now, with Naruto being alone, he must be feeling incredibly isolated. Moreover, Despite Minato's final request for the third to care for Naruto, she couldn't shake off her unease for some reason. Looking back at Yoshinori, she hesitated before asking, "Can you send me back to Hidden Leaf Village?" As she asked a favor, before Yoshinori could respond, the Grass Village leader interjected, "Temporarily, you might not be able to return." Kushina was taken aback, wondering if she was being held against her will. "Rest assured, it's not about restricting your freedom. Grass Village would never hinder the reunion of a mother and her son without a justifiable reason." Waving his hand, Akihiko took a medical report from the side and glanced at the pale-looking Kushina. With a regretful tone, he explained, "Your condition is still fragile. Technically speaking, after the chaos caused by the Nine Tails chakra, your body was entirely damaged. Even though Grass Village has aided in replenishing your vitality, it's still continuously depleting." Kushina looked at the report in astonishment. Leaving Grass Village without ongoing vitality replenishment means your life would fade away within a day. Once that happens, no one can save you. Therefore, despite your awakening, you require an extended period of recuperation to potentially regain and amass enough vitality. Akihiko continued, addressing the bewildered Kushina. With a smile, he added, "Regarding returning to Hidden Leaf Village for treatment, though it may sound audacious from a mere small village leader, the fact is that Hidden Leaf Village lacks this level of medical capability. After all, this medical ninjutsu was developed through the fusion of White Zetsu cells and the Roshikai clan's secret arts. It was beyond what Hidden Leaf Village possessed. If you return, you might die within a few days." Akihiko concluded, explaining her situation. As the words sank in, Kushina was momentarily stunned, then turned to glance at Rin beside her. Seeing Rin nodding with a wry smile, she realized that the Grass Village leader's words held truth. Akihiko is correct. It took a considerable price to save you. Fuso added reassuringly, "Kushina, focus on recovering here. Once you're in better shape, you can leave the hospital." Kushina hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly, nodded, and directed her attention to Akihiko. "Thank you. No need for thanks. After all, you've covered the medical expenses." Akihiko waved his hand, downplaying the gesture to avoid any misunderstandings. Kushina, hearing this, became puzzled, wondering what he meant. Given that this is an exclusive technique of Grass Village, it requires daily supplementation with various precious herbs to replenish your vitality. Akihiko handed over the bill directly, saying, "Hence, the medical expenses might be a bit on the higher side." "Understandable. Please rest assured, I'll find a way to pay." Despite being known as the red-hot-blooded Habanero, Kushina wouldn't shy away from covering her medical expenses, especially when it concerned matters of life and death. However, before she could finish her sentence, as she glanced at the bill, her expression frozen in disbelief. This much? Even if she pooled all the rewards from Minato's recent missions, it wouldn't be sufficient. Despite this realization, she took a deep breath, her determination evident as she faced Akihiko. "I'll find a way to settle this, I promise. No need to worry. Let me clarify. Your medical expenses have already been covered. Specifically, Obito took a loan from the village and settled it for you. You don't need to concern yourself with paying for the medical expenses anymore." Akihiko explained, aiming to ease her worries. "Obito paid?" Before Kushina, filled with doubt, could react, Akihiko continued, "What I mean is, I hope you can recover well. Don't think about running away." Interlocking his fingers in front of his chin with a cheerful expression, he added, "After all, Mrs., you wouldn't want your child to become an orphan. And if your husband's student spends a hefty sum to save you, leaving him in debt, and he has to spend the rest of his life like his brother, making a living by picking up trash, you wouldn't want to waste his efforts, right?" As his words sank in, both Obito and Kushina were left stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Kushina wondered, is Obito living so miserably here? Obito questioned, "Am I living such a miserable life here?" Both looked at Akihiko with a mix of surprise and bewilderment. Chapter 195, Karen's Birth and 3 Years. After briefing the patient on her medical condition, Akihiko escorted Kana and Fuso away. He held faith that after receiving his advice, Kushina wouldn't simply return to her child and then risk her health further. Her child needed her care, and perhaps, as time passed, she could eventually bring Naruto here. This plan, however, had its complications. If Hidden Leaf Village treated Naruto well, given his character, identity, and Kushina's own inclinations, she might respect Naruto's choices and opt to stay in Hidden Leaf Village. After all, she was the wife of the 4th Hokage. Yet, matters were rarely straightforward. Akihiko sighed as he reviewed the intelligence in his hands, disappointed. Surprisingly, Hidden Leaf Village hasn't quashed the rumors. Seemingly, Yoshinori's efforts in Hidden Leaf Village didn't resolve Grass Village's misconceptions. Dismissing this, he turned to Kana and Fuso, offering a smile. "It's getting late, let's head back." With a soft hum in acknowledgement from Kana, Akihiko guided the two back toward their residence. As for Fuso trailing behind, Akihiko's recent conversation with Kushina brought back memories, causing a smile to grace her lips. The scenario felt familiar. It's just back then, she misunderstood Akihiko's words. Following the Nine Tails incident, as Akihiko foresaw, Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village once again declared war on Hidden Leaf Village. However, in contrast to the Third Great Ninja War, this time Hidden Stones Village did not seek aid from Grass Village, particularly Kanabi Bridge. The reasons for this deviation were unclear. Perhaps they assumed the bridge was damaged, found the route inconvenient, were concerned about the high toll charged by Grass Village, or aimed to catch Hidden Leaf Village off guard. Regardless, this time, Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village clandestinely allied with the country of Taki, launching a surprise attack on Hidden Leaf Village, catching them unprepared yet again. Confronted with the unexpected assaults from two major ninja villages, which had recently faced encirclement and attacks by the four great ninja villages, Hidden Leaf Village, still reeling from the chaos of the Nine Tails, found itself unprepared. Despite the reduced number of major ninja villages involved, the pressure on Hidden Leaf Village remained overwhelming. Recognizing the imminent danger, Grass Village, as Hidden Leaf Village's vital ally, couldn't stand idly by. Grass Village understood that any harm to Hidden Leaf Village could also potentially put them in jeopardy as well. Thus, without hesitation, under Akihiko's leadership, Grass Village promptly responded. They quickly organized a formidable team of shinobi, rushing to Hidden Leaf Village and delivering the scientific ninja tools that Hidden Leaf Village had requested. However, despite Grass Village's supportive gesture, Hidden Leaf Village did not respond with gratitude. Instead, they swiftly dismissed the Grass shinobi as soon as they received the supplied goods, displaying a rather hostile attitude and even expressing a desire to engage in physical altercations. This starkly contrasted with the enthusiastic portrayal painted by the great Lord Mobuki. The stark difference in reception deeply wounded the hearts of the Grass shinobi. Acknowledging the situation, Akihiko empathized with his shinobi and clarified that Hidden Leaf Village was currently in the midst of war, making it inappropriate for foreign shinobi to enter without permission. He emphasized that Hidden Leaf Village's shinobi were merely safeguarding their village, and there was no militant. Despite the initial tension, Akihiko, as the leader of Grass Village, expressed understanding to Hidden Leaf Village shortly afterward. He emphasized that this incident wouldn't sour the deep relationship between Grass Village and Hidden Leaf Village. In a further show of goodwill, Grass Village even displayed a large banner for Hidden Leaf Village of placing an order from Hidden Leaf Village as a tangible proof of the enduring friendship between the two villages in the eyes of the broader ninja world. However, Hidden Leaf Village remained unresponsive, possibly overwhelmed by their ongoing conflicts. To add to the unfortunate circumstances, Grass Village had initially hoped to serve as a mediator between the five great ninja villages. They aimed to facilitate communication between Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Clouds Village, conveying messages of peace and the first Hokage's ideology. Additionally, the plan included selling advanced military products to Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village, aiming to establish a balance and foster peace among the three major villages. Regrettably, Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village outright ignored these attempts at mediation. Despite the effectiveness of the scientific ninja tools employed by Hidden Leaf Village, capable of instantly casting sea-level ninjutsu, Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village showed no appreciation. The third Tsuchikage went a step further, scolding Grass Village, accusing them of lacking ninja virtue and attempting to ensnare the three major villages in a strategic maneuver reminiscent of the old ninja vest tactics. Firm in his stance, the third Tsuchikage declared, Hidden Stones Village will never purchase from Grass Village in this lifetime. We will not allow those Grass shinobi to earn a single penny. This provoked strong reactions from the leadership in Grass Village, with Kakazu even contemplating an assassination attempt on the third Tsuchikage. Blocking the path to wealth was viewed as equivalent to threatening their very lives. Akihiko, however, only felt a mild regret. Most of the products had already been sold to Hidden Leaf Village, and any remaining unsold items could be repurposed into fire-style tools and sent to the Land of Rain for mining. As anticipated, the war did not escalate further over time. Instead, it gradually weakened, transforming into a series of small-scale probes, eventually settling into a prolonged stalemate. As time swiftly passed, 3 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. Despite the constant conflicts between the major ninja villages, Grass Village maintained a serene atmosphere. During these peaceful years, a significant event unfolded: the birth of Akihiko's child. The family joyfully welcomed a lovely girl named Karen. Her arrival brought warmth and happiness, creating a sense of unity within the family. Meanwhile, Grass Village continued to thrive and progress, contributing to the overall development of both Grass and Rain nations. The collective efforts of the community played a pivotal role in achieving prosperity. Amid this tranquility, Nano, the hardworking intern, took on diverse roles within the village. Serving as a secretary, director of the orphanage in Grass Village, and espionage training coach, she exhibited unparalleled dedication. Even when assigned the part-time role of a spy trainer, she accepted the responsibility with surprise, occasionally casting strange glances at Akihiko, as if harboring unspoken thoughts. Despite her diligence, Akihiko tactfully redirected any attempts by Nano to discuss her position. Over the years, it appeared that Hidden Leaf Village had forgotten about her, as she faithfully received her salary from Grass Village and tirelessly worked, displaying no complaints about the low pay and extended internship. While Nano seemed content in Grass Village, Akihiko, as the leader, understood the need to address the rumors circulating about his treatment of employees. Adopting a serious demeanor, he looked at Nano approaching him and asked, "Nano, would you like a permanent position?" Nano, taken aback by the unexpected proposition, struggled to comprehend his intentions. A few days later, within a concealed cave in Hidden Leaf Village, Denzo examined the confidential letter in his possession. A nod of approval accompanied a faint smile that graced his face. After 3 years had passed since the war's conclusion, Denzo had dispatched another confidential letter. In the preceding days, he anxiously awaited a response. The absence of a reply led him to believe that she might have been discovered or even sacrificed, rendering communication impossible. However, his assumption proved incorrect. It appeared that, for some unknown reason, she had been unable to respond in the past few days. Denzo marveled at her abilities, impressive. As expected of a wandering Maiko, she remains undetected even after such an extended period. Yet, if that guy hadn't found her after all this time, Denzo realized he might have overestimated him. Perhaps the so-called Grass Wiseman wasn't as capable as believed. Denzo sighed, a mix of satisfaction and contemplation coloring his expression. His gaze narrowed slightly. It appeared she had earned the trust of the other individual. As the war approached its conclusion, negotiations between Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Leaf Village loomed in the near future. This imminent development granted him additional time and energy to set the stage for his ultimate plan. The grand scheme involved luring out Rain Village's leader, Hanzo, for an assassination attempt. Subsequently, he aimed to instigate conflicts between the two villages, delivering a crippling blow to the Grass Shinobi leader. The formidable strength and intelligence of that individual required meticulous preparation. Over the past few years, he had permitted her to collect intelligence about Grass Village without interruption, all in anticipation of this crucial moment to plunge the Grass Shinobi leader into despair. "Foolish individual, your naivety will exact a price. I shall make you taste pain and cleanse the shame of that year," he murmured with a cold gleam in his eyes. Opening the confidential letter, his gaze fell upon its contents. Though only a single line, the deciphered message consisted of 4 words, "Okay." Denzo stared at the letter in his hand, a moment of silence enveloping him. For reasons unknown, he found the reply strangely familiar. Chapter 196, Nano, I'm resigning. What a disappointment. After many days, Akihiko sighed with regret as no letter from Hidden Leaf Village had arrived. The letter, in fact, had been written by him. His plan aimed to capture Denzo, but it seemed that Denzo had gotten wind of it beforehand. The entire scheme collapsed. Nana remained oblivious to the fact that the confidential letter from Hidden Leaf Village had been inadvertently discovered, and not by a fellow conspirator, but by Kabuto, an exceptional student she had personally trained. The letter found its way to him, leaving Akihiko dumbfounded. After all, Nano, who had taken great care to avoid detection, had ironically been exposed by one of her own students. In response, Akihiko, in front of his father, Mobuki, praised Kabuto for his cleverness and even recommended the academy to pay special attention to the talented child. This recognition was well-deserved for a child displaying such exceptional talent. Kabuto, however, seemed conflicted and shy, leaving without expressing his thoughts. A sigh escaped him, suggesting internal turmoil or hesitation. The letter, now in Akihiko's hands, couldn't discreetly be returned, given the circumstances. Thus, upon receiving Denzo's letter, Akihiko took a moment to ponder before composing a reply himself. He had hoped to meet Denzo again, intending to apprehend him with Kakazu and Hanzo. They had even discussed the after-split of their plan. Unfortunately, it all fell apart at the final stage. In response to this, Hanzo expressed his dissatisfaction, attributing the failure to Akihiko's perceived arrogance that, in his opinion, tipped off Denzo. He insisted on compensation for the lost 100 million Ryo deal and threatened to make a public outcry, accusing the Grass Village leader of swindling an elderly man out of his money. This demand for compensation had become somewhat of a routine, with Hanzo frequently lying down in his office, shouting about the alleged deceit. The incessant complaints had taken a toll on the office floor, nearly wearing it out. Despite the unexpected turn of events this time, Akihiko remained unfazed by the demand for compensation. To him, a mere 100 million ryo was inconsequential, especially considering his position as the leader of the grass village. Money of this scale held little significance for him, unlike the seemingly distressed leader Hanzo. On another note, the academy in Rain Village was recently established with the support and guidance of Grass Village. Teaching materials were uniformly arranged, and several experienced teachers were dispatched from Grass Village. In return, Grass Village recruited numerous ninja from Rain Village to impart their renowned assassination techniques. The reputation of Rain Village's assassins rivaled Grass Village's intelligence capabilities in the ninja world. It seemed clear that Hanzo has already made a choice. During these years, he enjoyed a rather comfortable lifestyle, with the water business in Rain Village thriving. Rumors circulated that he had even taken in Saisari as a grandson, although it was a unilateral decision on his part. However, Saisari was apparently disinterested in becoming a ninja. He continued to work in the factory, tightening bolts. Over the years, he even discreetly assisted Grass Village in enhancing various machines. Though, Grass Shinobi's investigations hinted at Saisari's various escape plans, but due to the distractions of work, bonuses, and other activities, his attempts had yet to succeed. Akihiko sighed with a tinge of regret, taking a sip of the hot tea beside him. Muttering to himself, he expressed, "I must properly criticize Nano later." Despite her multiple roles, serving as a spy, an anti-reconnaissance teacher, and even working part-time at the orphanage upon her request, she seemed to have neglected her primary responsibilities. Her absence from the office during this crucial time reflected a lack of understanding of his workload. Akihiko wondered if her dissatisfaction with the intern's salary had led to this negligence. Really, where was her commitment to the real mission? Did she overlook her core mission in pursuit of money? Had she forgotten the bigger picture, especially after receiving a formal contract a few days prior? Speaking of which, Akihiko couldn't understand why she hadn't signed the contract yet and reported to the office already. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a knock on the door interrupted his reflections. Nano, the intern secretary, entered, holding the transfer contract. Her face wore a serious expression as she addressed Akihiko, saying, "Leader Akihiko." Upon hearing her words, Akihiko reciprocated the seriousness, nodding in acknowledgement. "It seems you've finally made up your mind." "Yes, I apologize for the delay." Nano affirmed with a nod. "It's okay. This is what you deserve." Akihiko nodded with a slight smile and then reached out to take the contract with his right hand. "Congratulations, through your efforts, you've successfully." Before he could complete his sentence, Nano bent down, handed over the contract, and stated, "Sorry, leader, I've decided to resign." Akihiko's eyes widened, and his right hand holding the contract froze. "Resign?" "Yes." Nano responded with a relieved smile. "I've decided to resign." Curious about her sudden decision, Akihiko inquired, "Is it because you're not happy with the work?" "No." Nano shook her head, indicating that the workload was not an issue, and the work itself was fulfilling. "Have you been wronged at work?" Akihiko asked, seeking clarification. "No." Nano shook her head once more, emphasizing that she hadn't faced mistreatment. "Could it be that you find the salary too low?" Akihiko asked after a momentary pause. "Not exactly." "Well, a bit." Nano nodded, admitting that the salary was a factor. Akihiko looked at her, speechless. "Hey, is it time to speak the truth now? You're not here to earn money, you know." The two maintained eye contact, and the atmosphere of the entire office instantly fell into silence. After a moment, Akihiko smiled awkwardly and said, "The intern's salary is a bit low, but now you've become a regular employee, right? Don't worry, although it might be a bit less at the beginning, your benefits will surely improve as long as you work diligently." However, Nano shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I still feel that this job isn't suitable for me." "Then what are you planning to do?" Akihiko inquired after hearing her rejection again. "In fact, the orphanage has already hired me as the vice director." Nano replied with a slight smile. Akihiko couldn't help but wonder how she ended up as the vice director of the orphanage. Twitching his mouth, he looked at Nano, who had a gentle gaze behind her glasses, sighed, nodded, and asked, "You've already decided?" "Yes." Nano affirmed with a firm expression. "All right." With that, he sighed again. "It's a pity, I really had high hopes for you." "Thank you, leader." Nano's smile widened upon hearing Akihiko's words, and with a playful glint, she blinked before posing a question. "But I am curious about something, if I may, leader?" "Of course." Akihiko replied in a relaxed manner. "Have you already unraveled my identity some time ago?" Nano inquired after a brief moment of contemplation. Akihiko tilted his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. Your identity? Upon finishing her words, Nano hesitated momentarily, then flashed another smile, shook her head lightly, and remarked, "Nothing." With the approval for her resignation granted, she respectfully inclined once more. "I won't take up any more of your time, leader. I trust you'll find an outstanding assistant." With that, she turned and strolled towards the exit. However, before Akihiko, who was audibly sighing, could react, she abruptly pivoted and fixed her gaze on him. "Leader, when did you figure it out?" "Right from the start." Akihiko replied instinctively, raising an eyebrow, then, with a perplexed expression, looked at Nano. "What did you say?" "I didn't catch." Nano met Akihiko's gaze with a smiling expression, her eyes carrying a hint of relief. She chuckled softly and remarked, "Despite your frugality, strictness, and demanding on your subordinates, I appreciate your care, Leader Akihiko." With a turn of her head, she added, "Oh, and don't forget my salary, you stingy leader." Did she know all along? Akihiko smiled wryly, then seemed to recall something and hastily called out, "By the way, I've got a venture in Hidden Leaf Village. The risk is high, but the returns are substantial. If it pans out, you'll receive 7, and I'll take 3. It's dicey, but I trust you to handle it. I'm offering this for one reason only, for you to write a letter." Hey, where are you off to? Don't you want the money? Why are you running?" Chapter 197, Nine Tails Jinchuruki? Regrettably, this path seemed fraught with too much risk, prompting Nano's decline, and forcing Akihiko to temporarily set it aside. Akihiko sighed with disappointment lingering in his heart. However, it didn't occupy his thoughts for long, it was merely a minor setback. The ongoing 3-year war was also approaching its conclusion. During this period, it appeared that Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Clouds Village had initiated the process of signing a peace agreement. It wouldn't be long before news of this pact spread throughout the entire shinobi world. Following that, the shinobi world would once again transition into an era of peace. The major villages would dedicate themselves to recovery and development until the next opportune moment emerged, ushering in another conflict. However, the next confrontation might likely involve the Grass Village. Misunderstandings had arisen among the 5 major villages regarding Grass Village's intentions. They failed to comprehend that Grass Village had no intention of recruiting rogue or wandering ninjas. Their aim was to provide a home for these unfortunate individuals. Unfortunately, this noble intent remained misunderstood by the others. What adds to the regrettable circumstances is that Madara transmitted his will and departed. Due to a minor mishap, Black Zetsu, now attending school, has found himself repeating the same grade for 3 years due to subpar performance. As for Obito, perhaps in accordance with the agreement with Madara and a desire to avoid seeing Rin as his future teacher, he diligently applied himself despite not securing top grades. Overall, his efforts were commendable, sparing him from the fate of repeating a grade. The 3 central figures of the Eye of the Moon plan took divergent paths, some graduated, some faced setbacks, and others continued their studies. Consequently, the plan could be deemed a failure. In an alternate scenario, they could have steered Grass Village towards joining the Shinobi Alliance, collaboratively resisting the darkness of the Shinobi world. Alas, the reality now stands as a truly tragic fate. Certainly, with the educational efforts over the years and the ongoing literacy classes, the number of ninjas in Grass and Rain countries has witnessed a significant surge. The rise of worker ninjas, along with the bolstering of traditional ninja prowess, has resulted in a specially trained workforce playing pivotal roles in specific production and living domains. In recent years, Grass Village has quietly consolidated its strength. Simultaneously, not just Grass Village, but the entire shinobi world's film industry has experienced rapid growth, with Grass films emerging as the predominant force in cinema. Numerous outstanding works have graced the screen, earning deep affection from people across the shinobi world. Take, for instance, the movie Fake World, Infinite Tsukimi, featuring Obito Uchiha. It narrates the tale of a young genjutsu genius ninja named Nao, who uncovers that the seemingly ordinary world is, in fact, a virtual world controlled by someone named Tsukimi. In the end, he embarks on a journey to resist the infinite Tsukimi. Upon its release, it swiftly became a sensation, propelling Obito to newfound fame. Presently, in the shinobi world, he enjoys even greater renown than when he stood as a hero in Hidden Leaf Village. However, for reasons unknown, Black Zetsu's countenance has taken a darker turn. At this moment, Akihiko stands before a house, Fuso's home. He knocks on the door, and soon after, a young girl emerges. Akihiko, upon seeing her, is momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile. "Rin, you're here too." As Rin opens the door, a gentle smile graces her face. She speaks softly, "Lord Akihiko, I'm off today, so I came to see Kashinane. Are you here to pick up Karen?" Nohara Rin graduated with exceptional grades 2 years ago. Given her older age during her time in school, coupled with outstanding academic performance and non-participation in battles, she was granted an early graduation. During her academy days, the medical department recognized her excellence and solid professional knowledge, leading to her recruitment. Consequently, after graduation, she directly joined the medical department, where she now works. Okihiko nodded and inquired, "Yes, is Karen behaving today?" Karen, his and Kana's daughter, inherits the Uzumaki clan's lineage and Kana's unique abilities. When Kana is occupied, the responsibility of caring for her falls upon Fuso and Kushina. Indeed, Kushina resides here as well. Though her return to Hidden Leaf Village has been delayed due to the need for physical recuperation, actually almost 4 years have elapsed since then. Her body has significantly healed by now. It is anticipated that with another 6 months to a year of continuous treatment, she will fully recover. Approximately 2 years ago, as her recovery progressed, she applied for discharge. However, being unfamiliar with the area presented a challenge. After all, in Hidden Leaf Village, she have been brought there at a young age. Now, here though, she found herself in an unfamiliar ninja village. Therefore, she had no idea where to stay, especially considering her financial constraints. Even though Obito offered to provide funds for her to rent a house, she declined. It wasn't that she had nowhere to stay, she could reside in Ren's dormitory, or arrangements could be made for a dormitory for her. Alternatively, she could even live with her Uzumaki clan. Later on, Fuso extended an invitation for Kushina to reside with her. Nagato, having grown up and becoming occupied with his own affairs, was frequently away from home, leading Fuso to occasionally stay next door. However, the solitude at home left her feeling lonely at times. Hence, she welcomed Kushina to stay with her. Upon witnessing Kushina's hesitation, Kana, too, extended an invitation. She conveyed that her body had not fully recuperated and that having someone care for her would put her at ease. Additionally, she hoped that Kushina could impart sealing jutsu teachings to her daughter. Kushina's prowess in sealing jutsu, coupled with her tutelage under the sealing master, Uzumaki Mido, made Kana confident in her instructional abilities. Though Karen was still young and didn't require a teacher at present, Kana, perhaps sensing Kushina's maternal longing, empathized with her. In her own way, she sought to aid this clan member. Thus, Okihiko didn't decline the arrangement. It's possible that, due to having experienced a loss of a child, Kushina harbored a deep affection for Karen, perhaps seeking to express her maternal love in this manner. "Okihiko, you're back?" Okihiko scooped up the adorable black-haired little girl, Karen, before him. Her eyes sparkled, and she boasted a charming appearance. Karen appeared to have inherited the gentle traits of both Kana and him, lacking the fiery and obstinate nature of the original Karen. It's understandable, both Fuso and Kana are compassionate individuals. Moreover, under Kushina's guidance, Karen also developed an optimistic and self-assured demeanor. Okihiko smiled warmly at Kushina, "Thank you for looking after her. No need to thank me. If anything, I might be the one causing inconvenience. After all, I'm being paid for this." Kushina smiled and gently shook her head. Then she turned her gaze to Karen, remarking, "And Karen is just so delightful. Incredibly lovable. Sometimes, I wish I had a daughter of my own." As she spoke, a tinge of melancholy and anger flickered in her eyes. Over the years, she had learned about the events in Hidden Leaf Village. She understood that Minato, the savior of the village, was misunderstood, and Naruto. His life hadn't unfolded as she had imagined, it had been quite harsh. Initially, her anger surged, and she contemplated returning to Hidden Leaf Village, perhaps even exacting revenge. However, upon reflection, she realized it wasn't a simple journey back. Despite no longer being a Jinchuriki, she was now the mother of one, and by all rights, she should have perished. Presently, Naruto was viewed as a monster, the son of a traitor, in the eyes of the village. If she were to return, would the village permit this aggrieved mother to intervene in the Jinchuriki's upbringing? Even if she did appear, the darkness of Hidden Leaf Village might find her, orchestrating her silent disappearance. As the former 4th Hokage's wife, she was privy to some of Hidden Leaf Village's dark secrets. Had she returned 3 years prior, there might have been an opportunity to care for Naruto. But now, Naruto was nearing 4 years old. The window of intervention had seemingly closed. Don't worry. While Naruto's life may not be as rosy as you'd hope, he's not in immediate danger. Okihiko paused briefly before adding, and just a few days ago, Elder Yoshinori went to Hidden Leaf Village. He should be returning soon. I'm sure he'll bring back photos, and once he is back, you can inquire about Naruto's well-being. Over the past 3 years, Yoshinori had intermittently journeyed to Hidden Leaf Village. The reason? Well, it was to negotiate with the 3rd Hokage. After all, the Will of Fire held considerable sway, especially for a young child facing discrimination. Receiving affection from an elderly figure is an effective strategy, one that few children can resist. This holds even truer for 4-year-old age children in the ninja world, where one of them could even be contemplating about a piece of the ninja world. Who knows, a moment of inattention, and he could easily be swayed. Thus, they had to employ the spirit of grass to counteract it, reassuring Naruto that he still had family and that there were still people who cared for him, planting a seed of connection in his heart. However, Hidden Leaf Village grew increasingly irritated with this. In front of Yoshinori, they asserted that Naruto was Hidden Leaf Village's Jinchuriki, expressing their desire for the Uzumaki clan and Grass Shinobi not to interfere. Yet, Yoshinori paid them no heed. As an elder of the clan, he considered it perfectly reasonable to occasionally check in on his clan member. Was that so strange? Or could it be that Hidden Leaf Village was such an inhumane and cold ninja village? Yoshinori consistently portrayed Hidden Leaf Village as morally lacking. This stance angered Hidden Leaf Village, but they hesitated to take action against Uzumaki Yoshinori. He was not just a grass ninja, he was also an elder of the Uzumaki clan. If Hidden Leaf Village were to attack a Uzumaki elder at this point, it could potentially strain the relationship between Hidden Leaf Village and the Uzumaki clan. While there were some covert attempts, they were all skillfully evaded. Observing Kushina, gently pinching Karen's face with a smile as if contemplating something, Akihiko sighed helplessly. After a brief moment of thought, he began, "Perhaps it won't be long before you can." However, before he could complete his sentence, a distinct knocking sound echoed, and Rin's voice rang out from inside, "Lord Akihiko, a grass shinobi is here. Claiming to have some important information." Akihiko was puzzled. Important information? Could it be Elder Yoshinori and the others returning? Considering the time frame, that seemed plausible. He was also taken aback and promptly called out, "Come in." Passing Karen into Fuso's care, Akihiko turned his attention to the visibly anxious grass shinobi. "Don't worry, just tell me. What information do you have? Is it possible that Elder Yoshinori and the others have returned?" "Yes, but..." The grass shinobi hesitated, clearly grappling with something. "Is it really that? Any trouble?" Akihiko reassured, trying to calm the shinobi's evident distress. "Even if there is, relax. We've faced trouble before, and Grass Village isn't the small village it once was. There's no need to worry excessively. Why are you still so anxious?" Akihiko added with a wry smile, attempting to lighten the mood. Could it be that Elder Yoshinori brought the Jinchuriki back from Hidden Leaf Village? As soon as he uttered those words, the grass shinobi before him fell into a stunned silence. The entire room followed suit, their attention focused on the shinobi's reaction. After approximately 3 seconds, the grass shinobi lifted his head in shock, an incredulous gaze fixed on the leader. "Lord Akihiko, you already know?" Stunned expressions adorned everyone, Akihiko included. "What? What did he just say?" "I know what." Chapter 193 Denzo is back? The revelation hit Akihiko like a tidal wave. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had been brought back? Regardless of the means, the absence of the Nine Tails would undoubtedly throw Hidden Leaf Village into chaos. The Nine Tails was, after all, Hidden Leaf Village's closely guarded secret weapon, an entity even feared by the first Hokage. The departure of the Jinchuriki would significantly weaken Hidden Leaf Village's overall strength, especially during this delicate time of post-war recovery. As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Hidden Leaf Village couldn't afford such a loss. Particularly now, right after the war, as the village was in the midst of reconstruction. Hence, regardless of any circumstance, Hidden Leaf Village would never permit the Nine Tails to leave. Even if it meant sacrificing the Jinchuriki, the Nine Tails must remain within the village. As the leader of Grass Village, Akihiko had indeed strategized the Uzumaki recovery plan, but he never entertained the notion of bringing the child back at this time. And yet, the shocking result was Elder Yoshinori allegedly abducting the child straight to Grass Village. Was it during the peace talks with Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Stones Village, and Hidden Clouds Village that he seized the opportunity to take the child? At that moment, Akihiko, accompanied by his daughter, the excited yet apprehensive Kushina, Fuso, and Rin, entered the expansive conference room. Gazing at Yoshinori and Mobuki, who had just returned from Hidden Leaf Village, Akihiko remained silent. His attention focused particularly on the small figure cowering behind Elder Yoshinori, scared and bewildered, tightly gripping onto the elder's pants. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. They had indeed brought him back. Seemingly aware of the leader's confusion, Mobuki sported a proud smile. As if boasting about a successful multi-billion business deal, he approached with a triumphant expression and declared, "Leader, how about that? We managed to bring the child back. Isn't that impressive?" "Impressive." Akihiko responded, still taken aback, and his mouth twitched at Mobuki's self-satisfied expression. Truly impressive. Then, Akihiko fell into silence. Glancing at the somewhat frightened Naruto and then impassively at Mobuki, he finally spoke, "Thank you. No need to thank me. This is what every grass shinobi should do." Mobuki responded with a nonchalant tone. "Tell me, how did you manage to bring him back? Weren't you confronted by Hidden Leaf Village?" Akihiko asked curiously, brushing off Mobuki's apparent pride. "Confronted? Grass shinobi don't fear confrontation. We would rather face death than retreat. Though this mission was immensely important, attempting to abduct someone from the mightiest shinobi village, the odds of success were 1 in 1,000, or even less," Mobuki declared in a tone of righteousness. There was a faint sense of "I can overcome any obstacle" in his demeanor. Standing tall with hands behind his back, his gaze focused ahead, he exuded an air of unwavering determination. "As an experienced grass shinobi, I consistently uphold the leader's teachings. During my visits to Hidden Leaf Village, amidst countless temptations, I unwaveringly adhered to my mission, the talent recruitment plan, a duty ingrained in every grass shinobi," Mobuki continued. However, before he could conclude his statement, Akihiko promptly disregarded him. He turned his head, directing his attention to the somewhat helpless Yoshinori, and demanded, "Forget him, you tell me." If Mobuki persisted in speaking, by the time he comprehended the situation, they might have already faced an attack. "Ha ha ha, Advisor Mobuki has a point, actually. We grass shinobi always uphold the spirit of grass." Yoshinori chuckled heartily, patting the head of the somewhat frightened Naruto. However, it wasn't the appropriate moment to explain the current situation to the child. With a hint of cloudiness in his eyes, Yoshinori continued, "Leader is aware that I visit this child every year during these days. This time it coincided with the planned peace treaty signing between Hidden Clouds Village and Hidden Leaf Village. However, something unexpected occurred in Hidden Leaf Village yesterday." Pausing briefly, adopting a serious tone, he added, "Hidden Clouds Village infiltrated the Hyuga clan compound during the talks, nearly abducting the Hyuga clan's young princess." As Yoshinori's words settled, Akihiko paused for a moment. He almost forgot about this matter. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if a realization dawned on him. "So, you seized the opportunity amidst the chaos?" "Ah, not exactly. It's just that on that day, it was obviously the prearranged time." Yoshinori sighed. Despite using the guise of visiting his clan member to dissuade Hidden Leaf Village from overtly obstructing them, their visits were still periodically restricted by Hidden Leaf Village. This was done to prevent Grass Village from establishing too close a bond with Hidden Leaf Village's Jinchuriki or influencing them. While understanding the rationale behind this restriction, Yoshinori had to accept it. Otherwise, Hidden Leaf Village could simply refuse the visit, citing concerns about the Jinchuriki's young age and the potential for accidents. But, given the incident, perhaps they worried we would interfere, and they hastened our departure. "You know how Hidden Leaf Village harbors some misconceptions about us from Grass Village," Yoshinori explained, expressing a sense of helplessness. "Moreover, with the war seemingly coming to an end, and the pamphlets already distributed, I didn't want to risk disrupting the leader's plans. So, without further ado, I cheerfully prepared to leave." At this juncture, a hushed silence enveloped everyone, captivated by the unfolding story. Even Kushina, who was emotional witnessing her son, listened attentively. Each person present was likely consumed by curiosity, pondering how Naruto found himself in Grass Village. That night, after bidding farewell to Naruto, I intended to depart the following morning. Yoshinori sighed, affectionately patting Naruto's head. But, a brief pause, a hint of mischief in his smile, something unexpected occurred. Due to the Hidden Clouds Village kidnapping incident, the third Hokage had to leave. He revealed. After all, whenever he visits Naruto, that old guy will consistently follow him until he departs. Yoshinori continued, recalling the actions of the hypocritical Sarutobi Hiruzen. Given the gravity of the situation, I heard that Hidden Clouds Village accused Hidden Leaf Village of intentionally killing their shinobi. Hidden Leaf Village was pressured to punish or possibly even hand over the culprit, otherwise, the conflict would persist. Consequently, the atmosphere in Hidden Leaf Village became highly tense. High-ranking officials were engaged in negotiations with Hidden Clouds Village ninja. Since we had assured them of our departure, Hidden Leaf Village eased its surveillance on us, even marginally reducing the monitoring on this child. The next morning, we kept our promise and prepared to leave. Naruto, however, followed us to bid farewell. Yoshinori shook his head in helplessness. But just before departure, this child mentioned having a sizable package at home, intending to gift it to the kind person who consistently arranged birthday presents for him. And with that eager expression of his, I couldn't bring myself to refuse, so I agreed. He explained, glancing at Kushina, the one responsible for Naruto's numerous gifts. Then, A smile graced Yoshinorai's face. However, it turned out that Naruto used a scientific ninja tool to distract the Anbu watching him, hiding within the luggage. When we reached his house and discovered the large box package, Naruto was nowhere to be seen. We assumed he had been summoned by the third and proceeded to carry the box away, assuming it was the gift he mentioned. It was only during the journey that we uncovered Naruto concealed in the box. Everyone was left dumbfounded. However, by then, we were already a considerable distance from Hidden Leaf Village. In the box? Mumbled Akihiko. The scientific ninja tool being referred to must be the gift from Kushina, which she discreetly gave to Yoshinori to gift Naruto for his safety in emergencies. It was engraved with a confusing and mildly anesthetic smoke, acquired from Hanzo, suggesting its potentially formidable effects enough to render even a Jonin unconscious with a moment of carelessness. Surprisingly, Naruto, having drugged the Anbu surveilling him, concealed himself in the box and fled. Fortuitously, the Hidden Clouds Village incident diverted most of Hidden Leaf Village's attention, making this method effective. If the third Hokage had been present, Naruto's escape plan might not have succeeded, given the third's adept peeping technique and habits. Akihiko pursed his lips, seemingly grasping the situation. However, curiosity lingered, prompting him to ask, Hidden Leaf Village's ninja didn't catch up? They did catch up. But Yoshinori and Mobuki exchanged grins, displaying the characteristic smile of grass shinobi. Once it's in our hands, must it return? So, when we noticed Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas closing in, we simply carried Naruto and ran. And Hidden Leaf Village didn't retaliate or take significant action against you? Akihiko wondered if Hidden Leaf Village Anbu had realized that a Jinchuriki was being abducted, they would typically respond with serious measures. Even Hidden Root ninjas might not hesitate to take overt and direct action. Actually, I also found it peculiar. Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu is undeniably formidable. In such a hurried situation, it's implausible for us not to be caught up. Yoshinori commented, frowning slightly upon hearing Akihiko's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Oh, right. I remember someone halted Hidden Leaf Village's ninja from behind at that time." Gazing up at Akihiko, he continued, "We assumed it was the leader's arrangement." Akihiko, upon hearing this, was stunned, incredulously wondering to himself, "I arranged it? When did I arrange it?" It seemed impossible. At that time, he wasn't even aware that these individuals were audacious enough to directly abduct someone. After a moment of silence, Akihiko shook his head and said, "I didn't arrange that. It's just." Frowning slightly, he mused, who could it be? From Hidden Clouds Village? Intentionally tarnishing Hidden Leaf Village's reputation? Or ninjas from other villages? As his words trailed off, a triumphant voice echoed, "Of course, who else but me? I had a hunch this bunch of guys would be in big trouble this time, so I sneaked out quietly." The familiar voice revealed itself. "Isn't his at least an rank mission? Let me tell you, if you give me some scrolls again this time, I'll strangle you." Upon recognizing that voice, Akihiko suddenly felt enlightened, understanding who had intervened. Unexpectedly, it was this kid. But expecting the rewards of an A-rank mission? Don't even dream about it. Before Akihiko could utter a word, his attention shifted to another figure beside Obito. In contrast to Obito, this individual was securely bound, his mouth gagged with a wad of cloth. He glared angrily at the scene, emitting a muffled woo-wah-woo sound. Obito saw Akihiko's gaze and promptly clarified, "Right. I also brought this guy. He dared to ambush me. Plus, being a high-ranking member of Hidden Leaf Village, I thought he might serve some purpose, so I brought him." However, before Obito could elaborate, he observed both Akihiko and Kakazu's eyes light up. Bewildered, Obito looked on as the two hurriedly approached him, donning expressions reminiscent of affectionate relatives. They warmly assisted Denzo to his feet, even dusting him off as if welcoming an esteemed guest. "Hey. Why didn't you mention anything when you brought such an honored guest? We didn't even have time to prepare," Akihiko remarked with a smile, glancing at Denzo. "Rest assured, later, I will definitely reprimand him severely. How could he treat someone of your stature like a hog?" Denzo however only stared back at Akihiko dumbfoundedly. Chapter 194 Denzo, I will not betray Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo Shimura, known by various titles such as Hidden Leaf Village's Darkness, Hokage's Assistant, Leader of the Root, and Hidden Leaf Village's Second-in-Command, found himself captured for the second time by a seemingly insignificant ninja village. In the current moment, Denzo's countenance betrayed a trace of discomfort. Especially as he observed the two individuals who had assisted him to his feet, eagerly dusting him off. Denzo's mind raced with questions. Why were they treating him with such enthusiasm? What were their intentions? Despite the unease settling in his heart, his body involuntarily stiffened. Considering his circumstances, he couldn't help but let out a resigned sigh. He hadn't anticipated another failure. During this crisis, Hiruzen Sarutobi was entangled with the Cloud Village, diverting the village's attention away from other matters. Faced with threats from the Cloud Village, claiming they would go to war if no explanation was provided, the weak Hiruzen Sarutobi played along, allowing them to dictate the terms. In the chaos, Denzo, as the Hokage's assistant and the one who could command the Anbu, was the only one capable of handling the situation. He knew that the mission to retrieve the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was on his shoulders. In the interest of Hidden Leaf Village, Denzo swiftly made a decisive choice, ordering the Anbu to mobilize without a moment's hesitation. He dismissed concerns about the grass ninjas covertly taking away the Jinchuriki, as they were, in his assessment, merely a group of grass ninjas. Over the course of these 3 years, their consistent visits to Hidden Leaf Village had prompted an exhaustive investigation into their identities. With the exception of Uzumaki Yoshinori, who possessed some measure of strength, and the audacious and shameless grass ninja, Mobuki, the rest were deemed inconsequential in terms of strength. Denzo couldn't fathom how this group, with their meager abilities, harbored ambitions of kidnapping someone in Hidden Leaf Village. Hidden Leaf Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages and recognized as the most powerful, wouldn't be swayed by such a feeble attempt. The audacity to think they could elude Hidden Leaf Village's pursuit within half an hour was nothing short of delusional. This time, Denzo resolved to make the old and indecisive Sarutobi understand a crucial truth. The safest hands for the Jinchuriki were his. Sarutobi's hesitancy and sentimental nature had nearly plunged Hidden Leaf Village into disaster. Entrusting the Jinchuriki to Denzo for guidance was, undoubtedly, the most prudent course of action. The Jinchuriki was a weapon of Hidden Leaf Village, and that I, too, belonged under his control. This incident presented an opportunity, a chance to force Sarutobi into compromise. Even the Jinchuriki, if following someone else, would not be so naive as to trust Sarutobi again just because of emotional ties. In the end, weapons were merely tools. Additionally, Denzo saw this as an opening to tarnish Sarutobi's reputation. He could inform the daimyo that Sarutobi's indecision had almost led to a significant loss for Hidden Leaf Village and a Land of Fire. It was time for a leader who could guide Hidden Leaf Village effectively, and Denzo Shimura was the one fit for the role, portraying himself as the true shadow of Hidden Leaf Village. Now was the time to make the aged and indecisive Sarutobi comprehend the undeniable truth. The safest custodian for the Jinchuriki was none other than himself. If it weren't for his decisive intervention, Sarutobi's wavering and sentimental nature might have led Hidden Leaf Village to the brink of disaster. Entrusting the Jinchuriki to him, Denzo, for proper guidance was undeniably the most prudent course of action. The Jinchuriki was a weapon of Hidden Leaf Village which he should handle, and that formidable eye also rightfully belonged in his hands. This presented an opportune moment, a chance to force Sarutobi into a compromise. Denzo firmly believed that Sarutobi wouldn't be so naive as to place trust in the Jinchuriki again solely due to emotional attachments. Eventually, Sarutobi would recognize the fundamental truth that weapons were just tools. Furthermore, this situation offered Denzo an opening to tarnish Sarutobi's reputation. He could inform the daimyo that Sarutobi's indecision had almost led to a catastrophic loss for Hidden Leaf Village and a Land of Fire. Presenting Sarutobi as aged and confused, Denzo would subtly position himself as the rightful leader capable of guiding Hidden Leaf Village to unprecedented greatness. And true to his expectations, the grass ninjas hadn't managed to cover much ground in that brief, less than half-an-hour time span. Soon, Denzo closed in, his excitement building as he eyed the grass ninjas before him. The prospect of harnessing the Nine-Tails' power, seizing the Hokage position, and wiping away the stain on his reputation lay right in front of him. Taking immediate command of the situation, Denzo ordered the Anbu ninjas to withdraw, asserting his dominance. He would handle things from here. Before the Anbu, he directed a scornful snort at Sarutobi. "Huh, foolish Sarutobi." Ignoring the silent Anbu trailing him, Denzo inhaled deeply, lifting his head with a sense of authority. As if he had already ascended to the role of Hokage, he fervently swung his large hand, declaring with passion, "Attack! How dare these mere grass ninjas infiltrate Hidden Leaf Village to abduct someone? Really absurd. This farce must come to an end now. Let these shinobi from a minor village comprehend the true might of the 5 great ninja villages." As his command reverberated, the Anbu ninjas charged forward without a moment's hesitation. The wind howled, and the confrontation unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. He felt the taste of success on his lips and he could even already see his statue on the Hokage rock. However, amid his calculated expectations, one unforeseen twist disrupted the scene. As the Anbu ninjas closed in, prepared to surround the grass ninjas, the space ahead distorted. In an instant, a figure materialized, a familiar eye and silhouette, unmistakably belonging to Obito Uchiha, the wielder of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Subsequently, the entire scenario underwent a drastic transformation. Obito Uchiha, harnessing the enigmatic power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, single-handedly halted the advance of all Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, rendering them immobile. Yet, as the Jinchuriki continued to distance himself, Denzo, the silent guardian in Hidden Leaf Village as shadows, couldn't stand idly by while witnessing the Jinchuriki vanish before him. Despite the formidable might of the Mangekyo Sharingan, a force rivaling even the wood style of the first Hokage, Denzo refused to retreat. The prospect of losing the Jinchuriki was unacceptable, especially with that eye still within reach. In the name of Hidden Leaf Village, he needed to reclaim it. Without a moment's hesitation, Denzo charged forward, unleashing his most potent assault on Obito Uchiha. However, the overwhelming power of the Mangekyo Sharingan proved insurmountable. After a grueling 300-round battle, he faltered at a crucial moment, allowing the Jinchuriki to slip away. Thus, exhausted and defeated, Denzo found himself captured once again. Denzo clenched his fist, casting an angry glare at Obito Uchiha beside him. Deep within, he sighed, placing the blame squarely on Sarutobi. "It's all because of you," he thought, convinced that if he hadn't surrendered the eye when he had the chance, he would have swiftly dealt with the Hidden Leaf Village traitor, reclaimed the Jinchuriki, and exacted a heavy toll from the Grass Village. "Damn it!" Denzo muttered with frustration as he observed the Grass Village leader and finance minister flanking him. His lips twitched in irritation, and he snorted, "If it weren't for the unforeseen circumstances back then, I wouldn't have fallen into captivity again." "Don't get ahead of yourself," Obito retorted, disdain evident in his tone. "I spotted your sneak attack from miles away. Rest assured, you didn't even graze my clothes. All it took was a single glance from me. And you grumbled the fastest." At Obito's revelation, an awkward silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood still, their gazes fixed on Denzo. His expression darkened, his chest heaving with anger as he glared at Obito. Observing the tension in the air, Akihiko and Kakazu grew anxious, worried about a potential escalation. They swiftly turned their attention to Obito. "Hey, can't you speak more courteously? We've been saying this is an honored guest, not a capture. It's an invitation, understand? Have you never read any books? You should know how to extend an invitation." Kakazu chimed in, nodding in agreement. "Exactly, your choice of words needs improvement. Do you call this an invitation? And what do you mean I haven't read any books?" Obito's mouth twitched, contemplating whether or not to respond, when suddenly, "Don't feign benevolence." Denzo snorted, his expression no longer as dark as before. He cast a cold gaze around, especially when he caught sight of a familiar figure. The fourth Hokage's wife. "I never expected the Jinchuriki to survive even after losing the tailed beast. Grass Village is truly cunning." It appeared that Hidden Leaf Village was facing imminent danger. However, in Denzo's eyes, the blame rested squarely on Hiruzen's shoulders. If only he hadn't been so indecisive, things might not have reached this point. Facing Akihiko and Kakazu, Denzo looked resolute as he spoke. "Now that I've been captured again, if you intend to kill or torture me, go ahead and do it." This time, the unexpected recapture brought a sense of resignation. He understood that survival might not be an option this time. The Jinchuriki had been taken away by the Grass Ninjas, and war seemed inevitable. While there was a tinge of regret in his heart, unfulfilled dreams, and a complex array of emotions, he couldn't deny the possibility that perhaps he shouldn't have ventured out at that particular moment. Nonetheless, he asserted, "Don't underestimate Hidden Leaf Village ninjas." As soon as Denzo finished speaking, Akihiko intervened, "Killing and torturing? Those are quite unpleasant words. We're merely inviting you as our esteemed guest. No need to be nervous. After all, Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Leaf Village are close allies. Also remember, our village values peace." Akihiko gestured for Kakazu to take charge, adding, "Come, let's take our esteemed guest down to rest. Ensure that he is well taken care of." Kakazu responded confidently, "Rest assured, I'll personally take care of him. If a single hair falls, I'll personally settle with Hidden Leaf Village." Denzo, hearing these unexpected words, was once again taken aback. They weren't going to kill him or inflict harm? They were letting him go again? Was it out of fear for Hidden Leaf Village? But that couldn't be the case. If they feared Hidden Leaf Village, they wouldn't have taken the Jinchuriki. So why release him again? As Denzo pondered the situation, fragments of the previous capture flashed in his mind. Recollections of the Grass Ninjas' words about being respected by their leader. Additionally, the promise of a warm welcome from their leader echoed in his mind from the failed resource exploitation attempt in Hidden Leaf Village. A realization struck Denzo. Could it be that they were trying to recruit him, much like how they persuaded defectors? Was Grass Village planning to settle the score with Hidden Leaf Village on his behalf? Contemplating these thoughts, Denzo regarded Akihiko with a mix of complex emotions. After a moment of silence, he snorted dismissively and defiantly declared, "Just dream, Your idea will only fail. He emphasized his loyalty to Hidden Leaf Village, asserting, I will only be a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village. Guided by Kakazu, Denzo left, leaving Akihiko bewildered by the response. What dream? What failure? Akihiko couldn't grasp the meaning behind Denzo's words. After a moment of thought, he shook his head and turned away, leaving the mysteries unanswered. At this moment, Naruto found himself still cowering behind Elder Yoshinori, his most trusted person. The two red-haired women in front of him didn't seem afraid, one of them was smiling, while the younger red-haired woman kept looking at him with teary eyes. The little girl, even younger than him, was smiling and asking, Are you Big Brother Naruto? Confused by the term Big Brother, Naruto wondered what was happening. He had only wanted to sneak out to see the people Elder Yoshinori mentioned wouldn't dislike him. Little did he expect to cause such a stir. After a moment of hesitation, he raised his head and looked at Elder Yoshinori, addressing him as Grandpa. However, before Yoshinori could reply, a black-haired man walked up, rubbed Naruto's head, and smiled, This is your mother, Naruto. Don't worry, we are all good people. And welcome to the Grass Village. Saying that he looked back at the red-haired woman, It's been a while, and the kid must be hungry and tired. Whatever the matter is, let's talk after going back. Apologizing, Kushina, still somewhat stunned, quickly nodded, Sorry, I was too nervous. Yes. Let's let Naruto eat and rest first. Glancing at Akihiko, she hesitated briefly before whispering, Thank you. With a warm smile, she stood up. Without waiting for Naruto to comprehend what was happening, she took a deep breath and, with a cheerful expression, gently rubbed Naruto's face. Hey, little guy, I'm your mom. Come on, let's go home with Mom. Mom will take you to eat delicious food. Suddenly remembering something, she muttered, Damn it. That old man, if there's a chance, I'll burn his beard directly. Naruto was left bewildered. What mom? His? Staring at the woman who looked at him with a smiling yet teary face, he blinked, as if his fragile heart had undergone a significant shock. Before he could utter a word, he found himself picked up and carried away, completely uncertain about what was happening. The sudden turn of events left Naruto struggling to understand. He saw Elder Yoshinori smiling as they left, and the little girl who called him Big Brother was hugging the uncle who had just touched his head, calling him Dad. Perplexed by the situation, Naruto lowered his head, looked at the woman holding him, and suddenly felt a familiar sensation. Mom? Could it be my mom? Chapter 195 Naruto, Where's Dad? In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, young Naruto rubbed his eyes, slowly opened them, and gazed at the unfamiliar ceiling. After a while, it finally dawned on Naruto. He was no longer in Hidden Leaf Village. Yesterday, after discreetly neutralizing all the ninjas tailing him, he slipped out of the village. Grandpa Yoshinori then brought him to this place. Then brought him here. Actually, before this, Naruto was unaware that someone had been tracking him. It was only after Elder Yoshinori scolded the third Hokage that Naruto secretly discovered it. From a young age, Naruto understood that he didn't have parents, but he couldn't comprehend why everyone in the village disliked him. Each time he ventured out, people would cast disdainful looks his way. The third Hokage, in his monthly visits, provided some comfort and a living allowance. However, these visits were brief, as the third Hokage, being the revered protector of the village, had limited time to spare with Naruto. Yet, on every birthday, Elder Yoshinori would bring numerous people to the village. Those were the happiest moments for Naruto, as many who didn't harbor ill feelings towards him would arrive. Elder Yoshinori, during these times, would offer birthday gifts, claiming that Naruto had numerous caring relatives who missed him and would assure him not to be afraid of anyone. Furthermore, during that period, the third Hokage would have more leisure, spending time with Naruto alongside Elder Yoshinori. However, Naruto couldn't help but also notice the third Hokage would always keep a constant gaze toward Elder Yoshinori. Yet, Elder Yoshinori and others weren't residents of Hidden Leaf Village. They would visit only once a year, staying for a few brief days before departing. During those periods, Naruto couldn't help but feel a deep sense of loneliness. The 4-year-old Naruto, already filled with questions, wondered why his relatives didn't reside in Hidden Leaf Village. Driven by a desire to meet those who supposedly didn't harbor disdain for him, he secretly followed Elder Yoshinori out of the village. To his surprise, upon arriving here, he encountered many individuals who didn't treat him with disdain. There was a little sister who referred to him as Big Brother, and a woman who claimed to be his mother. Speaking of which, was she truly his mother? Though, there was indeed a familiar feeling. However, when he first saw her, she was very gentle. But after a while, Mom's demeanor changed. How should he put it? Because he didn't call her Mom, she punched him on the head. The abrupt change left Naruto bewildered. Despite the initial gentleness, the sudden shift in behavior, coupled with the painful punch, left him with mixed feelings. Nevertheless, he now seemed to have a mother. Yet, questions lingered. Why did Mom live here while he resided in Hidden Leaf Village? Why did she express the intention to beat the third Hokage? And where was Dad? What led the people in Hidden Leaf Village to dislike him? The young Naruto had numerous questions awaiting answers. Naruto, are you awake? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside the door. Despite its loudness, it brought a sense of comfort to Naruto. The voice continued, your Aunt Fuso has prepared breakfast. After eating, Mom will take you to play. Ha ha ha, there are many interesting places here. You'll definitely like it. Hearing this, Naruto's small face reflected surprise, and he quickly got up from the bed. Although Mom had offered to sleep with him last night, he declined. It was an unfamiliar place, and despite his mischievous nature in Hidden Leaf Village, suddenly finding himself in a different environment made him a little scared. After a moment, Naruto walked out of the room. Look at how skinny my child has become. He must not have eaten well in Hidden Leaf Village. Kushina observed Naruto, approached him, pinched his cheek, and spoke with indignation. That old man, the third Hokage, actually didn't keep his promise. It's really hateful. If he is caught. However, she abruptly halted her words and didn't proceed. Lowering her head to look at Naruto before her, she shifted to a cheerful tone, come on. Wash up first, then have breakfast. Your Aunt Fuso's cooking is very delicious. Soon after, under the guidance of his self-proclaimed mother, Naruto, having finished washing up, arrived at the dining room. There, he found Aunt Fuso and the little sister from last night, who appeared a bit sleepy. However, upon seeing him, she still cheerfully exclaimed, Big brother Naruto. For some reason, her eyes blinked rapidly, constantly fixated on him, making him feel a bit awkward. Nice to meet you. Naruto said with a hint of awkwardness. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I'm Karen Kusuno. Karen responded enthusiastically as she also introduced herself. Huh, it's not Uzumaki? Naruto questioned upon hearing this, as he assumed that if she was calling him Big Brother, she should be related to him and also bear the Uzumaki name. Karen appeared puzzled by Naruto's reaction. She cutely tilted her head, but recalling what her dad had mentioned, her little face turned expectant as she looked at Naruto. Big brother Naruto, do you have a cat that can breathe fire? A cat? Naruto was bewildered, he didn't have one. On the sidelines, Fuso and Kushina, upon hearing this innocent question, couldn't help but smile helplessly. They were aware that this was a tale concocted by Akihiko to amuse his daughter, the legend of the sacred fire cat. In reality, there were many other imaginative creatures in the story, such as a tsundere fox that liked playing with balls and a mischievous monkey, and so on. However, Karen developed a particular fondness for the fire-breathing cat and consistently expressed her desire to have one as a pet. Akihiko, in retrospect, regretted sharing such a fantastical story. But the challenge was apparent. Where could they find a cat capable of breathing fire? Two tails? Eventually, Akihiko had to come up with a random excuse. Fuso chuckled helplessly, gently setting Karen down, and remarked, alright. Let's dig into breakfast. And Akihiko and Kana actually let their daughters sneak over here last night. Kana is such a kind and gentle mother. Kushina smiled, nodding in agreement, and it's all because they trust Fuso so much. The lively conversation continued as they all began to enjoy their breakfast. Observing this heartwarming scene, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Typically, except for occasional visits from the third Hokage, he would have breakfast alone. But today, he had so many people around him, sharing a meal. With his mom serving him and Karen cheerfully offering him vegetables, Naruto felt a sense of warmth. Having a mom and so many caring individuals meant a lot to him. Yet, one question lingered in his mind: where was Dad? Why hadn't he seen him yet? Naruto cast an envious glance at Karen, who was happily eating, and recalled the black-haired uncle who had patted his head the day before. Where could Dad be? Was he also here? The thought lit up Naruto's eyes. After all, if Mom was here, maybe Dad was too? Akihiko lazily stretched, then shook his head in a somewhat helpless manner. He took a sip of the tea that Kana handed him and looked at her, who seemed a bit concerned. If you're worried, just go check. No, I'm just concerned that Karen might disrupt Kushina and Naruto. Today is a significant day for them as mother and son. Kana sighed with a sense of helplessness, shaking her head. She then directed a slightly accusatory gaze at Akihiko. It's all your fault, saying that Kushina's family keeps a cat that can breathe fire. Akihiko grinned awkwardly. His intention was merely to comfort the child back then, not expecting Karen to remember it so vividly. Today, he had no plans to disturb them, but unexpectedly, Fuso didn't send Karen back. It's fine. With Fuso taking care of them, there's no need to worry. Besides, Karen's presence might help Kushina and Naruto relax more, don't you think? Okihiko reassured with a smile. I didn't think it would be this challenging for a child. Kana sighed, her expression reflecting a mix of emotions. I didn't expect even dignified Hidden Leaf Village to treat a child like this, especially the child of the fourth Hokage. Let's not discuss this now. It's still early, and it's time to recharge our energy. Okihiko checked the time, approached Kana, and smiled. We might get busy again soon. However, as soon as he finished speaking, ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang, and outside came an excited and familiar voice. Leader Akihiko, I heard there's an esteemed guest. I specially took the train early in the morning to come. Moreover, really, as the leader, you're still not working at this hour? Leader Akihiko, open the door. Huh? Are you not here? Are you next door? Chapter 196 Esteemed Guest. Hey, Ken is present too. Good morning. I've brought some fresh fish for everyone to enjoy. By the way, where's Karen? Her grandpa Hanzo's around. Is she not up for a ride on a salamander? Not here, huh? Maybe next door? No, I won't come in. Ah, you're quite the character. By the way, do you even know the time? As the leader, should you really be so laid back? Is this the example for the skilled ninjas under your command? With a chuckle, Hanzo closed the door, snagged the somewhat disgruntled Akihiko, and pulled him outside. Come on. We've got some important matters to discuss. And why that look? Don't fret, I'm not here to seek approval for funds today. Hanzo reassured, noting Akihiko's resentful gaze. As if you'd ever discuss funds. You'd probably just stubbornly sprawl on the floor. Akihiko rolled his eyes, his temper not at its best. So, why the early visit this morning? Word has it, a distinguished guest is in our midst. Hanzo sighed. As the leader of the Land of Rain, how could I not pay a visit? Honestly. It's been a while, I haven't seen Denzo. By the way, how did he end up in the Land of Grass? He was invited, of course. Akihiko replied with an earnest tone. I see, captured? That explains it. But did you take care of our guest properly? Let's not have any complaints. Hanzo concluded, brushing off Akihiko's sincerity. Rest assured. Kakazu is personally taking care of him. It's all arranged perfectly. Akihiko replied, unperturbed by Hanzo's skepticism. Kakazu? Well, then I can relax. Hanzo nodded, reassured by Akihiko's words. Esteemed guest? Is this the treatment reserved for such dignitaries? Not to mention extravagant banquets, a decent meal would suffice. Instead, they handed him a military ration pill. Weren't they supposed to treat him well? Is this their attempt to win him over, possibly by undermining his deepest desires? At this moment, Denzo silently scrutinized the military ration pill in his hand. Curses were on the verge of escaping his lips. The previous night, their enthusiasm was palpable. Yet today, they presented him with nothing more than this military ration pill. Are they hoping to capture his favor with such a gesture? If this is the manner in which they conduct themselves, allowing someone of Denzo's stature, leader of Root, second in command of Hidden Leaf Village, and Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage assistant to align with them would be nothing short of a fantasy. Nevertheless, even if they had laid out a lavish feast, he, Shimura Denzo, remains a steadfast Hidden Leaf Village ninja. With nonchalance, Denzo tossed the military ration pill into his mouth. As a seasoned shinobi, in such situations, ensuring optimal condition and energy is imperative. Even if this military ration pill is far from appetizing, discarding it is out of the question. Speaking of which, he's not actually concerned about being poisoned. After all, if the intention is to recruit him, such treachery seemed unlikely. Moreover, there were advantages to this situation. At the very least, he no longer needed to fear for his life. The leader of the Grass Village wouldn't kill him in their efforts to recruit him. Having consumed the unpalatable military ration pill, Denzo clasped his hands together and let out a sigh, declaring, I will never betray Hidden Leaf Village. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice chimed in from outside the door. Betray? Betray what? Echoed the voice. Denzo's eyes narrowed as he turned to spot three familiar figures, the leader of the Grass Village, the leader of the Rain Village, and the finance minister of the Grass Village. Wearing a somewhat disdainful smile, Denzo remarked, I knew you would come. A guest like you certainly cannot be neglected. Akihiko nodded in agreement. I didn't expect to see you again. Sighed Hanzo at the side. Visit our Rain Village sometime too. Denzo fell silent at these words. Visit the Rain Village? Could it be that not only had the leader of the Grass Village set his sights on him, but the leader of the Rain Village also harbored intentions to recruit him? Denzo gazed at the two individuals before him, his eyes filled with complexity, and then let out a cold snort. I won't go anywhere. Stop dreaming. His attention shifted to Akihiko. What a clever calculation. I never expected the fourth Hokage's wife to not perish but instead reside in the grass village. It appears you had your sights set on Hidden Leaf Village's Jinchuriki long before. Set sights? Why phrase it so unpleasantly? You're aware that the grass village and Hidden Leaf Village are allies. How could we engage in such actions? Akihiko shook his head with emotion, then sighed, a hint of sadness in his tone. I simply want to prevent tragedies in the ninja world. Let the mother and son reunite. Moreover, now as a father myself, I can't bear such human tragedies the most. Allies? Only someone like Hiruzen would buy into such words. Unhesitatingly tearing apart the facade of camaraderie between the two villages, Denzo spoke with cold resolve, this time. You've crossed the line, Grass Village. After all, that was Hidden Leaf Village's Jinchuriki, the village's strongest weapon. To have the audacity to snatch Hidden Leaf Village's Jinchuriki? Regarding this matter, Hiruzen would undoubtedly not take it lightly. Yet, he pondered whether Hiruzen was aware that his Hokage assistant had also been captured once again. Denzo sighed once more, casting a complex gaze upon Akihiko. His plans had taken an unexpected turn. Moreover, he speculated that by now, Hiruzen must be grappling with a considerable headache too. However, Akihiko found Denzo's complex expression unsettling. What was Denzo up to? Why this scrutinizing gaze again? Was it resentment over being captured once more, fueling his anger? Contemplating this, Akihiko also clasped his hands, sighed with a touch of emotion, and spoke with a somewhat melancholic tone. I never anticipated our reunion in such circumstances. You should be aware that within all of Hidden Leaf Village, you are the one I hold in the highest regard. Shimura Denzo, only you. Before he could finish, a calm voice from Denzo interrupted, I understand. Akihiko's words were promptly stifled once more. He turned, blinking at Denzo, who was fixedly staring at him. Did Denzo already grasp the situation? Was there no need to deceive him with the prospect of financial gain? Before Akihiko could speak, Denzo continued, but don't entertain wishful thinking. After all, as a Hidden Leaf Village ninja, bearing the darkness of the village, how could he betray Hidden Leaf Village? This is impossible. Impossible? How do you know it's impossible if you don't try? Akihiko inquired curiously. After all, what harm was there in exchanging him for money? I say it's impossible because I am Shimura Denzo. Denzo declared with conviction in his voice. So what if you're Shimura Denzo? Akihiko looked perplexed at Denzo's statement. In any case, he had no intention of harming him, he simply wants to secure money in exchange for Denzo. As for anything else? No thanks. After all, Denzo would prove most valuable only when he returned to Hidden Leaf Village. Akihiko sighed once more, gazing sincerely at Denzo. Rest assured, after some time, we guarantee to safely send you back. You think such trivial tricks could fool me? Denzo snorted in response to Akihiko's words. What tricks? Akihiko asked, genuinely curious and unsure about what deception Denzo was alluding to. Are you still pretending to be ignorant? Denzo sneered, turning his head away from Akihiko. You don't understand me at all. Understand you? Akihiko looked puzzled by his words. So be it. Are you still attempting to play mind games with me at this point? Denzo stared at Akihiko, his gaze sincere. Even if you got my body, you can never get my heart. The three present were left stunned. Hanzo and Kakazu turned their silent gazes towards Akihiko. Indeed, he deserves to be the leader. He likes a lot of things. Startled, Akihiko jumped in and exclaimed, Don't talk nonsense. And why would I want your heart? Hee. Absurd. Even now, you still think I'm unaware? Denzo looked at the frustrated Akihiko, sneering disdainfully. You've been avoiding killing me all this time, merely aiming to recruit me, haven't you? Who wants to recruit you? Before the dumbfounded Akihiko could respond, Denzo continued with a smile on his face, Of course. There might still be a way. His eyes narrowed, a glint of light flashing as if a revelation had struck him. If you return the Jinchuriki, maybe there's still a chance. As his words settled, Denzo stood alone, facing away from the three individuals. With hands folded and head held high, in the dim cell, he exuded an aura emblematic of the darker side of the ninja world. However, at this moment, Akihiko looked at Denzo in speechless surprise. Why would they even consider that? The grass village didn't deserve to have someone like him. With a twitch of his mouth, Akihiko could only respond, Thank you. Chapter 197 An ace? Pa. Akihiko, seemingly wary of being implicated, expressed his disdain by spitting at the door. Hanzo, standing beside him, wore a sudden expression of disbelief, observing Akihiko's behavior. Why do you look so disgusted? He inquired. After all, Hidden Leaf Village ninja Shimura Denzo might not be overwhelmingly powerful, but he remains a significant figure in the ninja world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been appointed as Hidden Leaf Village's assistant Hokage by the third Hokage. There are even rumors circulating that Hidden Leaf Village's current prosperity and strength owe much to two individuals, one of them being the assistant Hokage Shimura Denzo. On that note, if you harbor such a version, why not just eliminate him? Don't tell me you genuinely intend to recruit him? Hanzo asked with curiosity. Don't talk nonsense. The Grass Village is modest and cannot accommodate someone of his caliber. At Hanzo's words, Akihiko, startled, jumped up and sighed. As for him, let's leave it to Hidden Leaf Village. Their modest Grass Village couldn't house such talents. If any member of Hidden Leaf Village's top 4 was missing, their collective strength would undoubtedly suffer. Therefore, this individual had to return to Hidden Leaf Village unharmed. Hidden Leaf Village was the stage where he could truly showcase his abilities. With that said, observing Hanzo, who appeared eager to voice more, Akihiko swiftly changed the subject. What about you? You seem quite carefree. Grass Village just abducted Hidden Leaf Village's Jinchuriki this time. Aren't you concerned about the possibility of war? Before the words could fully settle, Hanzo, donning a mask, casually waved his hand. I'm well prepared. With the operations of your Grass Village, it's only a matter of time before it becomes an adversary to the entire ninja world. Abducting individuals, deceitful schemes, swindling money, and disseminating false intelligence. Which respectable ninja village would engage in such actions? While other ninja villages might involve themselves in abductions, doing so openly and blatantly in front of others raised serious questions. If not for the weariness brought on by successive wars and the prevailing distrust among the ninja villages, Hanzo speculated that Grass Village would have faced severe consequences long ago. Similar to the aftermath of the First Ninja World War. To be honest, it's somewhat beyond my expectations that Grass Village has managed to survive until now. Of course. Hanzo sighed, his eyes narrowing. Halting his steps, he folded his hands, held his head high, and stood tall on the side, fully embodying the aura of a legendary ninja. Perhaps we can't surpass the 5 great ninja villages at the moment, but we can certainly hold our own against them. Over the years, he had witnessed the growth of Grass and Rain. They might not yet be formidable adversaries to the 5 great ninja villages, but they could endure, especially after 3 years of war for Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, to achieve true power, to ascend as the 6th great ninja village, conflict with the 5 great ninja villages was inevitable. Rather than allowing them to prepare and engage in a future battle, it was better to make them understand now that Grass and Rain were not to be trifled with. As the words settled, Akihiko, upon hearing Hanzo's words, immediately flickered his eyes and then sighed inwardly. Despite Hanzo's occasional disrespect and his frequent visits for financial matters, in times of trouble, he unwaveringly stands on the side of Grass Village. His decisiveness in challenging times is truly commendable. Akihiko also understood that this time, Hanzo wasn't merely here to entertain the distinguished guest, he was actively participating in discussions about the impending war. As a seasoned ninja, Hanzo likely foresaw long ago that the 5 major ninja villages harbored intentions to suppress Grass Village, and this wasn't a recent development. Reflecting on it, since its reconstruction, Grass Village has maintained stability and refrained from many excessive actions. They've even abandoned their traditional false intelligence dealings. Instead, they focused on legitimate business and membership management. Yet, despite these efforts, the 5 major ninja villages continue to look down on Grass Village, aiming to exploit their small, pitiable, and seemingly defenseless status. Don't worry, I have a solution, and the problem isn't significant. Akihiko reassured, waving his hand. Huh? What solution? Hanzo inquired, a bit puzzled. You know, this isn't like the last time when the 4 major ninja villages surrounded us. If a war truly erupts, the 5 major ninja villages will likely not underestimate Grass Village this time. Rest assured, we have an ace up our sleeve. Akihiko said, a smile playing on his lips. Huh? What ace? How come I don't know? Hanzo asked, a little confused. We just witnessed it a moment ago. Akihiko replied, glancing back with the same smile. Hanzo was momentarily stunned, then realization dawned on him. He nodded and furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Are you planning to negotiate with Hidden Leaf Village using this? The assistant Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village is indeed a crucial figure, rumored to be a close friend of the 3rd Hokage. I believe the 3rd Hokage won't easily relinquish him. While Hanzo agreed with the strategy, he remained cautious. However, this time, we've taken the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and Hidden Leaf Village won't readily compromise. They'll likely send ninjas for a rescue mission. But if we emerge victorious in this war and hand him over, perhaps we can force Hidden Leaf Village into a compromise. Even if not, we can delay the onset of this war for a while. With a sigh, he added, his tone tinged with regret, unfortunately, it seems we've lost hundreds of millions. However, as soon as the words were spoken, Akihiko looked at Hanzo with surprise. Loss? What loss? It's impossible to force Hidden Leaf Village to compromise with this guy. You know, for Hidden Leaf Village, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is even more crucial. Then why do you consider this an ace? Hanzo asked, puzzled. After all, if they exchange him for money, how could they leverage him in other negotiations? What I mean is, later, we'll send the person to the front line and hang him on the border of Grass Village. If those Hidden Leaf Village ninjas dare to approach, we'll threaten them with him. I don't believe that without the third Hokage's order, the individuals on the front line would dare to attack the assistant Hokage. Akihiko explained, an ominous smile reappearing on his face. But what if the third Hokage orders to sacrifice him? Hanzo nodded for a moment before posing the question. Akihiko responded nonchalantly, as if it were self-evident. We'll release him later. By then, we can make some money. He can settle the score with his beloved relatives and friends on his own. You know, we are allies with Hidden Leaf Village. After all, we are brothers. How could we harm Hidden Leaf Village's assistant Hokage? As the words settled, Hanzo looked at Akihiko in silence. He then sighed, Hidden Leaf Village has an ally like you, perhaps it's the result of accumulated bad luck from past lives. Meanwhile, on the Hidden Leaf Village side, even though they had finally reached an agreement with the Cloud Village, Hidden Leaf Village couldn't relax just yet. Their Jinchuriki and assistant Hokage were still in captivity. Captured by the neighboring Grass Village, the third Hokage massaged his forehead with a headache. This period had been excessively eventful. First, the Cloud Village failed in their attempt to abduct a person, and then Grass Village successfully took away theirs. Especially Grass Village, always professing love for relatives, brothers, and allies. It turns out, it's all just a facade. Although they had already suspected that Grass Village had intentions regarding their Jinchuriki, at the time, they believed it was just to irk Hidden Leaf Village or play with the emotions of the Jinchuriki. They didn't expect that the seemingly modest Grass Village would actually dare to steal. And to make matters worse, they had captured Denzo. It felt like nothing short of bullying. Observing the serious but somewhat fatigued faces in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood well that, if there was an alternative, Hidden Leaf Village truly did not want to plunge into another war. From the Third Great Ninja War to the present, Hidden Leaf Village has never experienced a true respite from conflict. If they continued along this path, other ninja villages might eventually catch up or might even surpass them. However, losing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was not an option. Interrupting the ongoing discussion among the group, he declared, let's hear what everyone has to say. What should be our next course of action? As soon as the words fell, Mitakato, the wise general of Hidden Leaf Village, spoke up. Perhaps the situation is not too bad. Maybe Elder Yoshinori simply wanted the Jinchuriki to reunite with his family. After all, in recent years, business between Hidden Leaf Village and Grass Village has been thriving. Grass Village probably wouldn't easily relinquish the market on our side. If they declare war, the resulting losses are not something Grass Village can afford. Moreover, in these years, Grass Village has earned the displeasure of several ninja villages. Of course. Narrowing his eyes, he continued, we in Hidden Leaf Village are not easy to intimidate either. We can first condemn Grass Village, ask them to return our assistant Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and declare that all this is for the peace of the ninja world. Otherwise, all cooperation with Grass Village will cease. It's indeed worth attempting diplomacy first. Koharu nodded. I believe the leader of Grass Village won't act so imprudently. As the words fell, hearing the suggestions from his subordinates, Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, since that's the case, let's initiate dialogue with the leader of Grass Village. Turning to Koharu, he added, you can handle the letter. No problem. She nodded in acknowledgement. However, after the letter of condemnation was dispatched, a few days later, Hidden Leaf Village officials received a letter from Grass Village. At this moment, the Hidden Leaf Village officials examined the reply from Grass Village with grave expressions. The letter was sent by the advisor of Grass Village Mobuki. However, it conveyed the message that Hidden Leaf Village has no qualification to condemn Grass Village and speak of peace. This indicated that Grass Village had, in fact, rejected their overtures. Chapter 198 Weren't they trying to recruit me? Hiruzen silently perused the letter in his hand. Within, Grass Village meticulously discussed the pursuit of peace, emphasizing the contributions they claimed to have made to the restoration of peace in the ninja world after the reconstruction of Grass Village. They highlighted their achievements in producing low-cost ninja vests, inner garments, shinobi tools, and explosive tags, boasting that such essentials were now affordable for every impoverished gain-in. They professed dedication to maintaining peace among the ninja villages and fostering collaboration with the 5 great ninja villages for mutual prosperity in the ninja world. The letter took a critical turn towards Hidden Leaf Village, asserting that the hero's son had been unfairly treated as the traitor's offspring, and they accused Hidden Leaf Village of treating a member of the Uzumaki clan harshly. It was essentially an insult to the Uzumaki clan, which had been assisting Hidden Leaf Village since its inception, making significant contributions to the village. The clan had generously shared its secret sealing techniques with Hidden Leaf Village, and for 3 generations, its members had selflessly served as Jinchuriki for the village. In return for their loyalty and sacrifices, what did they receive? The child of a few years was treated with contempt, accused of being the offspring of a villain. The hero's son was labeled as the villain's progeny. Was this how Hidden Leaf Village treated the hero's child? It was a truly sorrowful and heart-wrenching situation. The letter questioned why Hidden Leaf Village treated the Uzumaki clan's child in such a manner, asking if it was fair to the countless ancestors of the Uzumaki clan who had contributed to Hidden Leaf Village. Was it fair to the bonds of friendship? The letter went on to condemn Hidden Leaf Village for what they deemed as child abuse. However, Hiruzen and others couldn't help but inwardly curse the situation. Damn, their appeals to familial relations. Damn, the accusations of child abuse. Weren't the Jinchuriki of each village treated in a similar manner? And could a Jinchuriki simply leave the village at will? Now, they were making such a self-righteous and shameless statement. It appeared as if they were attempting to shift the blame onto Hidden Leaf Village. Grass Village was truly audacious, even daring to declare war directly. It seems that Grass Village has gained some audacity due to the peaceful development in recent years. Mitakato sneered. Have they forgotten the fate of Rain Village in the past? During the Second Great Ninja War, Rain Village had grown excessively confident, believing that possessing a legendary ninja would elevate them to an equal standing with the 5 great ninja villages. The outcome was nearly catastrophic. They were almost obliterated, both country and village. Regarding the incident with Minato, our actions might have been a bit unkind. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed and shook his head. At that time, Minato had sealed the 9 tails himself to minimize losses. In the end, he had even entrusted Naruto to their care. However, due to the turmoil caused by Grass Village, which further angered the village, combined with declarations of war from the Cloud and Rock villages, they had shifted their focus to the war to quickly quell internal conflicts. That's why he had reluctantly agreed to Denzo's plan. Little did he expect Naruto to grow closer to the Uzumaki clan members. However, none of these circumstances justified the theft of Hidden Leaf Village's Jinchuriki. Hiruzen Sarutobi examined the letter in his hand, frowned slightly, and then raised his head to look at the individuals before him, his eyes narrowing. Suddenly, the aura of the Hokage fully manifested, prompting everyone to fall silent, attentively watching him. In a composed tone, he declared, "Move the Border Ninja Army forward," and simultaneously issue another statement to Grass Village. Hidden Leaf Village will ensure the well-being of the 4th Hokage's child and urges them to promptly return the Jinchuriki and Assistant Hokage to Hidden Leaf Village. However, he understood that claims of child abuse or mistreatment of the Uzumaki clan's child were merely excuses. It appeared that this war was becoming inevitable. However, this time, Denzo would likely face the consequences. Although they wouldn't dare to harm the Jinchuriki, once the war began, Grass Village would undoubtedly target Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage assistant. Therefore, despite the potential danger to Denzo, losing the Jinchuriki was not an option. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag from his pipe, his eyes slightly reddening. He gazed at the group photo of the 4 of them on the table, especially at the close friend, his expression solemn. He muttered, "I'm sorry, my friend." All these actions were for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village. However, before he could finish speaking, "Hokage-sama." An Anbu ninja rushed in hastily. "There is crucial information from the front line. Denzo-sama has been spotted on the border of the Land of Grass." With a hint of hesitation, he added, and. Hiruzen Sarutobi was initially stunned, but he quickly set aside his sadness, furrowed his brow slightly, and asked, "Denzo appeared on the border of the Land of Grass?" At this moment, the question lingered, what did Grass Village intend by bringing Denzo to the border? Could it be another attempt to extort money, reminiscent of the Third Great Ninja War? And what? Are they demanding money? 100 million or 200 million? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, questioning. No. The Anbu ninja, under the Hokage's stern gaze, immediately lowered his head, took a deep breath, and with a respectful tone, hurriedly explained, Grass Village has directly hung up Denzo-sama on the border, stating, "If Hidden Leaf Village ninjas dare to approach, they will stab Denzo-sama in front of us." As the word sunk in, everyone present was left dumbfounded, and Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand trembled, causing the smoking pipe he held to fall to the ground. He stared at the Anbu ninja with a bewildered expression, his inner thoughts echoing, Grass Village truly has no shame. After some time, the news of Hidden Leaf Village losing both the Jinchuriki and even the assistant Hokage spread rapidly throughout the entire ninja world. The once promising prospect of peace in the ninja world, following the conclusion of the wars between Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Clouds Village, and Hidden Leaf Village, became strained once again. Many couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. These years in the ninja world had been truly tumultuous. The Third Ninja War had just concluded not long ago, and now the three major ninja villages were once again entangled in conflict. Just as the major villages had seemingly settled their differences, Grass Village decided to stir up trouble. Furthermore, observers couldn't help but marvel at Grass Village's audacity to declare war on Hidden Leaf Village, especially at a time when tensions were just beginning to ease, showcased a boldness that raised eyebrows across the ninja world. On this pleasant day with a gentle autumn breeze, Denzo, who had been confined for several days, found himself released. Despite the azure sky and the soothing autumn wind, the air carried a noticeable chill, a reminder of the deepening autumn. Taking in the surroundings, Denzo couldn't help but release a sigh. He grasped the reality that the astute leader of Grass Village had no intention of ending his life. Instead, they likely intended to employ him once again, just as they had in the past, as a bargaining chip in negotiations with Hidden Leaf Village, seeking financial gain. However, Denzo, the embodiment of Hidden Leaf Village's darkness, remained resolute in his loyalty to the village. As he glanced at the familiar border, he recognized Grass Village's ploy to leverage him for monetary gain. The proximity to the Land of Fire was a stark reminder, as he had been imprisoned in this very location before. Denzo's countenance displayed a hint of disdain. After a dismissive shake of his head, he straightened his chest, fixing his gaze ahead with a dignified demeanor. As a representative of Hidden Leaf Village's darkness, maintaining his dignity was non-negotiable. Did that foolish leader of Grass Village believe they could swallow the resolve of a Hidden Leaf Village ninja like this? It was nothing short of ludicrous. Undoubtedly, the humiliation from this encounter, coupled with that of the past, would be repaid in due course, a return 100 times over. One should not underestimate an experienced figure. No, he wasn't old yet, he still harbored dreams to fulfill. From the elevated platform erected by Grass Village, overlooking the Land of Fire in such proximity, Denzo calmly addressed the grass ninja beside him, "Let's go." In any case, negotiations with Hidden Leaf Village won't be delayed for long. Regardless of the exorbitant demand your avaricious leader may have, Hidden Leaf Village will meet them. Remember, I am the assistant Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo maintained his composed demeanor and added with a taunting smile, "And convey to your leader that this platform is impressively constructed. I have a genuine liking for it, and mark my words, one day, I will return." The subtle jab carried the implication that, on that day, the one occupying this platform might very well be the leader of Grass Village. However, as he concluded his statement, the nearby grass ninja looked at him in bewilderment. "Go? Where are we going? We're already here." Could it be that this time they were openly imprisoning him? Before Denzo could react, a young grass ninja nearby gestured to the others, saying, "Bring him over here. Don't keep Daijuku-san waiting." Suddenly, 3 grass ninjas appeared, carrying a giant cross, and swiftly approached Denzo. Before he could comprehend the situation, they bound him to the cross. Denzo was left bewildered, questioning the motives behind this unexpected turn of events. Were they planning to showcase him to Hidden Leaf Village, attempting to raise the stakes for negotiation? However, before he could make sense of it all, a grass ninja in front of him suddenly thrust a kunai into his thigh. The ninja then brandished the bloody weapon, shouting a warning, "You Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas better behave, or this old guy will meet his end at our hands." Denzo, looking at the grass ninja with a mix of confusion and irritation, then glancing down at his wounded thigh, raised his head once more to peer at the grass ninja nearby. His mouth twitched in disbelief. Weren't they the ones who sought to recruit him? Didn't they express admiration for him? Where was the leader of Grass Village, and why was he not intervening in this bizarre situation? Chapter 199 There's no way Denzo-sama. Despite Grass Village repeatedly stabbing him during the staged attacks, Denzo knew it was merely a ploy to coerce him into submission. Each time, medical ninjas promptly treated his injuries. He understood that the grass leader was attempting to recruit him, using these tactics as a form of persuasion. However, Denzo remained resolute. He would never betray Hidden Leaf Village. He was aware that this situation could only persist for so long before one of the villages made a decisive move. Grass Village must eventually decide whether to release or eliminate him, or Hidden Leaf Village may choose to disregard his predicament and initiate an attack. Moreover, given the desire for peace and recovery within Hidden Leaf Village after years of war, Hiruzen is unlikely to let the conflict linger. What a bunch of useless people. Denzo, with a hint of disappointment, sighed and shook his head. Adopting a righteous demeanor, he declared, "As a Hidden Leaf Village ninja, I've long been prepared to sacrifice myself for the village. Yet, they hesitate to make a move now. Such cowardice is a disgrace to Hidden Leaf Village. Ready to sacrifice for Hidden Leaf Village, Denzo criticized the lack of action. And this Hiruzen. If I were the Hokage, I would have ordered an attack by now. For Denzo, all sacrifices were justified for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village. He couldn't help but sigh. Undoubtedly, Hidden Leaf Village has experienced a decline under Sarutobi's rule, and he is no longer fit for the role of Hokage. Regrettably, the position of Hokage was once within his grasp. However, due to this unfortunate incident, that chance also slipped away. A wry smile appeared on Denzo's face as he thought how Hiruzen might be mocking him at this very moment. Denzo gazed at the setting sun, a sigh of helplessness escaping his lips. Sacrifice? What sacrifice? At this moment, Daijuk approached. He questioned, casting a doubtful gaze upon Denzo before releasing a sigh of his own. Grass Village and Hidden Leaf Village have a close relationship. How could we take action to kill an ally ninja of Hidden Leaf Village? Denzo responded with a sneer, dismissing Daijuk's words. Don't laugh. The leader has decided to let you go. Daijuk declared, observing Denzo's bewildered expression. Surprised by the sudden turn of events, Denzo's face stiffened, followed by a deep frown. He scrutinized the grass ninja who had been repeatedly stabbing him and sternly questioned, "What conspiracy are you guys plotting now?" Conspiracy? What conspiracy? Daijuk pouted casually, dismissing any notion of foul play. Grass and Hidden Leaf Village have a close relationship. We would never take action against the Hokage's assistant of Hidden Leaf Village. This time, it was also just to bring you to see the beautiful scenery of the land of grass. Look, isn't it beautiful? Observing his stained red clothes and his body tied up in a cross shape, Denzo couldn't help but question the grass ninja's choice of showcasing the scenery. Does this grass ninja think he's an idiot? Speak. What demands did Hidden Leaf Village agree to again? Denzo, skeptical of Daijuk's words, inquired. Demand? Demand sounds so harsh. The higher-ups said this is just a travel fee. Daijuk replied with a serious expression, after all, you've been here for so long. You should pay for your travel. Is it excessive for Hidden Leaf Village to cover some travel fees since you can't? Do you want to freeload? Once again, it boiled down to money. Exchanging money for an assistant Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village? The notion seemed ridiculous. Do they even comprehend the severe blow it would be to Hidden Leaf Village if they killed him? Are they attempting to use this naive method to feign kindness, elicit gratitude, and then use it to manipulate him once more? Denzo sneered, truly feeble. Just as naive and feeble as Hiruzen. Surprisingly, despite reaching this critical juncture, the grass leader still opted to release him. Unfortunately, he is the assistant Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, destined to ascend to the position of Hokage and lead the village to its zenith. How could he fall prey to such a scheme? It probably won't be long before you can return home. Daijuk comforted Denzo, patting him on the shoulder and speaking with emotion, take a good look at the scenery here. Maybe you won't get the chance in the future. Don't squander this travel fee. Hey, not see it again? Absurd. Denzo sneered, his eyes filled with determination as he looked ahead. One day, he will set foot in this place again, wiping away the shame. Soon, he observed a radiant light emerging in the gradually darkening sky. He furrowed his brow slightly, directed his gaze toward it, and inquired, "What's that?" "Fireworks." He then scoffed, "Are you all organizing fireworks to bid me farewell?" "Fireworks? What fireworks? There are no fireworks. We're in the midst of a battle, for goodness sake. How could there be fireworks?" Daijuk retorted with a serious expression. "This is an attack. Hidden Leaf Village has initiated another assault. Damn it. Why are there so many kunai and explosive tags? It seems your reputation in the village isn't stellar. Hurry, someone, come quickly. We need assistance." Simultaneously, Denzo also took notice, his gaze fixated on the ceaselessly soaring kunai. Why would Hidden Leaf Village suddenly launch such a relentless attack? Weren't they concerned about his well-being? No, he still had a chance. Denzo's mouth twitched, and he urgently shouted into the distance, "Cease the attack! Seize the attack! Damn it, hold your fire! Why are you attacking now? Could they not have attacked earlier? Wasn't it too late to strike now? Who authorized this current assault?" For the sake of Hidden Leaf Village, he could make sacrifices, but those sacrifices couldn't be in vain. After all, Hidden Leaf Village couldn't afford to lose him. On the opposite end, at this very moment, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas who initiated the sudden, intense assault continue to hurl explosive tags and kunai. Yet, it appears that a particular ninja has also caught wind of something. He blinked, his entire being freezing in place, lost in thought. Observing his apparent distraction, a nearby Hidden Leaf Village ninja swiftly exclaimed, "What are you doing? We're in the midst of a war, you know." How dare you daydream? Are you deserving of Denzo-sama's sacrifice? I believe I heard Denzo-sama's voice, instructing us not to attack. The Hidden Leaf Village ninja responded. Nonsense. Would Denzo-sama say that? Don't joke around. You're aware that Denzo-sama is the assistant Hokage. He's long been prepared to sacrifice for the village. Didn't you witness that just a few days ago? Another ninja remarked, shaking his head. How is that possible? My ears are exceptionally sensitive. The Anbu even sought to recruit me due to my acute hearing. I simply declined. The first ninja asserted, still harboring some doubts. You? Anbu? Scoffed the nearby ninja. After a moment, he continued, you must have misunderstood. Denzo-sama likely witnessed our vigorous attack, felt gratified, and exclaimed, attack. Attack. You must have misconstrued it. Keep going. We must avenge Denzo-sama. That's correct. Don't tarnish Denzo-sama's reputation. Another nearby ninja affirmed with a nod. As the words echoed, the first ninja momentarily froze, then nodded in agreement. It made sense. A few days ago, Denzo-sama displayed fearlessness in sacrifice. How could he now instruct them not to attack? Perhaps it's too chaotic, and he misheard? With this realization, he ceased dwelling on it, swiftly brandished his kunai once again, and charged forward alongside the others. They were on the brink of rallying to bid Denzo farewell. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the Grass Village's sound system, amplified for all to hear. Dear brothers from Hidden Leaf Village, please cease your actions immediately. Grass and Hidden Leaf Village are close allies. While there may have been some misunderstandings, we did not intend to harm the assistant Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. After discussions in the village, to express the friendship between our villages, Grass Village has decided to release our comrade, Mr. Denzo. Huh? Released? Every Hidden Leaf Village ninja stood stunned, exchanging bewildered glances as they clutched the explosive tags in their hands. Are they claiming to release him now? Is this some sort of joke? At this critical moment, a certain Hidden Leaf Village ninja erupted with a loud shout. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy by Grass Village. We must not trust them. Charge. I believe Denzo-sama, from the afterworld, would not want to see us like this. As the words echoed, the faces of the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas stiffened, and they gripped their kunai tightly with resolute expressions. That's right. This must be a conspiracy. However, just as they were poised to advance, this Hidden Leaf Village ninja, the Uchiha clan emblem? What are you trying to do? Don't falsely accuse Grass Village. We genuinely intend to release him. The voice resonated once more. Believe it or not, you wouldn't want to see your assistant Hokage perish at your hands, right? If you doubt it, listen to the voice of your assistant Hokage. With that statement, a brief pause ensued. In no time, a familiar voice emanated with a composed tone, I haven't perished yet. As the words settled, all Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were once again stunned, lifting their heads to gaze at Denzo bound to the cross. Could it be that Grass Village truly intends to release Denzo-sama? Their expressions swiftly changed, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Quick, hurry, go inform the Hokage. As time elapsed, the sky darkened, yet Saratobi Hiruzen remained unrested. Alone in his office, he sat in silence, fixating on the photograph gracing his desk. In the image, his sensei, himself, Koharu, Mitakato, and Denzo were captured. Since their sensei's sacrifice, the four of them had stood together, endeavoring to elevate Hidden Leaf Village to greater heights. He tenderly touched the photo, silently reflecting. In the tranquil confines of his office, he continued to sit contemplatively. After an indeterminate span, a soft sigh permeated the silence. Calculating the time, Denzo should have already offered himself. This directive emanated from him. Only he, as the Hokage, possessed the authority to issue such a command. After all, he understood that, as the assistant Hokage, once captured by Grass Village, there would be no hope of survival. Even though Denzo currently dangled there, not yet sacrificed, it was merely a ruse by Grass Village to prolong the inevitable. When war ensued, it would be Denzo's turn to make the ultimate sacrifice. Yet, for Hidden Leaf Village, Denzo held unparalleled importance. His sacrifice would undoubtedly inflict severe damage on Hidden Leaf Village, and Grass Village wouldn't miss this opportunity. However, Hidden Leaf Village couldn't afford further delay. They needed to swiftly conclude the war and retrieve the Jinchuriki. Any unforeseen incidents could lead to catastrophic consequences. All for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen sighed deeply once again, then drew on his smoking pipe, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the Hidden Leaf Village scenery beyond the window. After a brief interlude of silence, his eyes narrowed, and he muttered to himself, Rest assured, dear friend. I will undoubtedly avenge you. This time, Grass Village had crossed a line. They had to exact a price for their actions. As he concluded his thoughts, a knock on the door interrupted him. He called out, "Come in." Observing the Anbu ninja entering, Hiruzen furrowed his brow once more. More frontline intelligence? Well. As if recollecting something, he smiled bitterly, gripping the pipe, his eyes concealing a trace of sorrow. Denzo should have sacrificed by now. Turning his head, as if reluctant for his subordinates to witness his melancholy, he directed his gaze back to the outside scenery. Ensure that Anbu retrieves his body. We cannot allow Grass Village to perpetuate the humiliation. Denzo was an indispensable assistant Hokage for us. I basked in the sunlight. However, before he could finish speaking, the Anbu ninja hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head, hastily conveying, "Hokage-sama, Denzo-sama was not sacrificed." Not sacrificed. Hiruzen was momentarily dumbfounded, then inquired, "Did the grass ninja manage to withstand our assault?" "No, it's just." The tone of the Anbu ninja seemed somewhat peculiar. "The grass village stated they intended to release him and urged us in Hidden Leaf village to prepare the ransom promptly." As the words settled, Hiruzen's mouth twitched slightly, his hand shook, and the pipe plummeted to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. He gazed at the Anbu ninja in bewilderment. "Release? Let him go?" Chapter 200 Denzo is being released. What in the world? Release him? Demand ransom for his release? The sorrow on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face vanished instantly, replaced by sheer bewilderment. His cherished pipe lay shattered on the floor, forgotten. At this moment, he couldn't decide whether to curse Grass Village or not. Grass Village initially hung up Denzo on the border, making it appear as though they intended to execute him if Hidden Leaf Village attacked. And now, mere hours after he issued the death order, they claim they can release him? Isn't his a blatant manipulation of Hidden Leaf Village's emotions? Do they comprehend the determination and inner turmoil he, Koharu, and Mitakato experienced while giving this order? After all, Denzo is more than just a teammate, he's a beloved brother. Hiruzen had prepared to spend the entire night mourning his dear friend, even selecting a suitable spot near the village hero's memorial for the return of Denzo's body, planning an elaborate funeral. Yet, why hadn't they mentioned this earlier? Couldn't they have brought up the matter of funds sooner? Why orchestrate such a dramatic turn of events? Hiruzen clenched his teeth, inhaling sharply, then turned his gaze to the Anbu ninja before him. It seemed he recalled something and hastily exclaimed, "Hurry, alert all high-ranking officials and clan leaders. Summon them for an urgent meeting." Understood. The Anbu responded as he withdrew. Hiruzen sighed, retrieving the broken pipe from the ground, his face carrying a tinge of sorrow. With a trace of melancholy in his eyes, he muttered to himself, "Indeed, Grass's wise man, as called by Denzo." He could already envision it this time. When Denzo returns, the village will plunge into chaos once more. On the other side, following the morning meeting, the clan leaders returned home with a myriad of emotions, a blend of sadness and turmoil. The impending sacrifice of Hidden Leaf Village's assistant Hokage weighed heavily on their hearts. Grass Village seemed to be crossing a line. Despite Denzo being the shadow within Hidden Leaf Village, the fact that he was on the verge of being sacrificed felt like an extreme measure. Nevertheless, they understood that it was all for the greater good of Hidden Leaf Village. They respected the decision made by the Hokage. Tonight promised to be a restless night. After all, following this night, Hidden Leaf Village's second-in-command, the assistant Hokage, the one who bore the village's darkness, would depart. In their respective homes, the clan leaders gathered in the living room, each finding their own way to commemorate the assistant Hokage who was sacrificing himself for Hidden Leaf Village. Even though the Hokage had issued the order, they hoped to contribute to ensure Denzo received a grand funeral. They envisioned sitting together to bid Denzo a personal farewell. "Thank you for everything, Denzo, for all you've done for Hidden Leaf Village." Yet, even in their wildest dreams, they couldn't have anticipated that this would be the unexpected conclusion. What in the world? He's being released? The clan leaders, having received the unexpected notice from the Anbu, were equally flabbergasted, staring at the Anbu ninja before them. What is Grass Village thinking? We're in the midst of a war. How can they flip-flop so suddenly? This absurdity is a disgrace to Shinobi. Clan leader, please choose your words carefully. Shouldn't you be relieved that Denzo-sama is returning? The Anbu member countered. I'm overjoyed. The clan leader hastily nodded, not wanting any potential accusation of betrayal from higher-ups. Then, I'll take my leave. I need to inform another clan. The Hokage requests your prompt attendance at the meeting. The Anbu member nodded and departed. Understood. The clan leader could only offer a nod in response. Similar scenes unfolded across various shinobi clans in Hidden Leaf Village. As they received the unexpected news, all the clan leaders, exhibiting expressions of extreme joy and perhaps a few tears, hurried to the Hokage Tower to prepare for the impending meeting. Tonight, for Hidden Leaf Village, it was destined to be a sleepless night. In contrast to the turmoil in Hidden Leaf Village amid the sudden cessation of the war, Grass Village enjoyed an unusual interlude of tranquility. Since the war's onset, Grass Village promptly transitioned into a state of preparedness, casting an air of tension over the entire village. However, presently, Grass leader Akihiko sat leisurely in the courtyard of the Fuso residence, basking in the moonlight, poised to relish a delightful meal. Dining here had become a regular occurrence for them, and it felt almost like their own home. Observing the two children, satiated and engrossed in a game of hide-and-seek, Akihiko, seldom at ease, allowed a moment of inner calm. As Kushina approached with tea, Akihiko displayed a trace of surprise. He nodded appreciatively, saying, "Thanks. This is the least I can do, Leader Akihiko." Kushina shook her head, hesitated for a moment, then inquired, "Is Hidden Leaf Village heading into another war?" "No need to worry, everything is under control." Akihiko waved his hand dismissively. "It probably won't last much longer." The successive wars had not only strained Hidden Leaf Village but also left the villagers yearning for peace. Combined with the prevailing public sentiment, the villagers had little understanding of what a Jinchuriki truly entailed. They were only aware of the son of rebellion and a monstrous entity. With Hidden Leaf Village instigating yet another war, the dissatisfaction among the ordinary people of Hidden Leaf Village would likely escalate. The only lingering concern rested with the other four major ninja villages. Akihiko reassured Kushina, "So, do whatever you want to do. Everything is under control." With that, Kushina, still displaying a hint of uncertainty on her face, continued, "Thank you, Leader Akihiko, for everything you've done for me and Naruto. If things really don't work out." Before she could conclude her sentence, Akihiko intervened, speaking with the authority befitting a leader. "The Uzumaki clan is a member of Grass Village, and Grass Village will not abandon any of its ninjas. The concept of bringing someone into the village only to let them go is foreign to Grass Village." Even the village's advisor, Mobuki, showed no hesitation in taking individuals away, much less Akihiko, the leader. Moreover, the recovery of the Uzumaki clan's KK Genkai was part of the original plan. Otherwise, having Uzumaki clan members in Hidden Leaf Village's future could lead to complications. It was a strategic move embedded in the village's intentions. Seemingly aware that Kana and Fuso had chosen to give them some privacy, Akihiko calmly added, "Rest assured, recover well, stay honestly in the village, and even if you want to leave, you'll have to settle your medical bills first. Obito is already burdened enough. Miss, you wouldn't want to see him graduate with accumulating massive debts, would you?" Hearing Akihiko's words, Kushina, who had braced herself for a more emotional exchange, suddenly stiffened. Then, she offered a helpless smile and said, "Truly, just like Fuso said." She then raised her fist, excitement evident in her tone, "Is there anything you need me to do? Don't underestimate me, I'm very powerful." Her characteristic red-hot-blooded Habanero trait seemed to emerge, and with a somewhat impatient tone, she declared, "Rest assured, I've been itching to take on those guys from Hidden Leaf Village for a long time. Wasn't this happening because of you?" Hearing Kushina's words, Akihiko stroked his chin and directed his gaze toward the two children not far away. "Just, please take care of the children." Before a confused Kushina could respond, Akihiko shifted his attention to the blonde Naruto, sighed, and continued, "This child seems to possess a knack for learning. In a few years, he'll be ready for the academy." As the words settled, Kushina also froze for a moment, then took a seat, glancing at the two children nearby. Particularly, observing the joyful smile on Naruto's face, she couldn't help but smile tenderly, a sense of pride filling her. She remarked, "Certainly. Naruto is my child, he's bound to be very bright." Upon learning that Fuso's child, Nagato, had been diligently studying since a young age and had already completed numerous test papers, Kushina believed Naruto could do the same. With determination, she declared, "With my guidance, he will undoubtedly grow into an exceptional ninja." On the side, a sudden shiver ran down Naruto's spine as he glanced around, attempting to discern the source of the eerie feeling. However, there was nothing visibly unusual. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Karen, nestled in Akihiko's arms, a fleeting hint of envy crossed Naruto's face. However, it quickly dissipated. Shortly afterward, looking at his mother seated beside him, Naruto smiled once more, seemingly carefree. He treasured his current life. Here, he not only had his mom but also Aunt Fuso, Aunt Kana, leader uncle, and a little sister who addressed him as a brother. And everyone liked him. It was fantastic. However, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. A cat that could breathe fire? Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Did he have one with him? No. Chapter 201 Akihiko's Invitation to Denzo. The next day swiftly arrived after a night of discussions, and Kushina accepted Akihiko's arrangement, quietly staying in the village to care for the children. Simultaneously, due to Hidden Leaf Village's actions, the war came to an abrupt halt. The initially tense atmosphere quieted once again. Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village, upon hearing the news that their Hokage's assistant, Denzo, could return home, an urgent night meeting was convened. There was no hesitation in the decision. No one dared to hesitate. They promptly dispatched individuals with the required funds, anxious about potential unforeseen issues. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas stationed at the border rejoiced, even adopting some customs from Grass Village. They hung banners at the border to welcome back their Hokage's assistant, creating a stark contrast to the previous day when they were vehemently throwing explosive tags for the sake of Hidden Leaf Village. This turn of events also compelled the Grass Ninjas to replace the banners they had refrained from throwing the last time. They had no alternative. Anticipating a potential war, Akihiko knew they couldn't avoid it, so this time, they refrained from preparing banners. The outcome turned out to be truly unexpected. However, as Hidden Leaf Village had taken the initiative, the Grass Ninjas couldn't deviate from the norm. What if they were perceived as disrespectful to their guests? Thus they rehung the banners that had been left from the previous occasion. Suddenly, a joyful atmosphere enveloped both sides of the border, perplexing other ninja villages still attempting to gather intelligence. If the ninja world were unaware of the ongoing conflict between these two villages, they might have mistaken it for a friendly gathering. Akihiko, the leader of the Grass Ninjas, took a special moment to personally come and bid farewell to their esteemed guest. He looked at the somewhat fatigued Denzo with a reluctant expression and said, "You are welcome to come back anytime." As he finished speaking, Denzo glanced at the grass leader with a complex expression before raising his head to observe the banners on both sides. If people were unaware of his situation, they might have believed he was genuinely representing Hidden Leaf Village on a diplomatic mission to the Grass Village. Indeed, he was correct. Hidden Leaf Village had grown decadent. These individuals seemed to lack a sense of strategic timing. When they should be engaging in conflict, they refrained, and when restraint was necessary, they recklessly threw explosive tags. Denzo vividly recalled that even after he ordered them to cease, someone still attempted to launch an attack. Contemplating the situation, he attributed it to Saratobi's aging and gradual weakening. The village was losing control without him. Without the embodiment of darkness in the ninja, Hidden Leaf Village seemed incapable of achieving anything. Denzo snorted and then shifted his gaze to Akihiko. In his heart, he knew that this guy's enthusiasm was merely an attempt to recruit him. However, he held firm to his conviction he would never betray Hidden Leaf Village. At that moment, as Denzo crossed the border into the Land of Fire, dozens of Anbu ninjas suddenly materialized, immediately dropping to their knees. "Welcome back, Denzo-sama. Hokage-sama requests your immediate return to the village." Denzo slightly smirked and nodded. Despite Hiruzen's waning strength, the bond of friendship persisted. He sighed inwardly, glancing at the Hidden Leaf Village ninja holding flowers and banners beside him. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly once again. As expected, the conflict with the Grass Ninja Village needed a swift resolution. Otherwise, who knows, maybe something unexpected would happen once more. Let them take down everything. Denzo snorted coldly. "We are in the midst of a battle. What's the point of all this?" "Yes." The Anbu ninja nodded. In truth, they were apprehensive about potentially offending Denzo. After all, Hokage-sama had gone to great lengths, even determining the date of the funeral, selecting the commemorative monument at the head of the village, and showcasing the customized clothing he had prepared at the end of the Third War. Everyone believed Denzo-sama's sacrifice was inevitable this time. Consequently, they were ready to launch an attack that day. However, the Grass Ninja Village on the other side unexpectedly declared, "No need to fight, just bring the money, and you can take him back." Undoubtedly, it was a relief that Denzo-sama was unharmed. Rumors circulated that upon hearing the news the previous night, Hokage-sama was so elated that he broke his precious smoking pipe in half. Staying up all night, he expressed concern about potential troubles and Denzo-sama's safety. With dark circles under his eyes the next day, he promptly ordered someone to deliver the required funds. Recalling Hokage-sama's instructions, the Anbu ninja swiftly lowered his head and said respectfully, "Denzo-sama, please follow me back." "I know." Denzo waved his hands impatiently, and before leaving, he turned his head and took a deep look behind him, especially at that figure, saying calmly, "I will return sooner or later. The shame of this moment will surely." Yet, he hadn't finished his inner thoughts. Akihiko, upon hearing Denzo's declaration, was stunned. "Is there such a good thing, to come back?" He excitedly said, "Next time you come, remember to inform in advance." Hanzo even complained, "It was too sudden. He hasn't let you taste the specialty of the Land of Rain." However, Denzo ignored Akihiko's words as he turned to leave, showing no reaction. Akihiko, initially planning to invite and deceive Denzo, became puzzled. "Hey, why leave so quickly? It's still early, how about chatting a bit more?" "Let's go." Ignoring Akihiko's invitation, Denzo, with a stern face, directly led the Anbu ninjas back. He had no interest in enduring more humiliation. Moreover, upon returning to the village, he still had a lot of matters to handle, especially the Uchiha. Those traitors. For Hidden Leaf Village, it must be resolved as soon as possible. On the opposite side, Nagato, observing Akihiko's behavior, couldn't help but remark, "Sensei, there's no need to shout anymore, he's already far away. What do you even know? This is called courtesy. Think about it. In just a few years, how much profit he has brought us." Akihiko shook his head and responded to him as if he were still a kid who didn't know anything. "Is this also considered profitable?" Nagato rolled his eyes and sighed, looking at Akihiko, shaking his head helplessly. "Speaking of Sensei, he has brought back another pair of mother and son. What is he after? Is he trying to win someone's mom?" Of course, reminiscing about his own mother from back then, Nagato smiled faintly. "Why the smile?" Akihiko lightly patted Nagato's head, his expression suspicious. He then dismissed the topic with a shake of his head, saying, "Let's not delve into this. You three have lingered here for quite a while without heading home. Karen is consistently calling for her big brother and your mother. Don't you find the time to visit?" As Akihiko brought up family matters, Nagato couldn't help but display a faint smile. "How is Mom doing?" "She's doing well. The Kushina family has taken residence in your home. With Karen visiting almost every day, your mother won't feel lonely." Akihiko responded with a smile. "Someone moved in?" Nagato was momentarily taken aback, letting out a sigh before shaking his head. "Sensei, you've truly let me down. I might as well have stayed home, tending to my flowers. Isn't it precisely to give you an opportunity that I came here alone? And now?" Nagato shook his head helplessly. "What are you talking about?" Akihiko delivered a direct slap to the back of Nagato's head. He then turned his attention to the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas nearby, remarking, "I'll entrust this to you guys. The real war is on the horizon. But remember." After a sigh, he adopted a serious tone, "Ensure your own safety. Don't recklessly engage in conflicts, your families eagerly await your return." After checking the time, he added, "It's getting late, I should make my exit." Nagato nodded impassively, observing Akihiko's departure. Then, shifting his gaze, he directed his attention to the Land of Fire's border adorned with hanging banners. Particularly the familiar symbols on the banners' corners. His mouth twitched involuntarily, shaking his head in resignation before making his way back to their camp. Truth be told, he harbored no concerns for this impending war. Considering their circumstances, what did Hidden Leaf Village even have left to fight with? Meanwhile, on the Hidden Leaf Village side, after bidding farewell to Denzo as he returned to the village, they commenced dismantling the banners here as well. The charade had concluded. Next, the true war was about to unfold. After all, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't easily relinquish the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In contrast to those who underestimated the grass ninjas, the temporary commander, Shikakunara, regarded them with a profound gaze. He focused on the corner of the banners adorned with images and characters. A gently swaying blade of grass in the breeze. And beneath it, "Made in Grass Village." Indeed, this merchandise was sourced from the Grass Village. They were, after all, the specialists in this field, and their prices were reasonable. Moreover, many ninjas now donned vests, ninja undergarments, and shurikens procured from the Grass Village. Even these essentials were acquired from them. How were they supposed to wage this war? Regardless, they had to fight, and swiftly at that. Sighing, Shikaku gestured to the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas nearby, "Let everyone take a rest. The impending war." His eyes bore a solemn expression as he continued, "Won't be a simple one." On the second day after Denzo's departure, the war erupted once more. As anticipated by many, without Denzo, the grass ninjas found it challenging to stop Hidden Leaf Village's advances as effectively as before. In a bid to swiftly conclude the conflict, Hidden Leaf Village initiated a relentless assault on the Grass Village. Shortly thereafter, witnessing the true clash between Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village, it became evident that this time, the battle was more intense. Not long after, the Cloud Village also entered the fray, declaring war on the Grass Village under the guise of the Third Great Ninja War. They demanded compensation from the Grass Village and insisted on the surrender of the Uzumaki clan and the Jinchuriki within the village. Following suit, the Stone Village declared war on the Grass Village as well, echoing similar demands for compensation and asserting control over the entire territory of the Land of Grass. Surprisingly, the Sand Village, previously defeated in the Third Great Ninja War, also joined the conflict against the Grass Village. As for the Mist Village, there was still no discernible movement. It remained uncertain whether they had not yet recovered or if the village had been sealed for an extended period, continuing into the present. Faced with the combined might of the four major ninja villages, The entire ninja world buzzed with activity once again. This time, the outlook was overwhelmingly pessimistic for the seemingly insignificant grass village. Chapter 202 Sand Village's Predicament. In the Land of Wind, within the confines of the Sand Village, a flurry of activity ensued after the fourth Kusagakure declared war. The reason behind the Kusagakure's decision remained unclear, whether it was directed at the Land of Rain or the Land of Grass. Despite the absence of apparent conflicting interests, the mere proclamation from the fourth Kusagakure left the ninjas with no option but to comply. Yet, many harbored reservations about the hastiness of initiating a war at this juncture. Although several years had passed since the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, and the Sand Village had abstained from the battles that followed the Nine Tails incident, the overall situation had improved, but the village had not fully recuperated. Kusagakure-sama greeted the Sand Ninjas as Raza made his presence known. Raza responded with a furrowed brow to the Sand Ninja standing before him. He inquired, "Did Councillors Ebizo and Chio refuse once more?" "Yes, Lord Ebizo and Lady Chio have retired, stating that they won't concern themselves with the village's affairs. Regardless of your decision, Kusagakure-sama, they won't interfere." However, the Sand Ninja nodded with a wry smile, observing the displeasure etched on the Kusagakure's face. As a trusted aide to the Kusagakure, he comprehended the source of the Kusagakure's apprehension. Little did others know that Pakura, who was supposed to be sacrificed for the village's peace, was still alive. Nevertheless, the broader populace remained oblivious to this revelation. Despite their obedience to the orders, there was a growing dissatisfaction within the village towards the Kusagakure, who hastily initiated the war. Lady Chio believes that Kusagakure-sama's decision to declare war is too hasty at this juncture. She also remarked that the leader of the grass village is no ordinary figure. If he dares to initiate a war now, he must be well prepared. As the words hung in the air, a flicker of anger passed through Raza's eyes, and he spoke emotionlessly, "Humphrey, old-fashioned." As the Kusagakure, he comprehended the current state of the Sand Village. It was indeed unsuitable to commence a war. However, Pakura's existence remained a hidden threat. Once exposed, the repercussions for the Sand Village would be severe. Did others grasp this reality? Despite the Grass Village leader asserting that Pakura belonged to their village and not the Sand Village, and both sides covertly agreeing not to hastily disclose Pakura's identity, how reliable was such an arrangement? Even in the event of an alliance between the two ninja villages, there were instances where agreements could be torn, and the Sand Village had done so before. Especially in matters like this, especially when dealing with the Grass Village. The Grass Village wasn't renowned for its adherence to ninja morality, a fact well known throughout the ninja world. One only needed to glance at the neighboring Hidden Leaf village to witness the situation they were in. Underestimating these few days of delay would be a mistake. This brief period nearly quelled Hidden Leaf village's initially accumulated anger and momentum. Hidden Leaf village's swift declaration of war upon the return of their Hokage's assistant stemmed from a fear that any further delay would render the conflict unnecessary. So, their promises. Who could truly place faith in them? After all, everyone knows that only the dead can keep such secrets. Certainly, Raza didn't desire the destruction of the Grass and Rain Village ninja villages. Instead, he aimed to coerce the Grass Village into submission under the current circumstances. In the present scenario, the four major ninja villages declared war on the Grass Village, while the Mist Village across the sea likely remained in observation. Particularly on the Hidden Leaf Village side, a conflict between the Grass and Rain Village ninja villages and Hidden Leaf Village seemed inevitable. It's understandable, if the Jinchuriki of the Sand Village were also abducted, the Sand Village would undoubtedly react vehemently. Therefore, the Grass Village's primary concern would be directed towards Hidden Leaf Village. At this juncture, by deploying a substantial army, the Sand Village could effectively disperse the Grass Village's ninjas, intensify the pressure on them, and subsequently, for the sake of fully engaging in a war with Hidden Leaf Village, the Grass Village would have no choice but to acquiesce to the Sand Village's demands. After all, the Sand Village's demands were straightforward. Execute Pakura discreetly. Such a simple request, aimed at securing the village's peace, Raza believed that any leader would find it hard to refuse. Therefore, the plan seemed viable. The Sand Village, at present, couldn't afford any mishaps. Initially, Gaara was envisioned as the ideal Jinchuriki to safeguard the village, addressing the shortage of combat power. However, that prospect had already crumbled. Hence, any potential threat to the Sand Village had to be swiftly eradicated. Consequently, this war didn't pose a significant impact on the Sand Village. It simply needed to conclude swiftly. Regarding the Grass Village, after the Sand Ninja departed to carry out the mission, Raza glanced at the teacup in his hand, particularly at the familiar label and characters underneath Made in Grass Village. He mused to himself, those grass ninjas. They wouldn't turn around and attack the Sand Village, would they? Simultaneously, on the Grass Village's front, They had meticulously evaluated the situation on various battlefields. Confronting the onslaught from the 4 major ninja villages, the grass village effectively held its ground. Nevertheless, aside from the sand village, the other 3 major ninja villages appeared eager to swiftly conclude the war. Consequently, their assaults were relentless, and the anticipated pressure was set to escalate in the coming days. Nonetheless, the situation wasn't dire. After all, the present grass and rain villages differed significantly from their past states. How could they be easily overrun? Reviewing the gathered intelligence, Uchiha let out a sigh. He pondered that since taking office, he had fostered amicable relations with the surrounding ninja villages. Collaboratively, they engaged in business ventures. However, now, with just one battle, why did the other 3 major ninja villages unhesitatingly declare war? Well, continue increasing our infiltration into the Kamizuru clan. I've heard they're not faring well in the stone village. Uchiha said, scrutinizing the intelligence with a furrowed brow. Dig with all your might. He understood. Mobuki nodded with a smile. At the same time, ensure there's a steady supply of scientific ninja tools in various locations. Uchiha continued to issue orders. I've already arranged it. Yoshinori responded to Uchiha. Uchiha nodded and added, also, persist in exerting pressure on the daimyo's office in the Land of Wind. The Sand Village showed a surprising lack of concern, casually declaring war. What about their own village? Uchiha had heard that both Abuzo and Chio had retired. How did they still dare to engage in this war? Sighing, Uchiha perused the intelligence of the Sand Village in his hands. Let the Rain Village prepare if things don't work out. He shook his head helplessly. We can only go and attack the Sand Village. If they successfully repel the Sand Village, it would likely prompt the Stone and Cloud Villages to realize the untenable situation, leading to a withdrawal of their forces. After all, how long had it been since the war ended? They couldn't afford to let it linger, especially the Stone Village, which grappled with numerous internal issues. With only Hidden Leaf Village remaining, the Grass Village could easily prolong the war. In any case, Hidden Leaf Village's predicament was even direr than the other 2 ninja villages. As the words were uttered, a collective nod of understanding rippled through the group. Indeed. Attacking the Sand Village first was a prudent course of action if things didn't work out as intended. Just as the meeting was on the brink of concluding, and everyone prepared to disperse for their assigned tasks, Pikazu appeared to recollect something and spoke up again. Should we cease cooperation with the 5 great ninja villages? Stop? As long as they don't halt, we won't either. We don't need that aspect for now. Uchiha declared, shaking his head. Kakazu, upon hearing this, was perplexed. What aspect? TSK, welcome back, Denzo-sama. In a secret underground location, Orochimaru uttered sarcastically as he observed Denzo. Humphrey. Denzo snorted coldly in response to Orochimaru's sarcasm, not engaging in further conversation, merely turning his head to survey his surroundings. This was the laboratory. Upon his return, not much had changed here. Contrarily, the village extended a warm welcome, with even Hiruzen putting up banners to greet him. Of course, Denzo comprehended the reasons behind the reception. However, for now, it wasn't the time to address these matters. How's the experiment going? Denzo inquired, disregarding Orochimaru's sarcastic tone. Experiment? Sorry, it's already stopped. Orochimaru replied with a smile. Stopped? Denzo was taken aback by this revelation. Yeah, don't be angry. After all the money was spent to redeem you. Orochimaru shrugged, maintaining his smile. I heard even the funds inside the route were emptied. So, without the funds, we had to stop. Funds. I will arrange them as soon as possible. Denzo responded, regaining his composure. Alright, I heard that Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village have already started fighting? Orochimaru accepted his words as he licked his lips, posing the question. This has nothing to do with you. Denzo snorted in response. Since you say so, let's forget about it. Orochimaru raised the teacup in his hand, still smiling as he looked at Denzo. Not to mention, this thermos made by the Grass Village is quite useful. The tea from the morning is still hot. Saying that, he gazed at the 4 words below, made in Grass Village, and squinted his eyes. I think this war. TSK, Sensei is going to suffer. I already said this has nothing to do with you. Just focus on the experiments I mentioned. Denzo interrupted, preventing him from saying anything more. I'm just reminding you. By the way, remember to prepare what I need as soon as possible. After these words, Orochimaru didn't waste any more time. He placed the thermos aside and turned to leave. As for Denzo, he watched Orochimaru depart with a displeased expression, then glanced at the thermos on the table. He furrowed his brow, shook his head disdainfully, and muttered, such a boring thing. For a ninja. It's utterly useless. Chapter 203 Grass Village still selling to us? For ninjas, the only items of significance were those capable of enhancing their strength. For instance, following the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails incident, some of the scientific ninja tools acquired by Hidden Leaf Village from the Grass Village proved somewhat useful on the battlefield, occasionally offering unexpected advantages. However, their utility had its constraints. They were subject to restrictions and possessed low power. Perhaps the sole advantage was the speed of casting ninjutsu. Of course, if one was adequately prepared, these tools could easily be rendered ineffective. Seated in a high-end leather chair crafted by the ingenious minds of the Grass Village, Denzo held a teacup also manufactured by them. Furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself, has the Grass Village been producing too many things? It appears that over recent years, Grass Village manufactured products have infiltrated the Land of Fire. Not only the village itself but even his secret laboratory was brimming with various Grass Village products. It's all chaotic mess. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Denzo, initially indifferent, suddenly felt a sense of vigilance stir within him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to his subordinates beside him and instructed, investigate for me the Grass Village's industries within the Land of Fire. What exactly does this Grass Village leader intend to accomplish? Meanwhile, the war raged on. However, in Hidden Leaf Village, the relentless conflicts had left the village drained. War demanded not only manpower but also financial resources. Consequently, the daimyo harbored some discontent towards Hidden Leaf Village. Each year, all incoming funds were funneled into the ongoing wars. This unsustainable pattern necessitated an expedient resolution to the current conflict. Hamura Midokado sat upon a chair crafted by the Grass Village, clutching a pen also manufactured by them. He inwardly sighed. These office supplies were procured from the Grass Village following the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails incident. They were affordable and of commendable quality. Moreover, thanks to the discount facilitated by the allied status of the two villages, they secured an even better deal. The affordability of Grass Village products proved fortuitous. Without them, Hidden Leaf Village would have struggled to rebuild after the Nine Tails incident, given the extensive reconstruction efforts required at the time. Additionally, during the subsequent Third Great Ninja War, Hidden Leaf Village's finances were bolstered by purchasing war necessities at wholesale prices from the Grass Village. Otherwise, the village's financial stability would have been jeopardized. Yet, why were Grass Village products so inexpensive? Not only were they affordable, but their quality also surpassed many products peddled by merchants within the Land of Fire. If it became necessary, Hamura truly dreaded the prospect of engaging in war with the Grass Village. After all, in recent years, he had amassed considerable wealth by acting as the Grass Village's agent in Hidden Leaf Village. Reflecting on his initial appointment as the village's agent, Hamura felt a twinge of anxiety. There was no denying the pitfalls associated with dealings involving the Grass Village, a fact well known in the ninja world. Yet, to his surprise, he had managed to turn a substantial profit over the past few years. However, with the outbreak of war, his earnings would likely plummet. As Hamura contemplated this sobering reality, across from him, Hiruzen Sarutobi set aside the intelligence report in his hand and inquired, how are the necessary supplies coming along? Observing Hamura's troubled demeanor, Hiruzen assumed he was fretting over the village's financial strain and sighed, I understand that the continuous wars have strained Hidden Leaf Village's finances. But we must expedite the end of this conflict. So, concerning supplies, I hope you can. However, before Hiruzen could finish speaking. Supplies? Hamura snapped out of his reverie and glanced at Hiruzen. He shook his head and assured, don't worry, Hiruzen. The supplies are already arranged. They're already prepared? Have they been delivered? Hiruzen queried, perplexed. We'll have to wait a few more days. The Grass Village should dispatch them soon. Hamura clarified with a shake of his head. Huh? Hold on a moment, what's happening? Hiruzen was caught off guard, his hand trembling as he held his new smoking pipe. The Grass Village? Yes. Hamura nodded casually, unaware of Hiruzen's inner turmoil. How can you procure from the Grass Village? Hiruzen asked, still bewildered. It's cost-effective. Hamura seemed to grasp Hiruzen's concern and sighed with a hint of regret. Most of our supplies in recent years have been sourced from the Land of Grass. Especially this year, due to the war, expenses have soared. Buying from the Grass Village is more economical than other merchants within the Land of Fire. Hence, it's the most pragmatic choice. For instance, the office furnishings in this meeting room, including the genuine leather desk and chair, were all crafted by the Grass Village. Additionally, glancing at Hiruzen's new smoking pipe, your pipe is likely Grass Village made as well. Hiruzen's hand trembled once more, and he hastily inspected the smoking pipe in his grasp. Spotting a small grass symbol at the pipe's bottom edge, his mouth twitched. It was indeed crafted by the Grass Village. Wait, That's not what I meant. Hiruzen fixed Hamura with a serious gaze. Now that Hidden Leaf Village is at odds with the Grass Village, will they still supply us? Indeed. Koharu Uchiha, seated beside him, furrowed her brow. Could there be ulterior motives behind this? I was initially dubious as well. Hamura regarded Hiruzen with an odd expression. After all, can we trust the Grass Village? They're notorious schemers. But when I inquired, they didn't decline. In fact, they even offered to deliver the supplies to the border themselves. Both listeners were left dumbfounded by Hamura's revelation. They offered delivery? What were the Grass Village plotting? Hiruzen's hand continued to tremble as he hastily took a puff from the Grass Village maid's smoking pipe, struggling to find the right words. This war had been strange from the start. After a brief hesitation, Hamura addressed the issue of supplies. There's no issue. They've stipulated that we must settle payments upfront during wartime. He clarified, shaking his head to convey that the arrangement was straightforward. Upon hearing Hamura's reassurance, Koharu Uchiha and Hiruzen exchanged glances before contemplating the situation. If it's scientific ninja tools. They were well acquainted with the scientific ninja tools pioneered by the Grass Village. Although their potency was limited, their instantaneous activation and stealth capabilities proved invaluable to Hidden Leaf Village following the Nine Tails incident. However, the Stone Village and the Cloud Village had gradually adapted to them as well. This time, Hiruzen had explicitly cautioned frontline ninjas to exercise caution. Yet, he suspected that the Grass Village might refrain from selling them this time. They're still willing to sell. Hamura nodded, a peculiar expression crossing his features. The Grass Village hasn't halted our supplies. Indeed, it was perplexing why the Grass Village continued to pursue profits amidst the ongoing conflict. Were they attempting to recoup their losses following an anticipated defeat in the war? No one harbored any illusions about the Grass Village emerging victorious. Meanwhile, Hidden Leaf Village had also been exploring the realm of scientific ninja tools during this period. However, progress had been sluggish, with significant research funds expended. Now, due to insufficient funds, the project had to be halted. Furthermore, investigations revealed that even if successful, the manufacturing costs would surpass those of purchasing from the Grass Village. In fact, numerous items peddled by the Grass Village were more affordable than Hidden Leaf Village's own research endeavors. Thus, if feasible, procuring from the Grass Village presented an attractive option. Hiruzen and Koharu Uchiha lapsed into silence. The extent of development in Grass Village manufacturing had taken them by surprise. Nevertheless, they weren't overly concerned. For a ninja, strength remained the paramount factor. Even if Grass Village's products were more affordable, what significance did it hold against the might, akin to the first Hokage's? Moreover, on the side of the Grass Village, the audacity to continue selling supplies to Hidden Leaf Village during wartime raised suspicions. What could be their motives? A bid to accumulate ample compensation post-war? Hiruzen rubbed his forehead and sighed in resignation. In any case, let's set this aside for now. If the Grass Village is still supplying, then let's procure from them. But be vigilant, guard against any concealed motives from the Grass Village. Though unsure of potential conspiracies, as the Hokage, an unsettling feeling lingered. Now, more importantly, we must swiftly conclude the war. Consecutive conflicts have drained Hidden Leaf Village, and a prompt resolution is imperative. If prolonged, discontent may arise within the village and from the daimyo. With the 4 great ninja villages besieging the Grass Village, it's likely that the Grass Village won't be able to endure much longer. The attention of the Grass Village will undoubtedly be fixated on Hidden Leaf Village this time around. Relative to the other 3 great ninja villages, unless the Grass Village relinquishes control of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, hostilities between Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village are bound to persist. With a somber countenance, he continued, as such, the pressure on Hidden Leaf Village surpasses that of the other 3 great ninja villages. We must exercise utmost caution. Border patrols must remain vigilant regarding the movements of the Grass Village's primary forces, particularly their leader. However, before he could conclude, an Anbu operative burst in. Hokage-sama, urgent frontline intelligence. The operative announced respectfully. The Grass Village's main forces have launched an assault on the Sand Village. What? The 3 of them were left dumbfounded. The Sand Village? Why would the Grass Village opt to attack the Sand Village instead of Hidden Leaf Village? Chapter 209, Let's Attack Sand Village. Today dawned with another picturesque morning, the gentle breeze and warm sunshine painting a serene backdrop. Since the declaration of war against the Grass Village, the village had found itself mired in a web of misunderstandings, with even the daimyo dispatching emissaries to probe the situation. However, for the future of the Sand Village, Raza stoically bore the brunt of all pressure alone. He understood that as long as all 4 great ninja villages were embroiled in conflict, the true weight would fall squarely on Hidden Leaf Village's shoulders. The Grass Village's focus would intensify on Hidden Leaf Village, leaving the Sand Village with the opportunity to compel the Grass Village's compliance. Their demands were reasonable, and perseverance was all that was required. As the fourth Kusagakure, Raza harbored no illusions about the war's duration. The four great ninja villages needed time to recuperate, and the Sand Village's objectives were crystal clear. Upon achieving their goal, they would swiftly withdraw their forces. However, if circumstances permitted, they wouldn't hesitate to exploit any advantageous openings. Thus, Raza patiently awaited the pivotal moment in the conflict between Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village. At the opportune juncture, he planned to mobilize his army, exerting pressure on the Grass Village and compelling them to accede to the Sand Village's demands. In doing so, the Sand Village's requisites for expenses and supplies would be duly compensated. Raza's grip tightened around the cup as he took a contemplative sip, his gaze fixed on the intelligence spread across the table. "You'll understand soon. Everything I do is for the Sand Village," he murmured to himself, a determined glint in his eyes. The situation with the daimyo of the Wind Country weighed on his thoughts. If not for the Wind Country's foolish daimyo, the Sand Village's current predicament might not be as dire. Turning his attention to the ongoing conflict between Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village, Raza noted the absence of a critical turning point. Though the Grass Village's leader had yet to make an appearance, Grass Village remarkably held its ground against Hidden Leaf Village, and the conflict hadn't reached a critical juncture. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, an urgent interruption shattered the silence. A sand ninja burst into the room without the courtesy of a knock, their voice trembling with urgency. "Kusagakure-sama." Frowning at the interruption, Raza's displeasure was evident. "Baki, what's the urgency?" he inquired sharply, his demeanor demanding an explanation. "You were tasked with monitoring the border. Has the situation escalated to a critical point? Are we to advance towards the Land of Rain?" No. "Not yet, my apologies, Kusagakure-sama." Baki hastily clarified, his tone apologetic. "The conflict between Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village hasn't escalated to a critical juncture. It's just..." He trailed off, his expression troubled. "Just what?" Raza inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. "Currently, our focus should be on the Grass Village's movements. We're well aware of the potential repercussions once the issue regarding the Sand Village comes to light." Raza continued, his tone tinged with sarcasm as he quipped, "So, what's causing this urgency if not that? Unless, of course, the Grass Village has redirected its aggression towards us?" However, as the words left Raza's lips, Baki's eyes widened in astonishment, silently looking back at Raza. Observing Baki's uneasy demeanor, Raza grew silent, pondering the implications. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously inquired, "Could it truly be an attack? On us?" "Yes, it is," Baki affirmed, his voice tinged with tension and uncertainty. The notion of the Grass Village targeting the Sand Village instead of Hidden Leaf Village left Raza momentarily dumbfounded before his instincts kicked in. "Summon reinforcements immediately." Raza, embodying his role as the fourth Kusagakure, reacted swiftly, urgency evident in his tone. "We must intercept the Grass Village's advance at all costs." Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "These lunatics. They still didn't follow the usual tactics." As onlookers from the Stone Village and the Cloud Village observed the unfolding conflict, they appeared to be mere spectators, reveling in the spectacle of the war between Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village. They were well aware that, from the onset, the central figures in this conflict were the Grass Village and Hidden Leaf Village. Even the Cloud Village, with its demands for the Uzumaki clan, sealing techniques, and reparations from the Grass Village, had relatively modest requests that allowed for negotiation. While the Cloud Village had not directly allied with the Grass Village, numerous products from the Grass Village had found their way into the Land of Lightning. The Grass Village's reputation for providing high-quality and cost-effective goods had enticed many merchants from the Land of Lightning to engage in trade with them. Thus, the Cloud Village knew that the Grass Village had likely amassed significant wealth in recent years, making the prospect of minor compensation seem inconsequential. Certainly, the Cloud Village's modest demands for compensation were expected under the circumstances. In recent years, while Hidden Leaf Village engaged in wars, the Cloud Village also faced its own battles. Following the Nine Tails incident, although the conflicts weren't as extensive or intense as those involving the three major villages, the Cloud Village inevitably incurred losses. As a result, the Cloud Village urgently needed time to recover. Furthermore, the broader trend in the ninja world leaned towards peace in recent times. Even the historically tumultuous Land of Rain had embraced a newfound stability. Given this context, unless another all-encompassing ninja world war erupted, drawing all ninja villages and clans into conflict, engaging in further conflict would be unwise. The recent minor war between the three major villages had demonstrated the significant losses that even a small-scale conflict could incur. As such, the Cloud Village understood the futility of the current war. Its outcome seemed predetermined: the grass village would meet the same fate as the once proud rain village. Ultimately, they would succumb to the might of the four great ninja villages and be compelled to negotiate terms of surrender. All eyes were fixed on the anticipated clash between Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village, awaiting the eruption of the most pivotal battle. Yet, contrary to expectations, as the conflict between Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village intensified, with Grass Village's forces deployed to defend against the other three major villages, a surprising turn unfolded. Instead of continuing their engagement with Hidden Leaf Village, the Grass Village redirected its assault toward the Sand Village. The sudden turn of events left onlookers bewildered and questioning the Grass Village's intentions. What could be the reasoning behind this unexpected attack on the Sand Village? In an unexpected turn of events, the Grass Village, in collaboration with the Rain Village, launched a sudden assault on the Sand Village, catching them off guard as they traversed the rugged mountains into the Land of Wind. "I never thought we'd make it this far," Hanzo remarked in awe, observing the swirling sands ahead. Reflecting on their past clash with the Sand Village, which resulted in their humiliating retreat into the Land of Rain, he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. "It appears the Sand Village isn't as prepared as we thought," he commented, noting the lack of strong defensive forces and overall readiness. "It seems they weren't planning for a genuine battle but rather to seize the opportunity," Ukihiko added, shaking his head in response. "Is the fourth Kusagakure planning to stage a fake war like we did?" Hanzo mused, recalling the deception employed during the Third Ninja World War. With a chuckle, he observed the retreating sand ninjas before him, finding amusement in their actions. He erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I can just imagine how furious that old hag must be. And speaking of which, her grandson seems to have disappeared without a trace. She can't seem to find him anywhere. Oh well, forget it." His expression smug, Hanzo continued, "I can't wait to see the look on her face. After all, she once managed to counter my poison." "You tangled with that old lady?" Ukihiko raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Hanzo's revelation. "I wonder what her reaction will be when Scorpion's identity is exposed." Shaking his head in bemusement, Ukihiko turned his attention to the defeated sand ninjas before them, narrowing his eyes. Next. The fourth Kusagakure must be having a headache. He still couldn't comprehend how they dared to intervene without adequate strength. He speculated that this incident would only fuel the Wind Country daimyo's already burgeoning resentment towards the Sand Village. Chapter 210, Chio, I shouldn't have stopped Raza. The sudden onslaught by the Grass Village on the Sand Village caught Raza completely off guard. As he reviewed the intelligence in his hands, his expression shifted between confusion and frustration. Why had the Grass Village opted to strike the Sand Village instead of targeting Hidden Leaf Village? And with both Grass and Rain Village leaders present, committing the bulk of their forces here, weren't they concerned about vulnerability to a Hidden Leaf Village counterattack? Raza's face darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table. "Prepare for immediate support, reorganize the troops. Do they believe the Sand Village is an easy target?" Frustration and urgency fueled his orders. The Grass Village's unexpected move had disrupted his carefully laid plans. Despite his surprise, Raza knew he couldn't afford to dwell on these thoughts. Immediate action was required to organize support. As he finished speaking, a sand ninja burst into the room, announcing loudly, "Kusagakure-sama, Lord Chio, and Lord Ebizo have arrived." Raza was momentarily taken aback, a realization dawning on him. Regaining his composure, he gestured for them to enter. Chio and Ebizo, although officially retired, entered with somber expressions. Seated across from Raza, they wasted no time getting to the point. "The daimyo's representatives have sought us out," Ebizo began, his tone grave. "The daimyo?" Raza's brow furrowed slightly, prompting him to inquire further. "What is their purpose now?" "A ceasefire." Chio sighed, her words heavy with disappointment. "The Sand Village cannot sustain the ongoing conflict even though this war's duration will be brief. The Grass Village's leader possesses a formidable mindset, akin to that of a ninja god. Though lacking in conventional ninja ethics, his influence over Hanzo speaks volumes. The Grass Village won't yield easily. The Sand Village will not fall," Raza declared resolutely, meeting Chio's gaze with unwavering determination. "Hidden Leaf Village cannot afford to back down either. We must persist, and the Grass Village will eventually retreat. Their presence in the Sand Village is unsustainable. They cannot maintain this level of deployment indefinitely." Chio sighed, her expression reflecting a sense of resignation. "Even so, the Sand Village will incur significant losses in the process. The Grass and Rain villages have penetrated deep into the heartland of the Land of Wind. Even with reinforcements, we cannot expel them immediately. Our village lacks the strength to hold this battlefield. Perhaps if we can neutralize the leadership of the Rain and Grass villages." Raza began, but his words were cut short by Chio. "The Grass Village possesses formidable figures such as its finance minister and the advisor Mobuki. Chio interjected with a shake of her head. Despite his lack of physical prowess, Mobuki is a cunning strategist. Raza's resolve remained unshaken as he raised his voice. We have a Jinchuriki. However, Chio's wry smile faded as she continued, setting aside the current condition of the Jinchuriki in the Sand Village. You must realize. The rogue ninja Obito Uchiha sought refuge in the Grass Village. Raza's expression darkened at the mention of Obito. The Nine Tails incident had demonstrated Obito's ability to manipulate tailed beasts with his Mengekyo Sharingan. If he directed his attention towards the Sand Village, it would mirror the catastrophe that befell Hidden Leaf Village during the Nine Tails attack. Silent contemplation enveloped Raza as he absorbed Chio's words. The implications were grave. Chio sighed once more, her voice tinged with resignation. We must acknowledge that the rise of the Grass Village has surpassed our expectations. In addition to their possession of the Mengekyo Sharingan, they have formidable assets such as the Finance Minister Kakazu, as well as rogue ninjas from various villages. Furthermore, the younger generation, including Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, has flourished. Even individuals like Hato and Daijuku are recognized as elite shinobi. Meanwhile, what does the Sand Village have to counter this? Chio's assessment painted a sobering picture. The Grass Village's recruitment of rogue ninjas had far exceeded their initial estimations, presenting a formidable challenge to the Sand Village. However, Chio's response carried a wry smile as she spoke, setting aside the current state of the Jinchuriki in the Sand Village. You must be aware that the rogue ninja Obito Uchiha has sought refuge in the Grass Village. Raza's expression darkened at the mention of Obito. The Nine Tails incident had demonstrated Obito's ability to control tailed beasts using his Mengekyo Sharingan. If he were to focus his attention on the Sand Village, it could potentially replicate the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails in Hidden Leaf Village. Silent contemplation enveloped Raza as he absorbed Chio's words. The implications were grave. Chio sighed once more, her voice tinged with resignation. We must acknowledge that the rise of the Grass Village has surpassed our expectations. In addition to their possession of the Mengekyo Sharingan, they have formidable assets such as the Finance Minister Kakazu, as well as rogue ninjas from various villages. Furthermore, the younger generation, including Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, has flourished. Even individuals like Hato and Daijuku are recognized as elite shinobi. Meanwhile, what does the Sand Village have to counter this? Chio's assessment painted a sobering picture. The Grass Village's recruitment of rogue ninjas had far exceeded their initial estimations, presenting a formidable challenge to the Sand Village. Moreover, this was merely what Chio knew. She couldn't ascertain the extent of their resources. A long sigh escaped her lips as she pondered the unexpected turn of events. After 3 consecutive wars, the Sand Village's foundation had nearly been obliterated. Recalling the enigmatic disappearance of the third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest Kazekage, due to an unexplained accident, Chio couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. To this day, the Sand Village has yet to unravel the truth behind the third Kazekage's disappearance. It was perplexing considering his relatively young age compared to counterparts like the third Hokage and the third Tsuchikage. His sudden vanishing had left a void that couldn't be filled. Had the third Kazekage still been among them, perhaps the current state of affairs wouldn't have reached such dire straits. With him, Raza, and Pakura forming a formidable trio, the Sand Village might have fared better. Sighing helplessly, Chio continued, as the Kazekage, your foremost duty is to safeguard the Sand Village. Our village yearns for peace, and as for Pakura, she has already paid the ultimate price. She will forever be remembered as a hero of the Sand Village. As Raza absorbed Chio's words, a heavy silence enveloped the room. He hadn't anticipated that his impulsive decision would spiral into such dire consequences. Chio observed Raza's conflicted demeanor and, after a moment of contemplation, reluctantly broached the sensitive topic. The daimyo's representatives conveyed a troubling message. They warned that if this course continues, the daimyo may question your suitability as Kazekage and even suggest your abdication. Although the authority of the daimyo's representatives was typically disregarded by major ninja villages, such scrutiny would undoubtedly sow seeds of doubt within the Sand Village itself. After all, it was Raza's initiative that had propelled them into this war. As Chio spoke, Raza's expression darkened, realizing the gravity of the situation. He glanced at Chio and Debezo, understanding their underlying motives for intervening. Their return from retirement wasn't merely a formality, it was a necessary measure to prevent the Sand Village from descending into chaos amidst the looming threats from the Grass and Rain villages. As the weight of responsibility settled heavily upon him, Raza sighed deeply and conceded, I understand. This war was a misjudgment on my part. He admitted, his tone heavy with regret. Upon hearing his acknowledgement, Chio offered a reassuring smile and affirmed, I will personally undertake the negotiations with the Grass Village leader. Attempting to interject with his own sense of accountability, Raza found himself hesitating, but Chio's resolute demeanor left little room for debate. The fourth Kazekage need not concern himself. This falls within the purview of my duties alongside Ebizo. Now, I bid you farewell, Kazekage-sama. She declared before departing with Ebizo, leaving Raza to contemplate the ramifications of his actions. Negotiating a ceasefire with the Grass Village became their immediate priority. Time was of the essence. Any delay could provoke unpredictable actions from the Grass Village leader. With their departure, Raza clasped his hands together, his expression clouded with apprehension. Deep in thought, he muttered to himself, "Daimyo." His mind weighed heavily with the looming challenges ahead as he grappled with the consequences of his decisions. Time passed swiftly, and as the Grass Village redirected its focus towards the Sand Village, the other three major ninja villages initially rejoiced. Despite their confusion over the Grass Village's strategic shift away from targeting Hidden Leaf Village, they seized the opportunity to strike while the Grass Village's forces were occupied. However, to their astonishment, the conflict between the Grass Village and the Sand Village abruptly ceased in under 2 days. Although the Sand Village did not formally concede, it was evident to all that they had been defeated. The abrupt conclusion left everyone perplexed. How could the Sand Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, fall so swiftly? It was a puzzling turn of events that evoked a sense of déjà vu among the remaining 3 major ninja villages. Recalling the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, where the Grass Village decisively repelled the Mist Village and then swiftly overpowered the Cloud, Rock, and Sand villages, the parallels were undeniable. It seemed history was repeating itself, with the Grass Village demonstrating its formidable prowess on the battlefield once again. The Cloud and Rock villages couldn't help but curse inwardly at the Sand Village's apparent folly, being defeated by what they perceived as a mere Grass Village. Despite their frustration, they eased up on their offensive, recognizing the shifting dynamics of the war. However, the situation took an unexpected turn when the Sand Village abruptly redirected its forces towards Hidden Leaf Village. The sudden change left everyone puzzled and questioning the motives behind the Sand Village's actions. As confusion swept through the ranks, no one could comprehend why the Sand Village, having suffered defeat at the hands of the Grass Village, would now seek confrontation with Hidden Leaf Village. The baffling decision left all parties bewildered and uncertain. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Chio, observing the Fire Country border with her troops, also found herself questioning the decisions that had led to this chaotic turn of events. She sighed deeply, contemplating, if I had known. Letting Raza continue might have been the better choice. The situation had spiraled into a confusing mess, and Chio couldn't help but lament the unexpected developments. Chapter 211, Why did Sun attack Hidden Leaf Village instead? Recalling the events of a few days ago, Chio wasted no time and swiftly made her way to the front lines, fully prepared to negotiate a ceasefire agreement with both the Grass Village and the Rain Village. Despite being considered a relatively small ninja village in the present day, Chio had gained a deeper understanding of the Grass Village's growing influence during her recent visits to both the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. While the Grass Village's reputation in the ninja world had suffered due to the leadership of their current leader, who was perceived to lack in traditional ninja ethics, Chio acknowledged that their ascent could not be halted. Even neighboring Hidden Leaf Village harbored disdain towards the Grass Village, yet it was undeniable that, under the leadership of their current leader, both the village and the surrounding territory had experienced significant growth in strength. This leader possessed a broad perspective, formidable strength, and a pragmatic approach that contrasted with the arrogance displayed by figures like Hanzo. He had effectively guided the Land of Grass and extended his influence to the Land of Rain, steering them towards a path of greater strength and resilience. Furthermore, his unorthodox methods and shameless demeanor set him apart from conventional leaders, a trait that their own Kazekage lacked. While their Kazekage possessed decent strength and unique abilities, he paled in comparison to the dynamic leadership demonstrated by the Grass Village's leader. Nevertheless, he remained their fourth Kazekage, and under his guidance, the Sand Village had made gradual strides towards recovery in recent years. Therefore, this unexpected turn of events fell squarely on her shoulders to address. In her assessment of the situation, despite facing pressure from the 4 great ninja villages, the Grass Village leader displayed unwavering resolve. However, the perils of this war were undeniable for the Grass Village. The issue lay in Hidden Leaf Village's unwavering determination to retain control of the Nightdales. Should the Grass Village find itself at a disadvantage, it would inevitably draw the attention of neighboring nations and major ninja villages, leading to potential intervention. It was common knowledge that the Grass Village had amassed considerable wealth in recent years. Given the financial strain incurred by ongoing conflicts, the surrounding major powers were eager to secure adequate funds for their own recovery efforts. Initially, she, herself was tempted by the prospect of financial gain. However, her perspective shifted during her visits to the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass. She realized that, more than ever, the Sand Village yearned for peace, aspiring to quietly rebuild itself in the manner of the rejuvenated Grass Village. Hence, confronted with such a perilous predicament, Chio holds firm in her belief that the grass village will be amenable to a ceasefire should the sand village pursue it. If necessary, they could offer compensation in the form of gold dust to facilitate an agreement. Chio is confident that once the sand village makes concessions, the grass village will be inclined to accept them. Surrender, however, is out of the question. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, the sand village cannot afford to lose its dignity by capitulating after just 2 days of conflict. Such an outcome would invite scorn and mockery. Echoing Roz's sentiments, Chio acknowledges that the sand village possesses the capability to compel the grass village to retreat if they fully commit to the battle. However, the associated costs are deemed prohibitive. Thus, all preparations have been made, with negotiations being the final step. And her expectations proved accurate initially. The grass village leader and the rain village leader welcomed her visit without hesitation, displaying a warm reception. However, when she presented the sand village's ceasefire request, the grass village leader unexpectedly outright refused. Even though Chio subtly suggested that prolonging the conflict between the grass village and the sand village would only serve to benefit the other 3 major ninja villages. Despite Chio's subtle insinuations that deploying most of the grass village's forces to the sand village's front lines would only create an opportunity for Hidden Leaf village to exploit, potentially leading to the peril of nation or village annihilation, the result was disheartening. The audacious grass village leader dismissed her concerns with nonchalance, remarking, "No worries. If the grass village is razed, we'll just relocate and rebuild elsewhere, no big deal." He even went so far as to extol the virtues of the Wind Country's picturesque landscapes, refreshing breezes, and the faint scent of sand. Furthermore, he added that he was tired of the grass in the grass village and that moving elsewhere wouldn't be so bad. In a show of solidarity, nearby Hanzo nodded in agreement, adding remarks about the abundance of gold in the land of wind. He had heard that after the Wind Country's daimyo ceased funding, the sand village had managed to sustain itself solely through gold mining, turning it into a veritable treasure trove. Hearing this, Chio felt the urge to deliver a swift punch to the grass village leader's face right then and there. While she doubted these two would actually follow through with such drastic actions, the intentions of that grass village leader remained shrouded in uncertainty. Recalling the grass village's notorious reputation for disregarding ninja ethics, Chio couldn't help but reflect on their past transgressions. From selling false information during the First Great Ninja War to orchestrating fake battles during the Third Great Ninja War, the grass village had a history of deceitful tactics. Just days ago, they brazenly took away the Hidden Leaf village's 9 tails, and now, when faced with retaliation from Hidden Leaf village, they pivot to attack the Sand village. Their erratic behavior bordered on lunacy. Who's to say they truly intend to relocate and establish a new ninja village elsewhere? Despite her role as a retired advisor to the Sand village, Chio staunchly refused to entertain any compromises. Although she had stepped forward out of necessity, she was acutely aware that she was the only one capable of navigating this precarious situation. However, before she could utter a word in response, the grass village leader seated across from her blinked, wearing an unsettling smile as he spoke. "Elder Chio, wouldn't it be best for the Sand village if they remained unaware that their hero, Pakura, is still alive?" Beside him, Hanzo echoed with the same unsettling smile, "Old hag, surely you wouldn't wish to witness the swift demise of all the sand ninjas in this vicinity." These words sent a chill down Chio's spine, and if not for the gravity of the situation, she was even tempted to poison them right here. As a seasoned member of the Sand village, Chio's entire lineage had been dedicated to its service. Throughout her long life, spanning the reigns of the first and fourth Kazekage, she had witnessed the ebb and flow of the ninja world, from the height of the first Hokage's glory to the establishment of the ninja village system. Her wealth of experience was unparalleled. Yet, even with her extensive background, she found herself utterly helpless in this unprecedented predicament. The Rain village leader, once revered as a legendary figure in the ninja world and a mentor to younger generations, now displayed a sinister demeanor that defied comprehension. How had he descended into such darkness in just a few short years? Where had the noble demeanor of the legendary ninja vanished to? These questions lingered in Chio's mind, casting a shadow over the grim reality before her. In the end, she found herself with no other choice but to compromise. Refusing to do so would have undoubtedly led to dire consequences, as these individuals seemed intent on following through with their threats. Thus, after intense negotiations, a ceasefire agreement was reached between the two villages. Simultaneously, the Sand village deployed troops to the border near the Land of Fire. However, they had no intention of engaging with Hidden Leaf village. As per the Grass village leader's stipulations, their role was to encircle them without launching an attack, merely applying pressure. It was this condition that compelled Chio to acquiesce. Otherwise, she would have staunchly refused. If combat was inevitable, she reasoned, it would be preferable to continue facing the Grass village. Young people truly have something about them. Chio sighed as she observed the Land of Fire's border ahead, speaking to herself, It seems like the sixth great ninja village will emerge following this war. As for Hanzo, she couldn't suppress a disdainful scoff at the shameless old man. Even in his advanced years, he seemed to have abandoned all sense of dignity and integrity. Lacking any trace of ninja ethics, he even boasted about having a grandson, claiming the boy was superior to her own grandson, Sasaori. Chio couldn't help but question the character of his acknowledged grandson, Sasaori. Whirling around to face the sand ninjas beside her, she commanded, "Pay attention, all of you. No rash actions. Anyone who dares to stir up trouble will face the consequences from me." Her words hung heavy in the air, causing the sand ninjas to freeze in place, their responses resounding in unison, "Understood." With the affirmation from her comrades, Chio pivoted back, her gaze landing on the assembly of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas not far away. A self-satisfied grin crept across her features as she remarked, "The third Hokage must be grappling with a headache right about now." Meanwhile, on the Hidden Leaf Village side, true to Chio's prediction, the moment the third Hokage received the frontline intelligence, a curse escaped his lips involuntarily. Despite there being no formal agreement, there existed an unspoken understanding among the four great ninja villages to concentrate their efforts on the Grass Village. Then, why did the Sand Village, in the midst of clashing with the Grass Village, abruptly shifted their focus back to Hidden Leaf Village once more? Chapter 212, Hanzo, is this also possible? Saratobe Hiruzen rubbed his forehead, feeling the onset of a headache. While it wasn't unheard of for the Sand Village to suddenly redirect its attention to Hidden Leaf Village mid-battle, the timing seemed baffling. After all, it had only been a matter of days since they had made peace with the Grass Village. Now, they were turning around to attack Hidden Leaf Village? Did they perceive Hidden Leaf Village as inferior to the Grass Village, or did they doubt Hidden Leaf Village's ability to defend itself? Saratobe never intended to escalate the conflict. His primary goal was to retrieve the Jinchuriki and convey to the Grass Village that Hidden Leaf Village, as one of the 5 great shinobi villages, couldn't be provoked with impunity. Therefore, swift and decisive action was necessary for Hidden Leaf Village. Continuing the war would only be detrimental and might exacerbate the situation. But why this sudden shift in focus from the Sand Village? Hiruzen knew well the hardships the Sand Village faced after their defeat in the Third Great Ninja War. The Wind Country's daimyo had severed their financial support, redirecting missions to Hidden Leaf Village and leaving the Sand Village struggling to sustain itself. To keep the village afloat, the 4th Kazekage had to devote considerable effort to securing funds. The situation was undoubtedly dire for the Sand Village. However, these internal challenges were unrelated to Hidden Leaf Village. On the contrary, if the conflict persisted, it could sour relations with the Fire Country's daimyo. So, what incentives did the Grass Village offer the Sand Village to prompt this sudden attack on Hidden Leaf Village? What benefits outweighed the risks of provoking a conflict with Hidden Leaf Village, the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages? As expected, since the onset of this war involving the Grass Village, the dynamics have taken a peculiar turn. Once the Sand Village redirected its focus to Hidden Leaf Village, the Cloud Village, and the Rock Village mysteriously halted their activities, seemingly observing the unfolding events with a sense of amusement directed at Hidden Leaf Village. This pause might be driven by their apprehension that if the Grass Village and the Rain Village refocus on them, they would need to prepare for a potential counterattack, avoiding a situation akin to what the Sand Village experienced. In the present context, the Grass Village, especially with its alliance with the Rain Village, has become a formidable force. Hence, exercising caution is prudent. No one wants to be embroiled in an extended conflict. Another 3-year war is something they likely want to avoid, considering the need for recovery and recuperation. Suddenly, the pressure on Hidden Leaf Village has intensified. The resilience of the Grass Village, even in the absence of its leader, has taken Saratobe Hiruzen by surprise. Initially, he perceived the Grass Village to be similar to the Rain Village, relying heavily on a single leader. However, the Grass Village has demonstrated its capacity to withstand the onslaught from the 3 great shinobi nations, particularly at the border of the Fire Country. As Saratobe Hiruzen reviewed the intelligence in his hands, his expression turned increasingly serious. The Grass Village has produced its own exceptional generation, including Nagato Uzumaki, Yahiko, Konan, Daijuke, and Hato. Nagato, in particular, stands out for his strength, mystery, and remarkable sensory abilities, exposing infiltrating shinobi with ease. Saratobe Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Had the relationship been better, the younger generation of the Uzumaki clan might have come to Hidden Leaf Village's aid, leveraging their exceptional abilities. However, the once strong friendship between the Uzumaki clan and Hidden Leaf Village has dwindled into non-existence. Consequently, Hidden Leaf Village is grappling with immense pressure as they struggle to make headway in the current situation. With the need to allocate resources to address the Sand Village threat, internal discord has emerged within the village. Some question the rationale behind expending significant resources to retrieve the monster, suggesting it might have been preferable if the entity had remained at large. However, amidst these internal debates, a more pressing concern looms. Saratobe Hiruzen fears that if the conflict persists, the Rock Village and the Cloud Village might redirect their focus towards attacking Hidden Leaf Village. Instead of uniting against a common adversary, it could devolve into a scenario where the four great shinobi villages are united against Hidden Leaf Village. Saratobe Hiruzen rested his folded hands on his chin, observing the furrowed brows of Hamura and Koharu beside him. With a somber demeanor, he posed the pressing question, "What's our next move?" The weight of the situation hung heavily in the air as Hamura and Koharu remained silent. The uncertainty loomed large. How does one proceed? The prospect of halting the war entirely seemed unrealistic, yet allowing it to escalate into chaos was equally untenable. They were caught in a delicate balancing act, navigating the fine line between maintaining control and preventing an uncontrollable escalation. The daimyo and many within the village are growing discontented. Koharu reflected, her voice heavy with resignation. We've just established peace agreements with the Rock and Cloud villages. If we resume fighting now, Hidden Leaf Village will undoubtedly lose face. She shook her head, her tone tinged with a hint of dismay. Ninjas are known to break agreements, but not like this. They're not the Grass Village, after all. They can't mimic their morning alliance and afternoon betrayal strategy. Hidden Leaf Village has a certain level of dignity. Expressing her concern about maintaining the village's dignity, Koharu continued, while it's true that the Grass Village's unexpected rise has caught us off guard, we cannot stoop to their level. With a hint of emotion in her sigh, she addressed Hiruzen and Hamura, considering the current situation, it's evident that continuing the fight against the Grass Village won't yield a quick victory. We don't even know how long this war will persist, and there's the looming uncertainty of the Rock and Cloud villages joining in. Hence, the wisest course of action would be to cease hostilities. Once we've adequately prepared, we can resume our offensive against the Grass Village. Koharu's words struck a chord. Continuing the war indefinitely was not an option. However, halting hostilities now carried its own risks. Would Hidden Leaf Village be seen as weak, just like the Sand Village? The thought was a bitter pill to swallow for the village hailed as the strongest in the ninja world. Can we continue negotiations with the Grass Village? Hamura pondered, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Although Hidden Leaf Village may not have the resources to continue the conflict, it's possible that the Grass Village is also seeking an end to the hostilities. Perhaps through negotiations, we could even explore the possibility of reclaiming the Nine Tails for Hidden Leaf Village. Hiruzen shook his head with a wistful smile. It's unlikely. He replied with a hint of resignation. If negotiations were feasible, they would have occurred already. From the outset, Hidden Leaf Village had attempted diplomatic avenues, only to be met with staunch refusals. Each time, the Grass Village leveled accusations of child mistreatment against Hidden Leaf Village, leaving them at a loss for words. As the three leaders sighed in frustration, Hokage-sama, an Anbu ninja burst into the room, swiftly delivering a letter. Before anyone could react, he handed it over, gasping, a missive from the Grass Village. The Grass Village? The trio exchanged puzzled glances. Why would the Grass Village send a letter amidst the ongoing war? Could it be surrender? Hiruzen dismissed the ludicrous idea of a surrender and cautiously took the letter. Hamura and Koharu joined him, casting suspicious glances at the envelope as Hiruzen tentatively opened it. To their surprise, the contents revealed something akin to a red invitation card. Perplexed, they lowered their heads to decipher its meaning. As they read on, confusion etched their faces, and after exchanging bewildered glances, they were left dumbfounded. The letter conveyed, for decades, the Grass Village and Hidden Leaf Village have been close allies, their friendship dating back to the founding of the ninja villages. We were like brothers, dear friends, and loved ones. However, today, Hidden Leaf Village has some misunderstandings about the Grass Village and has declared war without cause. Nevertheless, as everyone knows, the Grass Village is a ninja village that especially loves peace. Therefore, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, the Grass Village sincerely invites Hidden Leaf Village to participate in the first ninja art tournament, where both sides will have a fair fight on stage, 3 rounds, 2 wins, and the ultimate winner will be decided. The letter continued with details such as a registration fee of 100 million and whom to contact for inquiries, the Grass Village Foreign Minister, Mobuki, and Minister of Finance, Pikazu. Beneath all this information, in bold, golden, flamboyant writing, were the words, First Ninja World Tournament, looking forward to your participation. The trio exchanged puzzled glances, trying to make sense of the unexpected invitation. Meanwhile, Hanzo found himself equally perplexed by Akihiko's actions. He examined the letter in his hand, furrowing his brows in contemplation. After a brief moment, he voiced his uncertainty. Do you think Hidden Leaf Village will agree to this? Akihiko narrowed his eyes, offering a confident nod in response. They will have no choice but to agree. If not, we'll join forces with the Sand Village and launch an assault on the Rock Village. Concerned, Hanzo sought further assurance. Do you believe the Sand Village will comply? Reassuringly, Akihiko dismissed any doubts, waving his hand casually, a smile playing on his lips. No need to worry, they will comply. And if they don't? Well, we'll simply resume our offensive against the Sand Village. Hanzo was simply left dumbfounded by Akihiko's words. We can even play like this? Chapter 213, Narashikaku, are you here to join us? Today, the weather remained clear and sunny, yet the unmistakable chill of deep autumn permeated the air, a reminder of the changing season. The ongoing war, though, seemed to defy the natural progression of time, trapped in a cycle of uncertainty and unpredictability. Onoki, the third Sushi Kage, sighed with a mixture of frustration and resignation as he reviewed the latest intelligence report. This war, from its onset, had been marked by peculiarities and unexpected turns. The sudden shift in allegiance from the Sand Village towards Hidden Leaf Village had caught many off guard, revealing the underestimated strength and cunning of the Grass Village and its leader. The Stone Village, Onoki's home, was no stranger to turmoil. In the aftermath of the Third Great Ninja War, internal strife had plagued the village, exacerbated by the relentless string of subsequent conflicts. With the current war escalating, the Stone Village yearned for a period of stability and reconstruction. Initially, hopes were pinned on the collective might of the four great ninja villages to quell the Grass Village's defiance. However, the swift and calculated maneuvers of the Grass Village shattered these expectations. By launching a surprise assault on the Sand Village with the Rain Village, they not only forced them to cease fire but even somehow also managed to redirect the attention of Sand Village towards Hidden Leaf Village. Now, amidst the chaos of battle, concerns loomed within the Stone Village's Elder Council. The fear of becoming the next target weighed heavily on their minds. While attention was fixated on the clash between Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village, the looming threat of a coordinated attack from the Grass and Rain Villages posed a grave risk to them, as such an onslaught would undoubtedly inflict severe casualties upon the Stone Village. However, the dilemma persists for Onoki and the elders of the Stone Village. If they opt to abstain from the conflict, they risk missing out on potential gains. What if the Grass Village emerges victorious in the end? Halting their involvement now could mean forfeiting any chance of compensation and further straining the village's already dwindling military resources. The prospect of reducing expenditures is hardly feasible for any of the major ninja villages aiming for a swift recovery. Thus, Onoki finds himself caught between the uncertainty of continuing the war and the apprehension of the potential fallout if they withdraw and the Grass Village suffers defeat. Adding to the complexity of the situation is the Grass Village's recent efforts to court the Kamizuru clan. Iwa Ninja reported, furthermore, during this period, the Grass Village has been consistently procuring honey from the Kamizuru clan. Their interactions are marked by intimacy, generosity, and warmth. The Grass Village has publicly declared its appreciation for the Kamizuru clan, suggesting a close bond. Also stating, should the Kamizuru clan align with the Grass Village, they would undoubtedly be welcomed with open arms. The audacity of the Grass Village to poach talent from the Stone Village right under their nose irked Onoki, the third Sushi Kage. The recruitment efforts and the apparent warmth extended to the Kamizuru clan fueled his frustration. Knowledge of Hidden Leaf Village facing similar troubles with the Grass Village in the past had reached his ears, but the current situation was unexpected and unsettling. As the leader of the Stone Village, Onoki felt a sense of duty to safeguard the integrity and loyalty of his ninjas. The Grass Village's attempt to entice the Kamizuru clan, a prominent clan in the Stone Village, was not only a breach of trust but also a direct challenge to the standing of one of the 5 great ninja villages. Fueled by a determination to assert the Stone Village's strength and principles, Onoki contemplated severe consequences for the Grass Village. He believed that a resolute response was necessary to make it clear that the Stone Village would not tolerate such actions. Therefore, despite the Kamizuru clan reaffirming their allegiance to the Stone Village, Onoki remained vigilant, dispatching ninjas to keep a close watch on their loyalty. The potential embarrassment of losing a clan to the Grass Village was a scenario Onoki was determined to avoid. Setting aside the intelligence report, Onoki let out a sigh, reflecting on the ongoing war. Turning his attention to the rock ninja standing before him, he inquired, "What's the current status on the front lines? How is the conflict between Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village unfolding?" The rock ninja appeared somewhat conflicted upon hearing the third Sushi Kage's question, exhibiting a hesitant demeanor. After a moment of scratching the back of his head as if grappling with the words, he finally spoke. "We received a report this morning indicating that Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village have already put a halt to their hostilities. Ceased fighting? Has the war stopped? So quickly? Doesn't Hidden Leaf Village want its Jinchuriki back anymore?" Onoki's surprise was evident as he furrowed his brow. "Why did they cease fire?" Could it be that Hidden Leaf Village found themselves unable to handle the situation? The rock ninja hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to articulate the situation. Speak up. The third Sushi Kage's impatience was evident as he frowned and fixed a stern gaze on the hesitant rock ninja. Why are you behaving so nervously? Speak plainly, you're a rock ninja. Lord Sushi Kage, this. The rock ninja quickly regained composure, offering the intelligence report with a serious expression. Lord Sushi Kage, please examine it for yourself. Onoki sensed that something was amiss, and his frown deepened. He refrained from pressing further, accepting the intelligence report. As he perused its contents, his expression transformed from confusion to disbelief. He carefully examined the report, flipping through its pages, and fell into complete silence. Eventually, he raised his head, locking eyes with the rock ninja. In a composed manner, Onoki took a deep breath and issued a surprising order: command all frontline ninjas to withdraw. Cease the fighting. He couldn't understand what's happening anymore. The first Ninja World Tournament? What in the world even is this? In the current moment, Narashikaku gazed at the grass country border directly before him, his countenance marked by a mix of emotions. It seemed as though a myriad of thoughts were swirling within him, yet finding the right words proved challenging. Ultimately, after a resigned sigh, he muttered to himself, what in the world is all this? Having experienced decades of life, Shikaku found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. The war, which had been peculiar from its inception, had surpassed all expectations in its absurdity. On this particular morning, he had received a clandestine message from the third Hokage, announcing a temporary ceasefire and instructing him to proceed to the border of the Land of Grass to inquire about the enigmatic First Ninja World Tournament. Upon perusing the letter, a hush descended upon Shikaku. He comprehended the necessity for Hidden Leaf Village to take a pause from the incessant warfare, understanding that a prolonged conflict would inevitably sow discontent among the populace. The recent turn of events, with the Sand Village abruptly shifting its focus to attack Hidden Leaf Village, had left the village in a precarious situation. The news of the Sand Village's sudden aggression had only heightened the tension within Hidden Leaf Village. If this trend persisted, would the Stone Village and the Cloud Village also alter their stance and turn against Hidden Leaf Village? The prospect of another major ninja war loomed large. Consequently, the decision to swiftly conclude the war became imperative to preempt any unforeseen calamities. Yet, Shikaku couldn't help but be taken aback by the unexpected turn of events that brought this perplexing war to an end. However, it also aligns with Hidden Leaf Village's aspirations as well. Hidden Leaf Village is eager to halt the hostilities, considering the uncertainty surrounding the Grass Village's tactics if the conflict were to persist. In the past, before the Third Great Ninja War, Hidden Leaf Village might have been more patient. However, in the wake of subsequent conflicts, including the Nine Tails incident and the skirmishes among the major ninja villages, followed by this enigmatic war, there's a palpable sense of urgency. Continuing along this path could lead to an endless cycle of violence. Hence, the Grass Village's sudden proposition presents the most viable solution, providing a framework to contain the war within manageable bounds. Honestly, as the interim frontline Jonin commander, Shikaku Nara harbors a fervent desire to swiftly conclude this rather perplexing war. Beyond the challenge of achieving victory, the mere thought of consuming the military biscuits provided by the Grass Village gives him pause. He can't help but recall the absurd advertisement for the Grass Village military biscuits. These rations, purportedly crafted using cutting-edge Grass Village technology, boast of being refined for 49 days. They tout a tantalizing blend of premium Grass Village milk and meticulously cultivated grains, promising ninjas the sustenance needed for both travel and combat. Despite the seemingly exaggerated marketing spiel, Shikaku begrudgingly admits that the taste of these military biscuits surpasses the unpalatable military pills. Nonetheless, amidst the distractions, he remains focused on his paramount duties at hand. At this moment, Shikaku Nara found himself treading on the Land of Grass's territory. The sudden call for a tournament had left the village somewhat apprehensive, prompting them to dispatch him to the designated consultation office for clarification. Given that the event was organized by the Grass Village, known for their cunning ways, the village deemed it necessary to seek reassurance through direct inquiry. Reflecting on the inexplicable turn of events leading to this war, Shikaku couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. If given a choice in the future, he resolved never to assume a leadership role under such circumstances again. Word had it that earlier in the day, Rock and Cloud ninjas, while withdrawing, voiced their discontent loudly, even resorting to spitting on the ground in frustration. Their curses echoed in protest. What in the world is going on? However, as Shikaku Nara stood there, contemplating the distance between the two consultation booths, a sense of unease crept over him. Were they deliberately set apart by the Grass Village, perhaps as part of some covert scheme? Despite his uncertainties, Shikaku decided to proceed, opting for the booth on the right, Grass Village consultant, Mobuki. This choice was driven partly by familiarity, as many harbored a history of discontent with this individual back in Hidden Leaf Village. Approaching the booth with determination, Shikaku wasted no time in initiating the conversation. "Hello, I'm Shikaku Nara, representing Hidden Leaf Village. I'm here too." His sentence trailed off abruptly as he was interrupted. "Ah, Shikaku Nara, head of the Nara clan, right?" The Grass Village consultant leaped to his feet, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Are you here to join us at last? Welcome to the Grass Village. It's the wisest decision you'll ever make." "Who said anything about joining?" Shikaku retorted, his irritation evident as frustration marred his expression with twitching tics. Chapter 214, Consultation Fees. Nara Shikaku sighed and addressed the matter straightforwardly. "I've come to inquire about the first Ninja World Tournament. Despite the Grass Village's proposal, our third Hokage is inclined to support it. However, it's crucial to note that the Grass Village, in this instance, has acted against ninja ethics by kidnapping our Jinchuriki." "Nonsense. It's merely a family visit. Such visits foster bonds, they don't constitute kidnapping. You're tarnishing the long-standing friendship between Hidden Leaf Village and the Uzumaki clan," Mobuki retorted, underlining the distinction. "A family visit?" Shikaku couldn't help but feel a twitch in his mouth at Mobuki's audacious words. "No, discussing this now isn't the priority." Maintaining a serious expression, Shikaku continued, "Given the Grass Village's repeated disregard for ninja ethics, Hidden Leaf Village harbors skepticism about the fairness of this tournament. Don't worry, we guarantee absolute fairness and transparency. Our leader can even personally vouch for it," Mobuki reassured Shikaku. "Do you even believe the nonsense you're spouting?" Shikaku Nara thought, his mouth twitching at the righteous demeanor of the Grass Village consultant. Without dwelling on it, he quickly pressed on. "First, there's a registration fee of 100 million. Mobuki shook his head while confidently patting his chest. "Don't worry. Our Grass Village never imposes arbitrary fees. As you well know, Grass Village products are esteemed for their quality and fair prices in the ninja world, earning the trust of everyone. This fee will go into venue construction and security maintenance. Moreover, rest assured, we have meticulously calculated everything to avoid overcharging." Shikaku was taken aback by the audacity. Why should Hidden Leaf Village foot the bill for venue construction? The shamelessness of it all left him astonished. With a raised eyebrow and a stern gaze, Shikaku pressed on. "This war is between the Grass Village and Hidden Leaf Village. Since Hidden Leaf Village hasn't been defeated, it's utterly implausible for us to foot this bill. If you refuse..." Before he could finish his sentence, the Grass Village consultant in front of him ignored him and turned to the Grass Ninja behind him. "You! Quickly send someone back to inform the leader. Hidden Leaf Village refuses to participate in the tournament. Let the leader know and prepare to attack the Stone Village." Shikaku Nara was shocked by Mobuki's disregard for his words as he spewed nonsensical orders. The scene unfolding before him felt eerily familiar. Snapping back to reality, he intervened hastily. "Hold on. Hidden Leaf Village hasn't refused yet." "Is that so?" "Don't startle me like that," Mobuki replied with a hint of annoyance, relieved at Shikaku Nara's clarification. "If the villages engage in combat once more and tarnish our long-standing friendship, remember, as the head of the Nara clan, you'll bear the brunt of the blame." He had never encountered such brazen audacity. Shikaku Nara gritted his teeth but persevered, nevertheless, about this 100 million registration fee. However, Mobuki once again erupted, "Quickly, send someone." "Stop." Shikaku Nara fought the urge to throttle the man. "Could you dismiss the Grass Ninja lurking around? I'll demonstrate who's in charge here." Gathering his composure, he pressed on. "Let's set that aside for now. I'll confer with the Hokage. However, regarding this Ninja World Tournament, Hidden Leaf Village has certain stipulations." "Please proceed." Mobuki adopted a grave demeanor as if the prior outburst hadn't occurred, nodding earnestly. "Rest assured, the Grass Village guarantees impartiality and rectitude." Who would buy into such assurances? Regardless, Shikaku Nara maintained a courteous smile and nodded. For now, he needed to gather intelligence on the Grass Village's intentions. The subsequent decisions rested with the village. Continuing, he stated, "In order to guarantee impartiality, Hidden Leaf Village. Our Hokage suggests that both village leaders and the Rain Village's leader be prohibited from participating in the tournament." He couldn't deny that the presence of a legendary ninja and the Grass Village's leader added a layer of unease for Hidden Leaf Village. Without the Hokage, they harbored reservations about the capability of anyone else to stand against these formidable leaders. However, before he could complete his sentence, Mobuki's outburst interrupted him once more. "Hurry, someone. Stop." Shikaku Nara, sporting another set of exasperated facial lines, halted Mobuki's impending call to inform and let out a resigned sigh. "We can discuss this request later." Realistically, expecting the Grass Village to concede to this demand was futile. The Grass Village and Rain Village leaders were formidable forces in the ninja world. It was implausible for them to step aside merely at Hidden Leaf Village's behest. This was no ordinary tournament, it was a crucial battle. Surrendering such a significant advantage wasn't feasible for any village involved. Observing Mobuki's behavior, Shikaku Nara persisted with a serious tone. The Uzumaki clan and Hidden Leaf Village have shared a deep alliance since ancient times, dating back to the Warring States period. Despite recent issues, Hidden Leaf Village doesn't wish to harm this long-standing friendship. Therefore, we urge your village to prohibit the participation of the Uzumaki clan in the tournament, preserving the goodwill between our two villages. However, Mobuki, unfazed, continued his call for assistance, creating a comical scene of negotiation. Shikaku Nara, Hidden Leaf Village insists that only ninjas who have resided in the village for 30 years and members of recognized ninja clans can participate. Mobuki, hurry, someone. Shikaku Nara, Hidden Leaf Village prefers the tournament to take place within its borders. Mobuki, hurry, someone. Shikaku Nara, Hidden Leaf Village. Mobuki, hurry, someone. Nara Shikaku gazed incredulously at Mobuki, who persistently called out to the Grass Ninja with each statement. Was this even a consultation? What was the purpose of constantly shouting to Grass Ninja to inform the Grass leader of nonsense? And as Shikaku fell into silence, Mobuki's countenance once again transformed into a benevolent smile. Is there anything else you'd like to inquire about? No, that's all. Shikaku uttered, his mouth twitching with a mix of frustration and resignation. He shook his head, realizing it was futile to engage in meaningful dialogue with someone so eccentric. Mobuki nodded graciously, maintaining his amiable smile. Thank you for your inquiry. Would you be interested in learning more about our talent recruitment plan? Nara Shikaku shook his head with a wry smile as he regarded Mobuki with a composed demeanor. Aren't you concerned that Hidden Leaf Village will decline? Quickly, someone. Hidden Leaf Village refused. Mobuki attempted to shout once more. Stop. I apologize for my earlier remarks. Shikaku interjected, halting Mobuki's outburst. Why would you, as the clan head, make such statements? What if it strains the friendship between our villages? Mobuki accused Shikaku with a brazen disregard for his own behavior. Then I shall take my leave. I will relay the Grass Village's proposal to Hidden Leaf Village. Shikaku stated, declining further conversation. Mobuki hurriedly attempted to detain him. But aren't we continuing our conversation? About our talent? No, thank you. Farewell. With that, Nara Shikaku wasted no time in exiting the premises, unwilling to prolong the fruitless exchange any further. It wasn't until he had distanced himself from the purported consultation booth that he halted, and turned around, casting a contemplative gaze back at the desk. An inward sigh escaped him as he acknowledged the Grass Village's astuteness in manipulating Hidden Leaf Village. But acquiescing to the Grass Village's demands would drastically diminish Hidden Leaf Village's odds of prevailing, prompting the inclination to persist in the conflict. However, if they were to persist in the conflict, the only viable strategy for triumph would involve catching the Grass Village off guard. Nara Shikaku shook his head and addressed the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas accompanying him. Let's head back. His sentence remained unfinished as a sudden realization flashed across his mind. His attention shifted towards another Grass Village consultation desk nearby. The accompanying Hidden Leaf Village ninja couldn't conceal their confusion as Shikaku halted once again. What's the matter, Shikaku-sama? Just a moment. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brows slightly, pausing in contemplation. Silently, he motioned for the Hidden Leaf Village ninja to follow as he strode towards the other side. His mind was preoccupied with the perplexity of the situation. Why were the desks split apart, and at such a distance? Though the Hidden Leaf Village ninja were bewildered by Shikaku's actions, they obediently trailed behind him. Soon, they reached another consultation desk and beheld a man with closed eyes and a stern countenance. It was Kakazu, the Grass Village Minister of Finance, a figure shrouded in mystery and formidable reputation. Upon encountering Kakazu's silent demeanor akin to Mobuki's, Nara Shikaku's brow furrowed slightly as he initiated the conversation. Greetings, I represent Hidden Leaf Village. But Kakazu merely glanced at him briefly and uttered a nonchalant. The tranquility of Kakazu's response hinted at the Grass Village's unwavering stance. Shikaku sighed internally, recognizing the unlikelihood of the Grass Village accommodating Hidden Leaf Village's requests. Nevertheless, he pressed on, regarding the upcoming tournament, our Hokage has a few stipulations in mind. He addressed Kakazu with a tone devoid of expectation. Our Hokage hopes that both he and the leaders of the Grass and Rain villages should prohibit from. However, before he could conclude his statement, Kakazu interjected, 50 million. Nara Shikaku was taken aback by Kakazu's sudden interruption, his expression betraying his surprise as he absorbed the unexpected demand. After a moment of processing, he contemplated, What if Hidden Leaf Village wishes to restrict the participation of Uzumaki clan members? The Uzumaki clan? Kakazu furrowed his brows slightly, looking at Shikaku with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. The Uzumaki clan is also a member of the Grass Village, much like the Uchiha clan of Hidden Leaf Village. The Uzumaki clan shares both honor and disgrace with the Grass Village, and its members are considered esteemed ninjas of the Grass Village. Shikaku listened in silence as Kakazu emphasized a bond between the Grass Village and the Uzumaki clan. Although he had hoped to prohibit the Uzumaki clan from participating, he now realized the impracticality of such a request. With a resigned inward sigh, he conceded the point, recognizing that preventing their involvement was unlikely. He nodded with a tinge of regret and replied, "I understand. I will convey the Grass Village's conditions to the Hokage. Since that's not feasible." But before he could finish his sentence, Kakazu, who was attempting to negotiate by highlighting the connection between the Uzumaki clan and Hidden Leaf Village, abruptly interjected, "Add money." Shikaku was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. He was left speechless, grappling with the realization that the Grass Village was willing to bargain even on matters as delicate as clan participation. Chapter 215, Ninja World Tournament Rules. After extensive deliberation spanning several days, the regulations for the first Ninja World Tournament were solidified. In accordance with Hidden Leaf Village's stipulation, neither side could dispatch their respective village leaders. The Grass Village readily acquiesced to this condition. After all, with the payment securely in Kakazu's possession, it would be imprudent to refuse. Double payment would be preposterous, wouldn't it? Simultaneously, Hidden Leaf Village's 3 Sannin and a shinobi by the name of Might Guy have been expressly barred from participation. Anyways, the 3 Sannin are often being absent from Hidden Leaf Village for various reasons such as personal quests, gambling, and secretive experiments. Thus, the village found no issue with this restriction. Nevertheless, Hidden Leaf Village found itself perplexed by the unexpected exclusion of Might Guy. Given the village's newfound appreciation for taijutsu practitioners following the legacy of Might Dewey, this restriction appeared puzzling. Despite his youth and the shadow of his father's formidable legacy, Might Guy's exclusion raised eyebrows. Moreover, as a mere jonin, the rationale behind this decision remained elusive. Nonetheless, Hidden Leaf Village ultimately assented to the directive, particularly since they had not contemplated dispatching a specialist in pure taijutsu to represent them in the tournament. The inherent risks associated with such a strategy rendered it unviable. Thus, their concurrence was secured without further ado. Furthermore, both parties reached a consensus to bar participation from the Uzumaki clan of the Grass Village and the Uchiha clan of Hidden Leaf Village. Ultimately, after Hidden Leaf Village reluctantly consented to remit an additional 200 million for consultation fees, the respective village leaders affixed their signatures to the agreement. Initially, Hidden Leaf Village balked at the notion of consultation fees. After all, both parties had made demands. Why should they bear the burden when both sides were making demands? And what kind of consultation warranted a price tag of 200 million? However, in the face of the Grass Village advisor's persistent insistence of hurry, Hidden Leaf Village reluctantly relented and agreed to the exorbitant fee. Hanzo held the contract in his hand, his expression a mixture of emotions as he sighed deeply. "I anticipated a challenging war, but this conclusion is beyond my expectations." He couldn't help but ponder why Hidden Leaf Village had relented. The answer seemed clear: there was no alternative. With Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village withdrawing, prolonged conflict with Hidden Grass Village would be futile. Moreover, with the other major ninja villages observing from the sidelines, could Hidden Leaf Village afford to engage in prolonged warfare while they themselves needed time to recuperate? Yet, the exorbitant cost of 300 million ryo had been incurred even before the battle commenced. Hanzo couldn't help but question the worth of such an investment. He even mused whether the earnings from the first Hokage's sale of tailed beasts amounted to as much. The only relief for Hidden Leaf Village lay in the fact that the Grass Village had taken charge of settling the registration fee, sparing Hidden Leaf Village from potentially more considerable losses. With a regretful tone, Hanzo shook his head before focusing his attention on the information in his hand, his expression serious. "Neither of us can participate, and the Uzumaki clan is also barred from the competition." Despite the restrictions on the Uchiha clan and the 3 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, it's evident that Hidden Leaf Village, famed for its geniuses, agreed to the terms, suggesting they have other preparations in place. "So, who do you plan to send next? And about Might Guy?" Hanzo continued, his curiosity piqued by Akihiko's specific mention. "Why did you take him out?" "From what I've gathered, he's merely a taijutsu jonin. Though I'm aware of the Might Dewey incident, he shouldn't be on that level yet." Akihiko shrugged, his expression uncertain. "Perhaps he hasn't reached that level indeed, but in this unpredictable world, there are always those who defy common sense." "Is he formidable?" Hanzo inquired, intrigued by Akihiko's ambivalent response. I cannot definitely say how powerful he is presently, Okihiko admitted, but considering his single-minded nature, it's safer not to involve him. Better to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Understanding the potential danger, Okihiko, as someone familiar with the original work, knows the unpredictability of that guy. Who's to say he won't react impulsively if he perceives Hidden Leaf Village at a disadvantage, unleashing his trademark cry of youth and unlocking the 8 inner gates? Even if his body can't sustain it for long, in a matter of seconds, he could deliver lethal blows. The sheer force from just the 7th gate alone would likely overwhelm even Hanzo. Acknowledging the catastrophic consequences of unleashing the 7th or 8th gate, which would result in mutual destruction, it's simply not worth the gamble. Therefore, after careful consideration, it's prudent to eliminate this potential variable and mitigate any unnecessary risks. With a nod of understanding, Hanzo remained focused, his gaze fixed on the information before him. He trusted Akihiko's intuition. There would be something about this might guy that demanded caution. Breaking free from his contemplation, Hanzo shook his head and addressed Akihiko. You didn't answer my question earlier. Who do you plan to send? We must ensure victory. Rest assured, I have everything under control. Okihiko responded with unwavering confidence. He understood Hidden Leaf Village's concerns well, particularly regarding Nagato's involvement as the front-line commander. It was likely that Hidden Leaf Village had gathered intelligence on Nagato's activities during this time, prompting their demand for restrictions. In reality, Okihiko had numerous strategies up his sleeve should the situation turn unfavorable. If they were indeed on the losing side, Okihiko could easily send Nagato into the tournament without fear of repercussions. Who would dare to oppose it? The ban on the Uzumaki clan's participation? No problem. Okihiko could simply assign Nagato a temporary surname like Yuzuno, and Nagato would likely comply without question. And if anyone sought confirmation from Elder Yoshinori, he would undoubtedly deny Nagato's Uzumaki lineage without hesitation. After all, who knew better, the outsiders or those within the village? And as for the notion that red-haired individuals were Uzumaki clan members, Okihiko would simply point to Hidden Sand Village as a counter-argument. Moreover, there was Kikazu. As long as his secret technique remained undisclosed, Kikazu was essentially immortal. At this stage, who could possibly defeat him? And if worse came to worst, he, as the Grass Village leader, could announce his abdication on the same day, relinquishing his role as the leader of the Grass Village. Furthermore, even Saisari, currently working in a factory in the Rain Country, could be summoned and handed a mask, instructed to participate somehow. However, it wasn't a desperate moment yet, and the Grass Village wouldn't resort to such extreme measures. After all, they had gained recognition as a reputable major ninja village, and engaging in such shameless tactics would tarnish their newfound prestige. As Hanzo listened to Akihiko's concise response, he couldn't help but reflect on their differences. Over their time together, he had gained insights into Akihiko's thoughts. However, unlike Akihiko, Hanzo retained a more traditional mindset. Despite being a legendary ninja, he still held on to some remnants of the old ninja code in his heart. Letting out a sigh filled with emotion, Hanzo mused, once this is over, I anticipate that all the major ninja villages will enter a period of recovery. However, his voice trailed off momentarily as a note of concern crept in. This is merely postponing the inevitable conflict. In the future, the 5 major ninja villages will undoubtedly clash once more. Okihiko waved off Hanzo's worries with a dismissive gesture. Why concern ourselves with the future? Who knows what alliances or disputes may arise? That's true. Hanzo chuckled, nodding in agreement. Then, with a tinge of regret, he added, but it seems I might not live to see it. After all, unlike you who is still in prime, I'm getting older. A wistful smile appeared on his face. Well, maybe it's better that way. I don't need to witness it. In fact, it's probably better not to. As the words were spoken, the space around them twisted, and Obito burst in, his face brimming with excitement. Hey! Okihiko, taken aback by Obito's abrupt entrance, quickly admonished him, why the casual greeting? Show some respect and address me properly as your leader. Have you forgotten the values of the Grass Village? Your lack of manners is unacceptable. And? Are you skipping class again? Skipping class? I'm on approved leave. Obito retorted, his expression darkening with frustration. I'm nearing graduation, and there isn't much happening in school right now, so taking leave is perfectly normal. Then, recalling his reason for visiting, he added, I heard about the ninja tournament you're organizing, and I want to participate. You can count on me to make a difference. Okihiko was taken aback by Obito's request. He stared at him suspiciously. No, you're already neglecting your studies. Participating in the tournament would only be a distraction. Hey, what's with the suspicious look? I've pledged allegiance to the Grass Village too. Everything I do is for the benefit of our village. Why are you giving me that look? Fine, fine. Obito couldn't bear the scrutiny and pouted, his eyes flickering with determination. Kakashi is definitely participating this time. So, how can I not join? That idiot Kakashi needs to see my strength. With a slight shift in his gaze, Obito continued, and I'm doing this for the grass village as well. Trust me, with my help, we'll emerge victorious. Haha. As Obito finished speaking, Akihiko nodded approvingly, rising from his seat to pat Obito's shoulder with a pleased expression. I didn't expect you to be so determined. Obito beamed at Akihiko's reaction, hopeful for an agreement. However, before he could speak, Akihiko let out a deep sigh. Seems like there isn't enough homework to keep you busy if you're considering skipping class for a fight. Obito stared back at Akihiko in disbelief. This guy is really insufferable. Why bring up homework now? Chapter 216, Hanzo, it's just a tool. Although Akihiko tried to use the homework jutsu to dissuade him, Obito remained resolute. He even made a solemn vow, pledging to tackle any amount of homework without giving up. Both Akihiko and Hanzo fell silent, stunned by Obito's unwavering determination. His commitment to his friend's cause was admirable, a testament to his status as a former hero of Hidden Leaf Village. In the end, moved by Obito's resolve, Akihiko agreed to his participation. However, he set a condition: Obito could only join if Kakashi participated as well. Otherwise, he would have to watch from the sidelines. Despite the looming workload and the need for swift preparation as the leader, Akihiko publicly praised Obito's love for learning and spirit. With newfound excitement, Obito left, visibly trembling with anticipation. Speaking of Obito, his 6-year compulsory education in the Grass Village is nearing its conclusion. Initially, as a transfer student, he was a bit older than his classmates. At first, he appeared carefree and uninterested in studying. However, ever since Madara entrusted him with his will, Obito has exhibited a newfound sense of stability. Alongside his usual activities, he has shown steady improvement in his studies. Of course, when compared to the perpetually repeating student Black Zetsu, Obito is considered quite outstanding. It's likely that even after Obito graduates, Black Zetsu will still be in the first grade. Despite his initial grumbling, Black Zetsu has grown accustomed to his situation. Even though the academy hasn't allowed him to drop out, he remains there without pursuing his studies. This has greatly disappointed the academy teachers, who may have begun to lose hope for him. Perhaps due to their lack of optimism, they have started to give up on him. Meanwhile, White Zetsu's main body has moved past the sadness of Madara's departure and is now diligently working in the factory. As for Zetsu, he has been quite occupied lately. Although his activities remain a mystery, he took the initiative to clean up the hideout after Madara's departure, which Akihiko hadn't paid too much attention to. Next, with both sides in agreement, the Grass Village initiates the construction of the competition venue. The location, as per Hidden Leaf Village's request, is selected within the Land of Grass but close to the border of the Land of Fire. Construction commences after finding a suitable spot near the border. To expedite the process, the Grass Village enlists tens of thousands of White Zetsu to assist. Led by senior construction expert Hato, they embark on the task. Hato likely didn't anticipate returning to construction work amidst the ongoing war. Moreover, the competition will be broadcast nationwide, necessitating the setup of signal stations. Fortunately, the Grass Village's technology in this area is highly advanced, making the task straightforward. Additionally, the Grass Village is willing to assist other ninja villages in setting up signal stations if they desire. As time elapsed, the venue was completed, marking the arrival of the day that would captivate the entire ninja world. The major ninja villages directed their attention to this event, recognizing that, no matter the outcome, this war would conclude in an unconventional manner. At first, various speculations circulated among them. Some anticipated a swift resolution with the Grass Village's defeat, leading to the signing of humiliating treaties and subsequent internal turmoil. Others entertained the idea of the Grass Village resisting the onslaughts of the 4 great ninja villages, triggering a massive war in the ninja world. However, the actual outcome caught them by surprise, providing them with a truly eye-opening experience. As the days drew near, excitement about the Ninja World Tournament flourished. Curious civilians from nearby regions eagerly purchased tickets to witness the spectacle, resulting in a bustling and crowded venue. Thankfully, the Grass Village had made thorough arrangements in advance. Amidst the lively atmosphere, numerous well-trained Grass and Rain Village ninjas efficiently carried out their assigned tasks, ensuring order was maintained throughout the venue. Among the bustling crowd, a group of individuals bearing Hidden Leaf Village's distinct headbands stood out. Though outnumbered by the Grass Village attendees, their presence was unmistakable. However, the most prominent figures were 2 elderly men seated at the entrance. Kakazu, Hidden Leaf Village's financial minister, and Hanzo, the Rain Village leader, were diligently handling ticket sales, with a formidable chopping knife casually placed beside them. And a warning sign nearby sternly reminded attendees that entry without a ticket was strictly prohibited and perilous. Entry with a ticket only. No entry without a ticket. Speaking of which, each village was allotted 50 complimentary tickets, with additional entries requiring the purchase of tickets. Despite some initial reservations from Hidden Leaf Village about paying for tickets after contributing to the venue's construction, they refrained from voicing further complaints upon seeing Grass and Rain Village citizens purchasing tickets and witnessing the efficient organization by the Grass Ninja in maintaining order. Of course, the pricing for tickets was reasonable, commencing at a mere 100 ryo. However, if Hidden Leaf Village were aware that citizens from the Grass and Rain villages received a 50% discount when purchasing tickets directly from their respective villages, it might have sparked considerable indignation. "Hello, here are our tickets." Narashikaku, taking on the role of the leader, guided the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas toward the entrance. As they handed over their tickets, their initial relief turned into surprise when they observed Hanzo raising a large chopping knife. The sudden turn of events made their expressions shift, questioning Hanzo's intentions. Were they about to witness a breach of ninja ethics? Was Hanzo planning to confront them right at the entrance? Just as Shikaku prepared to issue orders, alerting all Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, Hanzo reassured them, lifting the large chopping knife in a friendly manner. "Don't be nervous. This is just a tool for cutting tickets." With these words, under their watchful eyes, the Rain Village leader took the chopping knife and delicately cut a corner of the ticket, creating a distinctive mark. So, it turned out to be a ticket cutter. Shikaku though couldn't help but wonder why a smaller pair of scissors wasn't used. Observing the bewildered and slightly embarrassed Hidden Leaf Village ninjas behind Shikaku, he sighed internally. For some reason, a sense of unease crept over him. From the beginning, he found it challenging to comprehend the workings of the Grass and Rain villages. "Are you finished? If you're done, the next one." Hanzo's discontent was palpable as he glanced disapprovingly at Narashikaku. "Don't you realize there are people waiting behind you?" Sorry. I got a bit distracted." Shikaku quickly apologized, regaining his focus and preparing to enter after handing over the tickets. "You two actually came to guard the gate?" A familiar yet somewhat resigned voice interrupted from behind. Shikaku and the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas turned around to see a figure carrying a black-haired little girl and leading a familiar blonde boy toward them. It was Akihiko Kusuno, the leader of the Grass Village, accompanied by none other than Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas exchanged complex looks as they observed the golden-haired boy held by Akihiko's hand. Why did he bring the Jinchuriki here? What are you doing bringing a child? Hanzo's gaze shifted from Akihiko to the little girl, Karen. "Hey, little Karen, would you like to come over to Grandpa Hanzo's side? I'll show you the big salamander later." "Grandpa Hanzo." Karen chirped happily upon hearing him and eagerly moved towards him. "I just thought it'd be fun, so I brought the child along," Akihiko explained casually, unfazed by the attention from the surrounding Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, as he passed Karen to Hanzo. Although he hadn't intended to bring the child along initially, he maintained a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, I've made all the necessary arrangements. It's too risky," Hanzo remarked as he took Karen into his arms. Unfortunately, due to his abilities, he couldn't interact with children normally, so he held her cautiously. Glancing at the Nagato's group beside him and then at the blonde-haired child beside Akihiko, Hanzo remained unsure of the reason behind bringing the child. Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Fine. Since you say so, I'll trust your judgment. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. And if there are, we can always secure this bunch of guys here instead." Akihiko reassured with a sly grin, holding Naruto securely and disregarding the glances from the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. He turned to Hanzo and added, "Let's move. Naruto, say hello to Grandpa Hanzo. He's got a big fish to show you later." After his words, despite the lingering uncomfortable stares from the surrounding ninjas, Naruto remained unfazed, held by Akihiko, wearing a bright smile as he greeted, "Grandpa Hanzo." Hanzo responded with a calm nod, his attention more focused on Karen due to his inherent bias towards children from his own village. Nonetheless, even a simple acknowledgement from Hanzo brought joy to Naruto. At least, the looks directed at him weren't filled with disgust or anger. As for the Hidden Leaf Village ninja beside him, their mindset differed. It was evident that they needed to be cautious. After hearing Akihiko's audacious remarks, Narashikaku felt a surge of curses bubbling within, though he refrained from voicing them. However, observing the hatred and anger brewing among his companions, Narashikaku heaved a profound sigh. Turning to Akihiko, who was close to Naruto, he remarked, "It's getting late. We're heading in first, Lord Akihiko." With that said, without awaiting any further response from Akihiko, he swiftly guided his ninjas towards the entrance. Beside him, The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas inquired hesitantly upon seeing Naruto. Shikaku-sama, was that the traitor's son? Silence. Follow my lead. Shikaku growled softly, silencing him. Then, he glanced at Kakashi, who remained silent beside him, and the grass village leader who sported a smirk. He shook his head inwardly, dismissing the thought. Perhaps he shouldn't have accepted the leadership role in the first place. On the other side, sensing that the time was drawing near, Akihiko glanced at the clock, squinted his eyes, and grinned. It's almost time. Let's head into Chapter 217, Hire Fake Fans? In the bustling stadium, vendors peddled various items like beer and soft drinks, while eager customers browsed through their offerings. Step right up. Don't be shy. Today, we're not just here to make sales, we're here to introduce our new products to everyone. Feel free to browse, even if you don't buy. Come, take a look. Our fish is exceptionally delicious. Inside the stadium, with everyone already seated, Shikaku scanned the lively scene around him, feeling a mix of emotions. If not for the ongoing war between their villages, he might have questioned whether Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village were truly allies, given how casually they sat here enjoying the spectacle. Moreover, the venue for the competition was impressively constructed. However, in comparison to the numerous Grass and Rain Village ninjas and the citizens from both villages, the Hidden Leaf Village attendees were few, and they found themselves surrounded. Furthermore, they were all wearing distinctive blue-green shirts, making them stand out even more. In light of this, Shikaku couldn't shake off the nervousness, fearing that these individuals might launch an unexpected attack while they were engrossed in the event. Given the Grass Village's shamelessness, such concerns were not unfounded. He found solace in the fact that, at least for now, the Grass Village leader wasn't present. Reflecting on the recent events, he sighed with a bitter smile. The initial misunderstandings within the village had led to some discontent over the decision to wage war due to a monster. Although, as ninjas, they dutifully followed the Hokage's orders, the harmony was disrupted. Now, witnessing the monster bonding with the enemy village leader, the internal discontent resurfaced. The suppressed dissatisfaction came to the forefront, dampening their morale even before the competition had commenced. Speaking of shamelessness, why is he here? What's his motive for being here now? Is he attempting psychological warfare, plotting to strike before the competition begins? Maintaining his smile, Shikaku addressed the cheerful and carefree Mobuki. Advisor Mobuki, is there anything else? With a casual wave of his hand, Mobuki responded with a smile, nothing much, the competition is about to start, I'm just checking if Hidden Leaf Village needs any assistance. No, we're good. Thank you, Advisor Mobuki. Shiko replied. Despite the apparent geniality, Shikaku couldn't shake off his wariness. After all, Mobuki was known as one of the least scrupulous ninjas in the Grass Village. Therefore, Shikaku cut to the chase and inquired about the competition's start time, avoiding unnecessary conversation with Mobuki. When will the competition begin? It's almost time. Mobuki assured him, then remembered something and added, oh, our leader mentioned that regardless of the competition's outcome, we should showcase the friendship between Grass and Hidden Leaf Village. After all, our villages share a close bond. Once the competition begins, your team can prepare to enter from this side. Mobuki explained further. Upon entry, a host will introduce your participating ninjas to the spectators. If you have any specific introductions, you can provide them to me beforehand, and I'll ensure they're announced. Introductions? Shikaku repeated, processing Mobuki's lengthy explanation. After a brief moment of reflection, he grasped the purpose behind the request. Given his experience, this wasn't a novel concept. Similar procedures were followed during the Chunin exams. However, it usually involved providing basic details like names and hometowns. Then, why did the Grass Village bring this up now? Quickly analyzing the situation, Shikaku grasped the intention. The Grass Village aimed to gather intelligence in advance. Without knowing the participants in advance, the element of surprise could be maintained. Once names were disclosed, the opposing side could strategize and prepare accordingly. Reminded once more of the need for perpetual vigilance, Shikaku inwardly sighed but maintained a composed demeanor. There's no need to complicate matters. Stick to the usual protocol. He replied calmly, okay. Any special requests for background music? Keep in mind that some options come with a cost. Mobuki inquired, extending the offer for additional services. Background music? Shikaku paused, surprised by the unexpected suggestion, and then shook his head. No need for that. Mobuki acknowledged the decision and probed further, what about your audience? Even though it's a smaller crowd, perhaps you'd like to purchase some glow sticks. The applause, combined with the glow sticks, can enhance the overall atmosphere. Glow sticks? What are these glow sticks? Narashikaku expressed his curiosity, but ultimately declined the offer. Regardless of the Grass Village's offerings, he remained resolute in his refusal. Internally, he couldn't help but lament, what's with these Grass Village guys? Still trying to make money at this time? Seemingly disappointed at the lack of a successful deal, the Grass Village advisor sighed with regret. Is that so? Well, the competition is about to start, so I should go. With that, as if recalling something, he handed a card to Narashikaku. Take this. Perhaps Hidden Leaf Village might need it later? Having said his piece, Mobuki departed. As Narashikaku observed Mobuki's departure, he regained his composure, shaking his head in disbelief. Glancing down at the card in his hand, he read its contents. Professional fans, live cheering for your idol. Only 100 ryo per person, a limited time offer. Contact, Mobuki. Narashikaku couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. Hiring fans? What absurdity was this? Did they truly need such a service? With a raised eyebrow, he nonchalantly tucked the card into his pocket. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd, signaling the imminent start of the competition. The sound of 360-degree surround sound filled the venue, leaving the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas astonished. Despite the Grass Village's disregard for ninja ethics, there was no denying the remarkable progress the village had made in recent years. The swift construction of the luxurious and spacious venue before them, surpassing even their Chunin exam venue in elegance and technology, was a testament to their advancements. And then, a familiar sound reverberated through the venue. This competition is sponsored by Grass Ninja Milk. Narashikaku's lips twitched as he recognized the advertisement, directed by none other than the host, Mobuki. So, this man was the host all along. It seems his earlier rejections were indeed right. Next, he turned his attention to Asuma, who stood beside him. Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, had already achieved the rank of Jonin after the Third Great Ninja War, showcasing his exceptional talent among the younger generation. It was clear that Asuma would be the one to commence the match. Addressing him, Shikaku remarked, "Asuma, prepare yourself." "I'm ready," responded Asuma with determination. Despite his youthful appearance, Asuma, adorned with a thick beard, nodded earnestly, "Rest assured, I'll give it my all." Although his relationship with his father wasn't good, Asuma approached this match with utmost seriousness. This was not just a competition, it was a battleground, and he would treat it as such. Soon, the advertisement concluded, and Mobuki's voice reverberated once more. "All right, it is now my pleasure to announce the official commencement of the first Ninja World Tournament. The inaugural bout. Let's give a warm welcome to our contestant from Hidden Leaf Village." With those words, Asuma strolled in from the entrance, hands nonchalantly tucked into his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The gaze of the crowd made him slightly uneasy. The scale of this event far surpassed anything he had experienced during the Chunin exams. Yet, as a Hidden Leaf Village ninja, Asuma maintained his composure, offering a smile and a wave to the gathered spectators. However, aside from his fellow Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, he garnered little attention. Undeterred, Mobuki's voice boomed, "In our first match, representing Hidden Leaf Village, we have Jonin Sarutobi Asuma." However, the anticipation in the air quickly deflated as Asuma's introduction concluded abruptly. With just a few strides, he ascended the competition platform, leaving many expecting spectators disappointed. Despite the brevity of Asuma's entrance, Hidden Leaf Village's representatives found nothing amiss. The Grass Ninja Village's elaborate entrance rituals were familiar to them, and they saw no cause for concern. However, as the spotlight shifted to the Grass Ninja contestant, a sudden darkness enveloped the venue. Narashikaku and his comrades tensed, scanning their surroundings for signs of danger. Had they fallen into a trap? Were the Grass Ninjas about to launch a surprise attack? The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, vigilant and ready for action, rose from their seats. Just as they prepared to defend themselves, the darkness was pierced by a burst of crimson light, illuminating the area like stars in the night sky. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas watched in astonishment as the audience around them brandished glowing sticks, casting a surreal glow over the arena. What was happening? Before they could react, the host Mobuki's voice boomed through the arena once more. "Behold! A ninja, forged in the flames of war, storms, and crashing waves from the tender age of 10. At 11, he mastered water style, besting all Rain Village ninjas in combat and instilling fear in their hearts. By 12, feeling unmatched, yet driven by the hope for peace, he founded the Akatsuki organization." As Mobuki's words echoed, a triumphant melody erupted from the band, resonating with the cheers and the sway of glow sticks all around. It was the iconic Naruto main theme, a tune instantly recognizable to anyone familiar with the Naruto series, though the audience present may not have been aware of its significance. It was selected by Akihiko himself. The melody stirred deep memories within him, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The lively melody, accompanied by cheers and the rhythmic swaying of glow sticks, filled the air. Amidst the music, a figure clad in armor resembling flames emerged, dragging a giant sword that sparked with every movement. This spectacular entrance captivated the attention of everyone in the arena. Especially Asuma. He stood there dumbfounded, the cigarette dangling from his lips forgotten as it tumbled to the ground. He couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment at his own lackluster entrance, now starkly contrasted by the grandeur unfolding before him. Meanwhile, as he gazed ahead, a young man with fiery orange hair stepped into the venue, each deliberate stride bringing him closer. In his hand, he wielded a long sword that crackled with sparks, a sight that held the audience spellbound. Observing Asuma's stunned reaction, Narashikaku seemed to grasp the implied hint from that guy earlier. He couldn't help but let out a curse, muttering, "What in the—" Chapter 218, What the hell is this entrance? A hush fell over the audience as they collectively looked down, contemplating the unexpected spectacle. Hanzo turned his typically expressionless face towards Akihiko, questioning, "Did you orchestrate this?" Akihiko responded with a firm denial, shaking his head earnestly, "How could I? I'm a serious ninja, why would I resort to such gimmicks?" The crowd fell into another thoughtful silence. Nagato, especially, felt a sense of relief, grateful that he wouldn't have to participate. After all, this event was being broadcast nationwide in both the grass and rain countries. Akihiko, noticing the unspoken concerns, addressed the crowd, "What's wrong?" "I think it's great." He then looked down at Naruto, whose eyes were shining with excitement. "Don't you think so, Naruto? Isn't he cool?" Naruto enthusiastically agreed, patting his little head, "Cool. So cool. And the sword even lights up, leader uncle." Akihiko smiled in satisfaction, "See? So cool." Hanzo glanced back at Akihiko, at a loss for words. "You're asking a child. Naturally, a child would find it cool." Still not convinced? Akihiko, puzzled by their reactions, raised his head to look at Obito behind him. This guy, seated behind him, along with most of the familiar faces present. Speaking of which, Obito had been shouting Kakashi and kept saying for the grass village, even accepting homework without hesitation. And now, he had brought Rin along to watch the match. Wasn't that just an excuse for a date? "Isn't he cool?" Akihiko inquired of Obito. "Cool." Obito nodded eagerly, his eyes shining just like Naruto's as he gazed down at the stage. "What's up with that sword? It lights up and looks so cool. Is it some new kind of scientific ninja tool?" With that, silence fell over the group once more, even Rin beside Obito at a loss for words. Nagato couldn't help but sigh deeply inwardly. Sure enough. Some people are as childish as Yahiko. In reality, despite the gimmicks, everyone enjoys this. Akihiko remarked cheerfully. "Look how vibrant it is." As Yahiko made his entrance, the crowd erupted into shouts and cheers. Their unified attire, combined with the glow sticks in hand, added to the liveliness of the entire venue. Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village's corner, their small numbers and lack of prominence meant that it seemed like everyone was cheering specifically for Yahiko. The cheers and actions of the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were drowned out by the overwhelming support for Yahiko. At that moment, the lights flickered back on with a bang. Asuma observed Yahiko, who approached him slowly in an impressive set of armor, wielding a glowing giant sword. A complex expression played on Asuma's face. While Asuma had been briefed on Grass Ninja Yahiko's information a few days before the competition, the reality surpassed his expectations. The information merely stated that Yahiko was proficient in fire style, and a formidable jonin, nothing as grand as what was unfolding before him. Now, facing this extraordinary background, honing himself in war at 10, defeating all Rain Village ninjas at 11, and establishing the Akatsuki Organization for Peace at 12, Asuma couldn't help but feel dwarfed. It sounded almost terrifying, surpassing even the legendary Jiraiya-sama, who had inherited the arts of Mount Myabaku. Reflecting on his own introduction, a simple Hidden Leaf Village jonin Saratobi Asuma couldn't help but acknowledge the difference in momentum. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on this. Winning was the priority, no matter the circumstances. At that moment, Mobuki's booming voice filled the venue once again. But his quest for strength knew no bounds. Realizing his current abilities had reached a plateau, he sought a breakthrough. At 15 years old, he embarked on a journey to the land of Grass's first giant clan, the Uzumaki clan. Upon his arrival, he was personally greeted by one of the last remaining elders of the Uzumaki clan, Elder Yoshinori. Impressed by his prowess, Elder Yoshinori undertook the monumental task of crafting a divine sword for him. Utilizing the clan's collective efforts, it took 2 grueling years to complete, draining Elder Yoshinori's strength to the brink. Despite his best efforts, Elder Yoshinori still suffers from the ordeal, often bedridden and beyond medical aid. As Mobuki's narration continued, Uzumaki Yoshinori, watching the spectacle unfold on television, couldn't help but feel a twitch in his mouth, uncertain whether to intervene. He is very much alive and kicking. But the saga wasn't over yet. When the sword was finally forged, the heavens themselves seemed to acknowledge its creation. A fiery blaze engulfed the skies, akin to a dragon's breath, illuminating the entire shinobi world with hope and joy. Thus, this divine creation was christened the Blaze of Hope. As Mobuki spoke, his voice became coarse with each breath, as if the introduction was too much for him to bear. Slyly glancing at the ever-vigilant and serious Asuma, a faint smirk played on Mobuki's lips as he pressed on, and then, as he grasped the Blaze of Hope, an eruption of flames pierced the sky. The divine artifact acknowledged its master, summoning a fire dragon from the heavens, enveloping him, and materializing a mystical armor. Behold, the flame dragon armor. With unmatched talent and wielding the most potent divine weapon, clad in the formidable flame dragon armor. He stands as the first graduate of the Ninja Academy of the Grass Village, the eminent leader of the Akatsuki organization Yahiko. The announcement ignited another round of cheers from the enthusiastic crowd. Yahiko stepped onto the stage, his gaze fixed on Asuma. He proudly hoisted the giant sword in his hand, declaring, "This sword, the Blaze of Hope." A confident pat on his armored chest followed, "This armor, the flame dragon armor." Then, locking eyes with Asuma, he introduced himself with unwavering determination, "I am Yahiko, the Grass Ninja." Yet again, Asuma found himself at a loss for words in the wake of this unprecedented introduction. As the participants from both sides finally crossed paths, the ninja from the land of grass presented himself with fervor, while the Hidden Leaf village representative remained silent, uttering not a single word. Mobuki's voice echoed once more, "Is he perhaps daunted by the resolute momentum of participant Yahiko?" Jonin from Hidden Leaf village. Asuma cast a wry glance at Yahiko, tick marks forming on his face, as he introduced himself, "I'm Asuma Saratobi." He might not know much about Yahiko, but one thing was for certain: Mobuki's incessant commentary was beyond irritating. In the midst of the introductions, as both sides presented themselves, Mobuki declared, "Let the first Ninja World Tournament commence with the first match." The participants from both factions swiftly engaged in combat. However, during this moment, Narashikaku couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His gaze on Asuma became complex, recognizing that the momentum Asuma had meticulously crafted was now deflated by the lengthy and extravagant introduction orchestrated by the Grass Village. Meanwhile, Mobuki continued his commentary, "Grass Ninja Yahiko unleashes his divine weapon, the Blaze of Hope. Witness the power of the Blaze of Hope." Naturally, Hidden Leaf Village's Asuma is forced to step back in the face of such a formidable divine weapon. It's only natural given the circumstances, and we can empathize with his decision. Observing Grass Ninja Mobuki as he provided commentary, it became apparent that his bias heavily favored the Grass Village. The commentary seemed to favor Grass Ninja Yahiko's every move, attributing great strength to him while subtly downplaying Asuma's efforts. It was clear that the Grass Village had orchestrated their strategy meticulously from the outset. Furthermore, Grass Ninja Yahiko's formidable strength, coupled with the advantage of utilizing equipment during the match, placed Asuma at a distinct disadvantage. So, winning for Hidden Leaf Village won't be as straightforward as expected. Shikaku cast a serious glance at Mobuki. If they were to succeed, getting this guy off the commentary would be the first step. He glanced around at the enthusiastic crowd, then pondered over the card handed to him by the Grass Ninja earlier, contemplating whether to take action. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure not far away. A spark of realization flashed in his eyes as he mumbled to himself, "It seems. We can't let this go on like this. These Grass Ninjas were really messing things up." Chapter 219, Flame Dragon Shinobi. As the duel commenced, the distinct background music filled the air once more, accompanied by a cascade of ribbons, flowers, and exuberant cheers. The atmosphere was electrified, with the audience's excitement reaching a fever pitch as Yahiko stepped onto the stage. The mere mention of his divine weapon, the Blaze of Hope, and his divine armor, the Flame Dragon armor, sent waves of cheers echoing throughout the venue, reaching a crescendo that seemed to pierce the heavens. Even spectators watching from afar via television couldn't contain their enthusiasm, joining in the uproar with shouts of excitement. It was as though the entire duel had transformed into Yahiko's personal spectacle, captivating all who were present as they fervently waved their glow sticks and chanted his name in unison. The Hidden Leaf Village spectators on the other hand appeared like a small boat amidst a roaring ocean, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Though they longed to cheer, their spirits were dampened, surrounded by Grass and Rain Village shinobi who exuded an overwhelming presence. It was a realization dawning upon the Hidden Leaf Village side, a stark understanding of the Grass Village's strategic maneuvering. Asuma's confidence was shattered, plummeting to new depths as he grappled with the stark contrast between their simple entrance and attire compared to the grandeur of the Grass Ninja's spectacle. The Grass Ninja's awe-inspiring entrance, coupled with their captivating narrative and impressive arsenal, cast a shadow over Hidden Leaf Village's humble preparations. The disparity was palpable, leaving the Hidden Leaf Village contingent feeling overshadowed and outmatched. And to top it off, background music? Throughout their history and numerous Chunin exams, Hidden Leaf Village had never encountered such theatrics in combat. Moreover, that's not the only thing. It's someone else who is more annoying. Behold. Witness as the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi with the beard dare to launch the first assault. It looks like he is actually trembling with fear. Terrified, he initiates the attack. In stark contrast, our Grass Village contender, Yahiko, remains unfazed. He casually wields his divine weapon, the embodiment of the Uzumaki clan's relentless efforts, the blaze of hope. With effortless grace, he slashes through the opponent, displaying disinterest in facing such a simplistic adversary. The Flame Dragon Shinobi, Yahiko, a prodigy since the tender age of 10, flawlessly accomplishes every mission assigned by our esteemed leader. He has even earned the recognition of the artifact through his sheer prowess. The Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi initiates a fire style, but alas, this mere jutsu proves futile against the might of the Flame Dragon Shinobi. However, the sudden aggression from the Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi has stirred a spark of motivation in our Flame Dragon Shinobi. Faster! Faster! He charges forward. Yahiko unleashes an attack. What's this? What's this, everyone? Let me tell you. It's the Flame Dragon Kick. His right foot transforms into a fiery dragon, hurtling towards the enemy. The Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi retreats. Yes, retreats in the face of this formidable kick. Trembling in fear, the Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi shoot furious glares toward the commentator's platform. At this moment, their fervent wish is to storm up and give that scoundrel a sound thrashing, reducing him to mere powder. Scoundrel. Such blatant double standards? When he retreats, it's strategic, but when we do, it's portrayed as cowardly. Unbearably biased. As Kakashi, who might be the next to step forward, observed the unfolding spectacle, he unconsciously touched the left eye concealed beneath his headband and adjusted the cloth covering his lower face, his movements betraying a hint of unease. A sudden wave of reluctance washed over him. The current scenario left him speechless, and the thought of stepping onto the stage now seemed unbearable. He dreaded the potential embarrassment that awaited him once he took his turn. After all, the psychological warfare unleashed by this Grass Ninja was nothing short of terrifying. On the Grass Village side, Akihiko observed with delight as Mobuki passionately delivered his commentary. He hadn't anticipated that Mobuki would possess such skill, truly living up to the reputation of a seasoned Grass Ninja. His unabashed enthusiasm alone surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary Grass Ninja. Even Naruto, Karen, and Obito nearby were swept up in the excitement, energetically cheering for the Flame Dragon Shinobi. Observing their enthusiasm, those familiar with them couldn't help but shake their heads in amusement. However, while the children's excitement was understandable, Akihiko couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Obito's childish behavior. As a renowned hero of Hidden Leaf Village, his exuberance seemed out of place. Despite that, watching the intense back and forth of the duel below, Akihiko couldn't suppress a sigh of satisfaction. What a thrilling duel, he remarked with a smile. However, at this moment, in stark contrast to the intense battle unfolding before the audience, Asuma within the venue felt an overwhelming sense of unfairness. The situation seemed far from a fair competition. The host exhibited blatant bias, and the opponent on the other side was not adhering to the standard rules of engagement. Asuma, a seasoned participant in battles from Geinin to Jonin levels, found himself engaged in a battle that defied convention. This was not just a physical confrontation but a dual attack on his mind and body. The host's bias added an extra layer of frustration to the already challenging situation. Furthermore, the opponent's unconventional jutsus left Asuma contemplating whether this could be considered a traditional ninja duel. The so-called Flame Dragon Kick turned out to be a burst of fire from the mouth, and even the various strange names associated with the moves only added to the confusion. The entire spectacle seemed like madness. When the opponent approached, the armor on his body emitted unexpected sounds, startling Asuma. Even the belt adorned with lights contributed to the surreal nature of the duel. The information provided by the village appeared utterly useless in the face of such unconventional tactics. At this juncture, the prolonged duel left Asuma slightly breathless, yet his opponent remained unfazed. Forced to wear a bitter smile, Asuma acknowledged his impending defeat. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he had already lost. The Grass Village ninjas showed no regard for the ninja code, rendering the entire situation unfair and exhausting. Yahiko on the opposite side halted his movements, expressing a hint of regret. I haven't truly exerted myself yet, and you're already fatigued. What do you mean I'm tired and you haven't even made a move yet? Do it without your equipment if you have the guts. Internally cursing at Yahiko's blatant lies, Asuma couldn't help but wonder about the extraordinary nature of his opponent's equipment. It seemed capable of enhancing his chakra reserves, providing him with an unfair advantage. However, before Asuma could utter a word, Yahiko sighed and spoke, "Very well." With a quizzical expression, Asuma watched as Yahiko firmly planted his giant sword into the ground and clenched his fist, adopting a serious demeanor. "The time has come to conclude this. Allow me to finish this battle with my ultimate technique." Ultimate jutsu? Asuma's expression mirrored Yahiko's seriousness as he rose to his feet with resolve. "Then, I shall show you the might of a Hidden Leaf Village ninja." Raising an eyebrow, Yahiko exuded confidence. "Is that a challenge? Bring it on." Amidst the audience's watchful gaze, the two combatants locked eyes, exchanging fierce roars of determination. In an instant, the exhilarating background music resumed, signaling to everyone that the peak moment of the duel was imminent. Without warning, Yahiko tightened his grip and initiated the attack, bellowing at Asuma, "Flame-charged slash." Facing this assault, Asuma's expression turned serious. He firmly held his chakra blade, imbued with flowing chakra. Whirlwind Strike, his self-invented taijutsu, was ready to unleash, capable of demolishing stones with its force and accompanied by a razor-sharp tearing effect. He roared, "If that's the game, then brace yourself for my whirlwind." However, before he could finish his sentence, the charging Yahiko suddenly halted. Clapping his hands together, he declared, "Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet." With those words, Yahiko inflated his cheeks, and in an unexpected turn, a formidable flame resembling a conventional fire dragon erupted from his mouth. Asuma was taken aback. Hadn't Yahiko just mentioned flame-charged slash? The unpredictability of his opponent left him flustered. In a split second, his charged chakra vanished, replaced by swift hand seals. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. Locked in this silent standoff, both warriors internally cursed the lack of ninja code in their adversaries' tactics. But the ordeal wasn't over. Just as Asuma braced himself behind his earth barrier, a sword engulfed in flames descended from above. Mobuki's commentary was filled with excitement. "Flame Dragon Slash." Witness the Flame Dragon Shinobi's ultimate jutsu. The divine artifact transforms into a blazing dragon, radiating a menacing glow as it slashes through the air. Spectacular. Despite our Hidden Leaf Village contestants' disregard for ninja ethics, the Flame Dragon Shinobi's reflexes were remarkable. "That's nonsense. It's an explosive tag." Asuma's voice erupted with frustration upon recognizing the familiar symbols. "Damn it. Who's the one forsaking the ninja code here?" Outside the arena, Narashikaku had departed but paused as if sensing something from the distant duel grounds. Turning, he glanced back toward the arena, a realization dawning within him. With a resigned sigh, he shook his head and resumed his path, heading towards the restroom. Yet, as he entered the silent confines of the restroom, a deep and composed voice pierced the quietness, "You've arrived." Although Narashikaku's mouth twitched slightly, he responded with calmness, "Indeed, I'm here." Chapter 220, Kakashi, please do a good entrance. An immense explosion resounded, resonating through the entire arena. Akihiko's prior efforts in setting up a ceiling barrier prevented potential harm to the front row spectators from the fiery blast. Dust billowed in the dueling arena, obscuring the view, and creating an atmosphere of suspense among the audience. Even those watching remotely on television held their breath in nervous anticipation. Among them, Kushina's gaze remained locked, her eyes unblinking as she watched intently. She understood the stakes of this battle. If they were to lose, Naruto might be forced to return to Hidden Leaf Village. For a Jinchuriki who had betrayed the village, even if it was due to the mistreatment of children, returning would mean facing a life even harsher than before. Determined to secure victory, indignation simmered in Kushina's heart. The third Hokage had assured Minato would care for Naruto, but the promise had been broken. The mere thought of it filled her with fury. Fuso, who stood beside her, noticed Kushina's tension and sought to comfort her. "Don't worry, with Akihiko here, victory is assured. It's over. It's over." The flame drak. Kushina's excitement bubbled over as she spoke, almost referring to Yahiko as the Flame Dragon Shinobi. She raised her fists in celebration, abruptly standing up and exclaiming, "Yahiko won. He won." As the dust settled, two figures emerged from the haze. One lay prone on the ground while the other stood calmly, clutching the artifact, Blaze of Hope, with an expressionless gaze fixed on the fallen Asuma. A hush fell over the arena, briefly interrupted by cries of victory from earlier. "We won. The Grass Shinobi prevails. The Flame Dragon Shinobi is unmatched. Victory for the Grass Shinobi Village." After a momentary lull, the audience, save for the Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi, erupted into cheers once more, resembling a tumultuous sea. Mobuki's voice cut through the renewed fervor, declaring, "Victory is ours." The legendary shinobi from the Grass Shinobi village, the Flame Dragon Shinobi, emerges triumphant. Truly deserving of the artifact's recognition. Let us cheer for him. The Blaze of Hope. Forged with the mastery of the Uzumaki clan, this artifact embodies their dedication. The Flame Dragon Armor. Impervious and formidable. Now you too can wield the same artifact as the Flame Dragon Shinobi. Head out of Gate C, take a left for 100 meters, and acquire your own. Purchase now and enjoy a 20% discount with your ticket. Let's refocus on our protagonist. Despite his victory, the Flame Dragon Shinobi wears a gentle smile towards his opponent, embodying the noble spirit and essence of a Grass Shinobi. After the biased host's commercial interlude, he resumed his commentary. Yahiko held the massive sword, his strength seemingly not fully exerted yet, and cast a calm gaze down at the incapacitated Asuma. "You're the first to force me to employ so many ninjutsu. You truly are unique." With a faint sigh, he continued, "But it's a shame. Your introduction was far too brief." Before he could complete his thought, the young Asuma clutched his chest, gritting his teeth in pain. Damn. But his words trailed off as he tilted his head and succumbed to his injuries, fainting. Unfortunately, he had hoped to unleash a torrent of curses upon the Grass Shinobi, who disregarded the principles of ninja ethics, but he couldn't muster the strength. Observing this scene, Yahiko sighed, shaking his head in a mixture of disappointment and understanding. He gestured to the medical ninja waiting below, signaling for their assistance, before finally turning away with a relaxed look. Mobuki, on the other hand, continued his biased and shameless commentary. The Flame Dragon Shinobi, even in victory, maintains his dignity. Witnessing his opponent's serious injury, he endures his own pain and calls for a medical ninja, exemplifying the noble qualities of a Grass Shinobi. It's these noble traits that earn recognition for an artifact. Now, you too can possess the same artifact as the Flame Dragon Shinobi. Why wait? Your own Blaze of Hope and Flame Dragon Armor awaits your decision. Finally, let's all give a resounding cheer for the Flame Dragon Shinobi. And with that, the Grass Village claims victory in the first match of the Ninja World Tournament. Stay tuned until tomorrow for the second match. After the impromptu advertising by the host, the arena once again erupted into cheers. At this moment, Yahiko also strode out, still adorned in the striking Flame Dragon armor, radiating a fiery glow that resembled a majestic flame dragon in motion. Clutching the artifact in his hand, he continued to showcase it even as he left the stage, captivating the crowd once more. The Grass Shinobi media, eager for an interview, swiftly approached him. Flame Dragon Shinobi. Following your victory in today's match, do you have any reflections? What are your thoughts on the Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi, Saratobi Asuma? Yahiko raised his gaze, pausing for a moment before speaking with profound sentiment. I am grateful to our village leader, to the Grass Shinobi village, and to... On the other side, Akihiko wasted no time in guiding everyone to rest after the conclusion of the match. Their next priority was to remain vigilant against any potential ambush from the Hidden Leaf Village. At the beginning of the match, Hidden Leaf Village had fortified their border defenses. While this move didn't necessarily indicate an intention to break their promise, the increased defenses could be a manifestation of Hidden Leaf Village's concern about the perceived lack of trustworthiness from the Grass Village. Regardless, Akihiko deemed it prudent to stay prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. However, Akihiko noticed Kakazu, who appeared in front of him and inquired, "Is something the matter?" Kakazu responded with his characteristic calm demeanor. In the upcoming match, Hidden Leaf Village will be sending Kakashi Hatake to the field. Upon hearing Kakazu's revelation, Obito, positioned behind Akihiko, shared in the surprise. Kakashi is stepping onto the field? This development caught him off guard. He had anticipated Kakashi and himself being saved for the grand finale. However, Akihiko, wearing a perplexed expression, directed his inquiry towards Kakazu, and what of it? For Akihiko, the planned sequence involved Obito following Kakashi onto the field. The arrangements had already been made, and Obito's unwavering commitment to accepting heaps of homework couldn't be in vain. Reflecting on the situation, next match, Kakashi would be competing. It seemed that Hidden Leaf Village might be apprehensive about potentially losing the upcoming match. Nothing. Kakazu shook his head and sighed, it's just... they don't want me to participate in the next match. Akihiko looked puzzled. Weren't you not supposed to be part of it in the first place? Kakazu replied with a smile, exactly, so I decided to give them a concession. And they had some requests. Kakazu added, pulling out a document and handing it to Akihiko, I agreed to them as well. As the words sank in, Akihiko took the document with a perplexed expression, quickly scanned its contents, and then glanced back at Kakazu with a blank expression. You agreed to this? Hikazu nodded, a hint of resignation in his demeanor. Had no choice, they made quite the offer. Meanwhile, on the Hidden Leaf Village side, as the medical ninja attended to Asuma and transported him away, his fellow Hidden Leaf Village shinobi quickly followed suit. Despite their defeat in the first match, there was no blame placed on Asuma. It was evident to them that he had given his all. The opponent simply proved to be exceptionally cunning. As Asuma regained consciousness, he clasped Kakashi's hand tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. Kakashi. Kakashi, momentarily puzzled by Asuma's fervent grip, regarded him with a calm demeanor. Assuming Asuma felt responsible for the loss, Kakashi reassured him, "This defeat isn't on you. Don't dwell on it. Focus on recuperating." "No, that's not it," Asuma interjected, his tone urgent. "The Grass Village lacks ninja ethics. Be cautious tomorrow. And if possible." He paused briefly, exhaling deeply. "Please come up with an entrance that outshines the Grass Shinobi. Show them the might of us Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi." With Asuma's impassioned plea, Kakashi fell silent, momentarily taken aback by the request. Demonstrating the pride of Hidden Leaf Village? Shaking off Asuma's hand, Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, he found himself hesitant to take the stage. Chapter 221, Overtime. Tonight is destined to be a night filled with restlessness. The first round of the inaugural Ninja World Tournament has concluded, and the news of this peculiar clash between Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Leaf Village ninjas has undoubtedly rippled through the respective villages. The outcome of this bizarre war holds the potential to shape the unfolding events. The lingering question remains, who will emerge victorious? And if the Grass Village secures the win, will Hidden Leaf Village uphold its commitment? Despite Hidden Leaf Village's weariness from enduring years of internal and external conflicts, the presence of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki suggests a reluctance to easily concede. Once the battle commences, and should an opportunity arise, it is likely that more ninja villages will join the fray. Yet, in the aftermath of this exhilarating duel, citizens from both the Grass and Rain countries continue to buzz with excitement. Post-match discussions about the Fire Dragon Shinobi persist, and late into the night, queues at the Fire Dragon armor sales booth remain surprisingly long, creating a vibrant atmosphere. It is crucial to note that this batch of Fire Dragon armor differs from Yahiko's. While Yahiko's armor is a third-generation scientific ninja tool, the ones available for sale are toy versions of the Fire Dragon armor. Despite lacking any special functionalities apart from glowing and producing sounds, this fact has not deterred the enthusiastic buyers. The allure of possessing an artifact, even in toy form, proves irresistible, and nobody questions the impracticality of mass-producing an artifact. As for the Hidden Leaf Village participants, with their low-profile appearance and no background music, there's hardly anyone talking about them. Even if they are mentioned, it's only as background to the Fire Dragon ninja. As for the Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi, he had a low-profile appearance, devoid of any accompanying background music, making him almost inconspicuous. Rarely does anyone engage in discussions about him, and if mentioned, it's often overshadowed by the spotlight on the Fire Dragon Shinobi. Regarding Hidden Leaf Village, they are likely deeply engrossed in strategizing for tomorrow's duel. The stakes are high, and they cannot afford another loss. Another defeat would mark the end of this war. Hence, the decision to send Kakashi was a move necessitated by the urgency of securing a victory. Akihiko, on the other hand, was unfazed by these developments. While taking the children for a stroll, he even generously gifted Naruto a set of Fire Dragon armor. Naruto, overcome with joy, also expressed his gratitude to Akihiko. "Thank you, leader uncle." Akihiko, upon hearing Naruto's words, smiles warmly and affectionately pats his head. Reflecting on Naruto's age, he remarks, "Naruto is approaching the age to start school, isn't he? You'll be attending school soon. Turning 5 next year, Naruto will soon be old enough to enroll in the Grass Village's academy, which accepts students as young as 5, 6, or even 10 years old. Of course, exceptions like Obito, who enrolled at the age of 12, also exist. Thus, Naruto, being at the threshold of school age, will likely join the academy next year. Okay." Little Naruto nodded enthusiastically, clutching the Fire Dragon armor tightly. Excitement coursed through him, eager to don his cherished toy at once. Yet, despite his eagerness, Naruto nodded earnestly in response to leader uncle's words. Though unspoken, the understanding lingered in his 4-year-old heart. He couldn't fathom why Hidden Leaf Village would want to take him back if they didn't like him, let alone start a war over him. Regardless, Naruto was determined not to be disliked by the Grass Village and be sent away. Leader uncle had always been kind to him, never uttering a single unkind word. His heart swelled with gratitude towards Akihiko. Observing Karen, who was happily embraced by Hanzo, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Though not native to this village, he now had someone who cared for him deeply. Karen even referred to him as Big Brother, a role he took seriously. However, the mystery of his father's identity still weighed on his mind, a question his mother hadn't yet answered despite so long. Breaking free from his thoughts, Naruto turned to Akihiko with a determined expression. I will study hard, leader uncle. I'll repay you and protect everyone. Akihiko returned his smile warmly, patting his head affectionately once more. What a good child. Observing Naruto's radiant expression, particularly brightened by Akihiko's praise, Nagato couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. This child is still too naive. However, a wistful smile graced Nagato's lips as he reminisced about his own childhood. The scene before him mirrored moments from his past, evoking a sense of nostalgia. In the blink of an eye, he realized how swiftly time had passed, whisking him from youth into adulthood. At this moment, Hanzo, engrossed in playing with Karen, raised his head to glance at Akihiko. Are you prepared for tomorrow's duel? He sighed, adding, I truly don't comprehend. Are you genuinely sending a Hidden Leaf Village rebel to face Hidden Leaf Village shinobi? As the leader of the Rain Shinobi, Hanzo held a deep wariness toward ninjas from other villages. In his perspective, only Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin ninjas nurtured in the village since childhood were deemed trustworthy. Akihiko, however, dismissed Hanzo's concerns with a nonchalant wave of his hand. Don't worry, he assured, despite his apparent unreliability, he's not one to accept defeat against Kakashi easily. I believe he's earnestly strategizing for tomorrow's duel. You should have some faith in him. However, before Hanzo, poised to sigh, could voice his thoughts, Karen, held in his arms, suddenly extended her chubby little hand and pointed excitedly ahead. Big brother Obito and sister Rin. Following her gesture, everyone redirected their attention to the figures approaching in the distance. Indeed, two familiar faces were making their way towards them. One wore a wry smile, while the other clad in fire dragon armor and bearing blaze of hope, much like Yahiko was bounding around with enthusiasm like Naruto. Obito's excitement mirrored that of a child who had just acquired his favorite toy. I finally got it. Man, it was so pricey. I almost couldn't afford it. Obito, you still have your duel tomorrow. Get some rest early, and since Kakashi will be against you, don't you need to strategize? Rin sighed, a tinge of helplessness in her voice. She was well aware of the circumstances, but she hadn't anticipated Obito would be facing Kakashi tomorrow. Rin expressed her concern. If you lose, Leader Akihiko will be furious. Don't worry, it's just Kakashi. I can handle him with one eye closed. Obito waved his hand dismissively. I'm Obito Uchiha, I don't even need to study for exams to pass. No need for preparation, and that guy's clueless anyway, so there's nothing to worry about. Is that so? What if I find out? A familiar voice startled Obito, and he turned to see Akihiko's face looming over him. How did you also end up here? Are you shopping for fire dragon armor too? Akihiko gazed back at Obito with a speechless expression. He had just reassured Hanzo. Here was Obito on what seemed like a date? When did they even plan this? Going on a date at a time like this was beyond belief. Ignoring Hanzo's snickering, Akihiko forced a smile, patting Obito on the shoulder. How's the preparation going? Remember, tomorrow's match will be broadcast nationwide. Losing would be humiliating. Clearly, you haven't taken it seriously. Instead of fighting, perhaps you should focus on your stew. Before he could finish, Obito shuddered and abruptly interrupted Akihiko, grabbing Rin and twisting his body. I'm heading back right away. With a swift use of Kami, Obito vanished, perhaps to avoid getting more homework. One more assignment and he might not graduate. Akihiko watched the space where Obito had been, momentarily silent, then sighed with a hint of admiration. This kid, using Kami to escape and do homework. Seems like he's truly dedicated to his studies. That's reassuring. He's still keeping up the act? In response to Akihiko's words, Hanzo sighed indifferently but refrained from further comments, as if recalling something else. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Chio from the Sand Village sent another message to congratulate us on our victory. He continued with a touch of sarcasm. It appears that the old hag can rest easy now, no longer fretting over the possibility of us dragging the Sand Village into a conflict with Hidden Leaf Village. Looking back at Akihiko, he continued, and she also inquired about her grandson's whereabouts. But it's been so long, and there's still no news at all. Tough luck for her, I suppose. Maybe it's not all that unfortunate. Akihiko spoke cryptically, stealing a glance at the bustling street ahead before sighing once more. But tonight, I guess I'll have to put in some overtime. Advancing time a bit, in the land of rain, at the third factory, a young man with red hair gazed lazily at the setting sun outside the window. After stretching leisurely, he murmured to himself, it's about time to leave. However, before he could complete his sentence, An enthusiastic colleague rushed in, about to convey something when he noticed the red-haired young man seemingly preparing to leave. The colleague, wearing a puzzled expression, asked, "Sasaori, what's going on? Are you leaving?" Sasaori's mouth twitched as he replied. "It's the end of the shift. I'm planning to head home and rest." The colleague asked, confused, "End of the shift? We have overtime tonight. You can't leave yet, didn't you get the memo?" "What memo?" Sasaori was puzzled. "Overtime? What overtime? Weren't all the work orders already completed?" He specifically had the factory finish the work early for today, so that he can leave without anyone disturbing him. But, what the hell happened now? "Oh, right. This is an additional order," the colleague explained upon seeing Sasaori's genuine confusion. Undeterred, he continued excitedly, "Today, our village emerged victorious, and the Fire Dragon Shinobi completely outclassed the Hidden Leaf Village Shinobi. The demand for Fire Dragon armor has soared, so they've asked us to work overtime to produce more Fire Dragon armor and Blaze of Hope." As the words sank in, Sasaori's confusion only deepened. Fire Dragon armor? Blaze of Hope? What on earth are those? Chapter 222, Kakashi vs Obito. Sasaori, the genius puppeteer of the Sand Village, was a ninja who pursued eternal art. Despite a slight setback that led to his current job in a factory, he never abandoned his dream of leaving this mundane place behind. Today seemed like the perfect opportunity. Quietly observing the enthusiastic colleague discussing the day's events, Sasaori had already decided to leave when the conflict between the Hidden Leaf Village and Grass Villages began. Remaining in the factory, tightening screws day after day, offered no future for him. He held on to his aspirations and the pursuit of eternal art. The factory life was not his destiny. The Ninja World Tournament presented the ideal moment to make his exit. Deliberately declining the factory's organized event to watch the match, Sasaori meticulously prepared for his departure during the evening shift. His plan was simple: wait until everyone was distracted by the tournament's climax, then slip away unnoticed. Yet, now they were telling him he had to work overtime. This was unacceptable. Sasaori's yearning for eternal art burned stronger than ever. He couldn't allow the factory to hinder his pursuit any longer. Sasaori observed the colleague in front of him as he prattled on about the day's match. At that moment, Sasaori grasped the true nature of the so-called Fire Dragon armor and Blaze of Hope. They were toys, merely toys that lit up. Nothing more. This whole situation seemed laughable if you think about it. He was renowned as the puppet genius of the Sand Village since his youth. Sasaori of the Red Sand found himself in absurd circumstances. First, he was tasked with manufacturing heaters, air conditioners, and assorted items in the factory. Now he was being compelled to craft toys. Moreover, the notion of working overtime to produce them was preposterous. Unfortunately, you missed out. It was quite a spectacle. The Fire Dragon Shinobi was truly impressive. "I wonder if we'll have the chance to purchase a set at an internal price later?" the colleague exclaimed eagerly, eyeing Sasaori's stoic demeanor. Yet, Sasaori's silent reaction didn't faze his colleague. It was typical of Sasaori, always maintaining his composure. Such was the demeanor of a genius, perhaps. Undeterred, the colleague proposed, "Let's check the time. It's almost dinner time. We can grab a bite first and then tackle the overtime work with renewed energy." However, Sasaori abruptly waved his hand. "No, no overtime. No overtime." The colleague's confusion was evident. "Are you sure? It's triple pay today, a rare opportunity." Sasaori's raised eyebrow betrayed his surprise. Triple pay for overtime. He hadn't anticipated such a generous offer. Perhaps there was more to this overtime than he initially thought. Unaware of Sasaori's internal deliberation, his colleague continued, "And if you perform well, there's even a bonus. A substantial one, too." Although, Sasaori momentarily paused at the mention of a bonus, but he remained indifferent to his colleague's enticements. Nevertheless, his colleague persisted, unaware of Sasaori's thoughts. "Plus, there are ninjas waiting outside the factory to transport the goods. They're counting on us to produce the next batch." "Hey, Sasaori, where are you going? Wait up. Are you heading to the dormitory? Feeling unwell? Need me to request leave for you?" With a sudden change in expression, Sasaori replied in a hoarse voice. "Dinner first, then overtime." Before his colleague could fully process Sasaori's abrupt decision, Sasaori had already turned and strode towards the canteen. Left in bewilderment, his colleague muttered to himself, "But didn't he say he wasn't interested?" As he spoke, he shook his head and made his way to the canteen. However, little did he know, at that moment, Sasaori, who had departed from the factory, was sighing as he gazed sadly at the darkening night outside. It wasn't for the triple pay. As a genius ninja, he wouldn't linger in a factory for a mere increase in wages. No, his concern lay elsewhere. He was worried about being discovered. With grass ninjas scattered about the vicinity, even if they were there for deliveries, Sasaori couldn't be certain he wouldn't be discovered attempting to slip away. Not long ago, he had caught wind that the leaders of the grass and rain villages were on the lookout for a ninja named Sasaori. Though, so far, their search had been fruitless. Sasaori sighed once more, resignedly shaking his head as he continued his path toward the canteen. It seemed his escape attempt had once again failed. Time passed slowly, and soon, the highly anticipated second round of duels arrived. It was another bustling day. As the duel arena opened early in the morning, spectators streamed into the venue one after another. Meanwhile, on the Hidden Leaf Village side, Narashikaku led the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas to their designated spot from the previous day, casting a serious gaze at Kakashi. Today, Kakashi, we entrust you with our hopes. Understood. Kakashi replied, fully aware of the weight of the situation. Losing today wasn't an option, it meant defeat for Hidden Leaf Village. This wasn't just a match, it was a crucial battle. He touched his covered eye and reassured, I'll give it my all. Hidden Leaf Village had fully entrusted him with the Mengekyo Sharingan, a precautionary measure in case of unexpected events. It allowed him to compensate for any shortcomings promptly. After learning about Obito's abilities, Hidden Leaf Village speculated that the other eye's ability might also be related to space-time jutsu. Kakashi's subsequent training confirmed this speculation, and now he was able to use the Mengekyo Sharingan. Don't be nervous. With the Mengekyo and your space-time ninjutsu, you won't lose. Narashikaku reassured Kakashi, patting his shoulder. And we'll support you with our abilities too. However, it was unfortunate that due to insufficient funds, they had to forego purchasing fake fans. Today, they can only rely on their best efforts. Moreover, after yesterday's experience, Kakashi should have mentally prepared himself in advance. At that moment, Ebisu, the Hidden Leaf Village ninja wearing sunglasses, stood up and placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Please rest assured. We prepared something special last night. He said mysteriously. Today, we'll make sure everyone hears our support for you. Kakashi's mouth twitched at Ebisu's expression. It's not necessary. He replied. But Ebisu insisted with a smile, thinking Kakashi was being modest. Of course, it is. Don't be shy. Who's shy? Kakashi retorted, rolling his eyes. He was about to say more when Narashikaku interrupted. The commercial break is over, Kakashi. It's your turn to enter. Narashikaku reminded him, looking at Kakashi with a mix of emotions. Just do your best. I'll do my best. Kakashi replied helplessly. Turning around, he went to prepare for the upcoming battle. He knew he couldn't afford to lose. As for Ebisu's support, with a limited number of people, there shouldn't be any accidents. After seeing Kakashi off, Narashikaku also breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned his head to glance at the announcer's podium and then looked back at Ebisu. What have you prepared? He. Ebisu smiled mysteriously and said, You'll find out soon. This is something I've spent a lot of money to prepare. The words fell, and at that moment, both sides started to enter the venue. Perhaps due to Narashikaku's investment yesterday, Mobuki's introduction of Kakashi was surprisingly straightforward and serious. He's the hero of Hidden Leaf Village, graduating at the age of 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, and achieving the rank of Jonin at 12. He turned the tide of the war between Hidden Stone's Village Ninja and Hidden Leaf Village, earning him the title of hero. A series of truthful and impressive introductions flowed from Mobuki's mouth. It seemed that even after accepting the money, the Grass Village Ninja was handling the matter with sincerity. Kakashi, making his way towards the center of the venue, breathed a sigh of relief. At least the introduction sounded reasonable, not as exaggerated as the Grass Ninjas yesterday, but not as simple as Asuma's. That was sufficient. However, as he stepped towards the center of the venue, a voice echoed throughout the area. Come on, Kakashi. Show them your style and strength. Show them the power of the will of fire. Kakashi's footsteps suddenly paused as if he sensed something. He couldn't help but look towards the position of Hidden Leaf Village. Immediately, he saw the huge sound equipment that appeared on the spot he didn't know when, the partner holding a microphone, and the conspicuous large red banner, Hidden Leaf Village Genius, Hidden Leaf Village Silver Wolf, Kakashi Hatake must win. Kakashi became speechless and stared blankly at his teammates cheering for him on stage. Who came up with this ridiculous idea? Quickly lowering his head, he increased his pace and ran towards the venue. Otherwise, he feared he would turn around and withdraw from the competition directly. It seems Kakashi's teammates are quite enthusiastic. The host's voice resumed, devoid of any fluctuations. Let's give a round of applause to Kakashi Hatake from Hidden Leaf Village. Next, it's the turn of the contestant from the Grass Village. His tone then suddenly lowered slightly. He hails from another village. He was once hailed as a hero too. As soon as the host finished speaking, the Hidden Leaf Village contingent seemed to recognize the figure. Narashikaku's expression shifted suddenly, and even Kakashi raised his head to look at the entrance from the grass side. Sure enough, they spotted a familiar figure happily waving to the surroundings as he walked in. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he stared intently at the figure, murmuring to himself, Obito. Chapter 223, Just Relentless Practice. Obito Uchiha, the former hero of Hidden Leaf Village. Later, due to certain reasons, he defected from Hidden Leaf Village, and it was speculated that he was involved in the Nine Tails attack on Hidden Leaf Village. All Hidden Leaf Village ninjas watched closely as the black-haired figure slowly emerged from below the stage. The familiar silly demeanor and that distinctive right eye confirmed their suspicions. It was indeed Obito. The hero who had turned the tide of the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, securing victory for Hidden Leaf Village, Obito Uchiha. Isn't this a breach of the rules? Ebisi beside him exclaimed dramatically, wasn't it agreed upon that the Uchiha clan and the Uzumaki clan couldn't participate? However, with a solemn expression, Narashikaku hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. The agreement at that time stipulated that the Uzumaki clan from the Grass Village and the Uchiha clan from Hidden Leaf Village couldn't participate, but it did not include Obito Uchiha, who had already defected from the village. Therefore, the Grass Village has not violated the terms. However, he couldn't help but feel surprised that the Grass Village would send a rogue ninja from Hidden Leaf Village to face Hidden Leaf Village itself. Weren't they concerned about potential complications? Originally, he anticipated that the Grass Village's Minister of Finance, Kakazu, would participate in the second round. After all, this individual's mysterious abilities had not been fully analyzed by Hidden Leaf Village, and he seemed to possess a regenerative ability. To prevent his participation, money was specifically spent. Therefore, the expectation was that the next participant from the Grass Village would be another student of the Grass Village's leader, Konan. She was a female ninja with a secretive jutsu similar to the Grass Village's leader. This jutsu held significant power, especially after the Grass Village successfully eliminated the third Mizukage. The village was on high alert against this paper jutsu, which showed no fear of water or fire. Thus, Kakashi was specifically chosen to ensure victory in the second round. However, unexpectedly, Obito Uchiha was sent by the Grass Village. This raised questions about the level of trust the Grass Village had in a rogue ninja. Narashikaku felt a bitter taste in his heart and muttered, "It appears this round will be perilous." Hearing Shikaku's words, the other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas fell silent as well. They understood Shikaku's concern. Compared to Kakashi, Obito was more proficient in using the Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, it was originally Obito's eye. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Obito Uchiha waved his hand and slowly made his way towards the dueling platform. However, compared to the previous round's match, the opening of this round was less extravagant. Due to Hidden Leaf Village fulfilling their financial obligations, the Grass Village also complied with the requirements and refrained from making it overly grand. This left Obito extremely disappointed. He had prepared for a grand entrance to showcase his capabilities to Kakashi. But where were the spotlights? The background music? The mysterious aura? There was nothing. They didn't even allow him to wear the flame dragon armor he had purchased. It was despicable. Nevertheless, Obito still warmly waved to the crowd, while Kakashi and the other familiar Hidden Leaf Village ninjas covered their faces in embarrassment. Obito remained the same old guy. Prompted by the host's reminder, Obito hurried forward and took his place on the stage, his gaze fixed on Kakashi. "Long time no see, Kakashi," he greeted, hands on his hips. "Ha ha ha. Are you surprised to see me? Impressed, huh? Well, prepare yourself to face defeat at my hands. Perhaps it's wise to surrender now and spare yourself the trouble." "Idiot!" Kakashi exclaimed, feeling a flush of embarrassment as he covered his face. Hey, still as cocky as ever, huh?" Obito retorted, raising an eyebrow and glaring at Kakashi with familiarity. "Let me enlighten you, I've undergone significant changes." "Idiot!" Kakashi rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. "You have no idea what I've mastered at the academy. I could defeat you with just one eye." Obito proclaimed loudly, his irritation evident. "Idiot!" Kakashi repeated, though Obito's declaration gave him pause. Despite his dismissive tone, Kakashi couldn't shake off a sense of caution. After all, the Grass Village had recently showcased its formidable prowess to the entire ninja world. Who knows what Obito might have learned during his time there? Especially with his current air of confidence. No, he had always exuded this level of assurance. After a brief silence, Kakashi shook his head and spoke again, still an idiot. Even though he said it, this familiar banter brought back memories. "You're still as annoying as ever. But I've changed." Obito declared proudly, casting a glance at Kakashi before addressing the audience in a lowered tone. I've heard you've been having a rough time in Hidden Leaf Village lately. How about it? Why not join me? I hold a special status in the Grass Village now. Even the village leader treats me with deference. If it weren't for his pleas, do you think I would have appeared here? Is he slowly adopting the ways of the Grass Ninja? But why the hesitation just now? And why did he lower his voice at the end? Upon hearing Obito's proposition, Kakashi regarded him with a mixture of emotions and responded with seriousness, I will never betray Hidden Leaf Village. Obito sighed, you're such a stubborn one. Still clinging to that will of fire? Sorry. Kakashi replied, his expression firm. No need to apologize to me. Forget it. Obito dismissed with a wave of his hand, shedding his nonchalant demeanor as he fixed his gaze on Kakashi. It seems Hidden Leaf Village has returned that eye to you? As his words fell, Kakashi remained silent. Instead, he raised his ninja headband, revealing a left eye similar to Obito Uchiha's. The entire arena, including the electronic screens, zoomed in on the unexpected revelation, prompting gasps of amazement from the uninitiated audience. Both combatants activated their Mengekyo Sharingan, locking eyes in a powerful gaze. The atmosphere, initially reminiscent of old friends reconnecting, swiftly shifted to one of tension. Sensing the heightened intensity, the host, eager to maintain the momentum, interjected, this competition is brought to you by Grass Village Milk. Now, the duel officially begins. Following a brief advertisement break, the competition kicked off without delay. Mobuki resumed commentary, both sides initiated simultaneous attacks, employing identical combat and kunai jutsus. Not only do they share similar eyes, but their combat styles mirror each other. What's the connection between these two? Why did they exchange such a profound glance just now? While the specifics elude us, the palpable bond between them is apparent to all. Let's delve into these mysteries together in the upcoming showdown. Kakashi and Obito exchanged simultaneous twitches of their mouths. What nonsense was this commentator spouting? Who in the world shared a passionate bond with him? As the two engaged in combat, the accompanying music swelled once more, and the audience erupted into continuous cheers, rallying behind the competitors. Even in Hidden Leaf Village, the chakra-powered speakers, procured at considerable expense, had been resounding since the outset. Go Kakashi! They're locked in a grappling match, zeroing in on each other as their targets. Mobuki exclaimed excitedly once more. Suddenly, the space surrounding the pair distorted. What's happening? Why have they vanished from our sight? With his words trailing off, a hush fell over the audience as they gazed at the now empty arena. Even Rin clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixed on the battlefield. She understood that if Kakashi conceded, it spelled defeat for Hidden Leaf Village. And Obito. He wouldn't capitulate easily either. Surrendering meant jeopardizing his graduation and being saddled with a mountain of extra homework. In a blink, the two combatants reappeared, entwined in a grappling match. In contrast to the previous spectacle of the Flame Dragon Kick and Flame Dragon Slash, this round seemed like a straightforward ninja skirmish. However, for some inexplicable reason, it felt even more intense and nerve-wracking than the earlier display. Keen observers noted a striking similarity in the movements of the two fighters. From the outset, they employed identical jutsus and taijutsu, with their speeds nearly indistinguishable. The relentless intensity of the battle left the onlookers breathless. In a surprising turn, the two, initially engaged in close combat, abruptly separated, each swiftly weaving hand seals. During this brief respite, Kakashi couldn't help but acknowledge that his once idiot companion had undeniably grown stronger. The only viable strategy seemed to exploit Obito's known weakness, ninjutsu. It was a well-known fact that since graduating, Obito struggled with hand seals. His execution was slow, and more often than not, his attempts to release ninjutsu ended in failure due to accidents during the process. At that pivotal moment, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas on the stage observed with bated breath. Their apprehension heightened as they witnessed Obito seamlessly weaving hand seals akin to Kakashi. However, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. Obito's familiar pattern of behavior remained unchanged. They were well aware that despite his newfound strength, Obito's proficiency in hand seals lagged behind. His enhanced abilities were primarily attributed to the awakening of his bloodline limit. Side by side, the two combatants locked eyes, their hands executing seals at an astonishing speed imperceptible to the untrained eye. Yet, just as their seal-forming speeds appeared evenly matched, Kakashi discerned a sudden acceleration in Obito's movements. Before he could react, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Obito unleashed a torrent of flames, splitting into three distinct trajectories, front, left, and right, hurtling towards Kakashi. Forced to abandon his own seals mid-execution, Kakashi swiftly countered. Earth style, earth flow wall. A colossal stone barrier, adorned with the likeness of a dog's head, materialized, intercepting the fiery onslaught. A deafening crash reverberated as sand and dust billowed, capturing the attention of all present. After what felt like an eternity, the tumult subsided. Kakashi, gasping for air as though drained of every ounce of energy, regarded Obito with astonishment. With a wry smile, he exclaimed, "Since when did your hand speed skyrocket like that?" Obito came to a sudden halt, his demeanor shifting. Following a pregnant pause, he lifted his head, eyes narrowing slightly. A sigh escaped him, laden with the weight of reluctant remembrance and pain. "No secret to it, just relentless practice," he muttered. Kakashi regarded him with confusion, noticing a flicker of unease clouding Obito's expression. It was as if he harbored a deep-seated fear of recalling something unpleasant. Chapter 224, Obito, huh? What price? Just relentless practice? Then why do you have the look of reluctance? Kakashi couldn't help but think, observing Obito's demeanor. However, upon seeing Obito's reaction, Kakashi began to piece together the puzzle. It dawned on him that since arriving in the grass village, Obito hadn't forsaken his training. In fact, he must have dedicated himself to it with even greater fervor and diligence than before, perhaps even surpassing Kakashi's own efforts. How else could Obito's speed now exceed his own? Kakashi regarded Obito with a complex mixture of emotions, hesitating for a moment before remarking, "I didn't anticipate you becoming so diligent after coming to the grass village." Obito's response was tinged with a hint of resignation. "I didn't want to either." He had been compelled to increase his hand speed out of necessity. Slow hand speed meant prolonged completion of assignments, a situation he couldn't afford. Now, his efforts were finally paying off. Reflecting on the past, Obito recalled a story about a gifted individual from a few years back. This prodigy had swiftly risen to prominence upon enrollment, garnering accolades from the entire academy. The grass village leader had even bestowed immediate recognition and rewards. It was rumored that this individual had mastered the art of controlling multiple pens to expedite assignment completion, showcasing remarkable chakra control that caught the attention of the medical department, leading to early acceptance. Speaking of which, in Hidden Leaf Village, such accomplishments would have facilitated early graduation and forced enrollment in war. Obito sighed regretfully, shaking his head, "But there's just too much homework." Kakashi furrowed his brows in confusion at Obito's complaint, but before he could respond, Obito fixed him with a scrutinizing gaze and remarked, "Are you already tired? Seems like you've conceded defeat." "I haven't conceded yet," Kakashi retorted calmly, rising to his feet. "Idiot." At Kakashi's retort, Obito couldn't contain himself, rolling up his sleeves with determination. "You're still as aggravating as ever, you bastard." As the two clashed once more, it became increasingly evident that Kakashi, already panting heavily, was no match for Obito. Without the innate advantages of the Uchiha clan's bloodline, the strain of utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan weighed more heavily on Kakashi than on Obito. Meanwhile, Obito benefited from the presence of Hashirama's cells within him. Not only did this mitigate concerns about overusing the Sharingan, but it also granted him with significantly augmented chakra reserves compared to others. Moreover, his time in the grass village had not been spent idly. In addition to the structured ninjutsu curriculum of the academy, Obito's tenure in the grass village had broadened his horizons and transformed him into a formidable force. Were it not for his respect for Kakashi, he might have resorted to underhanded tactics typical of the grass village to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Kakashi, while valiantly resisting Obito's assaults with his refined ninja jutsus, knew that his stamina was waning. He couldn't maintain this level of exertion indefinitely. Continuing down this path would inevitably lead to his collapse from exhaustion. Frantically analyzing the situation in his mind, Kakashi couldn't help but inwardly acknowledge, Obito has truly undergone tremendous growth. Obito's unwavering determination to emerge victorious was palpable. It was particularly evident when he repeatedly claimed, "You have no idea what I've sacrificed to participate in this match. Let me tell you, you have already lost." Every time he uttered about his sacrifices for this duel seemed to fuel his ferocity, intensifying his attacks. It became apparent that Obito had paid an incalculable price to engage in this battle against himself. It made sense. A rogue ninja seeking trust from the grass village would undoubtedly need to demonstrate their commitment through sacrifice. However, as a ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi harbored his own aspirations for victory. With sheer determination, he pushed his chakra to its limits, utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan to evade Obito's relentless assaults. Yet, in doing so, he found himself gasping for breath, the strain on his body becoming increasingly unbearable. The battle intensified once more, with flames and lightning crackling in a frenzied display. Space seems to warp and distort under their ability repeatedly. Spectators watched in awe as the unmatched prowess of these two combatants surpassed all expectations. Amidst the fervent cheers from the crowd, even the Hidden Leaf Village supporters, though aware of Kakashi's disadvantage, refused to relent in their enthusiastic support, rallying behind their ninja hero with fervor. Obito! Kakashi! The resounding roars echoed across the arena as the two locked eyes. At that moment, it was evident to all that the climax of this epic duel was fast approaching. Obito! I'm grateful for your assistance. I understand the sacrifices you've made to be here, but... Kakashi paused, drawing in a deep breath. I simply cannot afford to lose. You know? As Kakashi's declaration hung in the air, Obito was momentarily taken aback. How could Kakashi possibly know? The realization sent a jolt of confusion through him. But in the blink of an eye, lightning crackled once more in Kakashi's right hand, and the piercing gaze of the Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Obito. Rikiri. Reacting swiftly, Obito countered, his own hand alight with the familiar jutsu Kakashi had crafted. He recalled how Kakashi had once struggled to target an opponent due to the jutsu's speed, but now, under his own watchful gaze, it had devolved into a flawless execution. Yet, he didn't care because he could do it too. Rikiri. As their Rikiri clashed, Kakashi was momentarily thrown off guard. When had Obito learned the Rikiri? Yet, in the heat of the moment, there was no time for contemplation. With the eyes of the spectators fixed upon them, both surged towards each other at breakneck speed, their respective Rikiri hurtling towards in a spectacular collision. Just as everyone anticipated a dramatic double knockout, Obito's body contorted unnaturally. In a bewildering twist of events, Obito vanished before Kakashi's disbelieving eyes, leaving the latter utterly confounded. When did this idiot learn such a trick? Kakashi's mind raced with questions, but before he could react, it was already too late. The Rikiri plunged into the ground with a resounding crash. As Kakashi attempted to step back, a sharp kunai bore down towards his eye with alarming precision. A voice pierced through the chaos. I've already warned you. Did you truly believe I learned nothing during my time in the grass village? Your Mangekyo Sharingan is of no use now, isn't it? A momentary pause hung in the air before the truth dawned on Kakashi. Obito however continued, I'm sorry, Kakashi, but I must win. Otherwise, some complications will arise for me. Your eye is temporarily back with me. With those chilling words, Obito swiftly gouged out Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan. The countenances of the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas twisted in horror, but their reaction came too late. Kakashi sank to one knee, his left eye now an empty cavity, blood streaming relentlessly. Kakashi! Narashikaku and the others called out to Kakashi in concern. Then, the announcement resounded through the arena, the duel has concluded. The victor is Obito Uchiha from the Grass Village. With those words, the duel came to an end. Obito cradled his eye, observing Kakashi, who though bleeding, maintained a composed demeanor. It seems you've already guessed my intentions. Obito remarked. Perhaps. Kakashi responded with a momentary pause, finding himself unable to rise to his feet once more. Whether it was due to physical exhaustion or a lack of will, he remained motionless amidst the surrounding cheers. Locking eyes with Obito, he posed a question, Obito. Will you and Rin return? Instead of offering a direct response, Obito calmly redirected the inquiry, do you believe we will return? Indeed. My apologies. Kakashi's expression twisted momentarily with bitterness before settling into a serene smile. It appears you and Rin are living well in the Grass Village. Obito returned the smile and extended another offer, no worries. Do you want to join me? In the Grass Village, my authority is absolute. With unwavering resolve, Kakashi calmly reiterated, I will not betray Hidden Leaf Village. Obito let out a playful pout, gazing at Kakashi in silence for a moment before muttering, stubborn idiot. Turning away abruptly, he added, oh, and someone wanted me to relay a message to you. Due to Naruto. She'll take good care of you, you bastard. Just wait until she gets her hands on you. As Obito spoke, Kakashi's expression momentarily froze, a flicker of understanding crossing his features before he regained his composure. Surveying the scene unfolding around him, he recognized that the duel had concluded. Watching Obito begin to retreat, Kakashi's mind raced with thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, he called out, can you tell me what price you paid? What price? Obito responded with confusion. Kakashi paused for a moment, then locked eyes with Obito as the latter turned back. The price for the Grass Village to permit your participation in this duel. Obito's response was swift and filled with frustration. Oh, that. You fool, do you have any idea what I've sacrificed to be here? To partake in this duel, That damn leader saddled me with mountains of homework as a condition. I'm on the brink of graduation, and yet I still have to contend with endless assignments. Hey, Kakashi, are you alright? Are you coughing up blood? What happened suddenly? In the midst of their exchange, Kakashi suddenly began coughing up blood, causing the other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas to point accusingly at Obito in alarm. Before they could utter a word, Kakashi collapsed, prompting a panicked rush to his aid. The second round of the first Ninja World Tournament concludes with another victory for the Grass Village. Meanwhile, Mobuki as a host, announced the result. With this, let us congratulate the Grass Village. The tournament comes to a close. We extend our gratitude to all participants. This event is proudly sponsored by Grass Ninja Milk. Chapter 225, Hidden Leaf Village's Defeat. As the competition drew to a close and the relentless barrage of advertisements subsided, attendees began to trickle out of the arena. However, while the duel had concluded, the festivities were only just beginning. News of the victory had swiftly spread to the various establishments outside, sparking anticipation for a night of revelry in celebration of this triumph. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night, as the citizens of Grass and Rain rejoiced in their victory over Hidden Leaf Village, which was renowned as the mightiest ninja village. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas was markedly somber. Disheartened and crestfallen, they grappled with the bitter reality of their unexpected defeat. After having paid a hefty price, they never envisioned succumbing to defeat in 2 consecutive matches. It was a humbling and embarrassing setback for the village known for its formidable prowess. Therefore, Akihiko, as the leader of the host village, wanted to offer some solace to the despondent Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. After all, despite the recent conflict, Grass and Hidden Leaf Village are allies. With a heavy sigh, Akihiko addressed the group of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, their somber expressions reflecting their concern for Kakashi's well-being as he was being seen off for treatment. Victory and defeat are inevitable in the life of a ninja. He began, his tone empathetic yet firm. Thankfully, Asuma and Kakashi's injuries are not severe. I have faith that they will make a swift recovery in the coming days. However, Akihiko continued, assuming the demeanor of an elder imparting wisdom, as an ally, I feel compelled to offer some additional words of advice. According to our medical ninja, Kakashi's condition is a result of emotional distress. He paused, his expression conveying a mixture of concern and admonition. Kakashi is renowned as an outstanding ninja and a leader among Hidden Leaf Village's younger generation. It's disheartening to see such a talented individual succumb to emotional strain. Shaking his head in dismay, Akihiko continued, I've heard of Kakashi and Obito's close friendship in the past. It's perplexing to witness Kakashi react so strongly, to the point of coughing up blood. This behavior is concerning, and it's imperative that you, as his comrades, guide him through this challenging time. Perhaps he could benefit from some lessons in managing his emotions. You are welcome to remain here, and I would be more than willing to provide guidance. There's no need for embarrassment, after all, Grass and Hidden Leaf Village are allies. Upon hearing Akihiko's offer of assistance, Narashikaku couldn't help but offer a wry smile. This guy really is always trying to recruit and poach people, even in such moments. However, Shikaku couldn't shake off his confusion. What had transpired at the end of the duel? Everything seemed fine until Kakashi's eye was forcibly removed. Why did he start coughing up blood afterward? And Shikaku found himself surprised by Kakashi's uncharacteristic reaction. What had caused him to react in such a manner? Shaking his head in bewilderment, Shikaku mustered a response, Thank you for your offer, Grass Village leader, but it's unnecessary. I will ensure that Kakashi receives the proper guidance and education. After a moment of hesitation, Narashikaku glanced at Obito Uchiha, who had already reinserted his eye, and began, Mangekyo. However, before he could complete his sentence, Akihiko swiftly turned towards Obito and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Do you have any regard for hygiene? How could you simply shove your eyeball back in like that? What if it's infected? Continuing his reprimand, Akihiko directed his attention to Obito's academic pursuits. Furthermore, you've been complaining about your inability to study clearly with one eye. Now that your Hidden Leaf Village comrades have retrieved your eye, you should have no trouble reading. If you still fail your exams next time, expect a harsh critique from me. Pointing at the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, Akihiko's tone turned stern. And why haven't you expressed your gratitude to them yet? Neglecting to do so could jeopardize the friendship between our villages. Express your thanks immediately. How could it get infected? Obito, visibly exasperated, rolled his eyes at Akihiko's admonishment before bowing to the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Thank you. He muttered reluctantly. Narashikaku observed the exchange between Akihiko and Obito, his mouth twitching slightly as he processed the situation. However, he understood that recovering the Mangekyo wouldn't be easy anymore. With a deep sigh of resignation, he offered a regretful apology. Apologies for the interruption. Asuma and Kakashi require our immediate attention, and the village awaits our report. We must take our leave, Leader Akihiko. With that, Shikaku turned away without engaging in further discussion with Akihiko, leading the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas away. Before leaving, he cast a fleeting glance at Obito Uchiha and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails standing beside the Grass Village leader. Watching them depart, Akihiko reluctantly waved his hand. Are you truly leaving already? There will be a banquet later, won't you stay for a while? Your presence is greatly valued in Hidden Leaf Village. And you're familiar with our grass talent recruitment plan, aren't you? The gates of the Grass Village. He extended his hand invitingly. Are always open to you. However, Shikaku quickened his pace, showing little interest in Akihiko's offer. This prompted a sigh of regret from Akihiko, who then turned his attention to Obito, advising, prepare yourself, ensure your injuries are concealed. The Grass Studio media is waiting for you outside. Don't bring embarrassment upon yourself later. What? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Obito exclaimed in surprise as Akihiko revealed the presence of the waiting reporters. Without hesitation, he called out to Rin, who had yet to walk out, Rin, I need your help. With a swift motion, Obito's form twisted and vanished before reappearing moments later. This time, however, he appeared with a deliberate grooming of his hair and clad in fresh attire, replacing the previously ragged clothing. Confidently, Obito strode towards the awaiting reporters outside. Facing his first interview, he remained composed and calmly recounted the details of his duel with Kakashi. However, what was originally portrayed as a balanced confrontation was now depicted by Obito as a scenario where he single-handedly outmatched Kakashi. As the reporter posed a question about his thoughts on the tournament's conclusion or any message for the Grass Village leader, Obito's confidence faltered, and his expression shifted. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and responded, thoughts? Regarding the homework. Can it be reduced? The next morning arrived swiftly, and the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas wasted no time. They swiftly packed their belongings, eager to depart. Despite Kakashi and Asuma still recovering from their injuries, they were mobile enough to move around after a night of rest. Shikaku wasted no time either, leading the group in preparing for their departure. However, despite his desire to reclaim the Mangekyo, he knew it wouldn't be a simple task, especially under the watchful eyes of the Grass and Rain Village leaders. How could he easily retrieve it under their noses? He couldn't simply approach the Grass Village Minister of Finance again, could he? While the minister had fulfilled his previous requests efficiently, this mission was of a completely different nature. As a ninja, he wouldn't accept such requests, which bordered on treason. Furthermore, even if he wanted to, he lacked the necessary funds. The military funds allocated by the Hokage for this unconventional war had long been depleted. Shikaku sighed as he glanced at the enthusiastic Grass Village leader bidding them farewell. If he didn't know better, one might assume that the relationship between Grass and Hidden Leaf Village was exceptionally close. However, the reality was far more complex than it appeared. Observing the numerous banners adorning the land of Grass, Shikaku couldn't help but notice their stark contrast to the farewell banners now hanging overhead. Unlike the farewell messages, these banners were adorned with inspiring slogans, each urging perseverance and hard work. Today may be tough, but tomorrow holds promise. Keep pushing forward. Choose between destruction and prosperity. The choice is yours. Genius is mostly hard work, with just a dash of talent. These motivational phrases, though unfamiliar, stirred something within him. It was evident that the Land of Grass placed great emphasis on spiritual development, a factor contributing to its rapid progress. After expressing gratitude to Leader Akihiko for seeing them off, Shikaku chose to disregard the invitation implied by the gate is always open for you, and turned away not taking any risks. After all, the framing of the fourth Hokage was the best example. While the discovery of the Grass Talent introduction brochures at the Hokage's residence wasn't the sole reason for the accusations, they undeniably played a significant role in the unfolding events. Without a moment's hesitation, Shikaku guided his team across the border from the Land of Grass into the familiar territory of the Land of Fire. As he prepared to lead the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas back to their village, he abruptly halted in his tracks. Turning his head, his gaze fixated on a banner in the distance proclaiming, "Hard work is the real key." With a heavy sigh, Shikaku muttered to himself, "The Grass Village is on the rise." Chapter 226, 6th Great Ninja Village. The news of the duel's conclusion spread like wildfire across the entire ninja world, marking the end of the peculiar conflict that had gripped their attention. Yet, the revelation of the Grass Village's victory sent shockwaves across the entire ninja community. Initially, many had presumed that Hidden Leaf Village would emerge triumphant. How could the seemingly lesser-known Grass Village stand against the might of Hidden Leaf Village? After all, Hidden Leaf Village not only held status among the 5 great ninja villages but also boasted the reputation of being the strongest among them. However, the unexpected outcome flipped these assumptions on their heads. Despite the unconventional nature of the conflict, now termed the Ninja Tournament, a victory remained a significant feat, particularly against Hidden Leaf Village. After all, it seemed implausible that Hidden Leaf Village would willingly concede victory to the Grass Village. Moreover, the Grass Village's decisive actions against the Sand Village, followed by their subsequent confrontation with Hidden Leaf Village, had reshaped perceptions. After all, they have even forced Hidden Leaf Village to acquiesce to the demands of the Grass Village. In the aftermath, the entire ninja world found themselves reassessing the Grass Village's standing. It became apparent that the Grass Village had ascended to a position of prominence, capable of rivaling even the esteemed 5 great ninja villages. Some even murmured about the potential emergence of the 6th Great Ninja Village, a title that had eluded the Rain Village in the past but now seemed fitting for the Grass Village's remarkable achievements. The 6th Great Ninja Village! Hanzo exclaimed with excitement as he clutched the intelligence in his hand, his enthusiasm palpable even through his mask. Ukihiko couldn't help but sense the jubilation radiating from Hanzo, despite the impassive facade of his mask. To witness Rain Village ascend to such heights is truly remarkable. Ukihiko's expression twitched at Hanzo's words. This is the Grass Village, not Rain Village. Oh, who cares about details? Hanzo waved his hand dismissively, entirely absorbed in the intelligence before him, akin to a child fascinated by a new toy. His lifelong aspiration had been to elevate the Land of Rain to the status of the 6th Great Ninja Village. Once deemed an unattainable dream, he had now achieved it in his later years through unexpected means. Regardless, we've achieved our goal of becoming the 6th Great Ninja Village. Ha ha ha. Rumors even suggest that Sand Village may no longer deserve its place among the 5 great ninja villages. I can just imagine the envy boiling within that old Hagcho. Observing Hanzo's exuberance, Ukihiko shook his head in a mixture of amusement and resignation. The notion of the 6th Great Ninja Village, while celebrated by many, was more a product of the ninja world's admiration for Grass Village's recent developments and the outcome of this war rather than a genuine recognition. As for Sand Village, their swift retreat in the face of Grass Village's advance had significantly diminished their standing in the eyes of the ninja world. Many now questioned whether Sand Village still deserved its esteemed status among the 5 great ninja villages. Yet, Sand Village had been grappling with its own challenges. The strained relationship with the daimyo, which had shown signs of improvement, was once again under strain due to the actions of their 4th Kazekage. This recent conflict had only served to exacerbate tensions further. In the intricate web of politics and power dynamics, the ninja villages operated independently, with the daimyo's influence limited to a certain extent. However, the weakened position of Sand Village following this war underscored their vulnerability and lack of leverage in such matters. What's our next move? Hanzo set aside the intelligence report and turned to Ukihiko with a furrowed brow. Despite our victory in this duel, if Hidden Leaf Village retaliates with full force, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Ukihiko, however, dismissed Hanzo's concerns with a shake of his head. It's unlikely that Hidden Leaf Village will instigate another conflict at this juncture. Hanzo's expression mirrored his skepticism as he awaited Ukihiko's explanation. The rapid progress of Grass Village has surpassed the expectations of the 5 great ninja villages, and the recent series of conflicts has taken its toll on Hidden Leaf Village. Ukihiko explained. I doubt Hidden Leaf Village will risk further exhausting themselves by initiating hostilities while other villages recuperate. Additionally, I believe the 3rd Hokage recognizes that resolving our issues will require more than Hidden Leaf Village's efforts alone. They're likely to focus on regaining strength and planning for the future, rather than immediate retaliation against us. With a solemn nod, Ukihiko concluded, Hidden Leaf Village will likely bide their time, waiting for the opportune moment to deal with us decisively, rather than rushing into another confrontation. As Ukihiko concluded his thoughts, Hanzo let out a soft sigh. It seems the 3rd Hokage's weak nature has made him hesitant. But in the future, Grass and Rain will undoubtedly encounter significant challenges. He contemplated the passage of time, recognizing that he might not be around to witness the culmination of their efforts. However, he took solace in the thought of the next generation, believing that as Grass and Rain continued to forge unity, they would grow even stronger. The era of him, the legendary ninja, would eventually fade, replaced by the capable hands of the younger generation. So, what's our next move? With a light-hearted smile, he inquired. He shook his head, directing his gaze at Ukihiko. What's the plan for us? Ukihiko responded with enthusiasm. Our next course of action? We continue with our current endeavors, development, commerce, and, poke.ahem recruitment. Let's aim to draw talent from all the 5 great nations. By the way, the graduates of this year should be ready soon. I wonder if Obito has managed to complete his homework. Of course, We must also remain vigilant regarding Hidden Leaf Village's actions. Okihiko continued, his tone tinged with amusement. They're likely facing challenges of their own now. I can't help but wonder about our esteemed friend, Denzo. How is he faring amidst all this? In Hidden Leaf Village, as Okihiko foresaw, the atmosphere was indeed somber. The news of Grass Village's triumph cast a shadow over the village. Unaware of the significance of the Jinchuriki, both the daimyo and the villagers grew increasingly discontent with Hidden Leaf Village's decision to engage in a conflict over what they perceived as a mere monster. With heavy losses and a sense of humiliation now added to their grievances, their dissatisfaction only deepened. The daimyo, in particular, was rumored to be considering drastic measures. Some proposed bringing Hidden Leaf Village under direct control and establishing the 12 Guardian Ninja, a force comprising formidable ninjas from within the Land of Fire, tasked with restraining Hidden Leaf Village's influence. This predicament posed a significant challenge for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He likely hadn't anticipated Hidden Leaf Village facing consequences akin to those endured by Sand Village. Unlike Sand, Hidden Leaf Village boasted a formidable reputation as one of the strongest ninja villages, having emerged victorious in 3 consecutive Great Ninja Wars and effectively compelling other villages to retreat even in defeat. It was a scenario beyond anyone's anticipation that they would find themselves bested by a mere grass village. Despite the duel not being a full-scale conflict between ninja villages, a loss was still a loss. Though, one couldn't help but wonder if Hidden Leaf Village would have yielded to Grass Village's demands if not for the pressure exerted by Sand Village. Nevertheless, the development of this once looked-down and small village had surpassed all expectations. Upon receiving Narashikaku's report, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath and uttered, I am aware. This situation is not your fault. It's simply that Grass Village proved to be more cunning than anticipated. Who could have foreseen such strategies employed in the first match? It wasn't that Asuma was defeated by Grass Ninja Village per se, rather, he fell victim to their cunning tactics. As for the second match, the idea that Grass Ninja Village would dare to dispatch rogue Hidden Leaf Village ninja caught them completely off guard. I sincerely apologize. Narashikaku bowed his head. It's my negligence that allowed Grass Village to succeed. After a brief pause, he added, but at this moment, Hidden Leaf Village. Don't worry, I understand that Hidden Leaf Village needs time to rest and recuperate. The third Hokage nodded, his tone carrying a hint of melancholy. Go get some rest. Yes, Hokage-sama. Narashikaku replied, aware of the many challenges awaiting the third Hokage in the aftermath of this significant incident. As he rose to leave, Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice reached him again, by the way, what are your impressions of this trip to Grass Village? Grass Village. Narashikaku halted in his steps, a hint of surprise coloring his expression. The third Hokage's question prompted memories of his experiences in Grass Village, including the impactful banner he saw as he departed. Sighing with a mix of emotions, he answered, a group of diligent and devoted ninjas. Hiruzen glanced back at Shikaku with a puzzled expression, surprised by the description of Grass Village. They are relentless in their pursuits. Especially Obito Uchiha. Kakashi mentioned that since arriving in Grass Village, Obito has been constantly learning. It's allowed him to catch up with Kakashi in ninjutsu, to the point where Kakashi was shocked enough to cough up blood. Narashikaku remarked with emotion. You see, Obito never showed much interest in studying back in Hidden Leaf Village. As he finished, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent for a moment, his expression complex as he muttered, is that so? A group of diligent ninjas? Never could he have imagined that a former academic underachiever in Hidden Leaf Village would develop a passion for learning upon arriving in Grass Village. He sighed, in this aspect. It appears Hidden Leaf Village is indeed lacking. Chapter 227, Suspicious Activity. A few days later, following the conclusion of the Ninja World Tournament, a period of calm settled over the Ninja World, just as Akihiko had predicted. Despite their defeat in the tournament, Hidden Leaf Village did not harbor hostility towards Grass Village. In fact, in the aftermath of the tournament, the relationship between Hidden Leaf Village and Grass Village appeared to improve on the surface. When ninjas from both villages crossed paths, they exchanged smiles and warm greetings, seemingly unaffected by past events. Similarly, Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village remained quiet, focusing on recuperation efforts. However, intelligence gathered by Grass Ninjas and White Zetsu revealed that Hidden Stones Village was facing internal turmoil. Dissatisfaction with the policies of the third Tsuchikage had led to escalating conflicts within the village. The once prominent Kamizuru clan in Hidden Stones Village, having suffered consecutive defeats at the hands of the Aburame clan from Hidden Leaf Village, found themselves falling out of favor within the village. Their influence waned as they gradually faded into obscurity. Initially, this might not have caused much concern. However, with Grass Village attempting to establish ties with them, Hidden Stone's village began to view the Kamizuru clan with suspicion. Despite the clan's assurances to the contrary, Hidden Stone's village remained vigilant. Meanwhile, Hidden Cloud's village experienced a subtle decline in the export of beef and milk, likely due to Grass Village's aggressive marketing efforts. However, as the impact was relatively minor, Hidden Cloud's village seemed oblivious to the trend for the time being. In the recent days of relative calm in the ninja world, Grass Village gradually returned to its routine of production and daily life. The village academy resumed regular classes, and the rewards promised to Obito for bringing glory to the village had been efficiently arranged through the academy. Obito, during interviews, harbored ambitious dreams for the future. Meanwhile, the Land of Rain, benefiting from its isolationist policy and the strong defense exhibited during the war, thrived internally as it deterred other ninja villages from sending reconnaissance teams. However, there were concerns about Hanzo's nominal grandson, who appeared to be unwell due to working late nights to fulfill a high number of orders for Flame Dragon armor. He seemed to have lost his sense of purpose and looked dazed. Worried about his grandson's well-being, Hanzo arranged for him to take a few days of paid leave. Hanzo even visited him personally, urging him to rest. Touched by the concern, the grandson tearfully expressed gratitude. Hanzo, moved by the dedication of his grandson, felt a mix of emotions, recognizing that while he was a diligent and talented individual, he needed to prioritize his health. Akihiko, upon hearing about the situation, also couldn't help but admire, he's truly a good kid. At the research institute, Akihiko arrived, yawning and looking puzzled as Elder Yoshinori greeted him. Despite intending to rest after spending the entire night replenishing his chakra, he was summoned early in the morning and informed about an important new invention. The 4th-generation telescopic surveillance tool. Without waiting for Akihiko's response, Elder Yoshinori, the director of the research institute, excitedly showcased a small device. This is developed using the latest technology. Compared to the 3rd generation, not only has the range been greatly increased, but the sensitivity has also been significantly enhanced. As he spoke, he demonstrated the capabilities of the small device. Its stealth and defense capabilities have also been improved. It can adapt to various illusions. Now, destroying even one of these tools would require a knee-rank ninjutsu. Moreover, he continued, it can automatically identify suspicious individuals and save their information, including their chakra signature, for future reference. This greatly reduces the workload of perception and surveillance-type ninjas. Upon hearing this, Akihiko immediately became enthusiastic. It should be noted that Grass Village had a limited number of perception and surveillance-type ninjas, mostly from the Chinoi clan and the Uzumaki clan. However, the members of these clans were few in number, making them insufficient for border surveillance. And border surveillance had always been a top priority for Grass and Rain. Although Grass Village had introduced perception-type ninjutsu in recent years, such as the Rain Tiger at Will Jutsu and the Telescope Jutsu, these were challenging to master and didn't fully alleviate the pressure of border surveillance. Therefore, the 4th-generation telescopic surveillance tool came as a much-needed solution. With a curious tone, Akihiko inquired, and automatic identification? Yes. Uzumaki Yoshinori nodded with a smile before sighing regretfully, but this function is still not perfect, so its accuracy is not good. Oh well, I can't explain it clearly. Let me demonstrate it myself. With that said, he picked up the remote control and directed it toward the multiple screens. Suddenly, the previously dark screens displayed various scenes from different places in Grass Village. These are specially arranged surveillance. Of course, some of them are quite far away, like this one near the Kanabi Bridge, which is not close to the academy. Various environments were selected for testing, and Akihiko observed closely. The images indeed became much clearer. However, before Akihiko could voice his thoughts, a red frame appeared on the screen, enclosing a figure acting suspiciously and looking around, even bending over. Akihiko wondered, what is this person up to? But before he could ask, this is the automatic identification of suspicious individuals. Uzumaki Yoshinori pointed to the frame and explained, but the accuracy of identification. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden interruption occurred. The figure on the screen plucked a few leaves from the tree, their expression shifting abruptly before darting into a nearby public toilet. Akihiko found himself rendered speechless by the suspicious behavior unfolding before him. That's the issue. Yoshinori exclaimed, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Occasionally, it makes mistakes. Rest assured, we're actively working on resolving it. I'm confident it will be rectified soon. It's already quite impressive. Akihiko acknowledged, casting his gaze over the 4th-generation telescopic surveillance tool. He mused silently, considering how far ninjutsu had progressed from the era of the 3rd Hokage. The evolution into scientific ninja tools, particularly reaching the 4th generation, was beyond what he had envisioned. Akihiko issued instructions, Let's get it replaced promptly. Given the current circumstances, there's likely a surge of ninjas attempting to enter the land of grass. However, entry will be restricted to registered individuals. This device will significantly streamline the process. I'll see to it immediately. Yoshinori affirmed, nodding in agreement with Akihiko's directive. With that, Akihiko cast another glance at the new equipment before delegating the upcoming tasks to Elder Yoshinori. Just as he was preparing to return to his rest, something caught his attention, causing his eyes to narrow. He swiftly halted Elder Yoshinori, who was on the verge of shutting down the screen. Wait a moment, hold on. Akihiko interjected urgently, gesturing for Yoshinori to bring up a specific image. Yoshinori was momentarily taken aback before complying with Akihiko's request, directing his gaze to the designated area on the screen. A red alert box also drew their attention, framing two mysterious figures draped in cloaks that obscured their identities. Yoshinori promptly enlarged the image, scrutinizing the two figures intently. After a brief moment, he exclaimed with realization, "Isn't that Kabuto and Obito? No wonder they seemed familiar. But what are they doing at the Calamity Bridge?" Beside him, Akihiko also narrowed his eyes in contemplation. What were the intentions of these two guys, engaging in such suspicious behavior? At the same time, on the Calamity Bridge, a cold wind brushed by, lifting countless grains of sand, and accentuating the desolation of the ruins. Two figures draped in black cloaks stood on the crumbling remnants, facing each other. The slightly taller figure gazed at the shorter one before him and calmly inquired, "Have you brought what I requested?" Chapter 228, Mobuki's Son? Catch him. At that moment, the wind howled fiercely, causing the trees to sway in rhythm. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, pushing the large box forward. "Here it is," he announced, then paused, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Actually, I've been wondering, why all the secrecy? Why meet here for the exchange?" He couldn't help but liken the situation to a clandestine rendezvous, Kabuto thought wryly. Rolling his eyes, he attempted to continue, "We could have simply traded right after school." Obi. Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, Obito swiftly covered his mouth, lowering his voice. "Didn't I warn you not to mention my name? What if someone overhears us?" Obito regarded the younger boy with a mix of exasperation and concern. It was evident that Kabuto didn't grasp the gravity of their circumstances. "What if we get caught? Have you forgotten what happened to your father? Why he was arrested in the past?" Obito pressed on, emphasizing the seriousness of their situation. Kabuto, who had been struggling against Obito's grip, momentarily stiffened. He had almost forgotten about his father's past troubles. It was a grim reminder that his father had been imprisoned for involvement with prohibited items. Though the leader had eventually pardoned him in acknowledgement of his years of dedication to the grass village. However, Kabuto remained unaware of the specifics regarding his father's illicit dealings. When he broached the subject with Yahiko and Asui, their reactions were somber, hinting at a past they preferred to leave buried, merely sighing in response. It was clear that his father had been entangled in serious affairs back then. Yet, thanks to the leader's leniency, he had been released. Reflecting on the situation, Kabuto admitted, "Indeed, I was careless." He extricated himself from Obito's grasp, readjusting his glasses. "However, I don't believe our transaction is of significant concern. It's nothing critical, and there's no one present to raise alarm." "Humphrey. You're still too naive," Obito retorted, his gaze piercing. "If we're caught, the repercussions will extend far beyond just us. We'll face harsher punishment and maybe even be criticized by the whole school. This is no trifling matter." With a dismissive gesture, Obito turned his attention to the box beside Kabuto, excitement gleaming in his eyes. It had only been a few days since the tournament had concluded. Obito had returned to the academy amidst widespread acclaim, hailed for bringing honor to the school, and bestowed with various rewards. What were these rewards precisely? Obito couldn't list them all. There were simply too many. Regardless, Obito realized that even after graduation, he would likely be unable to complete all the assignments he had received this time. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Hence, he needed an alternative approach. Eventually, he had stumbled upon a solution. This Kabuto guy supposedly possesses a device capable of automating homework. Naturally, he coveted such a tool. However, the potential discovery of such an arrangement had him on edge, leading to their current clandestine exchange. Caution was paramount. If caught, not only would the device be confiscated, but he would likely be burdened with even more assignments. "This better not disappoint me," Obito asserted, a subtle threat lacing his tone as he directed a pointed glance at Kabuto. "Remember, if you deceive me, I won't hesitate to hold you accountable. You're aware that I'm acquainted with Black Zetsu, right? Many of your classmates used to be his followers. If you betray me, I won't hesitate to let him take care of you." Don't worry, I've tested it already. You know my workload. Kabuto paused for a moment, a tinge of melancholy coloring his tone, before continuing, is no less than yours. With that acknowledgement, they exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Both of them were drowning in endless homework, allowing them to empathize with each other's plight to some extent. How did you manage to get your hands on this? Obito inquired, eagerly retrieving the box and opening it to reveal a square-shaped device nestled within. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he remarked, you know, those questions aren't just numerous, they're also tricky. Even with shadow clones, I couldn't keep up. I ended up confusing myself. Actually, most of the questions in the leader's rewards were repetitive or similar. Kabuto explained, adjusting his glasses. So, as long as you input the correct answers that you've already written, it will automatically complete similar or identical questions in the future. He had discovered that many of the questions were repetitive or merely required slight modifications to the answers. To expedite the process of completing them, he had devised this device. Do you have the manual for this? Obito inquired eagerly as he observed the device. It's all included. Kabuto replied, adjusting his glasses. With diagrams and explanations. You should be able to figure it out on your own. Rest assured, I wouldn't deceive you. But regarding my request, are you certain this isn't a scam? Obito interjected, his hands clasped behind his back as he eyed Kabuto with a hint of menace. You know, if I discover you've misled me, don't expect leniency from me. I'm certain you wouldn't want that guy to learn you used this device for your homework. Wait, what are you doing? I believe you've raised a valid concern. The risk is indeed considerable. Kabuto stated earnestly as he swiftly reclaimed the device. Let's call off the deal. The repercussions of being caught are not something either of us desires. As Kabuto's words hung in the air, Obito suddenly offered an apology. I apologize for my arrogance. What about my terms? Kabuto inquired with a smirk. I'll do my utmost to comply. Obito hastily agreed. With a satisfied smile, Kabuto pressed further, and regarding Black Zetsu. Obito patted his chest reassuringly. Just refer to him as Little Zetsu. He's struggling with his studies. Always causing trouble at the academy. I should have disciplined him sooner. In that case. As he heard Obito's words, a pleased expression appeared on his face. Transaction complete. We should return now. However, before they could react or prepare to depart, a chilling voice pierced the air. You are surrounded. Drop the contraband and do not resist. Instantly, Obito and Kabuto's expressions shifted with alarm. Before they could grasp the situation, several figures materialized seemingly out of thin air. Guards from the security department? How had they been discovered? Takeshi Chinoyake, stepping forward, addressed them sternly. We received a report from vigilant citizens regarding suspicious activity in this area. Please accompany me for further questioning. Who could have mistaken their meeting for espionage? Kabuto momentarily faltered, then stepped forward, ready to explain. At worst, they would face reprimand, and the contraband would be confiscated. But being labeled as spies would be catastrophic. It was all just a misunderstanding. However, just as Kabuto was about to speak up, Obito Uchiha, standing nearby, abruptly vanished into thin air before Kabuto could utter a word. Someone's attempting to escape using space-time ninjutsu. The guards from the security department around them immediately changed their expressions. Before Kabuto could react, the guards surged forward. Get down on the ground with your hands on your head. Do not resist. Suspect resisting arrest, execute immediate apprehension. I haven't done anything. Kabuto protested, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. You are mistaken. I'm just a fifth-year student at the academy. We're aware. Came the unexpected response from the guards. I swear we weren't conducting any espionage activities. Kabuto reiterated desperately. We know. The guards repeated, their tone unyielding. If they were aware, then why were they still arresting him? Kabuto was momentarily stunned, then frantically continued, You've misunderstood. I'm not a spy. My father is Advisor Mobuki. As his words hung in the air, the footsteps of the guards hesitated slightly, offering a glimmer of hope to Kabuto. He was about to provide further clarification when suddenly, a distant voice resounded, Mobuki's son? Ensure he's secured tightly. Kabuto, upon hearing this voice, stood frozen in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Chapter 229, The Shinobi Times. It seems like this device is actually effective. Akihiko remarked with a satisfied nod while reviewing the experiment report in his grasp. Undoubtedly, Kabuto's ingenuity was commendable for devising such a tool to aid with homework, and to see it function successfully was impressive. Nevertheless, such misconduct needed to be addressed and critiqued accordingly. On a related note, while Akihiko imposed a substantial workload, he never reprimanded those who failed to complete it post-graduation. Take, for instance, Yahiko and his peers. Even after graduating, they still harbored piles of unfinished test papers at home. Interestingly, Kabuto eventually inherited Yahiko's test papers, whereas Nagato and Conan's remained unclaimed, perhaps awaiting the day when Karen and Naruto would mature enough to assume responsibility for them. After extensive training, Yahiko and others have evolved into more composed individuals. Confronted with challenges, they now exhibit a newfound calmness. Moreover, they have mastered the art of executing various jutsu with a mere clap of their hands. Obito, on the other hand, has tempered his recklessness over the years of training. When confronted with obstacles, he adopts a more cautious approach, as evidenced by the Denzo incident where he opted to abduct him and make a strategic retreat. Even in combat, he exhibits a calculated and cunning fighting style, exemplified in his duel with Kakashi. Gone are the days when he would easily succumb to anger in the face of Kakashi's taunts. Instead, he now employs strategy rather than impulsivity, demonstrating a newfound maturity. Kabuto, on the other hand, proves to be an astute mind. Regardless of bloodline limits or Sharingan, he outsmarts even the renowned genius Nagato. When confronted with challenges, Kabuto consistently identifies optimal solutions. Notably, he grasped the true nature of the overwhelming homework load. It wasn't meant to be completed. In response, he ingeniously crafted a machine and discreetly entered the market with it. He understood that even if discovered, the consequences would merely entail more homework, which he couldn't realistically complete anyway. Furthermore, he entertained the notion that if his father, Mobuki, were to adopt another son, Kabuto could conveniently pass on the homework burden to him. Thus, he harbored no real concerns regarding the consequences of his actions. Nevertheless, he miscalculated. Believing that others had misunderstood him as a spy, he attempted to clarify the situation. Yet, those privy to the truth remained unfazed. Ultimately, he slipped and revealed his father's name, sealing his fate with secure bindings. It appears that he failed to embody his father's genuine old-school grass ninja spirit. Conversely, Obito executed a commendable escape strategy this time. Drawing from his myriad experiences, he realized that fleeing was often the wisest course of action. Perhaps he wagered that the specifics of his acquisitions would remain unknown even if he was apprehended. Despite his calculated approach, Obito found himself caught red-handed in the end. Now, his amassed test papers may need to await Naruto's school attendance or Sasuke's arrival for inheritance. In a few years, there might emerge a graduating class bestowed with the responsibility of inheriting these test papers. Picture a graduation ceremony where a student boldly declares in front of peers and educators, "Want my treasure? If so, it's all yours. Go seek it out. I've concealed all my treasures there," thus heralding an era of considerable internal turmoil. On the other hand, with the impending installation of new equipment and preparations for the graduation ceremony, the arrival of graduation season looms near. This year, Obito will also join the ranks of graduates, marking nearly 6 years of his presence here. Meanwhile, Rin, his peer, has already completed her studies and graduated early. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu remains stuck in a perpetual cycle of repeating grades, with graduation seemingly distant. Who would have anticipated that the once hidden mastermind behind the ninja world's turmoil would now find himself lingering in the first grade? It stirred a desire in him to encourage Black Zetsu to aspire for more. If Hidden Leaf Village were to remain intact, how could he fulfill his mission to save his mother? Was there still time for idleness? Okihiko let out a weary sigh, shifting his gaze to Mobuki. How's the progress with the talent recruitment plan? The talent recruitment plan and the grassland development plan were integral initiatives devised during the early stages of Grass Village's reconstruction, serving as cornerstone policies for the Grass Village. Following the conclusion of the Ninja World Tournament, there had been considerable publicity surrounding the strength of the Grass Village. It was anticipated that numerous wandering ninja clans or those unable to find a place within their original villages would be enticed by the Grass Village's generous talent recruitment program and migrate here. As soon as Akihiko finished speaking, a slight twitch marred Mobuki's expression, indicating a momentary lapse in composure. He hesitated, struggling to find the right words to continue. Eventually, he lowered his voice and confessed, I'm not sure when it started, but rumors have spread throughout the ninja world accusing us of fraudulent recruitment. Allegations abound that the promised benefits of talent recruitment are mere fabrications, with salaries inadequate to sustain basic needs. Once lured in, recruits are allegedly exploited mercilessly, and treated more as expendable assets than genuine ninjas. These rumors have proliferated throughout the ninja world, tarnishing the reputation of the Grass Village. Mobuki, overcome with frustration, slammed his hand onto the table. It's disgraceful. I suspect the 5 great ninja villages are behind this. Spreading lies to smear our Grass Village is a despicable act. Aside from past transgressions like selling counterfeit intelligence and betraying allies, what else have we done to deserve this slander? A heavy silence enveloped the room. Contemplating Mobuki's impassioned words, there was an undeniable shadow cast upon the grass village's image. Pakura, also present at the meeting, rolled his eyes and offered a wry smile, choosing to remain silent and observe the unfolding discussion. Upon hearing Mobuki's impassioned speech, Akihiko lapsed into silence. He cleared his throat several times before releasing a deep sigh. Mobuki has articulated the situation eloquently. It's evident that the 5 great ninja villages still harbor malicious intentions towards us. Mobuki nodded in agreement with Akihiko's assessment. Exactly. It's common knowledge that our grass nation offers a generous monthly salary. Day-to-day life revolves around routine work, timekeeping, and managerial duties. Due to the limited population, newcomers can swiftly ascend to executive positions, even with modest abilities. Moreover, opportunities for business ventures are abound here. Therefore, simply arriving here ensures access to wealth and a sense of belonging. Akihiko's mouth twitched, a subtle indication of discomfort as he absorbed Mobuki's words. Why did Mobuki's explanation sound like a sales pitch? Their grass ninja village was a legitimate entity, not some elaborate scheme. Akihiko shot a complex expression in Mobuki's direction, silently urging him to cease exacerbating the situation. However, during this period, the grass village's aggressive talent acquisition efforts had indeed put the 5 great ninja villages on edge. While it wasn't easy for their ninjas to be lured away by the grass village's recruitment, the constant poaching was irksome. Consequently, they resorted to spreading rumors. Moreover, since the First Shinobi World War, there have been lingering misunderstandings about the grass village throughout the ninja world. Despite recent reforms under Akihiko's leadership, which included ceasing the sale of counterfeit intelligence and goods while expanding grass ninja manufacturing's influence, misconceptions persisted. Thus, it seems like the 5 great ninja villages feared a resurgence of trouble from the grass village and thus engaged in clandestine smear campaigns. Are they gearing up for a propaganda war? Akihiko's eyes narrowed slightly as he interlocked his fingers in front of his chin. It appears that we may need to establish our own newspaper. A newspaper? There was a brief moment of frozen expressions among the group. While they were acquainted with the concept of newspapers, having seen them in the neighboring Fire Country, their perception of them was somewhat dismissive. These newspapers were said to have surfaced just after the Third Great Ninja War, offering rudimentary news and occasionally featuring ninja-related information. However, since they were operated by civilians, the depth of information regarding ninjas was lacking, and valuable intelligence was scarce. Consequently, they rarely garnered attention. Yet, here in the land of grass, such publications were non-existent. Why was their leader suggesting this? Indeed. Akihiko affirmed, his gaze focused. I've even devised a name for it. Let's call it the Shinobi Times. Confusion rippled through the group upon hearing Akihiko's proposal. Chapter 230, Ultimate Ninjutsu. With the current tasks duly organized, the meeting concluded, prompting everyone to disperse and commence their respective assignments. Notably, Mobuki, temporarily entrusted with the position of president for the Shinobi Times newspaper, chose to linger behind intentionally. While the concept of the Shinobi Times was somewhat alien to him, his familiarity with newspapers stemmed from his roles as the head of the Intelligence Department and the Foreign Affairs Department. Regularly perusing reports from various sources, he had encountered information about newspapers in the past. Now, in addition to serving as an advisor to the grass village, he found himself burdened with the added responsibility of leading the newspaper. Juggling multiple roles simultaneously was becoming increasingly taxing, especially considering the occasional need to assist the leader in shouldering blame. Frankly, he was feeling rather fatigued. Initially, he was hesitant about accepting the presidency of the Shinobi Times. He wanted to decline, but Mobuki found himself unable to do so. The leader had asserted that, at present, he was the most capable individual within the grass village to shoulder this weighty responsibility, leaving Mobuki with little choice but to accept. Yet, despite his acceptance, Mobuki remained uncertain about his role as the newspaper's president. Given the leader's high regard for him, Mobuki was determined not to disappoint when the time came to fulfill his duties. What do you need to do? Don't worry. Akihiko responded to Mobuki's inquiry with a momentary pause, then added with emphasis, just continue doing what you've always done. What do you mean? Mobuki was left perplexed by the vague instruction. He wondered if the leader was referring to his original duties. The crease on the Mobuki's forehead deepened, and he continued, listing various tasks: protecting the seedlings of the grass village, instilling the spirit of the grass ninjas, guiding the children's growth, collecting intelligence, and discreetly safeguarding the village from the shadows. Akihiko's expression morphed into one of speechless incredulity at Mobuki's reply. Do you not have a clear understanding of your role? And silently guarding the village? Isn't that Anbu's responsibility? Besides, when danger looms, You're notorious for being the first to flee, not the first to confront it. A slight twitch at the corner of Akihiko's mouth preceded a brief moment of silence before he directed his gaze towards Nobuyuki. Do you still recall the 2 ultimate ninjutsu jutsus I imparted to you back then? Ultimate ninjutsu? Nobuyuki repeated, his expression shifting as if delving into a distant memory. In retrospect, Nobuyuki's decision to align himself with the leader was unwavering, fueled by a conviction that the leader was destined to restore order to the chaotic land of grass and rebuild the village. During those tumultuous times, when the ninja world teetered on the brink of disarray and the grass village remained in shambles, its strength feeble and vulnerable to external threats, the leader entrusted Nobuyuki with a crucial mission. Tasked with persuading other factions to align with the grass village, Nobuyuki was bestowed with 2 ultimate ninjutsu jutsus as a safeguard for his safety and the success of his mission. It was these jutsus that played a pivotal role in shaping Nobuyuki into the individual he had become. Indeed, while there were 2 jutsus, they encompassed 3 distinct styles. The first jutsu, Ganjutsu, ninja moral kidnapping, emerged as Nobuyuki's go-to maneuver, rendering him virtually invincible regardless of the opponent's age or gender, even if they held a position as esteemed as the village head. Employing this jutsu proved instrumental in extricating Nobuyuki from countless crises. As for the second jutsu, it comprised 2 styles. The first style, mouth jutsu, just caring about you, aimed to evoke and manipulate others' emotions to the fullest extent, fostering a sense of understanding by resonating with their anger and sadness. Within this style lay 2 ultimate moves, don't you want to? Or to just ignore facts and speak emotionally. Conversely, the second style, mouth jutsu, hypocrisy, warranted little explanation. Notorious for its susceptibility to being exposed due to its inherent double standards, this style often resulted in Nobuyuki facing repercussions. These jutsus were far from ordinary, they were clandestine maneuvers inaccessible even to Grass Ninja Academy students. Remarkably, Nobuyuki continued to employ them to this day. The leader's sudden mention of these jutsus left him pondering the leader's intentions. You've mastered those jutsus perfectly, nodded Akihiko, his gaze fixed on Nobuyuki, who appeared to grasp something yet remained puzzled. With a decisive movement, Akihiko rose from his seat. Now, I will teach you one more. Upon hearing of another ultimate ninjutsu, Nobuyuki's demeanor shifted, assuming a serious expression as he directed his sincere gaze towards the leader, Kusagakure. This move is ultimate Ganjutsu, twisting facts. Akihiko stood with an air of authority, facing away from Nobuyuki, delivering the revelation solemnly. Utilize these 3 moves with flexibility, and you'll undoubtedly propel the newspaper to greatness, making it the strongest in the ninja world. Despite possessing a few more jutsus, such as mouth jutsu, instigation, Akihiko deemed it unnecessary to teach them at this moment. Nobuyuki had already grasped some aspects of incitement, and there was no need to fan those flames further. Observing Nobuyuki's enlightened expression, Akihiko nodded in satisfaction, his internal sigh echoing a sense of solitude. Among the denizens of the grass village, only Nobuyuki had the potential to inherit these secret jutsus. After a moment of contemplation, Nobuyuki's countenance radiated realization as he nodded affirmatively. I understand. Expressing gratitude and admiration, Nobuyuki bowed slightly towards Akihiko. Thank you for your guidance, sensei. Then, leader, I should go and handle the newspaper now. Nobuyuki declared, excitement evident on his face. Wait. Akihiko interjected, halting Nobuyuki's eager departure. By the way, how's Denzo doing? Nobuyuki's expression shifted as he recalled the recent interactions with Denzo. Denzo. Well, his opinions about us have only grown stronger since his last visit. Perhaps we didn't entertain him properly. Nobuyuki mused with a helpless shrug. He's particularly adamant about Hidden Leaf Village not relying solely on us for trade. Especially after the recent appearance of the Flame Dragon armor at the Ninja Summit. Denzo believes Hidden Leaf Village should develop its own technology instead of purchasing everything from us. After we introduced the new scientific ninja tools to Hidden Leaf Village, our agent, Mitakato, opposed Denzo's suggestion. Nobuyuki continued after a sigh. He argued that Hidden Leaf Village doesn't have the funds to invest in such endeavors anymore and can simply purchase the tools directly from us. In the end, it seems they couldn't reach a consensus and parted ways. Akihiko sighed upon hearing Nobuyuki's account. He hadn't anticipated Denzo catching wind of their scheme so swiftly. Nonetheless, he dismissed the concern, stating, I'll leave the newspaper to you, then. Allowing Nobuyuki to depart. Despite Denzo's knowledge, Akihiko remained unfazed. His investment of resources and time rendered Denzo's interference inconsequential. Moreover, Hidden Leaf Village likely lacked the additional funds required to invest further in such ventures. Oh, I forgot to inquire about the stealing Uchiha plan. Akihiko muttered to himself, his brows furrowing in thought after Nobuyuki's departure. He couldn't help but sigh, a tinge of frustration evident in his voice. Denzo is dragging his feet with these matters. How do we expect to sway the Uchiha to join the grass village if he doesn't handle them properly? And what about weakening Hidden Leaf Village? His contemplative murmurs continued. I wonder what Denzo has been preoccupied with lately. Several days later, the Grass Ninja Village newspaper, the Shinobi Times, was officially established. While it sparked curiosity from other ninja villages regarding the rationale behind the Grass Ninja Village launching its own newspaper, it failed to generate significant waves in the broader ninja world. Since this venture didn't contribute to enhancing a ninja's strength, it was deemed relatively inconsequential. In essence, it appeared to be just another unremarkable addition to the array of mediocre newspapers circulating in the ninja world. Nonetheless, a handful of curious ninjas from various villages purchased a copy to satisfy their intrigue about the Grass Village's motives. Among them were undercover ninjas, following Denzo's directives to maintain constant surveillance on the Grass Village. After all, the Shinobi Times might hold the key to unraveling the Grass Village's true intentions. Chapter 231, Newspaper Launch. At this juncture, the ninja world had succumbed to the embrace of winter, casting a chill over the once vibrant landscape of Hidden Leaf Village. Denzo, the Hokage's assistant, ventured forth with a stern countenance towards the root organization's base. Today marked yet another rejection of his proposal. Ever since the culmination of the Ninja World Tournament, Denzo had observed a disconcerting trend within the village, a proliferation of products originating from the Grass Village. The streets teemed with children donning the renowned Flame Dragon armor, their exuberant cries of Flame Dragon flying kick, piercing the crisp air. While Mikado, as an agent, assured there was no detriment to the village, Denzo couldn't shake the sense of unease. The abundance of Grass Ninja products within Hidden Leaf Village seemed unjustifiable and, in Denzo's eyes, outright audacious. While Grass Village's products might be affordable, Hidden Leaf Village couldn't become overly reliant on them. Denzo harbored suspicions about their true motives, particularly concerning the scientific ninja tools. Though other items were tolerable, the advent of the Flame Dragon armor hinted at a novel type of ninja tool that significantly enhanced a ninja's strength. Leaving such advancements solely in the hands of the Grass Village seemed imprudent. Despite Mikado's insistence that Hidden Leaf Village could procure the necessary items directly from the Grass Village, as they prioritized profitability above all else, Denzo remained unconvinced. Mikado argued that ninjas should focus on their training rather than relying on external tools, emphasizing that Hidden Leaf Village lacked the surplus funds to invest in such endeavors due to years of warfare. Ultimately, Denzo found himself in agreement with Mikado's assessment of Hidden Leaf Village's financial constraints. Consequently, they departed without reaching a resolution. Hiruzen is becoming increasingly indecisive and soft. Denzo lamented. This hesitance plagued our dealings with the Uchiha, the Mangekyo, and now. His voice trailed off as he pondered Hidden Leaf Village's current state. Reflecting on Hidden Leaf Village's economic struggles as opposed to Grass Village's prosperity, Denzo sighed helplessly. Despite his reservations, he couldn't deny the reality of Hidden Leaf Village's predicament. Hidden Leaf Village, once the unrivaled pinnacle of ninja prowess, now found itself trailing behind a seemingly inferior Grass Village. Denzo couldn't help but sigh helplessly. In his eyes, Hidden Leaf Village should remain the undisputed leader, and he viewed only himself as the one capable of steering Hidden Leaf Village back to its former glory. The notion that Hiruzen's leadership was growing feeble with his age and that only he, Denzo, could lead Hidden Leaf Village to true greatness lingered in his thoughts. Denzo took a deep breath, composing himself before addressing the root ninja before him in a calm tone. Have there been any significant developments in Grass Village lately? His inquiry underscored the importance he attached to any occurrences related to Grass Village. The root ninja paused for a moment, visibly taken aback by the inquiry, before responding respectfully. There have been no major incidents in Grass Village recently. They continue to recruit ninjas from various parts of the ninja world, and there's regular communication between the Grass Village and the Uchiha clan. However, it appears to be merely routine contact aimed at maintaining relations. Nothing suspicious has been reported. Maintaining relations? They're not the Senju. What sort of relations do the Uchiha and the Uzumaki have? Denzo sneered, his skepticism evident. He pressed on, is there anything else of note? Suddenly recalling a peculiar piece of information, the root ninja interjected, oh, yes, Lord Denzo. Grass Village has launched a newspaper called the Shinobi Times. The Shinobi Times? Denzo's surprise was palpable as he absorbed his subordinate's revelation. That name implies something related to the history of Shinobi. What kind of scheme is the Grass Village leader plotting this time? As the Hidden Leaf Village's darkness, responsible for safeguarding the village from shadows, Denzo felt a need to be privy to every piece of information. Familiar with the concept of newspapers, thanks to their existence in the Fire Nation as well, he couldn't help but suspect the motives behind Grass Village's latest endeavor. Furrowing his brows, Denzo turned his gaze to the Root Ninja. "Did you bring a copy of the Shinobi Times?" The Root Ninja promptly presented the prepared newspaper. Given Denzo's directive to keep a vigilant eye on Grass Village, any unusual occurrences within the village were to be promptly reported. Therefore, upon learning of Grass Village's initiation of a newspaper, they had intentionally obtained a copy for scrutiny. Upon being presented with the newspaper by his subordinate, Denzo nodded impassively before gesturing for the ninja to leave. With a solemn expression, he proceeded to open the newspaper. As the Hidden Leaf Village ninja most acquainted with Grass Village, he harbored doubts regarding the Grass Ninja leader's intentions. Scanning the newspaper, Denzo noted its diverse sections: Ninja World Affairs, Ninja Villages, Citizens' Livelihoods, Celebrity-Style Life, and more. It appeared to offer a broader range of content compared to newspapers in the Land of Fire. Denzo's focus was drawn to the Ninja World Affairs section. He muttered to himself, "Overall peace with localized wars." Continuing to peruse the newspaper, his countenance grew increasingly grave. The publication analyzed the current state of affairs in the ninja world, concluding that overall peace would persist. However, it also acknowledged the persistence of localized conflicts amidst this peace. Despite cooperation among major ninja villages maintaining relative stability, challenges such as internal issues within ninja villages and economic concerns loomed ahead. The analytical content was indeed sharp and perceptive. Upon completing his reading, Denzo couldn't help but express praise. He hadn't anticipated that a seemingly insignificant grass village would harbor such insightful views on the state of the ninja world. In some aspects, their perspectives even aligned with his own ideas. It became evident that Grass Village possessed the capability to effectively run a newspaper. As Denzo delved into the section analyzing the various ninja villages, he was taken aback to find the description of Hidden Leaf Village included. While most of the analysis focused on Hidden Leaf Village's recovery and the lives of its ordinary citizens, Denzo couldn't help but frown at the less relevant aspects. The photos seemed poorly selected, depicting a somber atmosphere with people appearing emaciated, resembling refugees who had endured years of starvation. Setting aside these seemingly inconsequential details, Denzo continued to read, discovering advertisements from Grass Ninja Village. Grass Ninja Milk, a trustworthy choice. Premiering soon, Flame Dragon Ninja, a new movie. As Denzo skimmed through a substantial portion of the newspaper's content, he found nothing overtly suspicious. Could it be that Grass Village was genuinely operating its newspaper without any ulterior motives? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Denzo's gaze fell upon a section titled New Era of Grass Village. Intrigued, he delved into the information. The article detailed Grass Ninja Village's commitment to implementing their New Era ideology and actively engaging in the national mandate of Grass Ninja caring for the ordinary people. A meeting had been convened by the village leader to emphasize the importance of ninjas contributing to the realization of the Land of Grass's dream of a strong nation by supporting the causes of ordinary citizens. Emphasizing the leader's belief that a country is comprised not only of ninjas but also of countless ordinary citizens, the article outlined practical measures aimed at benefiting the populace. These measures included preventing the abuse of power, enhancing services for ordinary citizens, promoting investment, fostering entrepreneurship and employment, and ultimately improving the living standards of both ninjas and ordinary citizens. Denzo's expression remained speechless as he continued reading, hoping to find any relevant information about Grass Village and its underlying motives. As various measures aimed at benefiting the populace were implemented, the ninja inhabitants of the Land of Grass erupted into cheers. Many expressed their belief that, under the leadership of our esteemed leader, the Land of Grass would flourish, bringing happiness to all its ninja residents. Mr. Takeshi Chinoike and Mr. Uzumaki Yoshinori also expressed their agreement, stating with joyful expressions, "We are very happy to live in such a great village." Similarly, foreign village friends who settled in the Land of Grass from outside ninja villages declared, "Only here, I can breathe the air of freedom." Upon completing the article, Denzo fell into a contemplative silence. The piece lacked focus and failed to provide substantial information. Despite its discussion of benefiting the people, there was a noticeable absence of any mention of ninjas. Nonetheless, Denzo couldn't shake the inexplicable feeling that lingered. Moreover, he couldn't help but notice the stark contrast between the individuals from Hidden Leaf Village, appearing emaciated and somber in the grayscale photos, and those from Grass Village, depicted as healthy and cheerful in vibrant, colorful images. This incongruity only added to Denzo's perplexity. Chapter 232, Jugo. With the release of the Shinobi Times, many ninja villages made a deliberate effort to acquire a copy. The rapid development momentum of Grass Village in recent years has caught the attention of the ninja world. The defeat of Hidden Sand Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, at the hands of Grass Village in the recent war had left a mark. Though neither village openly admitted it, the swift ceasefire agreement hinted at the impact of Grass Village's victory. It was astonishing to witness the growth of a small ninja village to such prominence. And despite the newspaper's modest price, it was still deemed worth a glance to discern Grass Village's intentions. However, upon perusing the newspaper, an unusual silence fell. The content failed to captivate. There was an absence of significant intelligence about ninjas. While there were introductions to the 5 great ninja villages, they seemed mundane, offering mere descriptions of the villages without any noteworthy insights. The stark contrast between their photos and those from Grass Village ignited a surge of frustration. Moreover, the descriptions of happiness and freedom in Grass Village felt like a mockery to their village, fueling their anger even further. What was the implication here? That Grass Village was superior to the 5 great ninja villages? The insinuation that their villages were plagued by deprivation while Grass Village thrived with joy and liberty struck a nerve. The discrepancy in portrayal left a bitter taste. Grass Village seemed to be leveraging emotional manipulation to attract recruits. While this tactic may hold little significance for seasoned ninjas, it was none less distasteful. The sacrifice of dignity for recruitment purposes was reprehensible. The revelation that the president of the newspaper was none other than Mobuki elicited a collective realization. Ah, so it was him behind this scheme. No wonder. His duplicitous nature and lack of moral compass were well known. Inwardly cursing, they concluded, Grass Village has really abandoned the principles of ninja ethics. After entrusting the newspaper to Mobuki, Akihiko didn't give it much further thought. He held considerable trust in Mobuki, after all. As the year-end drew near, Grass Village prepared to release a new movie, Flame Dragon Ninja, capitalizing on the momentum from the Ninja World Tournament. While strength remained crucial, cultural endeavors couldn't be overlooked. In recent years, with the rise of Grasswood, the ninja world witnessed numerous movies. Yet, none could rival those bearing the Grasswood production label. Grasswood had become synonymous with excellence in ninja world cinema, a revered institution. Moreover, following the triumph of the Flame Dragon armor toy, Grass Village introduced the Grass Collection brand. Even items once deemed failures such as mystery boxes found new life under the Grass Collection umbrella. Though, indeed, the mystery boxes couldn't be deemed failures. Thanks to the enduring influence of great Ikenyu Sensei and the myriad heroes of the ninja world, they remained popular among consumers. However, compared to other ventures, their profit margin was relatively modest. Despite not releasing new works recently, great Ikenyu Sensei's presence still loomed large in the ninja world. Rumors of bounties on his head circulated in the black market, a testament to the desire of many to meet him in person. Thus, Akihiko knew he had to remain cautious. After all, his own reputation was at stake. In the following days, Akihiko found himself with rare moments of free time amidst his mission orders. During these intervals, he either took the opportunity to recharge or devoted his time to the children. Unfortunately, it had been quite some time since he had received a new task. In the interim, he had delved into the intricacies of Sage Mode and had even dispatched individuals to locate the elusive Jugo clan, known for their ability to harness natural energy. Although the Jugo clan's utilization of chakra was notably rudimentary, often resulting in mental instability and unattractive physical alterations, Akihiko was undeterred in his investigation. It was merely an endeavor to explore potential benefits. However, the Jugo clan had withdrawn from society due to health-related concerns, making their discovery a formidable challenge. Even in the original, only Jugo himself had been discovered by Orochimaru in the end. Nonetheless, with the combined efforts of Grass Village intelligence and the assistance of White Zetsus, Akihiko remained confident that they would eventually locate them. In the midst of his contemplation, Akihiko's thoughts were interrupted by the familiar chime of the doorbell. Ding dong echoed through the house, accompanied by Kana's voice calling out, "Akihiko, Kashina is asking for you." Startled by the unexpected visit, Akihiko's brows furrowed in confusion. Why would Kashina be seeking him out at this hour? Collecting his thoughts, he replied with a thoughtful before Kashina, adorned in a vibrant green dress, made her entrance. Over the years of her recovery, Kashina's complexion had notably improved. Gone was the fatigue that had marred her upon her arrival. Instead, she exuded vitality and vigor. In the starting, she was consumed by worry over Naruto. She often wore a somber expression. However, with Naruto's presence, her demeanor had gradually shifted towards joy, albeit coupled with righteous anger over Naruto's past in Hidden Leaf Village. Judging by the situation, only one more treatment session remained before Kashina would be fully restored. "I hope I'm not intruding, Akihiko." Kashina apologized, their rapport now comfortable after many interactions, especially since she lived nearby. Naruto, too, had dropped the formal uncle leader, opting for the more familial Uncle Akihiko. "So, what's up?" Akihiko inquired, taking a leisurely sip of his tea as he regarded Kashina with interest. "Is everything all right with the children?" "Thank you. Kushina expressed her gratitude as Kana handed her the steaming cup of tea, her gaze drifting to the contented expression on Kana's face, stirring a mixture of emotions within her. Reflecting on her tumultuous past, memories of their past wanderings surfaced. While she had been fortunate to find refuge in Hidden Leaf Village under the guidance of the village elder, her clan dispersed across the ninja world during their wanderings. Initially, she had believed life outside the village to be harsh, but in hindsight, her own experiences had proven otherwise. With an eye roll directed at Akihiko, she reassured him, "No need to worry. Karen is as well behaved as ever. Naruto has taken her out to play." Her relief was palpable as Naruto headed out to play. In the grass village, he wouldn't endure the pervasive animosity he faced in Hidden Leaf Village. Gradually acclimating to their new surroundings, Naruto took pleasure in outdoor activities, no longer bearing the same air of loneliness that had initially marked his arrival. The joy sparked by Akihiko's gift of toys lingered with Naruto throughout the night, a sight that brought immense comfort and happiness to Kushina. Gratitude swelled within her towards the leader before her. Had he not intervened, the fate of Naruto amidst Hidden Leaf Village's hostility might have remained unknown. Moreover, unlike in Hidden Leaf Village, where Jinchuriki were often viewed as mere tools, in the Grass Village, Naruto could live without the burden of such labels. As a former Jinchuriki herself, Kushina understood the significance of this freedom. And under Akihiko's tutelage, renowned for his prowess and expertise, exemplified by his guidance of figures like Nagato from Hidden Rain Village, Naruto had the opportunity to thrive. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, all testament to Akihiko's exceptional mentoring, evolving into remarkable shinobi in their own right. Contemplating the educational ethos of the Grass Village, Kushina found herself deeply admiring. Despite the inherent dangers, they staunchly shielded their children from the horrors of the battlefield. With Akihiko's guidance, she harbored no doubt that Naruto would emerge as an exceptional ninja. A faint smile graced Kushina's lips as she glanced at Akihiko, a moment of hesitation preceding her words. "I am hoping to secure a job," she confessed, a hint of embarrassment coloring her tone. "You understand my situation. While medical expenses haven't been overwhelming, Rin has been kind enough to assist with some of it. However, I can't continue relying on the generosity of two children, especially when Naruto will soon require funds for his education. So, I've been considering finding employment. Initially, I intended to handle it on my own to avoid burdening you, but Fuso suggested I seek your guidance. After some thought, I decided to reach out." Observing Akihiko's furrowed brow, she hastened to reassure him. "Please don't worry. Even if I take on work, I'll continue to provide Karen with proper care and education. I've grown rather fond of her." "Oh, that's not what I meant," Akihiko interjected with a chuckle, his concern easing. "I was merely curious about the type of job you're seeking." Before Kushina could respond, the doorbell rang once more, prompting Kana to approach with an apologetic smile directed at Kushina. "Sorry to interrupt, but Mobuki is urgently requesting to meet you, Akihiko. He mentioned something of great importance." Taken aback momentarily, Kushina quickly waved off any concern. "It's all right. I must have inconvenienced you. Please carry on with your work. I'll take my leave," she insisted, preparing to rise from her seat. Before she could rise from her seat, Kana intervened, informing her that Fuso and Naruto would be joining them for dinner later. Since it was nearly time, she suggested Kushina stay a while longer. Whatever urgent matter had arisen could be addressed at a more convenient moment. "Leader, urgent news." With a worried expression, Mobuki burst into the room, his gaze momentarily faltering as he spotted Kushina before swiftly redirecting his attention to Akihiko. "It appears that Hidden Leaf Village is seriously considering action against the Uchiha clan." "What?" Akihiko's demeanor shifted instantly, his eyes widening in anticipation as he turned to face Mobuki. "Have they finally decided to make a move? Has Denzo set his sights on the Uchiha clan?" However, before Akihiko could delve further, Mobuki faltered for a moment, blinking in confusion before correcting himself. Not exactly." "Not exactly?" Akihiko echoed, taken aback by the sudden change in tone. Mobuki nodded, pressing on with the information. "That's correct. Our investigations suggest that Hidden Leaf Village's motives may stem from financial strain rather than a strategic vendetta against the Uchiha clan. It seems they're eyeing the Uchiha clan's substantial wealth to alleviate their own financial woes." Akihiko was left dumbfounded, his mind reeling with disbelief. What in the world? Chapter 233, Uchiha Clan. Fugaku Uchiha's grip tightened on the fine in his hand, his features contorting with a mixture of frustration and anger. At this moment, he harbored an intense desire to rend apart those very ninjas who had dared to encroach upon his clan's domain. What, exactly, did Denzo Shimura seek to achieve with these relentless intrusions? It seemed that scarcely a day passed without the unwelcome presence of Anbu ninjas, or should he say root ninjas, descending upon the Uchiha clan district under the guise of inspecting fire safety and sanitation. Is that something the mysterious root organization should be doing? As the esteemed clan leader, Fugaku possessed a certain degree of insight into this enigmatic entity shrouded in the shadows of the village, distinct from the Anbu. Recruitment of skilled ninjas from various clans into this mysterious organization had not escaped his notice. Whispers painted it as a bearer of Hidden Leaf Village's darkest secrets. Moreover, since its inception, it has maintained a watchful eye on the Uchiha clan, leading Fugaku to harbor lingering doubts. However, since when had these rumored agents of Hidden Leaf Village's darkness deemed it appropriate to concern themselves with matters as mundane as fire safety and sanitation inspections? And even if such inspections were deemed necessary, was it not the responsibility of the Hidden Leaf Village Security Department to oversee such affairs? Moreover, the Uchiha clan's district lay squarely within their own territory, shielded from the prying eyes of the outside world, dedicated solely to the daily affairs of the Uchiha clan. Any disturbances within were a matter for the Uchiha alone to address. Thus, Fugaku found himself grappling with the unsettling suspicion that these ostensible inspections were nothing more than a thinly veiled attempt to extract funds from the Uchiha clan through coercion and intimidation. As the head of the Uchiha clan and a war veteran, Fugaku possessed a nuanced understanding of Hidden Leaf Village's turbulent circumstances during this period. The aftermath of their devastating defeat in the conflict with the Grass Village weighed heavily upon them, resulting not only in the loss of the Nine Tails and the revered Mengekyo Sharingan but also inflicting significant casualties. Their failures had incurred the ire of the daimyo, exacerbating their already precarious financial situation. Even now, the village struggled to regain its footing, grappling with persistent deficits in revenue and expenditures. Yet, despite these challenges, the singling out of the Uchiha clan for such scrutiny felt unjust and perplexing to Fugaku. Were they the sole affluent clan residing within the vicinity? Why were they being subjected to this relentless targeting? Ever since Shimura Denzo's return, the relentless barrage of fire safety inspections at their doorstep had become an all too familiar occurrence. Fugaku couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that there was a personal vendetta at play here. Memories resurfaced of Denzo's recent capture by the forces of the Grass Village, hinting at a simmering animosity directed towards the Uchiha clan. With a heavy sigh, Fugaku acknowledged the undeniable truth: this was nothing short of bullying, a calculated campaign to undermine and subjugate the Uchiha clan. However, what troubled him even more now was the bizarre sight unfolding before him. Fugaku Uchiha's mouth twitched in disbelief as he beheld the peculiar figure emerging from beneath the floor, clad entirely in white and sporting an utterly ludicrous appearance. Ordinarily, Fugaku would have swiftly apprehended such an intruder, but this individual was unlike any he had encountered before. Holding a card bearing his credentials, the eccentric figure introduced himself with grandiose flair. "Greetings. I am White Zetsu, an esteemed journalist from the prestigious Shinobi Times." Fugaku stared at him in sheer bewilderment, his mind reeling with incredulity. What on earth could Grass Village possibly want now? On the other hand, upon Mobuki's revelation, a heavy silence descended upon the trio. Akihiko's brows furrowed in perplexity as he directed a quizzical gaze at Mobuki. "Hold on a moment. Are you saying that your journalists ventured into the heart of the Uchiha clan district to interview Fugaku Uchiha?" There was no alternative. Competition in the newspaper industry is fierce, and these reporters are all hand-picked from the factory. To avoid being relegated back to factory work, they must demonstrate their dedication. Mobuki sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. Moreover, with the recent surge in news regarding the Uchiha clan, there are always a few audacious souls unafraid of danger who sneak in for interviews. Akihiko found himself momentarily speechless, struck by the audacity of their actions. Such bravery was truly remarkable. Curiosity piqued, he inquired further, "And what became of this individual in the end?" "Uncertain at the moment. We haven't received any updates. Initially, I feared the worst, but another White Zetsu claimed that he's still alive and may have intentionally severed communication to secure exclusive information." Mobuki explained with a weary sigh. "These individuals. They're truly dedicated journalists. I've heard rumors that one of them even spent half a month's salary to purchase a set of flame dragon armor for Fugaku Uchiha's son, a gesture of utmost respect. I'm hopeful that he'll be alright." Akihiko lapsed into a contemplative silence at Mobuki's update. While the uncertainty surrounding the fate of the daring journalist lingered, the reports from other White Zetsu lent a measure of reassurance. "Indeed, they seem to be quite dedicated journalists," he remarked quietly. Shifting his focus back to the pressing matter at hand, Akihiko queried, "How is the situation with the Uchiha clan now?" Mobuki's response painted a picture of stagnation tinged with resentment. The status quo remains unchanged, bolstered by the Uchiha clan's considerable assets. However, Mobuki's expression twisted into a malicious grin, hinting at deeper undercurrents beneath the surface. The unjust fines have only served to stoke further animosity within the Uchiha clan. Akihiko's countenance contorted with a mixture of concern and incredulity at Mobuki's revelations. Could it be that the Uchiha clan, pushed to their limits by exploitation, had finally reached a breaking point and initiated a rebellion? The notion seemed plausible. However, why would Shimura Denzo resort to such extortion when outright eradication of the clan would secure their assets more efficiently? Maybe it's because they are desperate. Mobuki interjected, seemingly attuned to Akihiko's inner turmoil. In recent times, Hidden Leaf Village has found itself in dire financial straits. While other ninja villages focus on rebuilding, they're exploring unconventional methods to expedite recovery. Of course, Shimura Denzo's motivations may extend beyond mere financial gain. There could be a hidden agenda at play. However, it's possible that he fears the repercussions of open conflict amidst the village's current fragility, hence his unorthodox approach. Akihiko asked suddenly as he remembered someone. What about Shizue Uchiha from the Uchiha clan? Shizue Uchiha. Despite his uncertainty regarding the leader's interest in this individual, he dutifully proceeded with the investigation as ordered. Shizue Uchiha is hailed as a prodigy within the Uchiha clan, renowned for his potential to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan akin to Madara Uchiha. However, recent observations suggest his close affiliation with the Hokage. Nevertheless, there have been no recent developments of note. I see. Akihiko mused momentarily before shaking his head in resignation. In that case, continue to monitor Shizue Uchiha and the Uchiha clan. Understood. With a directive in hand, Mobuki swiftly departed, mindful of the significance of the assignment. After all, this was headline-worthy material for the Shinobi Times. Now, he had to prepare for its publication. Meanwhile, following Mobuki's departure, Akihiko lapsed into a contemplative silence. Moments passed before he emitted a weary sigh. Who would have anticipated such drastic shifts? Shimura Denzo was delving into fire safety inspections now? Truly, the turn of events was unfathomable. At that moment, Kushina's voice joined the conversation with a heavy sigh. I never imagined the Uchiha clan's situation in the village would deteriorate to such depths. In the past, Minato had advocated for assisting the Uchiha clan in their reintegration into Hidden Leaf Village. However, the current state of affairs painted a starkly different picture. Now, the village entertained notions of seizing the Uchiha clan's long-standing legacy. Reflecting on this, Kushina's thoughts turned to another grievance. Hadn't their own family's legacy suffered a similar fate at the hands of Hidden Leaf Village? With a simmering anger, Kushina muttered, Hidden Leaf Village's actions are truly despicable. How could the third Hokage stoop so low? Who can say? Akihiko's response was nonchalant, yet a hint of contemplation crept into his expression. But it is surprising that the Uchiha clan leader didn't simply expel White Zetsu. Was there more to the Uchiha clan leader's actions than met the eye? Could he have some hidden motive? Chapter 234, Donation? Fugaku Uchiha's gaze bore into the White Zetsu before him, a surge of frustration welling within him. Damn it, didn't he have the urge to take action? Fugaku certainly did. After all, who wasn't aware of the despicable nature of those from Grass Village? Yet, this particular individual. After presenting his so-called gift and snapping a few photographs, he had the audacity to issue a thinly veiled threat. If Fugaku dared to retaliate, news of the Uchiha clan head accepting gifts from Grass Village would spread like wildfire across the ninja world by the next day. While such transparent attempts at sowing discord might prove futile for others, they posed a significant threat to the already fragile reputation of the Uchiha clan. For other ninjas, it might simply be a matter of conducting a cursory investigation and moving on, but for the Uchiha, this would only serve to exacerbate tensions. Even if investigations ultimately cleared their name, the damage would already be done. To make matters worse, even after the interview concluded, the White Zetsu lingered, citing some nonsensical excuse about real-time reporting. Though seemingly inconsequential, such prolonged presence only served to heighten Fugaku's unease. Of course, as long as this guy kept a low profile, these issues might not escalate into anything more significant. However, what troubled him even more was the direction of the interview. Questions like, how do you perceive Hidden Leaf Village's leadership as the head of the Uchiha clan? Were met with stoic silence from Fugaku. After all, who in this day and age didn't recognize the untrustworthiness of Shinobi Times reporters? Yet, to his dismay, the journalist appeared to glean some insight from his silence. With an air of understanding, the reporter turned to the camera and remarked, in the face of questioning, the Uchiha clan head maintains a conspicuous silence. However, his expression speaks volumes, revealing an undercurrent of grievances and discontentment towards Hidden Leaf Village. While unable to voice his concerns directly due to his position, his countenance speaks volumes. The audacity of this assumption left Fugaku Uchiha fuming inwardly. Despite his silence, his thoughts and feelings were now being misconstrued. Fugaku Uchiha struggled to contain his chakra, his urge to throttle the journalist nearly overwhelming. What kind of interview was this? It was utter nonsense. Did this individual even comprehend that, as the head of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku maintained a perpetually inscrutable expression? Such baseless conjecture was beyond infuriating. Yet, amidst the frustration, there was a kernel of truth in the journalist's words. Hidden Leaf Village's deep-seated distrust of the Uchiha clan, coupled with the brewing sentiments of rebellion within certain factions, weighed heavily on Fugaku's mind. As the clan's leader, he bore the weight of these concerns with a heavy heart. Contemplating the precipitous decline of the once prestigious Uchiha clan, Fugaku's eyes flickered with a mixture of defiance and apprehension. Could their once proud lineage truly be reduced to such a precarious state? Hey, you can't behave in this manner. The journalist White Zetsu interjected once more, adopting a plaintive tone. Consider this, I've invested a significant portion of my salary to procure a gift for your young son, the highly coveted flame dragon armor, no less. Yet, you remain silent. How do you expect me to advance in my career and secure a raise? Fugaku Uchiha's composure returned, meeting White Zetsu's gaze with a steady resolve. I will not betray Hidden Leaf Village. Betrayal? White Zetsu's expression brightened as if recalling past discussions with Mobuki during their private training sessions. With a smile, he continued, think about the Uchiha clan's unwavering loyalty to Hidden Leaf Village for over 50 years since its inception. Through turmoil and conflict, you guys have stood as guardians of the village. Even amidst discrimination during times of war, you, as the clan head, set aside personal grievances to serve on the battlefield. And to this day, you willingly offer up your most skilled clan members, including your own son, to the service of the village. With an insidious undertone, he pressed on, but let's set that aside for now. Can we honestly claim that Hidden Leaf Village bears no responsibility in this matter? However, Fugaku Uchiha arched an eyebrow in response, maintaining his steadfast silence. Observing Fugaku's unyielding demeanor, White Zetsu, the journalist, felt a surge of satisfaction wash over him. Indeed, this jutsu was truly remarkable, its efficacy undeniable. Had Black Zetsu possessed such a jutsu in the past, perhaps Madara Uchiha would have succumbed to his influence long ago, rather than lingering in the academy like he is now. Capitalizing on the moment, White Zetsu activated the lights and camera, seizing the opportunity to press on. Consider the welfare of your young son, your wife, and your fellow clan members. Contemplate the sacrifices made for Hidden Leaf Village by the fourth Hokage, as well as the plight of the orphan he left behind. Have you forgotten how he was mistreated? Do you wish for your family to endure such indignities? Do you desire your son to suffer at the hands of the village? Or will you stand idly by as the 1,000-year legacy of the Uchiha clan is forcibly seized by Hidden Leaf Village? Speak up. Voice any injustices weighing on your heart. Trust in us, the Shinobi Times, we will ensure justice is served. However, as these words echoed in the room, Fugaku Uchiha, who had remained silent until now, snapped back to attention, regarding the Shinobi Times journalist before him with a wary gaze. Trust the Shinobi Times? What credibility did they hold? Their reputation as unscrupulous opportunists was widely known among ninjas from all 5 major villages. Undeterred, the journalist White Zetsu persisted, steering the conversation towards the treatment of the 4th Hokage's son in Hidden Leaf Village compared to Grass Village. Consider the contrasting treatment of the 4th Hokage's son between Hidden Leaf Village and Grass Village. He pressed, brandishing a document. Grass Village is actively recruiting talent. Would you care to take a look? Fugaku's skepticism deepened at the unexpected mention of a talent recruitment plan. Why was a journalist involving himself in such matters? He was well acquainted with these schemes, having dealt with them extensively over the years. As the head of the Uchiha clan, I will never betray Hidden Leaf Village. Fugaku declared firmly. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Uchiha clan member burst into the room. Sensing something, White Zetsu also swiftly retreated underground. Before Fugaku Uchiha could react, Uchiha clan member rushed into the room with urgency etched on his face. Fugaku-sama, something terrible is unfolding. Fugaku regarded the clan member with a composed demeanor, quickly adjusting his mindset. What's happening? Are they here to inspect fire safety again? No, it's much worse. The clan member's voice trembled with anger as he relayed the news. Shizue Uchiha has donated all of his family's assets, and even the young lord is calling for us to do the same for the village's sake. The entire clan is in an uproar over this. The revelation left Fugaku stunned. Without another word, he rose swiftly from his seat, his countenance dark with concern, and hastened out of the room. Meanwhile, the concealed white Zetsu journalist overheard the commotion and trembled with excitement. This is really huge. Make sure to pass the news. My time spent lurking here wasn't in vain. It seems this year's Best Headline Award belongs to us. Meanwhile, in the grass village, Akihiko remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events in Hidden Leaf Village. Upon hearing Kushina's desire to seek employment to support her family, Akihiko contemplated for a moment before agreeing, arranging for her to work within the academy. It dawned on him that Kushina, once a highly skilled ninja, possessed the necessary expertise to excel in teaching. Despite her status as a Jinchuriki restricting her from undertaking missions, instructing the village's youth seemed like a fitting role. Furthermore, he harbored the belief that Naruto would be spurred to apply himself more diligently with his mother working as an educator in the academy. However, little did Akihiko anticipate. What? Akihiko's brow furrowed in confusion as Mobuki rushed over once more. The Uchiha clan has made a substantial donation? Chapter 235, Denzo here? Catch him. Amidst the turmoil within the Uchiha clan ignited by Shizue's audacious act of donation, Akihiko contemplated the far-reaching consequences. While not every clan member followed suit, Shizue's bold move exerted immense pressure on the clan's leadership. Should he, as the clan leader, also liquidate their assets and contribute to the village, mirroring Shizue's altruism? However, such a decision carried grave risks for the Uchiha clan, particularly with whispers of rebellion fermenting within their ranks. With a heavy heart, Akihiko sighed as he perused the intelligence report laid out before him. Truly, a dutiful son, he murmured, amused by the Itachi's behavior. Yet, beneath the surface of these tumultuous events, Akihiko harbored lingering doubts about Denzo's ulterior motives. Was his agenda solely driven by monetary gain, or did it conceal deeper, more sinister aspirations? Why was he acting like this? However, at this moment, Denzo found himself in a state of perplexity. His intentions were simple this time, to amass wealth. With the village facing a dire shortage of funds and his own coffers drained after successive captures, he found himself in a precarious financial position. Attempts to secure additional funds from Hidden Leaf Village had proven futile, as the village's focus had shifted entirely towards recovery efforts, leaving no surplus for him. Recalling the taunts hurled at him by a certain Uchiha while he was bound, Denzo's already low trust in the Uchiha clan plummeted further. It was clear to him that Uchiha sought to sow discord and disrupt the peace in Hidden Leaf Village, heightening his suspicion towards the clan. Furthermore, the lack of funds posed significant obstacles to his ongoing experiments, including those related to the Mage Sharingan and wood style. Additionally, the influx of Grass Village manufactured products into Hidden Leaf Village presented yet another challenge that required financial resources to address. Without adequate funding, his ability to safeguard Hidden Leaf Village was severely compromised. After careful consideration, Denzo devised a plan to target the Uchiha clan. Previously, he had envisioned a gradual approach, siphoning resources bit by bit. And given the current circumstances within the Uchiha clan, he believed they would be more amenable to his demands. After all, annihilating the Uchiha clan or persuading them to donate their assets entirely, as Shizue had done, would yield minimal gains for him personally, with the majority of resources likely ending up in the village's coffers or Hiruzen's pockets. Given these considerations, Denzo's expression shifted with determination as he clenched his fists, muttering under his breath with hatred, "Shizue Uchiha. You!" Fugaku Uchiha's arms crossed in front of him, his expression betraying no emotion as he fixed his gaze upon his son, Itachi Uchiha. "Why would you do this?" In response to his father's query, Itachi's demeanor remained resolute as he replied, "For the sake of the Uchiha. For the sake of Hidden Leaf Village." However, a fleeting sense of disappointment shadowed Fugaku's eyes at his son's words. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure and spoke calmly, "Do you truly understand the current predicament of the Uchiha clan?" With tensions already mounting within the clan and feelings of resentment bubbling beneath the surface, how could they endure such pressure? Were it not for Fugaku's position as clan head still holding some semblance of authority, discontent among clan members might have erupted into open rebellion long ago. Even Itachi, despite his status as the clan leader's son, might have faced retribution at the hands of the clan. Fugaku's voice lowered, laden with disappointment as he remarked, "I am deeply disappointed in you, Itachi. I expected more from you, father." Itachi's eyes betrayed a hint of inner turmoil at his father's words, yet his countenance remained composed as he responded evenly, "You understand the situation as well as I do. We cannot maintain control indefinitely. By reallocating these resources and severing the funding for rebellion, we may quell their ambitions and facilitate the Uchiha's reintegration into Hidden Leaf Village. You're only fueling the discord within the village and the clan. Fugaku's gaze turned icy as he leveled his gaze at his son. Your actions were unwarranted. As the future leader of the Uchiha clan, this was a mistake. You lack the maturity to bear the responsibilities of the Uchiha. At this moment, as a parent, hearing such sentiments from his own child, Fugaku couldn't help but feel a profound sense of disappointment. After all this time, his son still sought to abandon the clan? You are not fit to inherit the mantle of Uchiha leadership. Fugaku's disappointment hung heavy in the air with those words, casting a pall over the exchange between father and son, their gazes locked in a cold standoff. At that moment, Mikoto Uchiha, sensing a disturbance from the adjoining room, wore a pained expression as she tenderly comforted her frightened son, Sasuke. Eventually, she sighed, her gaze softening as she spoke reassuringly, "Just rest now. Everything will be better after a nap." With those words, she watched as Sasuke drifted off to sleep, her heart heavy with concern. Casting a glance towards the turmoil unfolding in the main hall, she couldn't shake off a sense of disappointment. She understood the immense efforts Fugaku had invested in safeguarding the clan. Yet, Itachi's unilateral decision had blindsided his father. The fury among the clan members had been palpable, demanding answers from their leader. Were it not for Fugaku's intervention, Itachi might have faced the clan's wrath and punishment by now. Did Itachi fail to grasp the gravity of his actions? Was his aim to eradicate the clan entirely? As angry shouts erupted once more from the adjacent room, Mikoto couldn't help but feel a surge of apprehension. "Do you truly believe you can challenge your father's authority?" Fugaku's voice boomed, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with Itachi. "Do you comprehend the magnitude of the turmoil you've stirred within the village and the clan?" Itachi met his father's stare with a stoic expression. "The one bringing turmoil to the village is you, father." Their confrontation intensified, each emanating a formidable aura. Fugaku, with his hidden Mangekyo Sharingan, couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride at Itachi's equally potent presence. The recognition of his son's power stirred a flicker of satisfaction within him. Undoubtedly, Itachi was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, hailed even by the third Hokage for his exceptional abilities. Yet, Itachi's choice was ill-timed and ill-judged. The village's resentment towards the Uchiha clan had been simmering for some time. In the end, a heavy sigh escaped Fugaku's lips, his eyes clouded with a mix of frustration and disappointment. "Remain within the clan and contemplate the consequences of your actions, Itachi. As of today, you are stripped of your title as the heir to the Uchiha clan and your Uchiha identity. You are no longer one of us. Take him away." "Fugaku-sama." 3 or 4 Uchiha clan members barged in, their expressions fraught with panic. Observing their distress, Fugaku felt a semblance of reassurance. It appeared that Itachi still retained the support of many within the clan. As their urgent voices filled the air, he sensed their apprehension regarding his recent decree. Yet, as the leader of the clan, he knew this decision was imperative. Without it, he couldn't regain the trust of the more militant members. Waving off their protests, he asserted, "There's no need for further discussion. Todo, Itachi must accept the consequences." But before he could conclude his statement, "No, Fugaku-sama. It's not what you think." Todo, a brown-haired youth recognized as Uchiha Todo, thrust forth a newspaper. "Fugaku-sama, look at this." The headline. Hearing Todo's urgent tone, Fugaku was taken aback, poised to inquire further. However, before Todo could elaborate, Fugaku seized the newspaper from his grasp. As his eyes scanned the headline, his expression morphed into one of disbelief and alarm. "Shinobi Times." The mere sight of those words sent a shiver down Fugaku's spine. Instinctively, he sensed trouble brewing. Hastily scanning the article beneath the damning headline, his worst fears were confirmed. "Uchiha clan leader secretly bribed, shows disappointed expression when mentioning Hidden Leaf Village." Accompanying the damning words was a damning image, a snapshot capturing a scene of him accepting a flame dragon armor, his countenance etched with apparent disdain. This was an unforeseen blow, one that struck at the very core of his reputation. Clutching the paper tightly, Fugaku's hands trembled with a mixture of rage and desperation. The surge of chakra within him mirrored his inner turmoil as he sought the perpetrator's whereabouts. That conniving scoundrel. Where was he lurking now? The scene unfolding before the Uchiha clan members left them stunned and bewildered. They found themselves at a loss, caught in the urgency of the situation with no clear course of action in sight. "Fugaku-sama, what should we do now?" they implored, their voices tinged with urgency. Fugaku himself felt the weight of uncertainty pressing down upon him. The realization dawned upon him that the third Hokage had likely already laid eyes upon the damning newspaper article. In the midst of this turmoil, Fugaku couldn't suppress a bitter smile as he surveyed the expectant gazes of his clan members. After a moment of contemplative silence, he spoke with the gravitas befitting his role as clan head, gather all members of the Uchiha clan. Before he could conclude his directive, another clan member burst onto the scene in a flurry of haste. Fugaku-sama, Fugaku-sama, Lord Denzo has arrived for a visit. Already here? Fugaku's demeanor remained composed, though inwardly he couldn't help but feel a bitter amusement. His expression, however, betrayed none of this as he inquired, how many ninjas did he bring? The clan member's response was perplexing. Ninjas? No, Fugaku-sama, Lord Denzo arrived with only 2 companions and claimed it was a mere visit. Surprised by this unexpected turn of events, Fugaku sought clarification. A visit, you say? The clan member's expression turned odd as he recalled Denzo's peculiar gesture of presenting a gift. Yes, and he even brought a visiting gift. Examining the sake which was supposedly a gift in silence, Fugaku's lips twitched imperceptibly. What game is Denzo playing now? After a moment's contemplation, he made a decisive gesture, addressing the clan members before him. Tie him up. Chapter 236, Denzo imprisoned? Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower, as the sky gradually darkened, the meeting regarding Shizue Uchiha's voluntary donation concluded. Sandame Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with the other 2 council members, regarded the kneeling Shizue Uchiha before them with satisfaction, nodding approvingly with smiles gracing their faces. In truth, the recent conflict with the Grass Village had yielded little gain for Hidden Leaf Village, resulting in unhealed wounds and lingering losses. Moreover, the dissatisfaction expressed by the daimyo had hindered Hidden Leaf Village's recovery efforts, creating additional complications for Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage. Rumors circulated of the daimyo's inclination toward establishing the 12 Guardian Ninja to oversee and regulate Hidden Leaf Village, a prospect that posed a significant challenge for Hiruzen Sarutobi and his administration. It could be said that recent events had placed a heavy burden on Hidden Leaf Village, leaving little room for delay. With other major ninja villages already engaged in recovery efforts, Hidden Leaf Village was under pressure to expedite its own recuperation to avoid falling behind. However, the rewards from recent missions fell short of compensating for Hidden Leaf Village's war losses. Even Minato's inheritance could only cover a fraction of the damages. Consequently, many recovery initiatives had to be scaled back. Even Denzo Shimura, Hiruzen's trusted ally, had sought funds to safeguard Hidden Leaf Village, only to be met with refusal due to the dire financial situation. The losses incurred by the recent conflict with the Grass Village had been substantial, with Denzo himself bearing a significant share of the blame. Hiruzen found himself troubled by Denzo's reckless behavior in the Uchiha district a few days prior. With Hidden Leaf Village already facing financial difficulties, Denzo's actions only added to the village's woes. Furthermore, compelling the Uchiha clan to relinquish their considerable wealth was not a viable option, as it could potentially incite unrest within the village. As the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen grappled with the challenge of navigating these delicate matters while ensuring the stability of Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, Denzo's repeated visits to the Grass Village have disheartened him, leaving Hiruzen worried that Hidden Leaf Village's recovery efforts might lag behind those of other ninja villages. With limited resources, progress would be slow and painstaking. However, he hadn't anticipated Shizue Uchiha's decision to donate his lineage's assets came as a surprise. The significance of Shizue's lineage couldn't be underestimated. With an esteemed ancestor who had earned high praise from his peers, Shizue's lineage boasted considerable strength within the Uchiha clan. Had his ancestor, Kagami, not met an untimely demise in the war, he might have attained the Mangekyo Sharingan like Madara Uchiha, thus becoming a formidable force. Thus, the significance of Shizue's lineage couldn't be overstated. Their accumulated wealth was substantial, representing a significant contribution to Hidden Leaf Village's recovery efforts. Hiruzen took a contemplative drag from his smoke pipe, his expression reflecting satisfaction and a warm smile. Indeed, Shizue, you are a descendant of Kagami. Your resolve shines brightly. Midokado and Koharu, nearby, nodded in agreement, their expressions bright with approval. Midokado remarked with a grin, when the Uchiha set aside their stubbornness, they can truly excel. It's a shame they failed to grasp their role. Koharu concurred, indeed. Yet, it's heartening to see Shizue upholding the legacy of his forebears. Shizue remained respectfully bowed, his words reflecting his commitment to Hidden Leaf Village. My actions are for the greater good of our village. As for the Uchiha clan, I understand your concern. Hiruzen interjected, his tone serious. Despite our efforts, the Uchiha's integration remains a challenge. Internal strife has surfaced, and the situation is delicate. But remember, Shizue, you are unique. Your dedication will not go unnoticed. Hidden Leaf Village acknowledges your invaluable contribution. Apologies, Hokage-sama. Shizue murmured, a wry smile tugging at his lips. He was all too aware of the undercurrents within the Uchiha clan. Behind closed doors, whispers of resentment towards the village and the Hokage were commonplace. Moreover, the simmering ambitions of the militant faction posed a constant threat, restrained only by the firm hand of the clan head. Shizue and Itachi had labored tirelessly to foster unity between the Uchiha and Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, their endeavors seemed to yield meager results. His thoughts then drifted to Itachi, his partner in trying to bridge the gap between the Uchiha and the village. He wondered how Itachi was faring amidst these turbulent times. To thwart any misguided ambitions within the Uchiha ranks, Itachi had proposed a bold move, a voluntary donation from the entire clan to demonstrate their loyalty to Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, Shizue harbored doubts about whether the militant faction would ever agree to such a measure. "Well, I shall check on Itachi later," Shizue resolved inwardly, his countenance returning to composure. With a respectful bow, he reassured the Hokage, "Rest assured, Hokage-sama. The Uchiha clan will not rebel under my watch. I will spare no effort in ensuring peace and harmony within our village." "You're oversimplifying matters," Mikado interjected, his expression creasing with concern. "Do you truly believe you alone can quell their ambitions?" However, before he could conclude his thought, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixed on Shizue's gaze. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi and Koharu Uchiha were taken aback by the sight. This is... Shizue confirmed their suspicions with a composed demeanor. "Indeed, it is the Mengekyo Sharingan. I'm certain Hokage-sama and Advisor-sama are familiar with it. Like Obito, I too have awakened the Mengekyo Sharingan, granting me a fearsome Ganjutsu, Kodo Matsukami. This jutsu has the power to alter a person's thoughts without detection." Shizue met the gaze of the Hidden Leaf Village officials with unwavering resolve as he revealed the extent of his abilities. "Should the Uchiha persist in their rebellious inclinations, I will compel the clan head to consent to the complete donation of our assets, thus stripping the clan of its capacity for rebellion." Kodo Matsukami. The mere mention of its name sent shivers down their spines. To possess such a power, one capable of manipulating minds beyond defense, was indeed daunting. They hadn't considered the possibility that apart from Obito, another wielder of the legendary Mengekyo Sharingan would appear within the Uchiha clan, let alone possessing such a terrifying ability. As Shizue's words settled over them, the trio's expressions morphed into a mix of disbelief and apprehension. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed deeper, Mikado's concern etched deeper lines upon his face, and Koharu Uchiha's eyes narrowed with scrutiny. They understood all too well the implications of this Kodo Matsukami. However, before any of them could utter a word, a member of the Anbu burst into the room, breathless and urgent. With a respectful demeanor, he handed a copy of the Shinobi Times to Hiruzen, delivering the alarming news, "Hokage-sama, something significant has occurred. The Uchiha clan has purportedly defected to the Grass Village and initiated a rebellion under the cloak of night." The trio's stunned expressions shifted to one of intense focus as they processed the Anbu's report. Even Shizue, a member of the Uchiha clan, couldn't hide his astonishment. The notion of the Uchiha rebelling seemed inconceivable. How could such an event unfold amidst the current circumstances? Upon hearing the report, Hiruzen wasted no time in seizing the newspaper and swiftly scanning its contents. His eyes widened in realization as he beheld the damning image captured within. It depicted the Uchiha clan head accepting a gift from the Shinobi Times journalist, his countenance inscrutable. Again, a heavy silence enveloped the room, not due to tension but speechlessness. After all, it was evident to all that this was a ploy to sow discord, nothing more. However, what was the motive behind the Grass Village orchestrating such a scheme? "Hokage-sama, this is undoubtedly a ploy to sow discord," Shizue exclaimed, his mind swiftly returning to the present crisis. "It's clear manipulation orchestrated by the Shinobi Times. I vow to calm the Uchiha clan and dispel any doubts they may harbor." "I know, Shizue. I never doubted the Uchiha clan." Hiruzen raised a hand, halting Shizue's fervent speech. "Moreover, I have full confidence in your abilities and your loyalty to Hidden Leaf Village. I entrust this task to you. We cannot afford further turmoil within the village." "Understood, Hokage-sama. I will spare no effort in quelling the unrest," Shizue affirmed resolutely, knowing that his next moves would be critical in averting disaster and maintaining the fragile peace within the village. After Shizue departed, the trio exchanged glances once more, their minds reeling from the whirlwind of events. Voluntary donations, Kodo Matsukami, a potential Uchiha rebellion, and now the involvement of the Grass Village. The day had been fraught with unexpected developments. Hiruzen lapsed into a contemplative silence, his brow furrowed in thought. With a sigh, he took a long drag from his cigarette before voicing his confusion. "But where is Denzo? What has become of him?" As he uttered those words, a ripple of concern passed through the Anbu beneath their masks. After a moment of hesitation, One of them spoke up with an odd tone, Lord Denzo. He ventured to the Uchiha clan earlier. He's already there? Hiruzen and his companions breathed a collective sigh of relief, assuming that Denzo had foreseen trouble and taken preemptive action. It appears Denzo may have sensed the brewing conflict and acted swiftly. Anbu, coordinate with him to contain the situation within the Uchiha clan. We cannot allow matters to escalate further, and we must restrict their movements. However, before they could fully grasp the situation, the Anbu interjected once more with an unsettling revelation. There's a complication. Lord Denzo may not be in a position to do so. Perplexed, the trio turned their attention back to the Anbu. What do you mean? They demanded in unison. However, before any of the three could inquire further, the Anbu ninja continued, his voice filled with uncertainty. Lord Denzo. He was apprehended by the Uchiha clan the moment he set foot in their territory. The revelation left the trio dumbfounded, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. What? Meanwhile, within the somber confines of the Uchiha clan's reception hall, Fugaku Uchiha knelt in solemn contemplation, his decision made and his mind resolved. The hall lay deserted, shrouded in an eerie stillness, punctuated only by the faint flicker of dim lighting that cast long shadows across the space. As if stirred by an unseen force, Fugaku's eyes fluttered open, his gaze piercing the darkness ahead with unwavering focus, but before he could utter a word, a voice cut through the silence, breaking the tension. Just get on with it, will you? It's getting late, and I'm starving. Stop dawdling. The voice, unfamiliar to Fugaku, was tinged with impatience and annoyance. In response, however, a familiar voice retorted in exasperation. Me? If you hadn't disrupted my study session, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Honestly, why am I always dragged into your affairs? I'm not your some personal vehicle, you know. Fugaku watched the exchange between the two figures before him, a mixture of amusement and exasperation flickering across his features. Did these two oblivious individuals not grasp the gravity of the present circumstances? Chapter 237, New Uchiha leader. Observing the two bickering figures before him, Fugaku Uchiha couldn't help but wear a wry expression. With Itachi Uchiha detained, the rest of the clan had mobilized, eager to assert the Uchiha stance and reclaim their honor. And he had opted to wait alone in the hall to keep their activities discreet, but now he found himself questioning if even one of them had grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, as he observed the casual banter between Nobito Uchiha and the Grass Village leader, a fleeting smirk touched his lips. Speaking of which, the Grass Village leader's audacity was really unmatched. Even amidst the scrutiny of the 5 great shinobi villages, he still managed to allure many rogue and defected shinobi. Lost in contemplation, Fugaku pondered his next words. Finally breaking the silence, he addressed the duo with a mix of exasperation and expectation. Have you two decided to grace us with your presence at last? His remark prompted a realization in the two, who exchanged sheepish glances. They had nearly forgotten the purpose of coming here, distracted by their squabble. With reproachful looks directed at each other, they hastily composed themselves and took their places opposite Fugaku. Observing the solemn ambience enveloping the Uchiha clan's domain, Obito couldn't help but feel a pang of remorse. I never imagined the Uchiha clan would come to this. Fugaku cast a glance at Obito, his expression a mix of contemplation and curiosity. Did Obito foresee the Uchiha's downfall long ago? Looks like he's really a genius. Gathering his thoughts, Fugaku turned his attention to Akihiko, his expression still tinged with complexity. After a moment of reflection, he remarked calmly, the Grass Village leader is quite cunning. But before he could elaborate, Akihiko interjected dramatically, oh, if that's how you see it, I might as well take my leave. Farewell, then. Fugaku watched in mild exasperation as Akihiko made a show of preparing to leave, even lifting his foot as if poised to depart. The display mirrored the nonchalant demeanor of the Grass Village's leader, causing Fugaku to inwardly sigh. Struggling to find the right response, he finally managed, my apologies, I was just rambling. Ah, much better. Frankly, as the head of the clan, how can you fault the Grass Village? You, of all people, should grasp the Uchiha clan's current predicament. Akihiko settled back into his seat, his tone laden with genuine concern. Consider this, Grass Village merely sells newspapers. Is there a fault in that? It's business, plain and simple. Furthermore. He paused briefly before continuing, setting aside the facts, can we honestly absolve Hidden Leaf Village of any responsibility? Fugaku's eyebrows arched slightly, recognizing a familiar ring in Akihiko's words. There was logic in his argument. The rift between the Uchiha and Hidden Leaf Village had been festering for longer than just a few days. The uprising of the Uchiha was a premature response to external pressures. As a leader and a parent, Fugaku felt torn. Despite his desire for peace, the pressure from within his clan, particularly from Itachi and Shizui, coupled with the rising fervor of the militant faction, left the Uchiha with little choice but to rebel. Yet, Fugaku couldn't ignore the inevitable failure that awaited them. Initially, the thought of leaving Hidden Leaf Village hadn't crossed his mind. Over the years, the Uchiha clan had forged deep ties with the village. And in the face of their rebellion's failure, he believed that Uchiha should just peacefully disappear. However, witnessing Obito's transformation alongside the Uzumaki clan in Grass Village ignited a new train of thought within him. As the clan head, a husband, and a father, he couldn't bear to witness the demise of his people and his family, including his wife and young son, due to unforeseen circumstances. In the face of the dire circumstances confronting the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha acted decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Please. He stooped down and handed over the signed talent acquisition plan, a silent acknowledgement of the gravity of the situation. There were no requests, no pleas for understanding. Fugaku simply bowed, his demeanor reflecting his unwavering resolve. Both Akihiko and Obito were taken aback by the unexpected submission of the usually proud and resolute clan leader. Obito, in particular, found himself surprised by Fugaku's humility in the face of the Uchiha's plight. Before Akihiko could respond, Fugaku spoke again, his tone grave and solemn. Rest assured, I understand the predicament of the Uchiha clan all too well. The militant faction will stop at nothing to preserve the honor of our clan. After all, deep down, Fugaku knew the danger posed by the militant faction. Their thirst for power had clouded their judgment, and even if they were to leave Hidden Leaf Village, they would continue to pursue their reckless ambitions. With unwavering determination, Fugaku turned to Obito Uchiha, his gaze unwavering. Henceforth, I relinquish my position as clan leader. Obito Uchiha, you will lead the Uchiha clan from this day forward. As Fugaku's words hung in the air, both Akihiko and Obito were taken aback, the latter particularly stunned by the unexpected appointment. He never imagined he would be entrusted with such a responsibility, especially at this critical juncture when he was still a student grappling with personal debts. Before Obito could voice his thoughts, Fugaku interjected once more, his tone resolute. Please, Obito, do not refuse. Fugaku's expression remained steadfast as he shook his head, a tinge of bitterness evident in his smile. I no longer possess the right to lead the clan. Whether it's Itachi's betrayal or his own inability to protect the clan, Fugaku felt the weight of failure as the clan leader. In his eyes, Obito was the most suitable candidate. Kakashi's report had highlighted Obito's rising stature within Grass Village, earning the trust and respect of its leader. Thus, Fugaku believed Obito could guide the remaining clan members to establish themselves in Grass Village successfully. With a solemn gaze fixed on Obito, Fugaku spoke earnestly. I entrust this duty to you. Please, take care of our people. It is the responsibility of a clan leader. As Obito absorbed Fugaku's words, he remained in a state of shock. However, before he could articulate a response, Akihiko's furrowed brows drew his attention. Are you prepared to make such a sacrifice? Akihiko's question hit Obito like a lightning bolt, causing his eyes to widen in realization. Turning back to Fugaku, Obito gazed at him with a mix of astonishment and concern. Fugaku-sama, you. Fugaku met Obito's gaze with unwavering resolve, acknowledging the gravity of his decision. It is also the duty of a clan leader. He affirmed calmly. Furthermore, if I do not shoulder this burden, Sasuke will bear the brunt of the clan's hatred. And as for Itachi, a bitter smile flickered across his features. It is also the duty of a father. Fugaku understood that fleeing would only perpetuate the cycle of hatred, leaving behind a legacy of resentment and discord for his family and clan. As the leader and patriarch, he could not allow such a fate to befall them. In embracing his responsibilities, he hoped to guide his people toward a future untainted by conflict and resentment. As Akihiko seemed to ponder Fugaku's request, a surge of panic gripped Fugaku's heart. Please, do not intervene in this. Don't knock me out and take me away. Akihiko's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you? His voice trailed off as he gazed into Fugaku's eyes, a realization dawning upon him. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, I've gleaned some knowledge about Grass Village. If I were to remain alive, I would only sow seeds of hatred among the living. Fugaku spoke enigmatically, his words laden with meaning that Obito struggled to grasp. With a humble bow, he pleaded once more, please, Grass Village leader. In response, Akihiko remained silent, his gaze fixed on Fugaku. Then, turning to Obito with a serene smile, he passed the mantle of decision-making. You are now the clan leader, Obito. The choice is yours. Obito met Akihiko's gaze with a mixture of bewilderment and gratitude. Despite your irksome ways, I am grateful. With unwavering determination, he proclaimed, I, Obito Uchiha, shall guide the Uchiha clan into the future. Please accept the Uchiha clan, Grass Village leader. As his words fell, Akihiko nodded in affirmation and accepted the talent recruitment document from Fugaku Uchiha. Prepare yourselves. It's time to depart. At the confirmation from Akihiko, a smile of relief spread across Fugaku's face, sensing a weight lift from his shoulders. Observing Obito's demeanor, he detected a similar sense of reassurance and contentment. Subsequently, the trio delved into discussions regarding the evacuation strategy. Following Akihiko's proposal, Obito would utilize Kamyu to transport them. With Fugaku having already assembled the Uchiha clan members, the evacuation process appeared straightforward. Simply take them into Kamyu space, evade Hidden Leaf Village's barriers, and their safety would be ensured. Fortunately, for Obito, executing this plan posed no considerable challenge. At that moment, Fugaku Uchiha's memory sparked, prompting him to clap his hands in realization. Apologies, I nearly forgot. As he spoke, the side door swung open, revealing a familiar figure, tightly bound and gagged, struggling against his restraints. Fugaku introduced, "This is Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage assistant, Shimura Denzo. I apprehended him. There should be some." However, before he could complete his sentence, Akihiko's eyes widened, then lit up with excitement. He swiftly rose from his seat and dashed over, exclaiming with fondness, "Denzo, it's incredible to see you again. Is this fate?" Akihiko couldn't fathom why Fugaku Uchiha had delayed revealing Denzo's presence. Had he done so earlier, he would have agreed without much thought. Meanwhile, Denzo gazed at Akihiko in utter disbelief, bewildered by his unexpected appearance. What on earth was he doing here? Chapter 238, Barrier? As he laid eyes on the approaching figure, Denzo fell into a contemplative silence. What was this guy doing here? Then, as if recalling something, he glanced at Fugaku Uchiha with a complex expression, his eyes betraying a hint of emotion. Had he truly made the right decision coming here? Was it all worth it? Initially, he had believed that, given the pressure from the village, the Uchiha clan had limited options, either to revolt or to comply with the village's demands. Thus, he had seized the opportunity to profit before Hiruzen took decisive action. With his conviction, he had anticipated no refusal from the Uchiha clan leader. After all, the prospect of an immediate uprising seemed implausible for the Uchiha. To initiate such a rebellion now would surely lead to failure. Thus, he had arrived with the intention of securing a financial gain. To even demonstrate his earnestness, he had brought only 2 ninjas with him. He had also assumed that no one in Hidden Leaf Village would dare to lay a hand on him. Yet, upon his arrival, he was swiftly apprehended by dozens of Uchiha ninjas. Now, faced with the Grass Village leader's presence, Denzo's mind churned with speculation. Had the Uchiha clan already conspired with Grass Village, or had they been coerced into this alliance? Denzo's gaze darkened with apprehension, but as he locked eyes with the familiar figure, a faint stirring of recognition flickered within him. Despite the circumstances, he understood that falling into the hands of the Grass Village likely ensured his safety. After all, the Grass Village leader seemed intent on recruitment, not harm. Nevertheless, he had not foreseen the Uchiha clan's defection to the Grass Village. With a resigned sigh, Denzo muttered under his breath, "Grass Village leader is really cunning." However, due to the cloth gag, he was unable to convey his thoughts, and could only emit a muffled "What's that sound?" The grass leader's attention was drawn to Denzo's muttering, prompting him to gaze upon the captive with a somber expression. Removing the cloth from Denzo's mouth, he inquired, "What happened to you? Who did this to you?" Grass leader. With the cloth removed, Denzo felt a sense of relief wash over him. It appeared his safety was assured, as he had anticipated. Glancing at Obito Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha nearby, Denzo's demeanor turned frosty as he began, "I didn't expect the Uchiha clan would." But before he could complete his thought, the cloth hastily thrust back into his mouth, stifling his words once more. "Again? Why?" Observing Denzo's confusion, the grass leader's expression grew somber. "I understand you have much to convey, but now is not the time. We'll converse upon reaching Grass Village." Denzo's face contorted in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. What's going on? Who was supposed to speak to him? And what was this about returning to the Grass Village? But before he could protest, he was ignored again. "Obito, what's taking you so long? Stop daydreaming and lend a hand with loading." In welcoming our esteemed guest properly. Akihiko redirected his attention to the silent Obito. "Remember, treat our important guest from Hidden Leaf Village with respect." With those instructions given, Obito Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha exchanged glances, then directed their focus to Denzo, who was gagged and struggling. "Esteemed guest." The irony wasn't lost on them. Fugaku Uchiha couldn't suppress a twitch of his lips. He'd heard rumors about the Grass Village's questionable ninja ethics, But he hadn't anticipated this level of disrespect from its leader. "Seriously, what does he take me for?" grumbled Obito. Not only was he expected to assist with transporting people, but now he was being roped into loading duties too? Obito rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath as he approached Denzo, who emitted muffled protests, looking weak and vulnerable, as if pleading, "Don't come any closer." However, his complaints fell on deaf ears. With time ticking away and Hidden Leaf Village likely already in motion, there was no room for delay. They had to move swiftly. As Fugaku Uchiha gazed out at the tranquil night, a sigh escaped his lips, a hint of complexity in his eyes. Turning to Akihiko and Obito, he remarked, "We'll rely on the grass leader and the clan leader from now on." With a brief pause, he added, "I'll take my leave now." With the grass leader's nod of approval, Fugaku made his way to the exit. Once Fugaku Uchiha departed, Obito Uchiha found himself similarly lost in thought, surveying his surroundings with a complex expression and exhaling deeply. He hadn't anticipated that after his defection, the entire Uchiha clan would follow suit. "I suppose I won't experience this familiar sight again in the future." But before he could finish his thought, whack, a sudden slap on the back of his head jolted him. "Why are you getting all sentimental? Don't you realize time is of the essence? If you want to indulge in sentimentality, go back and write an 8,000-word essay on it. You can be as melancholic as you want then." Obito couldn't help but grumble at Akihiko's reproach. "You're such a pain. Who said he was sentimental anyway?" On the other side, at the command of the clan leader, the entire Uchiha ninja clan sprang into action. Even amidst the darkness of night, the Uchiha compound remained illuminated, punctuated by the hurried footsteps of its members. In particular, the Uchiha ninjas aligned with the militant faction, long suppressed by the village, were eager to reclaim the Uchiha's former glory and assert their power over those who had underestimated them. Was the moment they had been waiting for finally upon them? Unfortunately, the absence of the Uchiha prodigy, Obito Uchiha, who had defected from the village, posed a significant setback. His legendary Mangekyo Sharingan abilities could have easily tipped the scales in their favor against the third Hokage and his allies. Yet, despite this setback, the clan leader's order seemed puzzling. Why gather all members, including those who hadn't unlocked their Sharingan? And why divide Uchiha members into two groups instead of uniting their strength for a swift rebellion to seize control of the village before anyone could react? "Where is Fugaku? What is he occupied with at this crucial moment?" inquired an elderly Uchiha ninja, his demeanor grave and authoritative. "Does he not grasp the urgency of our situation? And what of Denzo? His involvement is crucial to our present operation." In response, a slightly younger Uchiha replied with deference, "Elder Setsu, the clan leader mentioned he is occupied with a matter of importance. He assured us he would join us at the earliest opportunity and instructed the elders to proceed independently. As for Denzo..." He paused briefly. "He is presently under the clan leader's custody." Setsu's brow furrowed deeply at this revelation, followed by a cold snort. Why would Fugaku take Denzo away? "After this ordeal, I will have a discussion with Fugaku. He seems to have forgotten his responsibilities, including his son's discipline, not to mention that Shizui. Has he lost sight of his duties to his own people?" Sensing the pressing nature of the situation, Setsu checked the time and urged the gathered Uchiha ninja, "We cannot delay any further." "Very well, as Fugaku has directed, let us initiate our operation. Be vigilant. Our first task is to neutralize the surrounding defensive forces and secure control of the village gates." With a decisive wave of his hand, he began to issue further instructions. "Let's." However, before he could conclude his directive, a sudden phenomenon occurred. A peculiar light enveloped the entire Uchiha compound, causing everyone to freeze in astonishment. They turned their gazes in all directions, their eyes widening in disbelief. A barrier. Deep within the heart of the Uchiha compound lay the chamber reserved for the clan's most crucial gatherings. In this solemn space, Fugaku knelt before the altar, his eyes shut in contemplation. A subtle shift in the atmosphere prompted his brows to furrow slightly, and he gradually lifted his gaze. With serene composure, Fugaku spoke into the stillness, his voice carrying a quiet resolve. "Are you finally here?" Chapter 239, Uchiha Clan's Preparation. "Attention, everyone. Let's maintain order and move quickly. Please form a line and refrain from making loud noises. Kindly remember to offer seats to those in need, including the elderly, disabled, pregnant, and individuals carrying infants. Your cooperation is appreciated." With a megaphone in hand, Akihiko surveyed the Uchiha clan members before him. Despite their evident confusion, they remained composed and quiet, a testament to clan leader Fugaku's prior explanations. Though curious children sought answers from their mothers and grandmothers, their inquiries did not incite panic. Under the calming presence of the clan leader's wife, everyone followed instructions, gradually transitioning into the Kamyu dimension. Except for Mikoto and her son, Obito escorted all other Uchiha clan members. At that moment, Mikoto Uchiha approached Akihiko, her expression weary yet tinged with a sense of resignation. Beside her stood a child, who exuded an air of defiance mixed with subdued anger, though he remained silent. With a faint, bitter smile, she addressed Akihiko, Grass Village leader. As the wife of the clan leader, Mikoto was likely aware of Fugaku's intentions. Before their departure, Fugaku had entrusted her with the care of Sasuke, their youngest son. He had cryptically assured her not to worry, mentioning that she would reunite with a friend in Grass Village. However, Fugaku remained tight-lipped about the identity of this friend, merely shaking his head in response to Mikoto's inquiries. Yet, he had suggested that in times of need, she could seek assistance from this mysterious friend, or from Obito and the Grass Village leader. Intrigued by the latter, Mikoto couldn't help but wonder about the enigmatic figure at the helm of Grass Village. Who wouldn't be curious? Over the years, Grass Village had inflicted significant losses on Hidden Leaf Village, and their leader was often compared to the first Hokage. Moreover, his compassionate actions, such as welcoming wandering ninjas and protecting Naruto, had earned him praise for his empathy and understanding. However, having retired from the life of a ninja, Mikoto no longer followed the intricacies of the shinobi world closely, knowing only snippets about the Grass Village leader. As the Uchiha clan departed from Hidden Leaf Village and headed towards the Grass Village, Mikoto couldn't help but wonder what awaited them next. She had heard positive reports about Obito and Naruto's experiences in the Grass Village, and now she hoped that Sasuke would find acceptance there as well. Reflecting on the downfall of both the fourth Hokage's family and now their Uchiha clan, Mikoto couldn't help but sigh. It had only been 2 days since the publication of that damning newspaper article, yet the Uchiha had already plummeted so far. Despite this, she harbored no resentment towards the Grass Village leader. As the wife of the clan leader, she was intimately acquainted with the Uchiha's circumstances. Her only lamentation was regarding Itachi. How had their once promising son succumbed to such darkness? "Forgive him, leader," she murmured, gently patting Sasuke's back as she observed the anger etched on his face. "Although Sasuke is still filled with anger, but please rest assured, I will guide him and help him understand." Thankfully, Sasuke remained by her side. Without him, Mikoto felt she would have no purpose to endure. Regardless of the challenges they faced, she vowed to nurture and protect Sasuke with all her strength. "It's alright, he's just a child. I completely understand." Akihiko reassured Mikoto with a warm smile as she approached, her expression heavy with concern. With a gentle motion, he reached out and affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. Despite Sasuke's attempts to evade his touch, there was no escaping Akihiko's playful gesture. "What an adorable child," Akihiko remarked with a grin. "This kid seems to possess remarkable potential for learning." As Akihiko's words resonated in the air, Obito, standing nearby, couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was a familiar phrase, one Akihiko always used when encountering children. Yet, as he observed Sasuke, a mixture of pride and fury in the boy's demeanor, Obito's inner smile flickered with a touch of melancholy for reasons he couldn't quite grasp. For some reason, Itachi Uchiha, the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, flashed across his mind. Joining the battlefield at the tender age of 4, hailed by the third Hokage for possessing the wisdom of a Hokage at 5, Itachi was esteemed highly. But wasn't that essentially manipulating and indoctrinating young minds? Obito pondered, his thoughts drifting to the cunning strategies and counter-strategies he had learned during his time in the Grass Village. He wasn't the same naive Obito from years ago who had never cracked open a book. He had become well-versed in the art of deception and counter-deception. Indeed, knowledge truly was power. With a smile mirroring Akihiko's, Obito playfully tousled Sasuke's hair, employing what he dubbed the Kamui head pat jutsu. Sasuke's attempts to evade it were futile. "Absolutely," Obito chimed in, his voice brimming with confidence. "This kid has a clear passion for knowledge. He is clearly destined for greatness. With his thirst for knowledge, he's bound to become a pillar of strength for the Uchiha clan in the years to come." Hey, the unsettling smiles on Obito and Akihiko's faces sent an unexpected chill down Sasuke's spine. Why did they seem so ominous all of a sudden? And what was with the excessive head patting? Meanwhile, Mikoto's expression softened at the words of gratitude from Akihiko and Obito. With a serene smile, she nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Grass Leader, and Clan Leader." But before Mikoto could finish her sentence, a sudden light enveloped them, casting a tense atmosphere over the group. A barrier. Akihiko's demeanor shifted instantly to seriousness as he directed Mikoto to take Sasuke and leave. "Time is of the essence, Mrs. Mikoto. Please take Sasuke and depart." Understanding the urgency, Mikoto wasted no time. With a final glance at the familiar surroundings, she hurriedly guided the now strangely calm Sasuke into the empty space. However, as she stepped through, a pang of bitterness crept back into her expression. Where would the fate of the Uchiha clan lead from here? After Mikoto and her son had safely entered the empty space, Obito turned to Akihiko with a furrowed brow. Should we leave too? Boom. 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 But before Akihiko could respond, a deafening series of explosions echoed through the Uchiha clan's territory, causing the ground to shake violently and countless houses to collapse in a matter of moments. Akihiko and Obito exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions grim. They looked up simultaneously, only to behold two towering entities materializing before them. Was that Susanoo? Is this the power of gods? The sight of the sudden appearance of two colossal beings left the surrounding Hidden Leaf village ninjas in shock. Witnessing the overwhelming presence, many of them trembled uncontrollably. Madara Uchiha's reputation as a rival to the first Hokage seemed more than justified now. The sheer magnitude of power displayed was beyond the comprehension of ordinary ninjas. It seemed that only the gods of the ninja world could match such might. Who could have imagined that the Uchiha clan possessed not just one, but two pairs of such Mangekyo Sharingan? They were facing formidable adversaries indeed. Calm down. Kakashi, now serving as the temporary commander of the Anbu, shouted with authority to rally his bewildered comrades. Having once wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan himself, he understood the dread that accompanied its power. Yet, the sight of multiple awakenings within the Uchiha clan also left him deeply troubled. Despite the astonishment, duty called. They had a mission to fulfill, sealing off the area immediately. Allowing such formidable power to roam free posed an immense threat to the village, akin to the Nine Tails incident. Maintain the barrier. Inform Hokage-sama and ensure Lord Denzo's rescue. Kakashi issued swift orders, his gaze unwavering as it fell upon the colossal beings. Shisui, it's up to you now. At that moment, the colossal beings, locked in a standoff, stirred once more. Chapter 240, Third Hokage's Decision. Two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan? Hiruzen Sarutobi and his aides were dumbfounded upon hearing the report from the ninjas. Disbelief etched across their faces, their hands trembled slightly at the gravity of the revelation. The Mangekyo Sharingan, a legendary power believed to rival that of Hashirama Senju's. Since the demise of Madara Uchiha, the Uchiha clan had only boasted one known user of these formidable eyes, Obito Uchiha. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan was an exceedingly rare feat, shrouded in mystery and difficulty. And yet, now, in addition to the already defected Obito Uchiha, two more pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan had surfaced within the Uchiha clan. Each pair was rumored to possess unique and formidable abilities. Obito's Kamyu was but one example, alongside Shishui's enigmatic Koto Amatsukami. Had it not been for Shishui's intervention, utilizing his powers to halt the Uchiha rebellion, the village might have faced a crisis of unprecedented proportions. It could have rivaled, if not surpassed, the infamous Nine Tails incident. No, it could have been even more catastrophic. With three pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan concentrated within the Uchiha clan, the village's security would have been in grave peril. The trio exchanged glances, a shared understanding of the dire implications flickering in their eyes. Then, turning to the assembled Anbu ninja, they spoke with gravity. What of Denzo? Has he been rescued? Remember, Denzo is indispensable to Hidden Leaf Village. Reflecting on Denzo's recent misfortunes, they couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. Twice captured by the Grass Village and now held by the Uchiha clan, Denzo's luck seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. As the Hokage's assistant, Denzo possessed formidable strength, yet he had found himself ensnared 3 times in succession. The sole consolation lay in the fact that this time, his captors were the Uchiha clan, not the Grass Village. Had it been the latter, Denzo might have faced a far graver fate. After all, the Grass Village had forsaken the code of the shinobi, making their actions unpredictable and potentially perilous. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a deep sigh, drawing on his pipe before fixing a serious gaze on the Anbu ninja before him. Our priority is to rescue Denzo and fortify the village's defenses. We cannot afford to allow any external forces, particularly those from the Grass Village, to breach our borders. The impending crisis, akin to the severity of the Nine Tails incident, demanded swift resolution. With Shisui Uchiha intervening to halt the Uchiha clan's uprising, and the coordinated efforts of the Anbu en route, they stood a chance at swiftly containing the catastrophe. And reinforce the barrier. We cannot risk its breach, he emphasized. In response, the Anbu ninjas nodded in solemn agreement. Understood, Hokage-sama. With unwavering determination, they swiftly departed. Time was of the essence, and every action taken was crucial in averting disaster. As the Anbu departed, the trio let out a collective sigh of relief, their tension momentarily easing. Turning to each other, they shared a deep exhale, expressing their mutual sentiment. Truly, the Uchiha clan is a formidable force, second only to the Senju clan. Their power is not to be underestimated. With a solemn nod, Sarutobi and his companions acknowledged the gravity of the situation. They were grateful for Obito Uchiha's defection and Shizue Uchiha's unwavering loyalty to the village. Without their intervention, the gathering threat of 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan would have posed a dire predicament for Hidden Leaf Village. It was now evident why their sensei had maintained such vigilance against the Uchiha clan. Truly, the Uchiha clan was a force to be reckoned with. At this critical juncture, Hamura Minakato, Hidden Leaf Village's esteemed strategist, turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi with a grave countenance. Hiruzen, the time has come for you to make a decision. Beside him, Koharu Uchiha, equally resolute, fixed her gaze on Hiruzen, echoing the sentiment. For the sake of Hidden Leaf Village's safety, we cannot afford to delay any further. Hiruzen paused, his demeanor composed as he took a contemplative drag from his pipe. Let us exercise caution and patience. Our immediate focus must be to contain the situation and resolve it swiftly. His thoughts drifted to the recent troubles Hidden Leaf Village had faced since renewing ties with the Grass Village. Are the Grass Ninjas plotting against them this time too? A subtle twitch at the corner of Hiruzen's mouth and a furrowed brow hinted at his underlying concern. Additionally, my intuition tells me to remain vigilant. I can't shake the feeling that the Grass Ninjas may spring an unexpected move, reminiscent of the Ninetales incident. Impossible. We've taken extensive measures since the Ninetales incident. With our barrier functioning at full capacity and defenses stationed throughout. Koharu Uchiha's brow furrowed at Hiruzen's statement, pausing momentarily before adding, any foreign infiltrators should be swiftly detected. True, but we mustn't underestimate the persistence of those relentless Shinobi Times reporters. Hiruzen's reminder resonated with both Minakato and Koharu Uchiha, prompting grimaces from them. They had nearly overlooked those persistent nuisances. The mention of the elusive journalists elicited a shared grimace from the trio. Despite their best efforts, these reporters had proven to be elusive and remarkably adept at slipping past even the tightest security measures. True, although our defenses are significantly fortified now. Hamura Minakato conceded, his tone reflecting a hint of concern. We cannot overlook the persistent threat posed by those cunning reporters from the Shinobi Times. Koharu Uchiha nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring the sentiment. After all, their ability to infiltrate our village undetected remains a baffling mystery. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze hardened with determination. Regardless, we must remain vigilant and prepare for any eventuality. We cannot afford to underestimate our adversaries, whether they be foreign ninjas or nosy reporters. On the other hand, a curious voice interrupted the conversation between Akihiko and Obito. Leader Akihiko, Lord Obito, you're both here? You're the undercover journalist within the Uchiha clan, correct? Akihiko regarded the white-clad journalist, White Zetsu, with intrigue. You're still alive? We believed you had sacrificed yourself. Thank you for your concern, Leader Akihiko and Lord Obito. White Zetsu responded earnestly, adjusting his wooden glasses. But as a top-tier journalist, I'm drawn to major events. Wherever there's significant news, you'll find me. Akihiko was momentarily speechless, observing White Zetsu's professional demeanor. If he didn't know their true identities, he might have mistaken them for seasoned reporters. The dedication of such journalists explained the rapid growth of the Shinobi Times. With a determined tone, White Zetsu continued, I won't detain you any longer, Leader Akihiko. This is prime time for breaking news, and I must cover it all. Tomorrow's headline is already decided, shocking news. Hidden Leaf Village's interest in ancient clan's heritage, Uchiha clan leader demonstrates love and duty, moral dilemma or human complexity? Very impressive. Akihiko nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the journalist's adeptness with captivating headlines. With that, he gestured for White Zetsu to depart, allowing him to pursue his journalistic endeavors. Beside him, Obito observed the clash between the colossal energy beings, his mind lost in contemplation. He never anticipated that, besides himself, there were others within the clan capable of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Though, it was regrettable. After all, witnessing this spectacle, Hidden Leaf Village's suspicions toward the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly deepen. Obito chuckled wryly, shaking his head before turning to Akihiko. Shouldn't we leave? Not just yet. Akihiko's response came with a dismissive wave of his hand. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the barrier before them, his eyes narrowing in concentration. I wonder how the third Hokage would handle this. Obito's eyes widened in anticipation at Akihiko's words. What do you have in mind? A mischievous smile played on Akihiko's lips as he replied, well, since we're already here. Chapter 241, Attack began. The Uchiha clan's rebellion presented a formidable challenge for Hidden Leaf Village. After all, despite their disadvantageous position, they possessed considerable strength, unhampered by Itachi's absence and Obito's hidden agenda like the original. Therefore, Hidden Leaf Village had to swiftly quell the uprising to maintain peace, considering the Uchiha's capabilities. Yet, despite their resilience, the Uchiha found themselves outnumbered against the combined might of Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu and Root forces. With Shishui's defection and the clan leader's efforts to contain him, the Uchiha ninjas faced dire circumstances. The barrier further complicated their predicament, effectively trapping them within their own territory. If the situation persisted, the Uchiha clan would inevitably meet its demise. From the outset, the Uchiha's rebellion was destined to fail. Kakashi, assuming temporary leadership, surveyed the struggling Uchiha clan and the intense battle of giants unfolding above. He couldn't help but sigh at them, such terrifying power. However, as his eyes returned to the Uchiha clan's devastated territory, a pang of pity welled within him. After all, the Uchiha clan was Obito's family. If Obito were to discover the Uchiha clan's annihilation, it would undoubtedly weigh heavily on him. Unfortunately, the die had been cast from the moment the Uchiha clan rose in rebellion. This time, even the ordinary clan members would bear the brunt of the consequences. "Captain, we haven't found any hidden Uchiha clan members or Lord Denzo, but..." A nearby subordinate's voice interrupted the moment. "We've found Itachi Uchiha." Kakashi snapped back to attention at the news, slightly taken aback. He turned to observe Itachi, who had been brought in by the Anbu, his countenance betraying a sense of solitude and weariness. This junior was no stranger to Kakashi. A prodigy of the Uchiha clan, Itachi had spent time in Anbu after graduating from the academy, earning accolades from the Hokage himself. Pausing briefly, Kakashi addressed Itachi, his tone laden with regret. "I'm sorry, Itachi." "The Uchiha." But before he could finish, Itachi interjected. "It's not Hidden Leaf Village's concern." Itachi's calm voice cut through the air as he shook his head, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. He closed his eyes briefly, his words laden with resignation. "This is the Uchiha clan's choice. They have tarnished our clan's honor." Itachi never anticipated that his father would opt for rebellion. Did he not comprehend the repercussions this decision would have on both Hidden Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan? With a complex expression, Itachi glanced upwards at the two colossal energy beings, murmuring softly, "Mangekyo." Had his father also awakened those eyes? Beside him, Kakashi lapsed into silence, observing Itachi's conflicted demeanor. Yet, time pressed on, and the urgency of quelling the rebellion loomed large. If this news spread to other ninja villages, Hidden Leaf Village would face dire consequences. Thus, not long after, Kakashi broached the topic directly, his tone grave. "Itachi, are you aware of any secret passages or hidden chambers within the Uchiha clan's compound? Lord Denzo is in their custody, along with other concealed clan members. This poses a grave threat to the village's safety. Your assistance is imperative in resolving this crisis." Itachi faltered momentarily at Kakashi's request, his eyes closing once more as he wrestled with conflicting emotions. Observing Itachi's demeanor, Kakashi sensed the weight of his internal struggle. After a brief pause, he offered a conciliatory gesture. "I understand, Itachi. You should rest for now. With your cooperation and Shishui's, I believe the third Hokage will consider granting the Uchiha clan another opportunity." However, before Kakashi could finish his reassurance, Itachi's demeanor shifted abruptly. His gaze turned steely as he demanded, "Where is Sasuke?" Taken aback, Kakashi responded, "Sasuke? I'm sorry, but we haven't located him yet." Without hesitation, Itachi pressed on, his tone firm. "I wish to negotiate with the village." "Negotiate?" Kakashi echoed, perplexed by Itachi's sudden change in demeanor. "Yes," Itachi affirmed, his gaze lingering on the fallen Uchiha clan members with chilling resolve. "I will guide you to the Uchiha clan's hidden chambers and even assist the village in taking over the Uchiha clan's assets after all of this is over. However, in return, the village must agree to a single condition." Before Kakashi could inquire about the condition, Setsu Uchiha, who had temporarily assumed command and was still engaged in fierce combat, seemed to have heard enough. He fixed Itachi Uchiha with an angry glare and rebuked, "Itachi Uchiha! How dare you? Do not forget, you are also an Uchiha." Setsu had already anticipated the clan leader's plan to conceal ordinary clan members and numerous ninjas. Initially, he harbored some resentment, firmly believing in the success of their rebellion. How could the Uchiha clan, as descendants of the legendary Uchiha, falter? However, witnessing Hidden Leaf Village's swift response and the immediate activation of the barrier even before their rebellion even began, coupled with the betrayal of Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha, The truth dawned upon them. Hidden Leaf Village had never placed trust in the Uchiha clan, they had been under surveillance all along. This realization shattered their confidence. At this moment, they understood that the Uchiha clan had lost. As an elder of the Uchiha clan, Setsu's initial resentment towards those who had concealed themselves dissipated. Now, his only hope was that Fugaku would hide them more discreetly, even if it meant leaving Hidden Leaf Village, as long as the Uchiha clan could survive. It's precisely because I am an Uchiha that I'm taking this stand. Itachi asserted coldly, meeting their furious gazes with steely resolve. I aim to avert this tragedy. You've besmirched the Uchiha clan's honor. Our downfall was inevitable from the outset. Itachi Uchiha. His ruthless words provoked a chorus of anger from the Uchiha clan members, their eyes flashing with fury. Yet, Itachi paid no heed to their outraged cries, shifting his attention to Kakashi. There are only a few hidden chambers and underground passages belonging to the Uchiha clan. I believe that the Anbu's investigation will uncover them shortly. However, if the search takes too long, Denzome, I will convey your request to the Hokage. I believe that with your cooperation, along with Shizui's, the Hokage may reconsider the Uchiha clan's fate. Kakashi assured Itachi, understanding the gravity of the situation. After all, he, himself couldn't bear to witness all of Obito's family meet such a dire end. However, as he glanced at the colossal energy beings, doubt clouded his mind. What about the hidden Uchiha ninja? They are few in number, and their prowess pales in comparison to these combatants. Itachi stated coldly, unmoved by the hostile glares from his clan members. Some Uchiha clan members even made aggressive moves towards Itachi, seeking to silence him and protect their secrets, but they were swiftly restrained by the Anbu. Undeterred, Itachi pressed on, regarding the Mangekyo. It's already a feat to awaken 3 pairs. Rest assured, I am well acquainted with every Uchiha ninja. Don't worry, the remaining ninjas beside the ordinary clan members in hiding cannot exceed 20, and none possess the strength of Shizui or my father. Itachi. You traitor. His words reignited the fury of the Uchiha clan members, who branded him a traitor once more. Is that so? Kakashi let out a breath of relief at Itachi's reassurance, paying little mind to the angry Uchiha ninja surrounding them. After a brief pause, he began, there are no more strong. However, before Kakashi could finish his sentence, a sudden eruption shattered the tense atmosphere. Boom. 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 A colossal fire dragon materialized, its ferocity shocking everyone present. All eyes turned towards the towering figure of the blazing dragon, their disbelief evident as they beheld the unexpected phenomenon. How long has it been? Where is Madara? Where is Hashirama? How long have I been slumbering? A deep, aged voice resonated through the air, punctuated by fits of coughing. Huh? I never imagined. Witnessing the awakening of the Mangekyo by the younger generation. Truly, a boon for the Uchiha clan. Amidst the chaos and bewilderment, hearty laughter echoed, further confounding the assembled crowd. An elderly Uchiha ninja. And those names? Madara? Hashirama? These names evoked a sense of deep familiarity among those present. As the aged voice reverberated through the air, an involuntary gasp escaped the lips of everyone within earshot. Who could this mysterious figure be? Kakashi, his expression twisted with anguish, exchanged a glance with Itachi, who mirrored his bewilderment. Inwardly, Kakashi wrestled with whether to voice his thoughts. Didn't you just claim that the Uchiha couldn't possibly harbor such formidable individuals anymore? Meanwhile, Itachi found himself equally bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Don't stare at me like that. I'm just as clueless. Who on earth is this person? Chapter 242, Hidden Ancestor. A figure materialized before them, stooped with age, his face etched with deep wrinkles, his snow-white hair a testament to his advanced years. Clad in traditional Uchiha attire, this individual appeared to surpass even the eldest members of the clan in age. Yet, no one dared underestimate him. His demeanor, coupled with his mastery of fire style seen by his jutsu, hinted at a formidable prowess. Whispers spread among the assembled, speculating on his origins and his potential connection to legends like Madara Uchiha and Senju Hashirama. Such a revelation left everyone breathless. Never had they fathomed that the Uchiha clan still harbored such formidable prowess, a shinobi from the Warring States period. The atmosphere crackled with tension as Hidden Leaf Village shinobi stood in solemn reverence, recognizing the gravity of the moment, while excitement rippled through the ranks of the Uchiha clan members. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, both factions paused in anticipation. Even the astute reporter lurking in the shadows, White Zetsu, blinked in astonishment. Had the Uchiha clan kept such powerful figures hidden from the world? Why had this information never surfaced before? Why did Madara never mention this? Yet, amidst the astonishment, A spark of excitement ignited within him. This is huge news. A scoop of a lifetime. As he contemplated the revisions needed for his draft, it was clear that the original story would require significant reworking. As the elderly Uchiha made his appearance, the clash between Shizue Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha came to an abrupt halt. Both wore expressions of perplexity as they gazed at their unexpected visitor. Fugaku Uchiha, in particular, bore a look of utter bewilderment. Who was this enigmatic figure? Yet, a flicker of realization passed over his features, followed by a subtle twitch of his lips. What game was the grass village leader playing? Observing Fugaku's reaction, Shizue discerned a deeper meaning. It seems, the clan leader evidently knew of this mysterious ancestor, prompting Shizue to inwardly lament the depths of the clan's secrets. To think that such a formidable figure from the Warring States period was concealed within our territory. He mused bitterly. Fugaku, catching Shizue's misunderstanding, could only respond with a silent, bewildered expression. It seemed to say, "Don't ask me, I'm as clueless as you are." However, observing Fugaku's reaction, Shizue couldn't help but misinterpret his thoughts, assuming a hidden familiarity between the clan leader and this mysterious ancestor. It appears the clan leader has chosen silence. Shizue mused, a glint of determination flashing in his Mengekyo-imbued eyes. The Uchiha clan's rebellion is futile. I will explain everything to the Hokage. If we offer a sincere apology, forgiveness may yet be within reach. Foolish. Fugaku retorted with indifference, locking eyes with Shizue. The die was cast the moment you revealed your abilities to the third Hokage. Shizue was stunned. How had the clan leader uncovered his actions? Before he could question further, Fugaku launched into another assault, their clash resuming amidst the chaos. At that moment, Fugaku cared little for the chaos surrounding them. Spectating the renewed clash between Fugaku Uchiha and Shizue Uchiha, others were jolted back to awareness. Elder Setsu, could this be the legendary figure concealed by the Uchiha clan? A young Uchiha ninja, sensing a shift in the tide, exclaimed with excitement. He must possess incredible strength. No wonder the clan leader dared to rebel. With his aid, our success is assured. Setsu Uchiha could only respond with a bewildered silence to the praise. He shared in the confusion. Moreover, despite his status as an elder, he had never heard of a figure from the Warring States period capable of rivaling Madara and the first Hokage. Yet, the figure seems to don the traditional attire of the Uchiha clan and emerged from their inner section of the clan's territory. Could it be that the clan harbored secrets known only to its leaders across generations? Before anyone could inquire further, the elderly man standing before them, seemingly from the era of the Warring States period, gazed ahead and let out a deep sigh. I am Tatsuno Uchiha. Once, I clashed with Madara Uchiha and Senju Hashirama. Despite wielding only fire style, we were evenly matched. In the shinobi world, I was known as the Master of Flames. His eyes took on a distant look as he folded his hands behind his back as if lost in memories. During those days, as I witnessed the Uchiha and Senju clans unite to establish Hidden Leaf Village, I foresaw the inevitable downfall of the Uchiha at the hands of the village. Yet, I was powerless to prevent it alone. Realizing my futility of awakening the Mengekyo, I chose to fade into obscurity, secretly employing a jutsu to enter a deep slumber. I became the silent guardian of the Uchiha, awaiting the day when they would face calamity and I could intervene. With a regretful shake of his head, he continued, never did I imagine awakening today amidst such turmoil, only to find my predictions come true. What a lamentable turn of events. Upon learning that he was indeed an Uchiha who had willingly sacrificed himself to safeguard the clan, tears welled up in the eyes of all Uchiha clan members. Ancestor! They cried, deeply moved by his selflessness. Meanwhile, among the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, a sense of awe and respect stirred within them. After all, despite lacking the Mengekyo, he had fought on par with Madara Uchiha and the first Hokage. And to discover that, aside from Madara, the Uchiha clan still harbored such a formidable figure left them speechless. Yet, the name Uchiha Tatsuno remained unfamiliar. Had he purposely erased his own legacy, ensuring no record of him existed in Hidden Leaf Village? Urgently, they decided to inform the Hokage of this remarkable revelation. At this juncture, Uchiha Tatsuno's demeanor took on a tinge of sadness as he spoke once more. It appears that Madara has passed, and even Hashirama is no more. Allow me to explain. Setsu Uchiha, as an elder of the Uchiha clan, snapped back to the urgency of the situation, realizing that the Leaf Shinobi must have informed the Hokage by now. With time being of the essence, he stepped forward swiftly. Over 50 years have passed since the founding of Hidden Leaf Village. Throughout this time, Hidden Leaf Village has harbored suspicions and fears regarding the capabilities of our Uchiha clan, subjecting us to continuous oppression. Faced with such circumstances, Our Uchiha clan felt compelled to launch this rebellion. A bitter expression clouded his features as he continued, "Yet, the tide has turned against us, we find ourselves at a disadvantage now. The barrier constrains our movements, and the threat of annihilation looms over us. As descendants, we have failed in our duty. For this, we offer our sincerest apologies. However, we beseech your aid, ancestor." Moved by his words, the Uchiha clan ninjas standing behind him rose to their feet, their faces etched with shame as they echoed his plea, "Please, help us." The resounding shouts of the Uchiha clan ninjas filled the entire battlefield, their voices unified in purpose. Observing this scene, Kakashi's expression shifted once more, fraught with concern over the potential for further turmoil. With Hidden Leaf Village already teetering on the brink of instability, Hidden Leaf Village couldn't afford any more chaos, thus, it was imperative to quash the rebellion swiftly. Moreover, as Kakashi regarded Uchiha Tatsuno before him, a thought crossed his mind: perhaps this elder, who had not unlocked the Mangekyo, was not as formidable as presumed. Given his advanced age, it was plausible that his strength had waned over time. With urgency, Kakashi commanded, "Attack!" Instantly, countless Anbu ninjas sprang into action, exchanging knowing glances before launching into a coordinated assault without hesitation. Yet, Uchiha Tatsuno, confronted by the onslaught of attackers, remained unperturbed, maintaining his stance with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of seasoned expertise. Just as the ninjas closed in on him, he suddenly clapped his hands together, unleashing his jutsu, fire style, Great Fire Destruction. Kakashi's instincts kicked in at the command, prompting a swift realization. "Fall back," he ordered, recognizing the imminent danger posed by the Uchiha clan's formidable fire style. "Everyone, take a defensive stance." Before they could react, a colossal wave of flames, akin to the sea itself, surged forth from Uchiha Tatsuno's mouth, engulfing the entire vicinity and setting off explosive eruptions. Gasps echoed through the area as everyone beheld the sea of fire unfolding before them. It was no wonder that he could contend with Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha with merely his mastery of fire style. Truly, it was terrifying. Beside him, the Uchiha shinobi erupted with excitement at the display of power. This was their moment. Guided by their clan leader and ancestor, the Uchiha clan was infused with newfound hope. Yet, their jubilation was short-lived. Cough cough amidst the chaos, violent coughs erupted from Uchiha Tatsuno. The Uchiha shinobi tensed, concern etched on their faces. "Ancestor. Who would have thought that even in my slumber, the ravages of time would catch up with me? A simple ninjutsu has drained my energy." Uchiha Tatsuno addressed the worried Uchiha shinobi, waving off their concerns. "There's no need to fret, I'm not departing this world just yet." With a composed gaze, he lifted his head to survey the barrier before him. "So, this is what obstructs the Uchiha clan's path? Entrapping us?" He stood tall, his resolve unwavering. "Allow me, the Master of Flames, to shatter it. No force can impede the Uchiha clan's progress." With those words, before anyone could react, Uchiha Tatsuno emanated an overwhelming aura. All present seemed to anticipate what would unfold next. Kakashi, on the other hand, also swiftly reacted. "Stop him. The barrier must remain intact." The Uchiha clan, too, comprehended the gravity of the situation, voicing their sorrow and fury. "Ancestor. Fret not, my descendants." Uchiha Tatsuno's voice resonated once more, "Allow me to expend all my might in breaking this barrier." With a resounding clap, he bellowed even louder than before, "Fire style, majestic flame annihilation jutsu." As shock rippled through everyone, a vast sea of flames erupted from Uchiha Tatsuno's mouth, resembling hellfire as it engulfed the entire area. Despite their efforts to defend themselves with ninjutsu, the sheer force of the flames razed nearby buildings in an instant. In disbelief, they beheld the inferno, murmuring once more, "Truly befitting of Uchiha Tatsuno, who once clashed with the first Hokage." The relentless onslaught of heat and explosions persisted, wreaking havoc around them. After an indeterminate period, when the dust settled, all eyes turned forward. Yet, the figure of Uchiha Tatsuno was nowhere to be found. Tears welled in the eyes of the Uchiha shinobi, their voices hoarse with grief as they cried out for their ancestor. "I am but a relic of a bygone era, with no place in the new shinobi world." A serene voice echoed softly, "Do not look back. Forge ahead and honor the Uchiha legacy." Before anyone could react, the barrier fractured with a resounding crack. "Ancestor." The furious shouts of the Uchiha shinobi reverberated throughout the space. Meanwhile, only two individuals gazed upon the ruins with a pang of regret. What an utterly reckless goddamn ancestor. Chapter 243, Another One? Obito withdrew his hand, observing the subdued ceiling ninja before him in silence. The sound of the barrier shattering behind him caused a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this guy trying to exploit the situation? What exactly was his game plan? Nevertheless, Obito found himself dumbfounded by Akihiko's audacity in impersonating the Uchiha ancestor and directly intervening in the rebellion. Though Obito harbored a myriad of thoughts, he opted for silence, merely sighing and shaking his head. In fact, it was Obito who used his Kamui ability to infiltrate and acquire the passphrase for the barrier. He easily subdued the ceiling ninjas maintaining it, creating the illusion that it was Akihiko's jutsu that broke the barrier. Moreover, given the chaos in the village, they probably hadn't sensed his presence until now. Sensing someone approaching, Obito turned to face them. "Are you finished?" Akihiko responded with a hopeless tone. "Well, the third Hokage is on his way." "Then are we ready to depart?" Obito inquired. Akihiko raised an eyebrow. "Leave? And miss this opportunity? Can a grass ninja come to the village and leave empty-handed?" With a shake of his head, he regarded Obito. "Clearly, you haven't been paying attention at the academy. Let's make our way to the Hokage Tower." "Who learns such deceitful tactics at the academy?" Obito rolled his eyes, incredulous at Akihiko's ethics. Understanding his companion's intentions, he sighed. "With you as an ally, Hidden Leaf Village truly has the worst luck." "Broken. It's broken." Simultaneously, a chorus of shock echoed among the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi as they witnessed the shattered barrier. To witness the destruction of such a large-scale barrier, encompassing the entire Uchiha territory, left them awestruck. "Wow!" murmured one observer, acknowledging the formidable power of the elderly man who hailed from the same era as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. His sheer strength was daunting, leaving one to ponder what he could have accomplished in his prime. Yet, the most unsettling aspect was yet to come. Quickly regaining his composure, Kakashi focused on the remaining Uchiha shinobi before him. Following Uchiha Tatsuno's self-sacrifice to shatter the barrier, the eyes of these Uchiha shinobi began to whirl with ominous chakra fluctuations. Guided by their ancestors' sacrifice, they seemed imbued with renewed determination. Under the influence of this intense energy, many Uchiha shinobi's Sharingan underwent a transformation, progressing from 1 tomoe to 2. Some even achieved the coveted 3 tomoe, while others with 2 immediately ascended to the 3 tomoe level. However, for those already possessing the 3 tomoe, this surge of power fell short of awakening their Mangekyo Sharingan. Akihiko couldn't sigh in disappointment that his sacrifice hadn't triggered the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Truly a group of indifferent descendants. He muttered under his breath. However, amidst the tumultuous emotions, their surge in chakra levels was unmistakable. With the barrier shattered, the Uchiha shinobi rallied with a unified cry, "For the glory of the Uchiha! For our ancestors!" They surged forward, launching a fierce assault on the Hidden Leaf Village shinobi. Observing the sudden increase in the number of 3 tomoe Sharingan users among the Uchiha, Kakashi's expression darkened once more. "Attack! We must not let them escape," he commanded urgently. The prospect of their escape would be dire. Responding swiftly, the Anbu ninjas rallied to intercept the frenzied Uchiha shinobi. However, with the influx of 3 tomoe Sharingan users, the Anbu found themselves at a disadvantage against their determined adversaries. Even Shizue Uchiha, locked in combat with Fugaku, couldn't help but be troubled by the unfolding chaos. His initial goal had been to quell the Uchiha rebellion and reintegrate them into Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, his efforts seemed in vain as he pondered why the clan leader persisted despite the inevitable outcome. Despite his attempts to intervene, he was thwarted by the clan leader's resolve. It was evident to all present that the Uchiha's intentions were laid bare. Faced with the might of Hidden Leaf Village, their defeat seemed inevitable. Yet, amidst the chaos, unforeseen consequences loomed, spelling potential heavy losses for Hidden Leaf Village in the wake of this Uchiha rebellion. However, just as the Anbu ninjas found themselves in a precarious situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, adorned in his Hokage cloak, swiftly led ninjas from various clans to the scene. The moment the barrier shattered, every ninja in Hidden Leaf Village sensed the disturbance and promptly followed the Hokage without hesitation, anticipating the unfolding situation. Upon witnessing the ruins before them, even Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback, almost dropping his pipe from his hand. What has happened here? Where is the Uchiha clan's territory? Gone was the once majestic, bustling domain of the Uchiha clan. Hokage-sama. Kakashi stepped forward quickly, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen with a wry smile. "This is what remains of the Uchiha clan's territory." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Didn't I instruct you to resolve this situation with minimal casualties?" Kakashi offered a rueful smile as he explained, "There was an unforeseen development. The ancestor of the Uchiha clan unexpectedly appeared out in nowhere." "What's happening?" The Uchiha clan still has an ancestor? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi with a furrowed brow, his confusion evident. However, as Kakashi elucidated the situation, comprehension dawned on the Hokage. I didn't anticipate the presence of such a formidable user of fire style, Uchiha. Datsuno? Sarutobi muttered, his expression solemn. Yet, why had he never heard of this figure before? As a disciple of Hashirama and Tobirama, he had lived through that era, albeit in his youth. However, dwelling on this question was a luxury they couldn't afford amidst the chaos. Their immediate priority was quelling the Uchiha rebellion. Drawing deeply from his pipe and casting a complex glance at the colossal energy beings above, he murmured to himself, this charade must come to an end. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, attack. We must contain the situation within this area. We cannot allow it to escalate any further. Without hesitation, the assembled ninjas affirmed in unison, yes. They comprehended the urgency of the situation and swiftly engaged in battle. With their concerted efforts, the tumultuous situation was gradually brought under control, averting further catastrophe for Hidden Leaf Village. At that moment, within the confines of the Hokage Tower, a sudden pause gripped the room. Obito cast a puzzled glance at Akihiko. What's the matter now? Akihiko let out a weary sigh before murmuring, it seems the end is near. Indeed. The third Hokage's prowess is not to be underestimated. Is it truly coming to an end? Obito's countenance stiffened at Akihiko's somber tone. Then, he tightened his lips, his expression devoid of emotion. They are all blinded fools. He had long discerned Fugaku's underlying motives for inciting rebellion alongside the militant faction. Obito shook his head dismissively, his voice tinged with resignation. Forget it. Why am I bothering? Since it's nearly over, let's make haste and depart. And just so you know, if we run into trouble, I won't hesitate to flee first. This fellow had truly honed his skills as a ninja from the grass village. Akihiko nodded approvingly, a faint smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, I always have a backup plan up my sleeve. But Obito's reaction to the prospect of another scheme wasn't one of enthusiasm. Instead, his lips twitched as he regarded Akihiko, tentatively questioning, and what exactly do you intend to do now? Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous boom reverberated through the air, causing Obito to instinctively turn his gaze toward the source of the disturbance nearby. What greeted his gaze was a sight both familiar and yet subtly altered, a water dragon, unmistakably reminiscent of past encounters, but now emerging from beneath the Uchiha clan's territory. Obito blinked, a sudden realization dawning on him, and he couldn't help but become speechless. Is this your backup plan? Meanwhile, in the midst of the Uchiha clan's territory, a hush fell over the crowd as they witnessed the water dragon soaring into the sky. Kakashi's expression shifted once more, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Not again. And indeed, in an instant, a deep, elderly voice cut through the silence, accompanied by coughing fits. How long has it been? Where is Madara? Hashirama? What chaos has befallen us? Unexpectedly, amidst the tumult, hearty laughter erupted, resonating through the air. Who would have thought I'd witnessed the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan in my descendants? Fortune truly smiles upon the Uchiha clan. Yet, an eerie sense of déjà vu swept through the crowd. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Itachi, both equally perplexed. How many ancestors does the Uchiha clan have hidden away? But even Itachi was at a loss. Where does this ancestor keep emerging from? Even Fugaku, locked in combat with Shisui, was momentarily taken aback. A wry smile tugged at his lips as he contemplated the unexpected antics of the grass leader. He had heard rumors of the grass ninjas' lack of morals and ethics, but he never imagined their leader would be like this too. If this continued, the venerable reputation of the Uchiha would surely be tarnished. Observing the scene unfold, even the usually verbose journalist, White Zetsu, fell silent, scrutinizing the scene before him. There was a faint familiarity lingering in the air, prompting him to mumble, "There's a scent of familiarity here." Yet another revision to his notes seemed imminent. At that moment, Hiruzen's gaze sharpened as he observed the elderly figure stepping forward, hands clasped behind his back. The Uchiha clan still harbored ancestors. With a subtle nod to the heavily armed Mikado, both men advanced in unison. Hiruzen's voice resonated with authority as he inquired, "Identify yourself, sir." "I am Shirogane Uchiha," came the firm declaration from the aged Uchiha. However, Hiruzen fell silent, for some reason a peculiar sensation stirring within him at the mention of the Uchiha elder's name. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to speak without hesitation, "Grass ninja." "Grass what? What nonsense are you spouting?" Shirogane Uchiha's dignified demeanor faltered momentarily, his confusion palpable as he regarded the third Hokage before him. Hiruzen was left speechless at the Uchiha's response, his bewilderment evident in his gaze. It was as he suspected. That moment, a single expletive echoed in his mind: damn grass. Chapter 244, Last Struggle. Hiruzen regarded Uchiha Shirogane with a perplexed expression. Tetsun Uchiha Shirogane. Though he couldn't be certain if it was the handiwork of the grass village, he had never heard of any Uchiha bearing such names in his discussions with the first Hokage or his esteemed sensei. Moreover, their absence from historical accounts of the Uchiha clan's lineage only added to the mystery. The scene unfolding before him felt utterly surreal. The absurdity of the situation left a distinct odor in the air, a scent reminiscent of grass scheme. As the third Hokage's words resonated, a collective confusion washed over those present. Even the fervent chants of the Uchiha ninjas, praising their ancestors and clan's glory, dwindled into silence. A myriad of thoughts churned within them, but they remained trapped in their throats, condensed into a single, incredulous word: grass? Was it possible that Tetsuna and Shirogane were not truly the esteemed ancestors of the Uchiha clan? What grass are you talking about? I don't know anything. Uchiha Shirogane's eyelid twitched in response to the swift suspicion cast upon him. Indeed, his choice of words had unwittingly fueled the skepticism surrounding him. Had he been more mindful, he would have chosen his words more carefully. However, time was of the essence, leaving little room for contemplation. Besides, suspicion was to be expected in such circumstances. Nevertheless, Shirogane swiftly regained his composure, standing tall with hands clasped behind his back. His demeanor exuded dignity, and he held his head high, allowing his grey locks to flutter in the breeze. I am the renowned Uchiha Shirogane. What need have I for another's name? A flicker of disappointment flashed in his eyes. I must admit, seeing doubt cloud your judgment disappoints me greatly. In the tumultuous era of the warring states, Uchiha of old faced far greater crises than what you are facing now. Yet, they stood resolute, unwavering in their convictions. And now, you. His gaze sharpened, piercing through the lingering doubt. Do you trust the words of strangers over those of your own ancestors? It's no wonder Fugaku mentioned that the current Uchiha generation pales in comparison to its predecessors. Fugaku Uchiha's mouth also couldn't help but twitch at his words. Why am I being dragged into this? At that moment, a hush fell over the Uchiha clan members as they absorbed Uchiha Shirogane's impassioned words. Indeed, why should they place their trust in the third Hokage's assertions when they had an ancestor who emerged from the depths to fight for their cause? Hadn't Tetsuna just sacrificed himself to shatter the barrier that bound them? Now, faced with this dilemma, who else could they turn to but their benevolent ancestor? With renewed conviction, the Uchiha ninjas rallied behind their forebearer, their voices echoing with determination: ancestor. Observing the Uchiha clan's steadfast resolve, Hiruzen's expression shifted once more. Rising to his feet, he intended to counter their fervor with words of reason. However, before he could intervene, Uchiha Shirogane raised his fist once more, rallying his kin with a resounding cry, for the glory of the Uchiha. In response, a chorus of voices erupted, echoing throughout the territory, for the glory of the Uchiha. Yes, regardless of the obstacles they faced, their ultimate goal remained unchanged: to uphold the honor and prestige of the Uchiha clan. With their unified roar reverberating through the air, they stood ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Akihiko's nod of approval was accompanied by trembling arms as he bellowed, whoever claimed that one generation is inferior to the last clearly knows nothing. I see wave upon wave of strength rising from your ranks. You honor the Uchiha name. Gazing upon the Uchiha members with pride, he urged them onward. Maintain this fervor, my fellow Uchiha. We may face our demise today, but we shall not be remembered as traitors. No, we shall fight to the very end for our honor. Forward. Let the Uchiha clan's banner fly high and free. With a rallying cry, Uchiha Shirogane surged forward again, his comrades following suit with faces ablaze with determination. The tide of battle shifted once again, a relentless force sweeping forth. Even the ninjas from other clans, who had joined the fray in solidarity, watched in awe at the Uchiha's unwavering resolve. Truly, the Uchiha clan, once equal in stature to the mighty Senju clan, proved themselves worthy of their reputation. However, at that critical moment, the third Hokage took a deep breath, disregarding any suspicions regarding the grass ninja's involvement. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Quash the rebellion swiftly. Ensure not a single Uchiha escapes this place." "Yes, sir." Responding to the third Hokage's order, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas mobilized without hesitation. Both factions clashed once more, each side fiercely battling for supremacy. Just as Akihiko pondered his next move, contemplating whether to incite further fervor among the Uchiha ranks, have all the other Uchiha clan members evacuated? The resonant voice, aged and authoritative, caught Uchiha Shirogane off guard. Turning to see Uchiha Setsu's approach, he was struck by astonishment. Before Shirogane could utter a word, Uchiha Setsu's expression softened, revealing a hint of relief beneath the weathered facade. "Ah, I understand now. So that's what Fugaku meant," he murmured, casting a faint smile toward Shirogane. "I entrust our future to you, our esteemed ancestor." With a solemn nod, Setsu's demeanor shifted, his gaze steeling with resolve. "However, it's time for you to depart as well. The impending conflict belongs to the Uchiha clan and Hidden Leaf Village alone." With that declaration, Setsu surged forward, ready to face his last battle. Upon hearing this, Akihiko was momentarily struck by the wisdom and resolve of the Uchiha elder. It became evident that many within the clan had begun to recognize the futility of their rebellion. After all, even if they were to emerge victorious, it would come at the cost of alienating themselves further from other ninja clans. Watching the escalating conflict with a heavy heart, Akihiko sighed deeply, choosing to remain silent, his thoughts lingering in the turmoil of the moment. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Fugaku Uchiha, visibly moved by the unity of his clan, allowed a rare smile to grace his features. These were his own kin, fighting for what they believed in. "Cease all actions, Fugaku-sama," urged Shizue Uchiha, his gaze unwavering as he addressed their leader. "Continuing down this path will only lead to the demise of the Uchiha clan, with everyone paying the ultimate price. Is this the legacy you wish to leave behind?" With calm determination, Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement. "The Uchiha clan will survive," he affirmed. "One day, a leader will rise to restore our honor and glory. However," his voice trailed off briefly, "you may not live to witness that day." Upon hearing this, Shizue was momentarily taken aback. "Fugaku-sama?" he inquired, his tone tinged with determination. "Are you implying that you would eliminate me? However, I must caution you not to underestimate my resolve." "No, Shizue. In this conflict, it is I who will meet my end," Fugaku clarified, his gaze steady as he met Shizue's eyes. "These eyes are a heavy burden, even for our esteemed clan. Prolonged use will lead to blindness. I am nearing my limit." "Fugaku-sama." Shizue's surprise was evident as he understood what Fugaku meant. However, his tone turned serious once again as he voiced his disagreement. "I can't agree with you." With resolve, Shizue charged forward once more. "If you believe I won't live to witness it, then I shall prove you wrong. I will persevere and bear witness to the future." Meanwhile, Fugaku fell into a contemplative silence as he observed Shizue's unwavering determination. Despite Shizue's undeniable talent, it saddened Fugaku to acknowledge that the brightest stars of their clan often failed to trust in their own kin. They remained oblivious to the clan's struggles, the discrimination they faced, and the collective pain endured by their brethren. To them, the clan seemed ungrateful to the village. However, such thoughts were fleeting. Fugaku remained confident that the Uchiha clan would thrive in the grass village, surpassing their previous achievements. He envisioned a future where the world would once again recognize the glory of the Uchiha clan. Summoning his Susanoo, Fugaku charged forward, acknowledging that he was nearing his limit. As he faced his ultimate battle, he glanced at Shizue, relieved to see that Shizue had not resorted to using his Mangekyo Sharingan's Kodo Umatsukami ability against him. With a calm demeanor, Fugaku addressed his formidable opponent. "Show me what you're capable of, Shizue Uchiha. Let us engage in this final clash." After a while, Obito Uchiha's gaze shifted towards the nearby clan compound, where the remnants of his former home lay in ruins. A pang of nostalgia washed over him, briefly coloring his expression with melancholy. "It's almost over." "Indeed, it is." Standing beside him, Akihiko nodded, his own emotions stirred by the sight of the Uchiha clan's final stand. Obito remained silent, his eyes lingering on the distant battleground where his clan members fought for their last shred of honor. Emotions tugged at his heart, but he kept his thoughts to himself. Eventually, breaking the silence, he inquired, "What about Uchiha Shirogane?" Akihiko arched an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. "You can't even bring yourself to call me ancestor." "Cut it out," Obito retorted, shooting Akihiko an irritated glance. "What's our next move?" "It's high time we made our exit," Akihiko remarked, casting a glance towards the Hidden Leaf village ahead. He sighed and shook his head in disappointment, then spat disdainfully on the ground. Supposedly the first great ninja village, yet it's in such a sorry state. Obito couldn't help but roll his eyes at Akihiko's remark. "And who do you think is responsible for this mess?" Chapter 245, A Tour? After the dust settled, a solemn silence hung over the Hidden Leaf village shinobi as they surveyed the aftermath. Saratobe Hiruzen joined them, his brows furrowed as he took a contemplative drag from his pipe. The rebellion had reached its conclusion, but something nagged at him. Where was Uchiha Shirogane? Why was there no trace of him? Had he vanished, leaving no sign behind? The absence left an unsettling void within him. Hokage-sama. Shizue Uchiha approached, weariness evident in his demeanor as he knelt down. His voice carried a note of disappointment and sorrow. I take full responsibility. I failed to quell the uprising within the Uchiha clan. He hadn't anticipated the outcome, and the weight of failure pressed heavily upon him. Don't blame yourself. None of us foresaw the extent of this conflict. Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured Shizue with a shake of his head, his sigh heavy with regret. He hadn't anticipated the extent of the conflict and turmoil that unfolded either. Speaking of which, reflecting on the intensity of the battle, he marveled at Shizue's remarkable prowess. The young Uchiha had surpassed his expectations. At that moment, another thought crossed his mind, prompting him to inquire, and what of Fugaku Uchiha? Fugaku-sama. Shizue's voice remained subdued as he responded, he made the ultimate sacrifice. He chose to end his own life. I see. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, processing the news. You look weary, go and rest. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shizue nodded, weariness was evident in his movements. With a heavy sigh, he departed, leaving behind a somber atmosphere. Speaking of which, Itachi, undoubtedly, would also be deeply affected by recent events. Hiruzen. As Mikado saw Shizue leaving, his demeanor shifted to seriousness as he approached, intending to say something. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured to him to remain silent right now, his expression contemplative. After a moment, he inquired, what of Denzo? Ah, yes, Denzo. Mikado nodded, recalling an important detail, and scanned the surroundings. And what of the surviving Uchiha clan members? An Anbu ninja stepped forward to report, Hokage-sama, we've dispatched teams to locate them. With a sense of relief, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. It appeared that the rebellion had concluded, hopefully without any further surprises from Uchiha's ancestors. Though unexpected events had unfolded, casualties were minimized, and it was now time to assess the extent of the losses and injuries. Furthermore, despite the devastation wrought upon the Uchiha clan's territory, its considerable value could offset some of Hidden Leaf Village's recent losses. Following this, Hidden Leaf Village can finally initiate a period of comprehensive recuperation. Combined with the Wind Daimyo's recent commission during the Third Great Ninja War, despite the significant losses suffered by Hidden Leaf Village, I'm confident in our swift recovery. Mikado remarked, casting his gaze forward. Do other ninja villages still harbor ambitions of surpassing Hidden Leaf Village? It's preposterous. Unfortunately, this rebellion took an unforeseen turn. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. For some reason, I have a foreboding sense. Is it due to the so-called ancestor Tetsuno Uchiha and Shirogane? Mikado's brow furrowed at Hiruzen's words. It's highly probable that they were dispatched by the Grass Village, but what could be their motive for involvement? As if a revelation struck him, his gaze sharpened. The ordinary Uchiha clan members and Denzo. However, before he could conclude, Hokage-sama, all secret chambers and passages have been thoroughly searched. There's no trace of Denzo-sama or any surviving Uchiha clan members. An Anbu ninja hurried over, delivering a letter. However, we've found a letter, suspected to be from Denzo-sama. A letter? Hearing the Anbu ninja's report, Hiruzen and Mikado exchanged puzzled glances. Why would Denzo, who had been taken captive by the Uchiha clan, leave behind a letter? Accepting the letter handed over by the Anbu operative, Hiruzen's expression tightened at the sight of the envelope marked to my dear friend, Hiruzen. An eerie sense of familiarity washed over him. Without hesitation, he swiftly unsealed the letter and perused its contents. Ah, Hiruzen, I've arranged a guided tour with a group from Grass Village. Top-tier service, utmost luxury. Please rest assured, I am fine. Though, I'll be away on holiday for a few days. Although the tour package comes at a steep cost, I'm prepared to indulge. Reading the contents, both men were left speechless. A tour package, really? With this confirmation, it was now clear to Hiruzen and Mikado, Denzo had once again fallen into the clutches of Grass Village. Mikado couldn't help but notice the change in Hiruzen's demeanor and inquired, Hiruzen, is everything alright? It's nothing major, just a fleeting sense of unease. Hiruzen replied, trying to brush off the concern with a wave of his hand. I've grown accustomed to such moments. Drawing in a deep breath, he steadied himself and took another puff from his pipe. Despite a slight tremble in his hand, he continued, how many times must this happen? When Denzo returned, he resolved to admonish him sternly, stay away from Grass Village. Cursing under his breath at Grass Village's interference, Hiruzen felt a surge of frustration. If this pattern persisted, Hidden Leaf Village's recovery would be hindered indefinitely. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, he He felt a measure of calm wash over him. Witnessing Hiruzen's composure, Mikado felt a sense of relief wash over him. What about Denzo and the surviving Uchiha clan? He ventured cautiously. Based on the intelligence provided by Itachi, most of the surviving Uchiha are civilians who lack the ability to awaken the Sharingan. The number of shinobi among them is minimal and there aren't many skilled shinobi among them, so it shouldn't pose a significant problem. Hiruzen explained, his gaze drifting towards the desolate expanse of the Uchiha clan's territory. As for Denzo. Well, Denzo. He let out a heavy sigh, contemplating the situation. Thankfully, the Uchiha clan's land is expansive enough. We'll need to make arrangements swiftly. He instructed Mikado. Understood. Hamura acknowledged, a mixture of relief and admiration flickering in his gaze as he regarded Hiruzen. Hiruzen's resilience was truly remarkable. Despite the gravity of the situation, he swiftly regained his composure. It was the third such instance. If it were anyone else, they might have succumbed to frustration. It was no wonder their sensei had chosen Hiruzen as Hokage. Despite the tremble in his hands, Hiruzen exuded an air of magnanimity and broad-mindedness that was truly commendable. Don't worry, I'll handle it as soon as possible. Mikado assured, but his words were cut short by another urgent arrival. Suddenly, another Anbu ninja rushed over, breathless. Hokage-sama. The Hidden Leaf village treasury has been looted. Both Hiruzen and Mikado froze at the news, momentarily unable to react. But the Anbu's report wasn't over yet. And. The shock on Hiruzen and Mikado's faces deepened as they waited for the continuation. Before the Anbu could finish, they both broke out of their daze, their voices trembling with disbelief. There's more? Despite his hesitation, the Anbu knew he had to relay the news. The Sarutobi clan's treasury has also been stolen. Hokage-sama? Hokage-sama. What's wrong with you? Hiruzen. Stay calm. Concerned, Hamura also cried out to Hiruzen, urging him to remain calm amidst the chaos. Hiruzen struggled to compose himself, his hand trembling as he pointed in the direction of Grass Village. Grass. It dawned on him that Grass Village's true intention might have been to plunder them all along. Dateku. Akihiko instinctively rubbed his nose, accustomed to receiving scoldings, it was nothing new to him. Turning to face the silent Denzo, Akihiko spoke warmly, don't worry. We'll be heading to Grass Village soon. Everyone has missed you dearly during these months you've been away. Hanzo, in particular, was deeply saddened that he didn't get to treat you to the delicacies of the Land of Rain last time. With his mouth still obstructed, Denzo could only mutter, woo. Woo. In a hopeless attempt to reply. Akihiko instead chuckled like he was unaware of Denzo's plight. Haha, look at you, speechless with joy. However, inside, Denzo seethed with frustration. He longed to unleash a tirade of curses at Akihiko, but all he could do was roll his eyes and seethe silently. At that moment, a figure approached nearby. Disregarding Denzo, Akihiko frowned at Obito. Where have you been? Don't you realize? Time is of the essence now. Do you even have the right to say that? Obito rolled his eyes at Akihiko's admonishment and retrieved an eyeball, tossing it to Akihiko. Akihiko caught the eye but was puzzled by Obito's action. An eye? Why did he bring this? His confusion was evident. Seeing Akihiko's perplexed expression, Obito mouthed his words silently, mindful of Denzo's presence. It's Shizue's eye. Akihiko's eyes widened in shock. What the? Chapter 246, Uchiha Clan in Hidden Grass Village. Elder Yoshinori, how are you? A familiar voice interrupted Yoshinori's stroll. Turning to see who it was, Yoshinori chuckled. Ah, it's Kushina. Are you out with the kids at this hour? Haha, yes. I thought I'd take Naruto to see the academy today. Kushina's mature and charming demeanor matched her smile as she held little Karen, who was enjoying her ice cream. Gazing at Yoshinori, she added, since it won't be long before Naruto starts school, and I'll be taking up a position too. Kushina had always been optimistic, cheerful, and proactive. Despite battling a serious illness and worrying about Naruto in the past few years, now that Naruto was by her side, they both found happiness in their new life here. They had formed connections with the locals and made new friends, and Naruto had inherited his mother's optimistic outlook. Slowly but surely, smiles had returned to their faces. Moreover, life here felt more relaxed and unrestricted compared to Hidden Leaf Village. In Hidden Leaf Village, if Grandma Mito were still alive, Kushina could freely roam everywhere. But ever since becoming a Jinchuriki, she felt confined by the village's scrutiny. It was like living in an invisible cage in Hidden Leaf Village. Her only concern now was Naruto's constant inquiries about his father. After all, in Hidden Leaf Village, since Minato's sacrifice, The villagers there had begun tarnishing his Hokage legacy. And Kushina didn't want Naruto to grow up harboring resentment toward them, so she struggled with how to explain the situation to him about his father. As she watched Karen in her arms and Naruto contentedly enjoying his ice cream, a warm smile spread across her face. We had some time after dinner, so I thought we'd take a stroll. Unfortunately, Fuso is busy with cleaning, and Kana has work. Otherwise, I would have loved to go out with everyone. What good kids. Yoshinori smiled and nodded, patting Naruto and Karen's heads. Hearing them call him Grandpa Yoshinori filled him with joy. Though Naruto and Karen didn't have red hair like the Uzumaki clans, they still inherited their sturdy physique. After enduring a great calamity, the Uzumaki clan now lived in peace. As an elder of the clan, Yoshinori couldn't ask for more. Looking at Kushina's healthy complexion, Yoshinori felt relieved. It seemed she had fully recovered. With a smile, he informed, "The leader is out for a while. He mentioned possibly bringing back many people later, so let me make the arrangements." "Akihiko? Come to think of it, he's been missing since the afternoon. We couldn't locate him at dinner either." Kushina heard Yoshinori's words and nodded. "Actually, it was Karen who kept asking to see her dad. So, I decided to take her out for a walk." As she finished speaking, Yoshinori gave Kushina a strange look. However, he quickly shook his head and remarked, "Well, he's the leader after all. He must be quite busy." Despite Akihiko occasionally taking time off and even delegating his work to his secretary, he had elevated Grass Village to a level that even the 5 great shinobi nations couldn't ignore. Akihiko was undeniably an outstanding leader. Nevertheless, Yoshinori couldn't help but wonder aloud, "I wonder who the leader is bringing back this time. It's been quite some time." "Haha, that's true. Akihiko does have a tendency to bring people from outside." Kushina chuckled at Yoshinori's sarcasm, perhaps reflecting on her own and Naruto's situation. There was a hint of complexity in her eyes. Then, noticing that Karen was starting to feel a bit sleepy in her arms, she realized it was getting late. "It's getting late. I should take the kids." However, before she could finish her sentence, Yoshinori seemed to sense something. He looked up at the distorted space in front of him, let out a sigh of relief, and remarked, "Is he back?" With the help of Obito Uchiha's exclusive transport bus, the journey from Hidden Leaf Village to Grass Village was relatively short. Obito's driving skills, aided by Kami, had become increasingly stable over time. The trip was anything but dull. Denzo, their guest, described the scenery, culture, and cuisine of both Hidden Grass Village and Hidden Rain Village to the travelers. However, Denzo seemed unusually enthusiastic, his words only coming out as unintelligible, woo-woo, sounds. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Denzo had visited Hidden Grass Village twice before, so he was quite familiar with both grass and rain. As Denzo's excitement rendered his speech incomprehensible, Akihiko stepped in to reassure the nervous Uchiha clan members about their future in Grass Village. He promised them that once they arrived, better days would come. There would be no more fear, children could attend school, and life would regain its purpose. Upon hearing this, the Uchiha clan members felt a sense of relief. They began to visualize their future lives, though not without some lingering concerns. Young Sasuke, who was fully aware of the events that transpired within the Uchiha clan, maintained a cold and resentful expression throughout the journey. This greatly troubled Uchiha Mikoto. However, Akihiko offered reassurance, assuring her that the child displayed remarkable talent and, as the village leader, he would provide the necessary guidance and support. As the appointed leader of the Uchiha clan, Obito Uchiha couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility weighing heavily on his shoulders. Upon calming his thoughts, he realized that upon their return to the village, he would need to guide the Uchiha clan in settling into their new home in Grass Village. However, Grass Village presented unique challenges compared to Hidden Leaf Village. It required more than just strength, one needed a special set of skills to thrive in this environment. Nevertheless, Grass Village offered freedoms that Hidden Leaf Village did not. There were fewer restrictions, allowing individuals to pursue various endeavors. For instance, upon the arrival of the Yuki clan in Grass Village, many of its members chose not to become ninjas. Instead, they successfully established and managed a popular ice cream shop known as Snow Heaven. Similarly, members of the Chinoy clan also found diverse opportunities in Grass Village. Not all of them pursued the path of a ninja, some found employment in slaughterhouses. Their unique abilities proved invaluable, reportedly leading to a significant improvement in the hygiene standards of the slaughterhouses where they worked. With these thoughts in mind, Obito Uchiha's exclusive bus soon arrived in Grass Village, marking the beginning of a new chapter for the Uchiha clan. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our final destination. Please exit the bus calmly and in an orderly fashion. Thank you for your cooperation. Akihiko announced as the bus came to a stop. He glanced at the still apprehensive Uchiha clan members, ensuring that they maintained composure. Please gather your belongings and watch your step as you disembark. Regarding further instructions, he kept his words brief. Once they arrived in the village, other arrangements would be made to comfort and assist them by someone else. As the 10 Uchiha clan members stepped off the so-called bus, which, in reality, was just a time-space ninjutsu, they found themselves surrounded by numerous grass shinobi who had been awaiting their arrival. Although their hearts tightened at the sight, they soon realized that the grass shinobi had no hostile intentions towards them. Relief washed over the Uchiha clan members as they breathed a collective sigh. Similarly, Uchiha Mikoto, holding Sasuke close, felt a sense of relief. However, amidst the unfamiliar surroundings, she couldn't shake off a lingering nervousness. Despite Akihiko's assurances, she remained unsure if his promises would hold true. At that moment, Uzumaki Yoshinorai's voice chimed in, "Leader, everything has been arranged. Is everything set? I'm sure everyone is feeling a bit famished. Let's organize some food first, then focus on resting." Akihiko nodded, stifling a yawn. "It's getting late, and I could use some rest myself. This journey has been quite exhausting. If you have any questions, feel free to ask your esteemed leader here." He gestured towards the stunned Obito Uchiha. He is in charge of the Uchiha clan now. As he finished speaking, Obito's expression mirrored disbelief, and he blurted out, "But I have classes tomorrow." "Is that so?" "No worries." Akihiko nodded reassuringly, seemingly understanding Obito's concern. However, before Obito could exhale a sigh of relief, thinking he could take a day off tomorrow, Akihiko added, "Later, I'll arrange for someone to give you extra lessons. You won't fall behind, I promise." Obito was left speechless, inwardly wishing he could protest, "Taking a day off wouldn't make me fail." Yet, he refrained, knowing it wouldn't serve any purpose except perhaps earning him even more homework. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto, upon hearing Akihiko's intention to depart, was suddenly struck with surprise, and then a wave of nervousness washed over her. Even though they had the Uchiha clan leader, who was well acquainted with this new environment, on their side, it was still the Uchiha clan's first day in Grass Village. If the leader of Grass Village is present, it would undoubtedly ease everyone's nerves. She was about to voice her thoughts when, "Mikoto, you're here too?" A familiar voice interrupted her train of thought. Startled, Mikoto turned to see a red-haired woman with a bright smile, holding a little black-haired girl and trailed by a blonde boy. "Lady Fourth?" "Ha ha ha, just call me Kushina here," Kushina said cheerfully. "I thought Akihiko was bringing someone else this time. Didn't expect it to be you guys." Mikoto was still processing the surprise encounter. Why was Kushina holding a little girl? What was their relationship? Before she could voice her confusion, Daddy, the little black-haired girl, her eyes droopy with sleepiness, addressed the leader of Grass Village, then snuggled into Kushina, appearing ready to doze off. "Kushina mama, I'm sleepy." Confusion gripped Mikoto. What was happening here? She gazed at Kushina with wide eyes, her mind reeling with questions. "Kushina. Oh, right, I almost forgot, Karen needs to sleep," Kushina said apologetically, then eagerly pulled Mikoto. "Come on, let's go together. We'll talk later, tonight, we'll sleep together." Uchiha. Mikoto, still stunned, attempted to say something, but Kushina didn't give her a chance. "It's okay, Akihiko will take care of everything. Just relax. Let's go, it's okay if Sasuke comes too." Before Mikoto could fully process what was happening, she found herself being led away by Kushina. Hey, watching Mikoto being pulled away, Akihiko shook his head in resignation. After all, Mikoto was the former clan leader's wife. At this point, even the authority of the new clan leader, Obito, couldn't compare to hers. With her presence, everyone would remain calm. But as he observed Mikoto being taken away, he could only let out a resigned sigh, yawn once more, and turn to Yoshinori and Obito. "I'm heading back too. I'll leave them to you guys." With that, before Yoshinori could respond, he departed without giving back even a glance. Left behind were a speechless Yoshinori and Obito, who then glanced at the nervous Uchiha clan members before them and inwardly sighed. Unfortunately, Mobuki said he was busy tonight. Otherwise, with him present, the task of comforting would be much simpler. Yoshinori couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I wonder what that guy is busy with." Meanwhile, at this time, somewhere in the Grass Village. "Thank you for your hard work." The president of the Shinobi Times, Mobuki, solemnly accepted the dusty report from the award-winning journalist, White Zetsu, and smiled warmly. Future Vice President. Chapter 247, Another Explosive News. That night, the lights continued to illuminate the newspaper office. With the president's promise fresh in his mind, White Zetsu, now regarded as the future vice president, strode confidently into the office, eliciting envious glances from his colleagues. It was as if he had ascended to a higher realm, and henceforth, everyone would address him as vice president. Brimming with a sense of achievement, he felt as if he had reached the top of his career. Without delay, under President Mobuki's directives, all the journalists dived into their tasks with renewed vigor. Determined not to lag behind his peers, White Zetsu threw himself into his assignments. He knew that the coveted role of vice president was within arm's reach. Mobuki, observing the diligent efforts of his team, offered words of encouragement. "Brothers, work hard," he exclaimed, rallying their spirits. "Work is your stage of life. Your success depends on your dedication. If you don't strive today, you'll struggle to secure a future tomorrow. There are two lights that shine the brightest, the sun and the sight of hardworking individuals," he declared, his voice brimming with admiration. "You are radiating brilliance on this stage, earning my utmost respect. Tonight, you may sleep on the floor. But, tomorrow, you'll awaken as vice presidents," he proclaimed, igniting a surge of enthusiasm among the journalists. "Are you happy?" he asked, to which they responded with resounding cheers of affirmation. Happy. Fueled by their passion, the journalists were determined to work tirelessly throughout the night, driven by the shared goal of excellence. Despite their lack of necessity, they indulged in a variety of foods, savoring each bite for its taste. After their meal, a surge of newfound energy coursed through them, reigniting their dedication to their work. With refreshed spirits, they delved back into their tasks with renewed vigor and determination. Mobuki observed them with satisfaction. He made a decision on the spot. "Very good. I have submitted a request for a salary increase. Tonight, your wages will be doubled." As colleagues, he believed in treating them fairly. In line with the values of Grass Village, where love for relatives and friends was paramount, he ensured that their own people were well taken care of. "Keep up the excellent work. Keep pushing forward." Seeing everyone's attention, Mobuki addressed them with seriousness. "All right, listen up, everyone." Once he had their full attention, he continued. "Tonight's task is crucial. We have a major scoop on our hands, and it needs to be ready before dawn, ready to send out to the ninja world first thing in the morning. And..." He paused, considering the headline. "This title is too lengthy. Let's streamline it. How about Hidden Leaf Village's Dark Ambitions, the Fall of an Ancient Clan? No, still too verbose." He adjusted his approach, aiming for sensationalism. "Tragedy strikes, centuries-old clan wiped out, unveiling hidden truths. Uchiha clan leaders resolve, heroism or something else? What lies beneath the surface? The true nightmares, the untold horrors of the Uchiha clan's final hours. Echoes of the past, could Uchiha ancestors save its clan from inevitable tragedy? Dive deeper." With his guidance, the journalists absorbed the lesson eagerly, recognizing Mobuki's knack for capturing attention. It was clear they still had much to learn from their esteemed president. They couldn't help but look at him with new admiration. The next day dawned with clear skies, signaling the gradual transition into autumn. Though the temperature dropped, snow was still a ways off. In Hidden Leaf Village, the news of the Uchiha clan rebellion had been swiftly contained. Apart from circulating within the ninja community, it had little impact on the everyday lives of the villagers. However, early that morning, the entire village learned of a new development. The third Hokage had collapsed the previous night due to a heart attack brought on by the strain of the village's ongoing issues. At the moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was undergoing treatment at the Hidden Leaf Village Medical Department, and his condition is precarious. "How are things?" Hiruzen asked, his voice weak, as he looked to Koharu Utatane. "How are the other villages responding?" Koharu sighed heavily, her gaze filled with concern for her friend. "There hasn't been much reaction. Thankfully, unlike the Nine Tails incident, we were prepared this time. The village was swiftly sealed off last night, and as far as we know, the news hasn't leaked. Focus on your recovery, Hiruzen," she urged gently. "The medical ninjas have diagnosed your condition as a heart attack caused by sudden shock. It's serious. You need to take it easy. Losing some wealth is a small price compared to losing you." With a worried tone, she continued, "As long as you're alright, Hidden Leaf Village still has hope. You're the light of our village, Hiruzen, while Denzo was darkness. Now that he's gone, we can't afford to lose you. Hamura and I will handle things here. Please, prioritize your rest. I appreciate your concern." Hiruzen responded, his expression easing slightly at their comforting words. Sitting up with determination, he addressed them seriously. "I'll be fine. It was just a momentary setback." His gaze hardened as he delved into the pressing matters at hand. "What about Grass Village? And what of Denzo?" "There hasn't been any significant reaction from Grass Village," Koharu replied, her expression tinged with bitterness. "And as for Denzo? Well, we're still in the dark. But I wouldn't worry too much. Given Grass Village's stance and their repeated attempts to recruit him, it's likely they're not planning any harm against him. Moreover, Denzo is likely accustomed to such situations by now. Poor Denzo. Hiruzen muttered in agreement, though he quickly pushed aside his thoughts of last night. Dwelling on it would only fuel his anger, especially towards Grass Village. The Uchiha clan. Hiruzen hesitated, voicing his concerns. Koharu offered reassurance. The situation with the Uchiha clan is still unclear, but their land is already being managed. Rest assured, there's considerable interest in that territory. That's good. Let's resolve this swiftly. Hidden Leaf Village needs to accelerate its recovery process. And we should also issue a condemnation against Grass Village. Hiruzen nodded decisively. As for the Uchiha clan, he sighed heavily, acknowledging the grim reality. We've reached a point of no return. And regarding Shishui, demand that Grass Village return the Mengekyo Sharingan. I'll handle it. Koharu Uchiha affirmed, her tone resolute. Hiruzen, you just focus on resting. Understood. Hiruzen replied, shifting to a more comfortable position and taking a deep breath. I already feel much better. Frankly, Grass Village isn't worth our energy. Exactly. Koharu agreed, nodding in concurrence. There was no use dwelling on those deceitful individuals. Then, recalling something, Hiruzen inquired, by the way, what about today's issue of the Shinobi Times? Despite its prohibition in Hidden Leaf Village due to its scandalous nature and biased reporting, as Hokage, he still desired to stay informed about Grass Village's activities. However, as the words hung in the air, Koharu Uchiha raised an eyebrow, a chuckle escaping her lips. Haha, the Shinobi Times is suspended today, so we didn't receive the newspaper this morning. Hiruzen shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. Koharu, after all these years, do you think you can deceive me now? Koharu met his gaze in silence, her smile turning rueful. It appears Grass Village is stirring up trouble again today. Observing Koharu's demeanor, Hiruzen's expression grew serious. Bring it here. Let me see what they're up to. Hiruzen. Koharu hesitated, torn between showing him the newspaper or not. Don't worry. I won't lose my temper anymore. There's little left to provoke me at this point. Hiruzen reassured her, waving his hand dismissively. Let's see what Grass Village has cooked up this time. Upon hearing his words, Koharu offered a bitter smile. Or should we call for the medical ninjas first? Hiruzen chuckled softly and shook his head. I've already told you, it's unnecessary. Bring it here. Can it really make matters worse than they already are? Very well. Koharu sighed in resignation. Reluctantly complying with Hiruzen's request, she retrieved the newspaper. Let me see what's going on. Hiruzen Saratobi's brow furrowed as he took the paper. You seem awfully tense about this. However, as he just read the headline, a sudden pain gripped his chest, causing him to gasp and clutch at his heart. Reacting swiftly, Koharu cried out, her voice filled with panic, Hiruzen. Hiruzen. Where are the medical ninjas? Why haven't they arrived yet? The sudden commotion sent the ward into disarray once more. Amidst the chaos, the newspaper slipped from Hiruzen's grasp, its contents now exposed for all to see, a haunting illustration accompanied by ominous words, Land of Misfortune, the Cursed Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 248, Cursed Hidden Leaf Village? The newspaper headline delves into the murky depths of Hidden Leaf Village's history and its notable figures, posing unsettling questions about past tragedies and mysteries. Why did the ancient noble families face annihilation? What led to the inexplicable demise of the Uzumaki clan? Why did the Kurama and Tsuchigamo clans decline over time? What drove the fourth Hokage to betray the village? What prompted the White Fang's tragic suicide? Why did the legendary Sannin depart from Hidden Leaf Village one by one? What happened to the Senju clan, vanishing without a trace? Why does the village gate's black dog howl every night? And what secrets lie hidden behind the gaze above the Hidden Leaf Village bathhouse? These inquiries hint at a possible connection between these seemingly disparate events, suggesting a deeper underlying narrative of moral decay or hidden truths within the village. As readers are invited to explore the truth behind these enigmatic events, the newspaper promises to provide a revealing glimpse into the hidden realities of Hidden Leaf Village, painting a picture of a village shrouded in misfortune and secrecy. Let's uncover the truth about the Land of Misfortune, the Cursed Hidden Leaf Village. Let's follow the trail and delve into the unique village of Hidden Leaf Village. With the release of the latest edition of the Shinobi Times, ninja villages worldwide were immediately drawn to its gripping headlines and ominous imagery, featuring bloody handprints and dark photographs. Despite being banned by the major ninja villages, the Shinobi Times, known for its biased reporting, still managed to attract attention, especially from high-ranking ninjas curious about Grass Village's activities. Despite the prohibition within their village, clandestine monitoring of the newspaper was a common practice among many villages. Yet, amidst the prohibition, the Shinobi Times remains a source of fascination for many. Its captivating content stands in stark contrast to the dry publications of other nations, consistently piquing interest with its engaging reports. However, today's headline, "The Cursed Hidden Leaf Village," sparked particular intrigue. Hidden Leaf Village, renowned as the largest and most prestigious ninja village, is synonymous with excellence, producing numerous prodigious talents. So why label it as cursed? This question lingered in the minds of readers, prompting a rush to acquire the sold-out edition of the newspaper. In a world hungry for entertainment, the Shinobi Times reigns supreme, captivating audiences with its tantalizing narratives and provocative insights. With the mystery of Hidden Leaf Village's alleged curse beckoning, readers eagerly delved into the pages, eager to uncover the truth behind the enigmatic headline. As one of the esteemed leaders of the 5 major ninja villages, 3rd Tsuchikage Aonoki of Hidden Stones Village also received a copy of the morning's Shinobi Times from his aides. Being a contemporary of the 3rd Hokage and holding a similar position, he couldn't help but be intrigued by the headline, "The Cursed Hidden Leaf Village?" With a mix of curiosity and skepticism, Aonoki delved into the contents of the newspaper. As a seasoned leader, he approached the Shinobi Times with a critical eye, well aware of its tendency to criticize not only Hidden Leaf Village but also the other major ninja villages, albeit less harshly. As he read the headline of painful news, "The ancient noble family suffers extermination, what's the hidden truth behind it?" Aonoki pondered the events of the morning, particularly the news of the Uchiha clan's rebellion. To him, such internal conflicts within ninja clans held little significance. As a village leader, his priority was maintaining order and stability, even if it meant quelling rebellion swiftly. Therefore, the eradication of such a force seemed a logical course of action to him. However, he couldn't help but feel a sense of missed opportunity. Initially considering a confrontation with Hidden Leaf Village akin to the Nine Tails incident, Aonoki harbored hopes of negotiating advantageous terms for Hidden Stones Village. However, he recognized the futility of such endeavors in the current climate of tentative peace. With all ninja villages opting for recuperation, the prospect of another prolonged conflict, especially with the possibility of grass villages' involvement, seemed unwise and potentially endless. Reluctantly setting aside ambitions of war, Aonoki resigned himself to the prevailing atmosphere of cautious restraint, recognizing that pursuing conflict in the current atmosphere would yield little benefit. Shaking his head in anticipation of yet another critique aimed at Hidden Leaf Village, Aonoki continued reading. As expected, the initial paragraphs confirmed his suspicions. Today's Shinobi Times was poised to criticize Hidden Leaf Village once again. Naturally, as the leader of Hidden Stones Village, Aonoki couldn't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction at Hidden Leaf Village's predicament. Yet, his initial amusement quickly gave way to a more somber mood as he delved deeper into the article. The disappearance of the village's founding clans, the tragic suicide of the esteemed hero Tsukumo Hatake, the near extinction of the once proud Uzumaki, and the gradual decline of once vibrant ninja clans such as the Tsuchigamo and Kurama clan painted a bleak picture of Hidden Leaf Village's history. Moreover, the enigmatic circumstances surrounding the 4th Hokage and the legendary Sannin, and peculiar occurrences such as the village gate's black dog. No, this doesn't count. The mention of the black dog at the village gate left Aonoki perplexed. What the hell? He muttered incredulously, his expression contorting with confusion. He scrutinized the Shinobi Times in his hand, his face twitching with disbelief. What on earth does this Shinobi Times include in their newspaper? However, these events. Aonoki had received reports about these events in the past. However, he dismissed them as routine sacrifices or political machinations of Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, they now carried an unsettling weight. The ominous imagery depicted in the Shinobi Times only served to amplify this sense of foreboding, casting a pall of gloom over the proceedings. As Aonoki continued to peruse the articles, each revelation felt like a descent into darkness, as if unraveling the hidden secrets that lay beneath the surface of Hidden Leaf Village's facade. The gradual weakening and demise of once prominent ninja clans and allies of Hidden Leaf Village painted a disturbing picture. With a sudden gasp, Aonoki felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be possible that Hidden Leaf Village was truly cursed? The thought lingered ominously in the air, the notion seemed preposterous, yet the evidence presented before him stirred a chilling sense of doubt and apprehension. In every corner of the ninja world, this newspaper found its way into the hands of villagers and clans alike. As they perused its contents, expressions mirrored the initial amusement of the 3rd Tsuchikage, only to morph gradually into grave seriousness. Initially dismissed as inconsequential, the revelations within the paper now carried an unsettling weight. A sense of unease settled in the hearts of many, particularly among those ninja clans that had maintained close ties with Hidden Leaf Village. Could it be that's why the Grass Village, while publicly professing friendship with Hidden Leaf Village, engaged in underhanded tactics every time. Perhaps they had discerned these ominous signs early on before anyone else. Among the ninja clans maintaining friendly ties with Hidden Leaf Village, a palpable unease began to spread. Some chose to distance themselves, opting for caution over continued association with the troubled village. After all, it was better to err on the side of caution than risk entanglement in unforeseen troubles. At that moment, even the seasoned retired senior advisors of the Sand Village, Chio and Ebizo, lapsed into silence as they perused the newspaper. In theory, having witnessed the Sand Village's inception and its tumultuous history, they were well versed in navigating such situations. They should have been impervious to the influence of baseless reports. Yet, inexplicably, the article in the Shinobi Times left them unsettled. After all, the Sand Village had a long-standing tradition of aligning with Hidden Leaf Village following their defeats. However, reflecting on their history, they couldn't ignore the pattern of their decline that seemed to accompany each alliance, since the sacrifice of the second Kusagakure during the First Great Ninja War. Chio and Ebizo exchanged a glance, their expressions mirroring a shared sense of disbelief. Then, in unison, they both gasped in shock. Shaking her head, Chio muttered, "This can't be true." Ebizo nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, sister. After all, even the Grass Village has aligned with Hidden Leaf Village." Chio's expression hardened at the mention of Grass Village. She pondered for a moment before abruptly asking, "Speaking of which, does the Sand Village still maintain cooperation with Hidden Leaf Village?" After a brief pause, Ebizo replied hesitantly, "Yes." Chio's response was immediate and firm. "Cut ties immediately. It's not about fear, it's about preserving the dignity of our esteemed Sand Village. We do not need to rely on cooperation with other ninja villages." "Understood. I'll inform the Kusagakure promptly," Ebizo affirmed, accepting Chio's directive without objection. After reaching a decision, Chio and Ebizo felt a sense of relief. Speaking of which, in just one morning, Hidden Leaf Village's reputation had taken a sinister turn. Countless ninjas began to avoid the village like the plague, steering clear of any association with it. This led to a significant drop in Hidden Leaf Village's mission requests. The news of the third Hokage's heart attack, and the tragic break-in at the Sarutobi clan compound only added to the sense of foreboding. As rumors of Hidden Leaf Village's impending decline loomed, silence fell over the ninja world. Meanwhile, the Shinobi Times, despite its controversial content, sold even more copies. Yet, despite the extensive coverage, the newspaper failed to uncover the truth, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a lingering sense of negativity, fueling people's curiosity. As discussions about Hidden Leaf Village's alleged curse spread, even the Grass Village expressed deep concern and promised to continue reporting on the matter. In the midst of it all, the search for truth seemed futile. Under the Shinobi Times' sinister narratives, doubt and suspicion flourished, further entrenching the belief in Hidden Leaf Village's alleged curse. Meanwhile, Uchiha Mikoto, who had been brought along by Kushina for a chat the night before, awoke with wide eyes, still finding everything from the previous evening utterly unbelievable. The realization that Kushina, the wife of the fourth Hokage, was actually still alive left Mikoto silently stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 249, This Kid Loves Learning. Uchiha Mikoto vividly recalls the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident, a time when Hidden Leaf Village was plunged into turmoil. The sudden rampage of the Nine-Tails caught the village off guard, leaving no time for a proper response. Even Mikoto, who had retired from her ninja duties, found herself assisting, after entrusting Sasuke to Itachi's care. In the end, the fourth Hokage made the harrowing decision to seal the Nine-Tails inside his own child, sacrificing himself with the forbidden jutsu. And Kushina. Obito took her body away. This raised suspicions among some, suspecting that the fourth Hokage had really betrayed Hidden Leaf Village. Otherwise, why was Kushina the only one taken by Obito? Why not others who had defected? Some even wondered if the third Hokage's intervention had prevented the fourth Hokage and his family from being taken away earlier. Yet, as a friend of Kushina, Mikoto remained steadfast in her belief that the fourth Hokage did not betray Hidden Leaf Village. However, wasn't it common knowledge that the extraction of a tailed beast would result in the death of the Jinchuriki? This fact made Kushina's survival all the more bewildering to Mikoto, despite Kushina's explanation the previous night. After all, the fact that Kushina was still alive defied conventional understanding. Moreover, it was astonishing to consider that the once small grass village now possessed medical ninjutsu surpassing even that of Hidden Leaf Village. This achievement surpassed all expectations and spoke volumes about their village's advancement. Uchiha Mikoto shook her head with a wry smile, perhaps. Despite everything, everyone still underestimated Grass Village. The aftermath of the previous war had left many wary of the Grass Village's burgeoning strength. It was becoming increasingly evident that this seemingly small village possessed the capability to stand toe-to-toe with major ninja villages, and perhaps even emerge victorious. However, Grass Village wasn't just formidable in battle, it was also making significant strides in other areas, surpassing the expectations of many. Speaking of which, it made sense now why Naruto was taken to the Grass Village, given his mother's residing here. And it appears Naruto is thriving, free from the hatred and rejection he faced in Hidden Leaf Village. Kushina, too, seems to be doing well. Reflecting on this, Mikoto couldn't help but wonder, if it weren't for Kushina's explanation last night, she might have assumed that Kushina had remarried and even had a daughter. At that moment, as Mikoto wrestled with her thoughts, Kushina's voice broke through her contemplation. "Mikoto, are you awake? Breakfast is ready, and Fuso's cooking skills are truly something." Kushina's upbeat tone resonated from the doorway. Mikoto shook off her reverie, swiftly adjusting her attire before opening the door. The events of the previous night had left her drained, and she hadn't fully recovered. Seeing Kushina standing there, exuding her usual buoyant energy and seemingly rejuvenated, Mikoto felt a slight lift in her spirits. She managed to smile, though it carried a tinge of bitterness. "Thank you, Kushina," she murmured. Kushina waved off the gratitude with a grin. "Oh, don't mention it. And if I see the old man third Hokage, I'll give him a piece of my mind too. Maybe even a good beating," she added playfully, raising her fist. Mikoto's worries resurfaced, and she hesitated. "I'm sorry, but what about the situation with the Uchiha clan?" Kushina waved her concerns away, her confidence unwavering. "Don't fret. Ukihiko has it under control. Let's give them some time to settle down. They'll find their way. Come on, let's have breakfast. Ukihiko is here too, so everything will be fine." As Kushina whisked Mikoto away, Mikoto found herself unable to protest, swept up in the moment. Watching Kushina's radiant smile, Mikoto couldn't help but mirror it, albeit with a hint of resignation. This scenario felt reminiscent of their days after graduation. There was a certain nostalgia to it. Reflecting on it, Mikoto realized the striking parallels between their past and present situations. Back then, both were confined by circumstances. Kushina, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was restricted in her movements, while Mikoto, bearing the weight of her Uchiha heritage, faced similar limitations. Now, with the fourth Hokage's sacrifice leading Kushina and Naruto to the Grass Village, and with Fugaku and the Uchiha clan facing their own trials, Mikoto found herself navigating a similar path. However, it seems that Kushina has deep trust in the Grass Village leader. Upon entering the living room, Mikoto's gaze fell on Sasuke, who sat with an air of detachment, arms crossed and expression unreadable. Relief washed over her at the sight of him, but beneath the surface, she couldn't shake off her concerns. Itachi's ordeal seemed to have left its mark on Sasuke, evident in his distant demeanor. Yet, as Naruto bubbled with curiosity about Hidden Leaf Village, his cheerful demeanor a stark contrast to Sasuke's as he engaged in conversation with him, Mikoto found a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Naruto's infectious enthusiasm could help pull Sasuke out of his emotional shell. Her attention then shifted to the trio before her, the two red-haired women, reminiscent of Kushina, and the black-haired man beside them. Kushina had introduced them the night before as Fuso, Kana, and the Grass Village leader. It seems like with both families residing next to each other, it wasn't uncommon for the Grass Village leader to join them for meals. Speaking of which, Mikoto had heard about Fuso's son, Nagato, who had been raised by the Grass Village leader and had since become a formidable ninja. In the recent conflicts with Hidden Leaf Village, Nagato had proven to be a formidable adversary, causing significant trouble for Hidden Leaf Village. Leader Akihiko. Mikoto greeted Akihiko, the Grass Village leader, with respect before turning to Fuso and Kana. "Sorry for intruding." Kushina, however, brushed aside Mikoto's apologies and ushered her to sit down. "Don't be so polite," she insisted, pulling Mikoto into a seat. "After breakfast, I'll take you and Sasuke out for a walk. There are plenty of interesting places to see here, and don't worry about being watched. Later, we can even visit the Land of Rain together. It's filled with delicious streets, and the green train makes the journey quick and easy." Kushina can't leave the Grass Village? Mikoto was taken aback by the prospect of leaving the Grass Village with Kushina, but before she could voice her surprise, Kushina had already seated her. Surprisingly, the Grass Village leader offered no objection, simply welcoming them to join the meal. Though it was just a simple breakfast, Mikoto couldn't shake the strange feeling that lingered in the air as she observed the scene before her. During breakfast, the Grass Village leader briefly touched upon the situation concerning the Uchiha clan. With the assistance of the Uzumaki elder and Obito, who had lent a hand the previous night, it appeared that matters had somewhat stabilized in the Grass Village. Mikoto felt a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing this news. While she understood that many clan members harbored resentment and hatred due to the events involving Itachi and Shisui, as the former clan leader's wife, she held on to hope that they could find peace and acceptance in their new surroundings. "There's no need for concern," Okihiko reassured her, sensing her worry. "Obito may be young, but he's proven to be quite astute. I'm confident he'll guide the Uchiha clan effectively. Moreover, our village has experience in integrating migrating ninja clans. We have protocols in place to facilitate their transition. If you wish, you're welcome to visit and see for yourself." Mikoto inwardly sighed with gratitude at Akihiko's comforting words. Though her worries persisted, she found solace in the leader's assurances. "Thank you, Leader Akihiko," she replied softly, grateful for his understanding. As the peculiar breakfast drew to a close, Mikoto found herself joining Fuso in tidying up. Despite the unfamiliar surroundings, her expertise in household chores made the task feel more manageable. Yet, despite Kushina's reassurance and assistance, Mikoto couldn't shake off all her anxieties about being in an unfamiliar place. Despite her efforts to ease into the situation, a lingering unease remained. Observing Sasuke interacting with Akihiko in the courtyard, Mikoto felt a twinge of concern. She feared that Sasuke might inadvertently say something that could provoke Akihiko. Just as she contemplated intervening, she was handed a cup of steaming tea. Gratefully accepting the tea, Mikoto nodded her thanks. "Thank you," she murmured softly. "Don't worry about Sasuke," Fuso reassured her with a gentle smile. "Akihiko will look after him." Kushina chimed in with a reassuring nod. "Exactly. When Naruto first arrived, he was just as apprehensive. But he's adapted remarkably well." Adding to the reassurances, Kana offered her own words of comfort. Akihiko enjoys mentoring children. Moved by their kindness and assurances, Mikoto found herself gradually relaxing. With a newfound sense of calm, she settled back, cradling the warm cup of tea in her hands as she silently observed the courtyard scene unfold before her. At that moment, Akihiko, basking in the morning sunlight, was taken aback when he noticed Sasuke approaching him. It was unexpected. Why would this child seek him out instead of joining Naruto in play? Before he could utter a word, Sasuke spoke, his tone cold and determined. "Are you strong?" Sasuke's gaze bore into Akihiko's, devoid of any warmth. After a brief pause, he continued, "Can you teach me to become strong? I want to settle the score with that man and destroy Hidden Leaf Village." Akihiko was momentarily surprised by the request, but a smile spread across his face as he looked at the young Sasuke, who, despite his tender age of 5, exuded an air of cold maturity. A smile tugged at Akihiko's lips at his little adult-like expression. "Of course," he replied, reaching out to gently ruffle Sasuke's hair. Surprisingly, perhaps because he was asking for help, Sasuke didn't try to dodge his pat this time. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Akihiko with anticipation. But before Sasuke could inquire further about how to become stronger, Akihiko's expression grew solemn. "For now, focus on playing," he advised, his tone laden with gravity. "Things will get very challenging later on." Undeterred, Sasuke lifted his head proudly. "I'm not afraid," he declared. "Whatever it takes, as long as I become stronger, I'll endure it." "Very well said." Akihiko nodded approvingly. "Uncle appreciates children who are eager to learn like you. Indeed, it seems like he's really a child who genuinely loves to learn." Chapter 250, A Spy from Hidden Leaf Village. After praising the diligent Sasuke, Akihiko, following Kushina's suggestion, ventured out with them for a leisurely stroll. Fuso and Kana also joined in on the outing. With substantial investments and recent advancements in scientific ninja tools, the grass village's infrastructure now bore semblance to a modern city. It was a stark contrast to the dilapidated landscapes of rural Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, amidst his busy schedule, Akihiko had yet to address the proceeds from his recent endeavors. Moreover, the forbidden technique scrolls posed a considerable dilemma. They couldn't be integrated into the standard curriculum. Mishandling such techniques could result in fatal consequences. After all, even the seemingly innocuous shadow clone technique demanded substantial chakra and good mental strength, due to its severe consequences on the mind. Akihiko contemplated two potential options: either extend compulsory education to 9 years and establish a higher institution akin to the Ninja Academy for the study of forbidden techniques, or implement an exchange system akin to those employed by the 5 major ninja villages, permitting select individuals to learn based on their contributions and qualifications. However, the specifics remained unclear. Anyway, it was still premature to finalize any plans after all. Mastering forbidden techniques was no small feat. Moreover, it's important to consider that Hidden Leaf Village is likely grappling with its own challenges at the moment. So, it's better not to rub salt in their wounds. After all, we share a close bond as allies. Nevertheless, Akihiko had already identified some comparatively simpler yet practical forbidden techniques for consideration. He intended to convene with Pakura, Yoshinori, and Hanzo to deliberate on the best course of action. As they strolled through the village, Akihiko found himself with little to do. Kushina enthusiastically led her friend Mikoto around, acquainting her with the sights of the grass village. Despite Mikoto's initial reservations, Kushina's infectious cheer gradually eased her tension. Observing the vibrant activity of the grass village, Mikoto couldn't help but be impressed. While she had gleaned glimpses of its development through the Shinobi Times, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. After all, the Shinobi Times. Well, let's not dwell on that. The remarkable progress of the grass village in recent years became evident as Mikoto beheld its bustling streets. It was a stark contrast to the struggles faced by Hidden Leaf Village in recent times. Of course, considering Hidden Leaf Village's tumultuous past few years, its slower pace of recovery seemed unsurprising. After all, Hidden Leaf Village had endured its fair share of hardships in recent years. Akihiko didn't say much as he strolled around with the children, engaging in casual conversation with acquaintances and treating them to ice cream at the Ice City. However, Sasuke appeared less at ease compared to Naruto, likely due to his singular focus on becoming stronger. It seemed he wouldn't have ventured out if Mikoto hadn't urged him to. For him, activities like this were perceived as distractions from his training. Nonetheless, after some initial reluctance, he reluctantly accepted the ice cream, eventually warming up to the treat. The delicious ice cream crafted by the Yuki clan also helped in winning him over. Observing Sasuke's demeanor, Akihiko found him rather straightforward to understand. And he is adept at handling such focused kids. During their journey, they encountered Obito Uchiha, who appeared to be out acquiring provisions for the Uchiha clan. However, he seemed fatigued, likely due to a lack of rest the previous night. Upon spotting Akihiko, Obito's initial reaction was one of excitement, as if he wanted to embrace him, but the timing was inconvenient, so Akihiko declined the gesture. However, Obito's demeanor bore a tinge of resentment as he exclaimed, "Do you have any idea what I was up to last night?" Akihiko comprehended the underlying sentiment behind Obito's words. It seemed like Obito sought recognition for his contributions from the previous night's endeavors. He even made a sarcastic remark about Akihiko's restful sleep, subtly hinting at his own sacrifices. A sigh escaped Akihiko's lips at Obito's words. It appeared that Obito had matured significantly during his time at the academy, to the extent of evoking a sense of guilt with his words. However, Obito's demeanor softened upon learning of Akihiko's intention to reward him. He quickly retracted his previous stance, insisting that his actions were merely his duty. Subsequently, Obito provided an update on the state of the Uchiha clan. Although there was still apprehension and concern among them, they were gradually acclimating to the circumstances. Nevertheless, the majority of the clan members were ordinary individuals, thus complying with the directives of the ninjas. As Obito prepared to depart, Sasuke halted him with a question about how to attain prowess and strength akin to his own. Obito was momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's inquiry. With a sense of reassurance, Obito nodded, offering a pat on Sasuke's shoulder before lifting his gaze with a hint of emotion. Read more books, stay informed with the news, indulge in fewer snacks, and ensure you get ample rest, he advised. Though Sasuke appeared perplexed by Obito's counsel, Obito concluded with a cryptic remark, "You'll comprehend in due time." Having imparted his guidance, Obito bid farewell and departed, leaving Sasuke to ponder his words. Upon hearing Obito's assurance about Uchiha's situation, Mikoto couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over her. She marveled at Obito's transformation, remarking, "Obito Uchiha has truly matured." Kushina echoed her sentiments with a nod, adding, "He has indeed come a long way. The once impulsive Obito now exudes stability and responsibility. Oh, speaking of which." She turned to Mikoto, "Obito will be graduating in a few days. Let's attend his graduation ceremony together and offer our blessings." With that, Kushina eagerly tugged Mikoto forward, leading her towards the shopping mall. "There's a movie theater ahead. How about we watch a film together? The new Flame Dragon Ninja movie is a hit among children. Naruto loves it, and I'm sure Sasuke will too." However, Mikoto couldn't shake off her confusion about why Obito was still attending school. After all, he had already graduated from Hidden Leaf Village and had proven himself as an exceptional ninja. Even Fugaku had acknowledged Obito's strength in a solemn tone, which made her wonder why he still needed to attend school upon arriving in the grass village. Although Mikoto was curious, she found herself being whisked away by Kushina's boundless energy before she could even voice her thoughts. It seemed that the excitement of their reunion had fueled Kushina's enthusiasm to the fullest. Meanwhile, Akihiko remained disinterested in the movie plan, opting to excuse himself. Moreover, Takeshi's arrival prompted him to attend to some other matters, leaving Fusa and Kana in charge of the children. Upon reaching a spacious area, Akihiko glanced at Takeshi with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What's the matter? Has something occurred in Hidden Leaf Village again?" Takeshi met Akihiko's gaze with a peculiar look, his mouth twitching. He had also read about the recent string of misfortunes that had befallen Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, the headline of the day, "Cursed Hidden Leaf Village," had only intensified his doubts regarding the village's state. In fact, despite the seemingly trivial nature of the incidents when viewed individually, it was the Shinobi Times that skillfully wove them together into a narrative of significant concern. Regrettably, the Shinobi Times was still delving into the matter, and the true extent of the situation had yet to be fully understood. Shaking his head gravely, Takeshi delivered his news with a somber tone. The guard department apprehended a suspected spy ninja. Huh? That's all? Akihiko's astonishment was palpable as he regarded Takeshi. The mere mention of a suspected spy hardly seemed significant enough to warrant his attention. Given Grass Village's burgeoning prominence, the infiltration of spies was to be expected. Such incidents had become somewhat commonplace, with several instances of interception in recent times. Those proven to be problematic were swiftly addressed, while those deemed innocuous were typically released without much fuss. Perplexed by Takeshi's demeanor, Akihiko probed further, sensing there was more to the situation. What's the issue then? Is there something particularly peculiar about this case? Takeshi shook his head in response, dismissing any notion of complexity. No, it's not a matter of complexity. It's just a matter of suspicion. He didn't resist apprehension and adamantly denied being a spy. However, he claims to be an acquaintance of yours. Takeshi explained, his expression tinged with bewilderment. He even asserts that you can vouch for him. Puzzled by Takeshi's revelation, Akihiko furrowed his brow in contemplation. Who was this individual? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. Takeshi hesitated momentarily before delivering his response. It's Jiraiya, one of Hidden Leaf Village's Sannin. He is currently being detained by the border patrol guards, awaiting further instructions. Akihiko's expression shifted from confusion to incredulity upon hearing the name. Jiraiya entangled in espionage once again? In the subdued lighting of the border patrol department, Jiraiya's demeanor oscillated between anxiety and attempted levity as the door creaked open. His gaze snapped to the guard ninja entering the room, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Please, I assure you, I harbor no ill will. Haha, I'm just passing through. Attempting to assert confidence, Jiraiya struck a self-proclaimed cool pose, hoping to convey his innocence. Actually, I have a connection with your chief advisor. If you're unable to locate your leader, perhaps your chief advisor can corroborate my story. The guard ninja's tense demeanor visibly softened at Jiraiya's mention of the chief advisor, as though a puzzle piece had fallen into place. Ah, the chief advisor. He muttered, relaxation evident in his features. Jiraiya's excitement surged at the apparent breakthrough. You believe me? He exclaimed eagerly, anticipation coloring his tone. You should know, I've had dealings with your chief advisor. However, before he could elaborate further, the guard ninja's expression shifted. Our investigation reveals that you have a history of suspicious activities within our village, Mr. Jiraiya. He declared solemnly. Regrettably, we cannot release you at this time. Utterly confounded by the abrupt turn of events, Jiraiya could only stare in bewilderment. What could possibly be happening? Chapter 251, Jiraiya again? In truth, Jiraiya's presence in the grass village was purely incidental. Initially, he hadn't intended to visit the village at all. However, amidst the recent tensions between the grass village and Hidden Leaf Village, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Despite the recent discord, his fondness for the grass village remained unchanged. After all, weren't Hidden Leaf Village and the grass village long-standing allies? How had their relationship soured so suddenly? Moreover, after years of traveling and no news of the Ikanyu-sensei, whom he had intended to visit during his last trip to the grass village, Jiraiya's concerns deepened. The turbulent state of the ninja world only exacerbated his worries, leading him to fear the worst, that Ikanyu-sensei may have met an unfortunate fate. In a bid to unravel the mystery surrounding Ikanyu-sensei's disappearance, Jiraiya had even resorted to unconventional means, such as venturing into the black market to issue a commission for any information regarding Ikanyu-sensei's whereabouts. Certainly, the Ninetales incident also weighed heavily on Jiraiya's mind. As Minato's teacher, Jiraiya harbored unwavering trust in his students' loyalty to Hidden Leaf Village, dismissing any notion of betrayal. Thus, upon receiving the message from Hidden Leaf Village regarding recent events, he felt compelled to investigate further. Since he was passing by the grass village anyway, he saw it as an opportune moment to pay a visit and ascertain the situation firsthand. Furthermore, Jiraiya intended to take a brief respite during his journey. Recalling the pleasant memories of his previous visits to the grass village, he saw no harm in stopping by once more. His intentions were purely investigative, with no ulterior motives. He simply wished to carry out some village tasks and gather information. Moreover, Jiraiya had forged strong bonds with individuals in the grass village, notably the senior advisor, Nobuki. Their shared experiences, including time spent together in jail, had mutual interests like exchanging collections and cultivated a deep and enduring friendship. Additionally, his amicable relationship with the grass leader further assured him that his visit would be welcomed, despite his affiliation with Hidden Leaf Village. As Jiraiya set foot into the border of the land of grass, he found himself unexpectedly confronted by a group of grass ninjas, who appeared suddenly to intercept him. Familiar with these guards from a previous incident in the grass village, Jiraiya remained composed, assuring them of his peaceful intentions. He explained that he was merely visiting the grass leader and posed no threat. Despite his assurances and compliance with their commands, Jiraiya found himself apprehended by the guards and escorted away. He had anticipated a smooth encounter, relying on his rapport with Nobuki to navigate any potential issues. However, the outcome had taken an unexpected turn, leaving him bewildered by the situation. Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of utter confusion as he confronted the guard ninja before him. Suspicious activities. What do you mean by that? There must be some mistake. The guard ninja maintained a stern demeanor, unfazed by Jiraiya's protests. Mr. Jiraiya, is it not true that you have been incarcerated twice in the grass village? Jiraiya's panic was palpable as he attempted to clarify the situation. Yes, but it's all a misunderstanding. Let me explain. The guard ninja, however, remained resolute, unmoved by Jiraiya's explanation. So the information was accurate after all, he concluded, dismissing Jiraiya's attempts to defend himself as mere excuses. Wait a moment. I have a close relationship with the grass advisor, Nobuki. Jiraiya intervened, hoping to salvage the situation by leveraging his connection with Nobuki. The guard ninja offered a nod of acknowledgement, but his expression remained unchanged. I see. He can confirm that I'm not involved in any wrongdoing. Jiraiya insisted, noticing the guard ninja's lack of response. However, the guard ninja shook his head, delivering an unexpected blow. We've already consulted with Lord Nobuki, and he stated that he doesn't recognize you. Jiraiya's disbelief was evident as he processed this information. How could Nobuki not recognize me after just a few years? He wondered, his mouth twitching as he understood something, as the guard ninja prepared to detain him. At that moment, a figure entered the room. The Hidden Leaf Village guard ninja turned to acknowledge the newcomer and respectfully greeted, Lord Yahiko. Jiraiya's attention was immediately drawn to the newcomer, his expression initially stunned before lighting up with recognition. Yahiko. It's me. He struck a few dramatic poses and then composed himself, adding, Jiraiya the Toad Sage. Remember? We were introduced by the grass leader. Please, explain to them that I'm not here to cause trouble. The guard ninja, taken aback by Jiraiya's sudden outburst, looked to Yahiko for confirmation. Could there have been a misunderstanding? Was this renowned ninja truly a close associate of both the grass leader and advisor Nobuki? However, Yahiko's response was unexpected. He appeared confused, furrowing his brows as he asked, Who? As Yahiko's words echoed in the room, both Jiraiya and the guard ninja fell into an uneasy silence. Jiraiya's smile faltered as he stared at Yahiko, hoping for recognition. It's me, Jiraiya. He insisted, his voice tinged with uncertainty. What? Yahiko's puzzled expression deepened as he tilted his head in confusion. Jiraiya. Jiraiya repeated, hoping to jog Yahiko's memory. What? Despite Jiraiya's repeated attempts, Yahiko still seemed perplexed. Jiraiya. Jiraiya reiterated, his patience wearing thin as he noticed the guard's skeptical gaze. What? Yahiko's confusion persisted, leaving Jiraiya feeling increasingly frustrated. Jiraiya's mouth twitched as he glanced at the guard ninja, who seemed poised to detain him, his mind racing to come up with a solution. Hastily, Jiraiya interjected, Actually, I come in peace. I'm here to redeem Hidden Leaf Village's advisor, Shimura Denzo. Actually, approaching this area, he had received some critical information from the village, which had prompted his direct approach. But he hadn't anticipated the misunderstanding that nearly led to him being mistaken for a spy. Before anyone could respond, Yahiko's voice broke through the tension. Did you bring the money? He asked eagerly. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before nodding reluctantly. I brought it. At the mention of the money, Yahiko's face lit up with enthusiasm. Uncle Jiraiya, you're finally here! He exclaimed. Before Jiraiya could respond, Yahiko rushed forward, clasping his hand tightly. I'm Yahiko. Do you remember me? When you and my dad, Nobuki, were in jail together, I was the one who brought you food. A speechless expression dawned on Jiraiya's face. How had that simple kid from back then transformed into this? He couldn't decide whether to be amazed or bewildered. The sunny, cheerful child from his memory now bore a striking resemblance to Mubuyuki? Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before attempting to speak. Then It's a misunderstanding. Absolutely. Yahiko interjected, turning to the Hidden Leaf Village guard. This person is a friend of the Grass Village, one of Hidden Leaf Village's legendary 3 ninjas, and he's practically family to my dad, Mubuyuki. There's no way he could be a spy. You must have apprehended the wrong person. Without waiting for Jiraiya's reaction, Yahiko promptly ushered him outside. I'll explain to the higher-ups later to avoid any future mistakes. Let's go. Father was very thrilled to hear you're here. He has already prepared a feast for you and eagerly awaits your arrival in the village. Jiraiya muttered under his breath, his mouth twitching with uncertainty. I have so much to say, but I'm not sure where to begin. No need for gratitude. Let's move quickly. Everyone's been eagerly awaiting your return. Yahiko insisted, brushing off Jiraiya's reaction. Finally, Jiraiya couldn't contain his frustration any longer. Damn it! He cursed under his breath. In the end, despite the unexpected turn of events, Jiraiya found himself arriving at the Grass Village. He embarked on the peculiar Harmony train, a mode of transportation that proved to be not only swift but also remarkably steady. As he journeyed, he couldn't help but marvel at the transformation of the land of grass. Recollections of its once desolate and ruined state contrasted sharply with the vibrant scenes passing by. The development was nothing short of remarkable, no wonder it was often rumored as the 6th great ninja village. Upon his arrival at dusk, Jiraiya stepped off the train, still in a state of mild disbelief. Reflecting on the village's remarkable progress, he couldn't help but sigh with admiration. Truly, the Grass Leader's leadership has brought remarkable progress to this land. I never imagined the land of grass would evolve at such a rapid pace. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya heard something that made him quickly look up. His eyes widened in disbelief when he saw the banner hanging before him. Welcome, esteemed guest from Hidden Leaf Village, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, toad sage Jiraiya, to the Grass Village. Before he could gather his thoughts, Mubuyuki, standing in front, waved his hand. Start the music. Suddenly, joyful music filled the air, and a swarm of grass reporters approached. Hello, Lord Jiraiya. Is your visit to the Grass Village on behalf of Hidden Leaf Village this time? Caught off guard by the unexpected reception, Jiraiya struggled to make sense of the situation. What in the world is happening here? Chapter 252, Jiraiya's views on Hidden Leaf Village? Jiraiya is here? Both Kushina and Mikoto, who had just exited the cinema, were startled by Akihiko's words. One wore a furious expression, ready for action, while the other looked concerned, unsure of how to respond. Kushina's fiery demeanor matched her red hair, as she clenched her fist with determination. That guy dares to show his face here? Well, before we go after the 3rd old man, let's teach this perverted sage a lesson. The sight of Kushina's fierce expression sent a shiver down Naruto's spine, momentarily overshadowing his excitement over his new movie merchandise. Mom can be really scary sometimes. She may not be as gentle as Aunt Fusso or Aunt Kana, but she's never been this terrifying. Even little Karen, who usually adored Kushina, found herself clinging to her mother, Kana, with a fearful expression. Sasuke, on the other hand, though visibly shaken, stood his ground like a miniature adult. Well, except for the fact that he also sported the same Fire Dragon Ninja merchandise toy as Naruto, which somewhat undermined his attempt to appear mature. Kushina, calm down. Fusso quickly reassured, noting the children's reactions. You're scaring them. Noticing their unease, Kushina laughed awkwardly and scratched her head apologetically. Sorry, Karen, Naruto. Mom got a little carried away just now. Otherwise, your mom is very gentle. After soothing the children, she turned back to Akihiko, frowning. What's that guy doing here? Isn't he searching for the so-called child of destiny? What a fool. Even first-year academy students know to rely on themselves. Does he still enjoy kids' stories like Fire Dragon Ninja? The Fire Dragon Ninja tale depicted a hero clad in fire dragon armor saving the world. It had a certain appeal, invoking the notion of being a chosen savior. Despite the joke, everyone understood Kushina's underlying concern. Jiraiya's visit to the Grass Village at this time likely had something to do with Naruto and the Uchiha clan. But regardless of his intentions, Kushina was determined not to let anyone take Naruto away. Mikoto, standing nearby, wore a complex expression. She too grasped the potential significance of Jiraiya's presence. However, unlike Kushina's intense reaction, Mikoto's thoughts turned to the precarious situation of the Uchiha clan. Indeed, the current state of the Uchiha clan was dire. Yet, Mikoto found herself grappling with a sense of helplessness. After all, what could she do in such circumstances? Probably. Maybe. Akihiko seemed to grasp the underlying concerns of Kushina and Mikoto, shrugging nonchalantly. Perhaps he's just here to deliver Denzo's travel expenses? Speaking of Denzo, given his claim of being part of a tour group, it would be unwise for the Grass Village to act impolitely and coerce him into unnecessary spending. Hence, he had been invited to tour the Land of Rain by Hanzo earlier in the day. By now, Denzo should have tasted the Land of Rain's special fish. Akihiko made a mental note to inform Hanzo to arrange for Denzo's return. As for Kushina and Mrs. Mikoto. However, before Akihiko could complete his sentence, Mikoto swiftly bowed. Without awaiting his reaction, she spoke gently yet earnestly, "The Uchiha clan will abide by leader Akihiko's directives. I will personally ensure that the clan members understand and restrain their actions, preventing any unwanted appearances." As a former Hidden Leaf Village shinobi, Mikoto comprehended the situation at hand. Kushina, upon hearing Mikoto's words, also paused, seemingly awakening to the reality of their situation. It dawned on her that, in the eyes of Hidden Leaf Village, she had long been presumed deceased. Kushina's expression became complex, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "I apologize. Akihiko, I'll keep a low profile and avoid causing any trouble for you," she added after a moment's hesitation. "If there's anything you need from me, just let me know." However, before she could finish her sentence, Akihiko interjected, "No need for that." And before even Kushina and Mikoto could react, he continued, "Just do as you please." A casual wave of his hand accompanied his words. "There's no need to hide. But if we're exposed." However, as his words fell, both Kushina and Mikoto still hesitated, considering the potential consequences of being discovered. "Don't worry. Whether you're exposed or not, Hidden Leaf Village's desire to attack the Grass Village has been brewing for a long time." Akihiko reassured them in a nonchalant tone. With that said, both women were left speechless. It seemed to be the harsh reality. With the Grass Village's current reputation, it was considered an enemy of the ninja world. There were few who didn't harbor ill intentions toward it. Even its only two allies, Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Leaf Village, were seething with animosity toward the Grass Village. It appeared that the Grass Village had no true friends in the ninja world. Mikoto regarded Akihiko with a peculiar expression, while Kushina, once again rolling up her sleeves, asked eagerly, "So, if I want to give him a good beating?" "Go right ahead. The Grass Village won't intervene in personal disputes like this." Akihiko confirmed with a nod. "You're incredible, Akihiko!" Kushina exclaimed energetically, thrilled at the prospect of getting permission to beat Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Mikoto watched Kushina's enthusiasm with a speechless expression, unable to fathom her friend's energy when it came to beating someone. "Thank you, Akihiko." And Kushina's tone turned gentler yet colder as she narrowed her eyes slightly. "Where can I find that perverted sage?" It was clear she was ready to confront Jiraiya as soon as she knew his whereabouts. Her anger toward the third Hokage and Jiraiya seemed palpable. Akihiko's mouth twitched as he rubbed his chin, contemplating for a moment. As for Jiraiya, he's probably still in the midst of an interview. "May I ask, what are your views on Hidden Leaf Village?" A journalist questioned Jiraiya in the midst interview. "While Hidden Leaf Village has certainly made its fair share of mistakes, I've always held on to the belief in the will of fire. There's no doubt, Hidden Leaf Village will undoubtedly improve. Please have faith in Hidden Leaf Village." Jiraiya responded earnestly. "Is that so?" The renowned journalist, White Zetsu, nodded thoughtfully, jotting down notes in his notebook. The student of the third Hokage, one of the Hidden Leaf Village Sannin, Jiraiya, publicly acknowledges Hidden Leaf Village's mistakes, he wrote. What language is this?" Jiraiya asked, puzzled by the characters in White Zetsu's notebook. "These are encrypted characters. It's an industry practice to safeguard sensitive information. However, I assure you, on the honor of our chief editor, that nothing here is fabricated. Your words remain untouched." White Zetsu explained, offering reassurance. "I understand." Jiraiya acknowledged, realizing the necessity for confidentiality in journalism. It was a precautionary measure to prevent unauthorized access to sensitive information or maybe even exclusive news. White Zetsu, resuming his professional demeanor, continued, "Next, I have another question, Jiraiya-sama. What are your thoughts on the Grass Village?" Jiraiya, snapping out of his reverie, nodded thoughtfully and responded, "The Grass Village is truly remarkable. Its growth from a small village to its current state is nothing short of extraordinary. I must commend the Grass Village leader for his remarkable leadership and vision. However, I've heard reports of some grass ninjas straying from the path of ninja ethics in recent years. As allies, Hidden Leaf Village Jiraiya, renowned as one of Hidden Leaf Village's 3 legendary ninjas, expressed genuine awe and respect for the prosperous grass village and lauded its leader with heartfelt admiration. After experiencing the warmth and openness of Grass Ninja, he couldn't help but hold them in high regard. White Zetsu swiftly recorded Jiraiya's words, then offered a professional smile. "Thank you for your insights." Jiraiya looked puzzled as he was abruptly interrupted, "But I haven't finished speaking." "That's not important." White Zetsu dismissed with a shake of his head. "May I see your notebook?" Jiraiya's suspicion grew, prompting him to inquire. "Sorry, this is a tool for my journalistic work and must remain confidential. Please trust in our professionalism, I can assure you on behalf of our editor-in-chief." White Zetsu insisted, shaking his head. Despite his assurance, Jiraiya still persisted, feeling a little uneasy. "Could you tell me who your editor-in-chief is?" "Unfortunately, it's getting late, and I must take my leave now. Thank you for your cooperation." White Zetsu abruptly cut off Jiraiya before he could finish his sentence, turning to leave just as Jiraiya was about to press further. "It seems the interview's done. Jiraiya, my old friend." A familiar voice rang out, and a figure stepped directly in front of Jiraiya. "It's getting late. Brother, I've arranged a welcoming banquet for you. Let's not keep everyone waiting. Come on, we have some catching up to do," he added with a playful wink. "And hee." Jiraiya's expression shifted as if he'd suddenly remembered something important. He hugged Mobuki tightly, exclaiming, "Mobuki, you're too generous." "Jiraiya, my friend, I'm really thrilled to see you. Let's not waste any time. Follow me, I've got a treat waiting for you." Mobuki's excitement was palpable. "I appreciate it, Mobuki. Let's not dwell on it any longer. Lead the way." Jiraiya responded eagerly, ready to follow Mobuki to the feast and exchange some materials. The two of them strolled arm in arm for a few steps before Jiraiya's expression shifted as if a thought had struck him. He asked cheerfully, "Oh, by the way, Mobuki, do you know who the editor-in-chief of the Shinobi Times is?" Mobuki seemed momentarily stunned before replying without hesitation, "Of course, I know." Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Really? Then, can you tell me, my friend?" "Of course, it's me." "Pretty impressive, huh? Your brother has quite a stature now." Hey. Jiraiya, what's wrong?" Mobuki's prideful expression quickly turned to concern as he noticed Jiraiya's sudden change in demeanor. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya spun around to face the direction the award-winning journalist had departed and called out loudly, "Hold on, let this sage take a look at that notebook. Where's your oath? Where's your integrity? You call yourself a journalist?" Chapter 253, Jiraiya, when did I say that? The next morning, Jiraiya woke up with a pounding headache, likely the aftermath of a heavy night of drinking. He groaned and rubbed his temples, feeling disoriented as he sat up in bed. After a good 15 minutes, he finally began to regain his senses. Blinking rapidly, he surveyed the room before him, piecing together the events of the previous night. A curse word slipped out of his mouth involuntarily, "Damn." Reflecting on the evening's events, he realized it was best not to dwell on them. It had all been a sham. Mobuki's supposed hospitality had turned out to be nothing more than a deception. The grand grass banquet was merely a visit to a bathhouse, and to make matters worse, the other bathers were far from the gentle company he had expected. However, amidst the deception, Jiraiya couldn't deny that the bath had been rather invigorating. Despite the rough company, the experienced individuals provided an excellent scrub down, leaving him feeling rejuvenated. But ultimately, he had come away empty-handed, his expectations unfulfilled. Reflecting on that interview, Jiraiya massaged his temples with a slight headache, muttering, "It should be fine." He had been cautious with his words, praising Hidden Leaf Village while also acknowledging its flaws. Similarly, he subtly highlighted the alliance with the Grass Village, delicately indicating areas of improvement for both villages and hinting at Hidden Leaf Village's discontent with certain moral aspects of the Grass Ninjas. Upon reconsideration, it appeared that his remarks shouldn't pose a significant issue. At least, that was what he hoped. With a reassuring exhale, Jiraiya glanced at the clock on the wall. There were still tasks awaiting his attention. He needed to handle Denzo's redemption discreetly while gathering information on the Uchiha clan and the Jinchuriki. Additionally, he had to convey Hidden Leaf Village's justified frustration and disapproval. Naturally, all of this had to be executed with utmost care. After all, the village desired peace above all else. Speaking of which, remembering the recent headline in the Shinobi Times, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a twinge of skepticism himself about whether Hidden Leaf Village was truly cursed, even as closely involved in that. After all, the notion was simply too ominous to dismiss outright. After a lazy stretch, just as he was about to venture out to investigate, a series of knocks interrupted him. Knock knock knock, the sound echoed through the room, accompanied by a voice from outside. Dear distinguished VIP customer, your breakfast has been delivered. Would you like it brought in now, or shall we leave it at the door for you? Leave it at the door. Jiraiya replied casually before quickly tidying up his appearance. As the esteemed Toad Sage of the ninja world, maintaining a certain image was paramount. This particular room was part of the grass banquet. Left here after a night of revelry with Mobuki, he found the accommodations surprisingly comfortable. Despite his preferences, the lavish decoration was quite pleasing. Picking up the breakfast left outside, Jiraiya intended to enjoy it before venturing out to observe the changes in the grass village. However, his attention was soon drawn to a copy of the Shinobi Times resting nearby. His eyes widened as he recalled yesterday's interview, his eyelids twitching with apprehension as he hastily retrieved the paper. Yet, as he read the report, silence enveloped him. Had he truly uttered those words yesterday? When did he say that? When? Having finished his breakfast, Akihiko glanced at the newspaper in his hand. The byline revealed that the article was penned by the esteemed Shinobi Times journalist, White Zetsu, known for his distinctive style. The title, crafted in his signature manner, caught Akihiko's attention. Grass Village's close friend Jiraiya stands firm against attempts to strain Hidden Leaf Village grass relations. The article delved into the long-standing friendship between Hidden Leaf Village and the Grass Village, tracing its roots back to the tumultuous Warring States period. It portrayed Jiraiya's disappointment with Hidden Leaf Village and his impassioned plea against their perceived mistreatment of the Grass Village. However, it tactfully avoided outright suggesting that Hidden Leaf Village had severed ties with the Grass Village, maintaining a poignant yet restrained narrative that resonated deeply. Kushina, seated beside him, couldn't suppress a strange laugh at the article's tone. It appeared that the ace reporter was inching closer to the coveted position of deputy editor-in-chief, vice president. Akihiko couldn't help but marvel at the dedication of this particular White Zetsu clone, contrasting it with the laziness of the original. After perusing the article, Akihiko folded the newspaper and relished the warmth of the morning sun. Although, it seems that such pleasant sunlight might not linger for long, noting the morning's chill. In the coming days, the possibility of snowfall lingered in the air. And amidst this seasonal shift, it was nearly time for Obito to graduate, marking the beginning of Naruto and Sasuke's educational journey. As the budding talents of the Grass Village, they warranted careful nurturing. Yet, there was a noticeable change in Naruto's demeanor. Akihiko regarded him with concern, observing a subtle shift from his usual cheerfulness. With a gentle pat on Naruto's head, he inquired, "What's troubling you?" Naruto's response was tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Nothing," he murmured before falling into a thoughtful silence. Before Akihiko, the kind and friendly uncle, could inquire further, Naruto spoke up again. "Uncle Akihiko, why do they still want me back even though the third grandpa and the others don't like me much?" Akihiko was momentarily taken aback, realizing the source of Naruto's unease. It seemed that Naruto had gleaned insights from their conversation the previous night. Considering their age, such contemplations were not unexpected. After all, they were no longer toddlers but 5-year-old youngsters, on the cusp of entering school, capable of grappling with complex concepts. Considering that a certain child in Hidden Leaf Village had begun contemplating world peace at the tender age of 4, started having the mindset of a Hokage at 5, and demonstrated a sense of noble sacrifice by 13, Naruto's introspection seemed fitting for his age. It seems that the lack of assignments had led his young mind to wander into strange thoughts. Otherwise, where would he have time for such random thoughts? With a tender smile, Akihiko gently patted Naruto's head and asked, "Would you like to stay?" "Of course." Naruto responded promptly, his eyes shining with conviction. "Here, I have Mom, Uncle Akihiko. I have Karen. I have Aunt Kana. I have Aunt Fuso, and everyone. No one dislikes me here." Akihiko nodded in understanding. "That's reassuring to hear. As long as you wish to remain." But Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto's thoughts drifted back to his mother's distress the previous day. "I feel like I've caused trouble for everyone." Akihiko's smile remained warm as he tousled Naruto's hair. "Why fret over matters beyond your control? That's something for adults to handle." "But..." Naruto hesitated, still burdened by the worry of burdening others. "But what? Do you want to stay?" Akihiko pressed gently, his tone unwavering despite Naruto's troubled expression. "Yes." Naruto affirmed without hesitation, his intention clear. "Then, that's settled, Naruto." Akihiko nodded with a sense of contentment and ruffled Naruto's hair affectionately. "Go play now. There might not be as much time for it in the days ahead. Your mom and I will handle whatever comes next. You're not going anywhere. Okay." Naruto's smile returned at Akihiko's reassurance. "Thank you, Uncle Akihiko. I'll make sure to repay you in the future." Akihiko arched an eyebrow, subtly nudging Naruto towards a more focused path. Is that so? Well then, focus on your studies. That's the best way to repay me. Rest assured, Uncle Akihiko. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will study hard. Naruto clenched his fist with determination. Keeping promises is my ninja way. Akihiko patted Naruto's head once more, his smile reflecting pride. You're a good kid, Naruto. On the other side, as Kushina observed the heartwarming interaction between Akihiko and Naruto, a sense of relief washed over her, reflecting in the smile that graced her lips. Seeing Naruto's smile restored filled her with a profound sense of reassurance. With a sense of gratitude, she turned her gaze towards Akihiko, recognizing his compassionate gesture towards Naruto. As a mother, she hadn't even realized that her son harbored such concerns. It dawned on her that Naruto was perhaps more perceptive of others' feelings than she had previously thought. However, a surge of anger tinged with bitterness welled up within her as she recalled the reason behind Naruto's sensitivity. She clenched her fists in frustration, squinting slightly as resentment simmered beneath the surface. Hidden Leaf Village. Jiraiya. Just then, as Akihiko continued to reassure Naruto and encourage him to enjoy his time before school began, a grass village ninja burst into the room. Leader, Jiraiya from Hidden Leaf Village requests an audience. Chapter 254, Akihiko, my dear friend Jiraiya. At that moment, in a room encased by bars, a white-haired man perked up at the sound, lifting his gaze to the newcomer. Have you come? I have. Akihiko replied, his expression twitching as he regarded Jiraiya, who sat cross-legged in the prison cell, a solemn air surrounding him. Akihiko found himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated that, according to village protocol, Jiraiya would seek an audience. Perhaps an invitation would be extended, leading to a formal negotiation where both parties would engage in intense discussions. Ultimately, the grass village would likely concede some points, considering their long-standing alliance with Hidden Leaf Village, and the matter would be resolved amicably. Yet, he never imagined, however, that Jiraiya would find himself back behind bars, leaving Akihiko to intervene personally to secure his release. And what about the negotiating now? Glancing at the serious-faced Jiraiya with a hint of annoyance, Akihiko's patience wore thin. Alright, spill it. How did you manage to land yourself back here? Ha ha ha. Jiraiya's laughter emerged slowly as he opened his eyes, his expression a mix of awkwardness and indignation. That bastard Mobuki promised to treat me to a meal as a welcome gesture, but then he dashed off without paying, leaving me to foot the bill. Mobuki had appeared genuinely sincere, even going so far as to refer to Jiraiya as his brother with an earnestness that almost convinced Jiraiya of their bond. Yet, in the end, he proved to lack any semblance of ninja morality. Not only did he deceive Jiraiya in the Shinobi Times article, but he also duped him in person. As for the reports in the Shinobi Times, Jiraiya remained unfazed. He trusted that the village wouldn't readily believe such allegations. After all, even in Minato's case, if circumstances had unfolded differently, perhaps the village wouldn't have misconstrued his actions. If not for the unforeseen chaos caused by the Nine Tails rampage and Obito Uchiha's intervention, the situation might not have escalated to this extent, and the village wouldn't have doubted him. As for the specifics of the situation, Jiraiya had been absent from Hidden Leaf Village at the time and had only recently received information about the incident. His recent travels had taken him far from Hidden Leaf Village, resulting in a lack of clarity regarding the circumstances. Upon hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Akihiko fell into a momentary silence before speaking with sternness. That's outrageous. Completely unacceptable. Rest assured, I'll reprimand him severely later. But didn't you bring funds for Denzo's travel expenses? However, as soon as Akihiko finished speaking, Jiraiya regarded him with a puzzled expression. Huh? Travel expenses? You? Akihiko raised an eyebrow suspiciously, scrutinizing Jiraiya. Could it be that you didn't bring any money? Ha ha ha, impossible. Jiraiya laughed awkwardly, avoiding direct eye contact and scratching his head in embarrassment. It's just that the village's funds haven't reached me yet. Upon hearing this, Akihiko's expression shifted abruptly, and he called out to the guards, his tone urgent. Guards. We have a spy in our midst. No need for interrogation. Just dispose of him. Whoa. Hold on a second. Jiraiya protested, locking eyes with the grass ninja who had rushed in, his expression fierce. I meant no harm, truly. I didn't come here with malicious intent. If I had, I would have acted long ago. And the village would indeed send negotiators. I'm simply here to gather information, and the village is awaiting updates on Denzo's situation. If anything were to happen to me, no funds would be forthcoming. As Jiraiya's words fell, Akihiko's expression changed, and he asked earnestly like he was really concerned for Jiraiya, my dear friend Jiraiya, who imprisoned you here? Caught off guard by Akihiko's familiar warmth, Jiraiya was momentarily speechless, a tinge of melancholy crossing his features. Had relationships in the ninja world truly become this convoluted? After a deep sigh, Jiraiya turned his attention back to Akihiko, before inquiring. Denzo. Is he? Don't worry, Denzo is perfectly fine. Akihiko assured him, his tone reassuring. He opted for the deluxe solo travel package to the grass and rain countries. Currently, he's touring the land of rain with Hanzo as his guide. Everything is proceeding smoothly. You see, Hanzo regards Denzo as a brother and holds him in high esteem. There's no cause for worry. Akihiko then took out a photo from his pocket and handed it to Jiraiya with a smile. In fact, when Denzo learned that someone from the village had come to retrieve him, he was overjoyed. He even had a postcard sent with a photo he took during his travels, just for you. Handing the postcard to Jiraiya, Akihiko pointed out a figure in the picture. Take a look, Denzo appears genuinely happy. Listening to Akihiko's explanation, Jiraiya couldn't help but be taken aback. He studied the photo in his hands. Denzo Shimura? Happy? How is that even possible? Yet, as he examined the image, Jiraiya fell into a stunned silence. In the picture, Denzo indeed wore a smile, but the scene behind him depicted over a dozen muscular Rain Village ninjas brandishing chakra-infused swords, produced by the Grass Village, all grinning at Denzo. Could this truly be considered very happy? Is that so? Jiraiya finally managed to speak, his tone incredulous. But that doesn't look like the typical vacation photo. Akihiko beamed cheerfully. Of course it is. We pride ourselves on being a reputable travel agency. There's no coercion or mandatory spending involved. Ensuring our guests' satisfaction has always been the hallmark of our Grass Ninja travel agency. Admittedly, the deluxe solo travel package does come at a premium. But as they say, you get what you pay for. He continued with enthusiasm, and it's not just us who vouch for it. Even rock ninjas are fond of our travel agency. They're quite pleased with our services. Jiraiya lapsed into a moment of silence, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he inquired, May I ask who the president of this travel agency is? Akihiko responded without hesitation, Nobuki. Why do you ask? Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly. Oh, nothing. Thank you. After stowing away the photo with a neutral expression, he shook his head. Denzo was safe, that's what mattered. As for the other details, that would be the sensei's concern. And he also doesn't have any good feelings about this teammate of his sensei who shoulders the burden of Hidden Lee Village's darkness. After tucking away the photo with the intention of sending it back to the village later, Jiraiya then turned his attention back to Akihiko, his expression turning serious. Regarding the Uchiha clan. As Jiraiya began to speak, the space around them suddenly warped, leaving both him and Akihiko astonished by the sudden distortion. What's he doing here again? Shouldn't he be in school? Or did he skip class again? Akihiko wondered, puzzled by the unexpected appearance. Before Akihiko could voice his thoughts, a figure materialized before them, fixing Jiraiya with a calm gaze from his red eyes. It seems I've arrived just in time. My apologies for the interruption. The affairs of the Uchiha clan concern me directly. You should come and discuss them with me, as the clan leader. Jiraiya was taken aback, recognizing the individual before him. He realized this was none other than the former hero of Hidden Lee Village, a disciple of Minato, and the only Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. During his travels, Jiraiya had heard about this Uchiha prodigy, Obito Uchiha. However, subsequent rumors had also circulated about Obito's betrayal of the village for various reasons. Yet, Jiraiya wasn't privy to the specifics. Unfortunately, it seemed now that even the Uchiha clan had become embroiled in rebellion. Jiraiya sighed inwardly, fixing Obito with a serious gaze. Obito met his gaze in kind, their attention solely focused on each other in the confined space, seemingly forgetting Akihiko's presence. Obito. Jiraiya began while looking at Obito with a serious expression. Lord Jiraiya, the Uchiha clan. But before Obito could respond, a hand abruptly landed on his shoulder, causing both of them to startle. What? Obito turned, surprised, as Akihiko's voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Hey, are you skipping class again? Don't you realize there's an exam approaching? Aren't you concerned about failing and being held back? Both Jiraiya and Obito were stunned by the interruption. And Akihiko's sudden outburst left them speechless. Jiraiya watched the scene unfold with a complicated expression. The gravity of the conversation he had been about to engage in evaporated in an instant, leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Obito's frustration was also palpable, a vein twitching on his forehead as he glared at Akihiko. Can't you sense the seriousness of the situation? I'm here to offer assistance, you fool. Students belong in school. You shouldn't be concerned about this. Akihiko retorted, brushing off Obito's offer of help. Obito's anger flared at Akihiko's dismissive attitude. I am the current leader of the Uchiha clan. Show some respect, or next time, don't expect me to offer you a ride. Akihiko shook his head in response. I'll be having a word with your teachers about this. What? Obito's expression shifted to panic, but he attempted to maintain his tough facade. So what if you talk to my teachers? Do you think I'm afraid of that? Well. Jiraiya interjected, trying to redirect the focus, sensing the conversation veering off track. He raised his hand tentatively. Perhaps we should address my situation first? As Jiraiya spoke, Obito snapped out of his argument with Akihiko, clearing his throat as he regained his composure. Obito Uchiha, the current leader of the Uchiha clan. He introduced himself calmly. The situation had spiraled into absurdity. Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words, the bizarre turn of events leaving him momentarily speechless. I'm Jiraiya. He finally managed to say, his voice trailing off uncertainly. Chapter 255, Kushina. You're alive? Jiraiya was actually well aware of Obito's history. Despite leaving after the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War, he occasionally received letters from Minato during that period. In a way, he could consider himself Obito's sensei. Yet, he never anticipated their reunion under such circumstances. Furthermore, Obito had ascended to the position of the current head of the Uchiha clan. It appeared that the remaining Uchiha members had indeed found refuge in the grass village. But why was Obito still pursuing his studies? Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder. After all, Obito should have already graduated from Hidden Leaf Village and had achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield, earning recognition as an exceptional ninja. So, what was the reason for him to continue his education on the Grass Village's side? Moreover, the amiable rapport between Obito and the leader of the Grass Ninjas raised further questions. It seemed there was more to their relationship than met the eye. Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he stepped forward, exuding the aura of a hero once more as he locked eyes with Obito. It appears the Uchiha have indeed turned against Hidden Leaf Village. However, in response, Obito clicked his tongue dismissively. Hidden Leaf Village seeks to seize the 1,000-year legacy of the Uchiha clan, compelling us to rebel. And Lord Fugaku's actions have already demonstrated the Uchiha's clan pride. As for us, we are no longer affiliated with Hidden Leaf Village. But before Obito could conclude his statement, Jiraiya interrupted in disbelief. Hold on a moment. What did you just say? Hidden Leaf Village seeks what? Taken aback by Jiraiya's reaction, Obito clarified in a sarcastic tone, Hidden Leaf Village desires the Uchiha's 1,000-year legacy. They seek to claim everything from the clan. They even wanted the Uchiha clan to donate everything to the village themselves. This revelation caught Jiraiya off guard. Such critical information had never been mentioned in the letters from Sarutobi-sensei. Why had this vital detail been omitted? The momentum he had mustered faltered in the face of this unexpected revelation. Obito observed Jiraiya's reaction with a hint of indifference, noting, it appears, Lord Jiraiya, that you are also unaware of the situation. Jiraiya shrugged off Obito's indifference with a nervous chuckle. Haha, well, I've only just returned, so I'm not well versed in the village's affairs either. In truth, Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder why such crucial information had been withheld from him. His thoughts also drifted to Sarutobi-sensei, whose decision seemed increasingly perplexing. Pursuing the Uchiha legacy, did he truly believe the clan would willingly surrender it? Jiraiya grappled with a multitude of conflicting emotions, uncertain of what to think anymore. Despite his uncertainty regarding Obito's claims, Jiraiya sensed that the situation surrounding the Uchiha clan's rebellion was far from as straightforward as it seemed. There were undoubtedly hidden complexities behind the situation. With a sigh of resignation, he remarked in a complex tone, it appears much has transpired in Hidden Leaf Village in recent years. Obito shook his head in disappointment, clicking his tongue disapprovingly. Indeed, much has transpired. It seems you're also unaware of Minato-sensei's rebellion. Minato would never rebel. Jiraiya protested, his expression serious. As his teacher, I have faith in Minato. Indeed, Lord Jiraiya. However, regrettably, Hidden Leaf Village does not share your faith in him. They even label Minato-sensei's child as a traitor. Obito remarked sarcastically, drawing from his years of observation within the grass village. The entire village ostracizes his child. It seems. Much like Minato-sensei, you're unable to prevent anything either. Jiraiya fell silent in response to Obito's pointed words, struggling to find the appropriate response. Eventually, he could only sigh. Can't sensei really do his job as Hokage properly? Why is he causing so much trouble in the village? With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Obito brushed off the discussion of broader village affairs. Never mind, these matters don't concern me. His Mangekyo Sharingan whirled to life once more as he fixed his gaze on Jiraiya. Let's focus on the Uchiha first. Jiraiya snapped back to attention, nodding in agreement. I'll look into the village's affairs. Regarding the Uchiha clan's rebellion. However, before Jiraiya could conclude his statement, a round of applause interrupted him. Clap, clap, clap. The grass village leader, previously unnoticed, emerged into the conversation, accompanied by a group of silent grass ninjas brandishing chakra blades. Both Obito and Jiraiya were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, rendered momentarily speechless. Jiraiya broke the silence with a nervous chuckle. Well, truth be told, I've been out of touch with village matters for quite some time. You needn't worry, I won't meddle in Uchiha clan affairs. Hidden Leaf Village will send representatives for negotiations. Huh? No fighting? Obito arched an eyebrow skeptically, questioning Jiraiya's reluctance to engage in combat with the grass ninjas. Surely, the renowned Sannin wasn't afraid of a mere group of ninjas. Jiraiya, however, maintained his stance with sincerity. Young man, violence isn't always the solution. He advised earnestly. Minato rarely resorted to such measures. There's wisdom in restraint, something you could learn from your teacher. Obito's expression shifted, his thoughts swirling with complexity. Why was Jiraiya speaking like a grass ninja? Could he have also received teachings from the grass village? Meanwhile, Jiraiya harbored no desire to involve himself further. With limited knowledge of recent events in Hidden Leaf Village, and facing the potentially perilous alliance between the grass ninja leader and Obito, he recognized the wisdom in abstaining from interference. His mind then wandered to Tsunade. Where had she been during these tumultuous years? Was she aware of the turmoil within Hidden Leaf Village? And more importantly, if she was, did she choose to remain indifferent to the village's affairs even after learning of the situation? Forget it, let the sensei worry about this problem himself. With a sigh of resignation, Jiraiya turned his attention to the grass leader, Akihiko, flashing a cheerful grin. Leader Akihiko, may I take my leave? You see, there are countless damsels in distress awaiting my heroic intervention in the ninja world. He quipped lightly, shaking his head with an air of nonchalance. They're still eagerly anticipating my arrival. As Jiraiya concluded his jest, Obito pursed his lips, a tinge of disappointment evident in his expression. He had hoped for a confrontation with the three legendary ninja of Hidden Leaf Village, particularly upon hearing of Jiraiya's presence in the grass village. Believing it might relate to the Uchiha clan, Obito, as its leader, couldn't remain indifferent and had come to confront him. However, to his surprise, nothing of consequence had transpired. Deciding it was time to return to his studies, Obito resolved to attend school. Graduation loomed on the horizon, and he couldn't afford to wander aimlessly during such a critical period. I'll take my leave now. Perhaps I should have requested leave in advance. Speaking of which, Dean Pikura mentioned that this year's graduation ceremony may require your input later. Obito remarked, his form distorting and vanishing from view in a blink, leaving Jiraiya and Akihiko behind. Akihiko shook his head in amusement, a wry smile playing on his lips. This kid. After all this time, he's still as impulsive as ever. Next time, I must give him a proper scolding. He resolved. Jiraiya regarded Akihiko with a mixture of emotions. He hadn't anticipated the strong bond between Minato's disciple and the grass village leader. Furthermore, Akihiko's ability to integrate rogue ninjas like Obito into their midst was truly remarkable. However, Jiraiya's cheerful demeanor faltered as he remembered his own predicament. Leader Akihiko, you see, I'm concerned about the free meal? Akihiko interjected, understanding Jiraiya's unspoken inquiry. That scoundrel Nobuki tricked me into believing he'd treat me. And then, he went ahead and booked me some kind of Hokage deluxe suite. You know, it costs millions per night. It's daylight robbery. I must demand compensation from him. Jiraiya exclaimed indignantly, his frustration palpable. Don't worry, in the grass village, we uphold justice. We will ensure that good people are treated fairly and wrongdoers face consequences. You can trust us. Akihiko reassured Jiraiya with conviction. I'll have someone look into your situation. For now, stay here for a while. As Jiraiya processed this information, Akihiko continued, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. This place is quite secure and suitable. No need to search for another location. Besides, there's a protective barrier in place. Then, Akihiko's expression turned slightly cryptic as he added, actually, there's someone here who wishes to discuss personal matters with you. Someone you may find familiar. No, it's someone you know very well. Jiraiya's curiosity piqued. Personal matters? Here in the grass village? With someone he knows? He couldn't help but inquire, Who, you ask? Well. Ukihiko grinned, his hands coming together in a soft clap. Kushina, you can come out now. At his prompt, Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. With a sudden jolt, he turned to look behind Ukihiko. And sure enough, there she stood, a figure he hadn't expected to encounter. With her fiery red hair flowing behind her, Kushina emerged, casting a familiar presence. Jiraiya couldn't contain his disbelief. Kushina? You're alive? Of course, I am. Kushina affirmed, her smile tinged with a hint of defiance. With a deliberate flex of her hand, she produced a satisfying crack. If I weren't, perhaps I wouldn't have the chance to witness the true nature of Hidden Leaf Village. Her tone, though light-hearted, her body language wasn't as it can be seen from her clenched fist. It's been a while, old pervert. I have some matters to discuss with you.